1988, the 23rd day of the 12th lunar month, the Lesser New Year in the northern regions. In Long Province, deep within the remaining ridges of the Shaoxing'an Mountains, a tiny mountain village lay quietly nestled beneath a blanket of pure white snow. At the western end of the village stood a mud-brick thatched house, its roof burdened by a thick layer of snow that forced the straw eaves to droop low. The windows, covered with nailed-in plastic sheeting, had long since been stained yellow by the smoke of cooking fires, and at this moment they rattled noisily under the lash of the bitter north wind. Inside, a young man of about 18 or 19 was wrapped in a patched cotton quilt, sleeping soundly on the warm Kong bed. With a creak, the door was pushed open, and a rush of cold air poured in, making Lu Wei instinctively tighten his quilt around himself. A little girl of about 7 or 8, dressed in a floral cotton jacket, leaned into the room. She scampered over to the edge of the Kong on her short legs, wiped her nose with her sleeve, and reached out to push the person lying under the quilt. "Brother, I'm hungry. Get up and cook." Half awake, the young man gave a vague grunt, burrowing his head deeper into the quilt. His sticky, drowsy voice seeped out from under the covers. "Go to Grandma's and eat something. I'll cook for you at noon." "I don't want to. Auntie nags too much," the little girl muttered gloomily. Lu Wei could not even be bothered to open his eyes and grumbled impatiently, "Let her talk. Just pretend you don't hear her. Don't make noise. If you keep pestering me, I'll beat you. Then give me 10 cents, and I'll buy food myself." Thinking of how her little playmates had candy to eat during the New Year, while she could only watch, the girl unconsciously licked her lips. "I don't have any. Get lost." The girl's big dark eyes filled with grievance. She glared angrily at her second brother, who was still lying there, then turned around and walked out. Before long, the little girl came running back, her small hands red from the cold, clutching a snowball the size of an egg. She quietly lifted the corner of the quilt and deftly tossed the snowball onto her brother's warm back. "Oh!" Lu Wei sprang up as if set on fire, frantically pulling the lump of snow out from under the covers. When he looked down at the mattress, a spreading wet patch had already appeared, as if he had wet the bed. He lifted his head and glared at his little sister, who was standing by the Kong, grinning so wide that her teeth showed and her eyes almost vanished. His teeth itched with anger. "Lu Wenhui, if I don't beat you until you shit yourself today, I'll count it as you being constipated." The little girl clung to the doorframe, emboldened by the distance, and stuck out her tongue in a long, exaggerated face. "Blah blah. Come on then, let's see if you can catch me." Before her words had even faded, Lu Wei moved, and the little girl yelped in fright. Like a startled sparrow, she darted out of the room, not giving Lu Wei the slightest chance to grab her. A moment later, a dull thud sounded from outside, the noise of the spring on the door snapping back into place. Clearly the girl, afraid of a beating, had fled to hide outside. Lu Wei snorted coldly. His sleep was ruined. He had no choice but to get up and put on his cotton pants and cotton jacket. He folded the quilt and stacked it on the raised end of the Kong, leaving the mattress spread out to bake on the warm surface. Before evening it would be dry. He bent down to slip on a pair of cotton shoes with rubber soles, commonly called Big Liberation, and walked into the outer room to the floor-level stove. Picking up several split logs, he lifted the stove lid and fed them inside. The fire in the stove had to be kept alive. In the depths of the 9 cold days, the coldest time of the year, if the fire went out, the house would quickly become an ice cellar. Suddenly a sharp pain lanced through his hand. A wood splinter had pierced his skin. "Damn, that hurts like hell." Hissing through his teeth, Lu Wei pulled the splinter out. A single bead of blood welled up. He squeezed the wound a few times, and seeing that no more blood was coming out, casually wiped the stain on his pants. In the next instant, Lu Wei felt his vision go black. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in a strange place. Bewildered, he looked around. Wasn't I just adding firewood to the stove? How did I end up here? Where is this? From the surroundings, it seemed to be beneath a large bridge. Beside him was a dried-up riverbed, and all around lay heaps of unfamiliar trash. More importantly, it was clearly not the depths of winter here. It felt more like the beginning of autumn. The leaves on the surrounding trees were tinged with yellow, yet still held traces of green. Lu Wei even noticed several green beer bottles. Beer bottles? Who was so wasteful as to throw these away? Seeing no one nearby, Lu Wei decisively stepped forward and picked up the glass bottles. A single bottle could be exchanged for 20 cents at the corner shop. 10 or so would make 2 yuan, a considerable sum. He found a torn sack lying nearby, stuffed the bottles into it, and hoisted it in his hand. After looking around, he walked out of the bridge's shadow, climbed up a dirt embankment, and emerged onto the road above. The sight that greeted him left him stunned. On the wide, smooth road, cars he had never even seen before sped past one after another. In the distance, countless high-rise buildings with mirrored glass facades glittered in the sun, their reflections so bright that his eyes ached. The scene before him was far beyond anything he had imagined, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. Where on earth was this? How could he get back? The moment the thought of returning flashed through his mind, Lu Wei vanished from where he stood. When Lu Wei reappeared, he was back in the house. The stove fire was blazing vigorously, heat flushing his face. Everything that had just happened seemed like an illusion. Could it have been a daydream? Lowering his head, he looked at the beer bottles in his hand, and his pupils contracted. Brother, came Lu Wenhui's voice from outside the door. Too afraid of being punished, she still did not dare to enter. Startled, Lu Wei snapped back, answering irritably, "I'm here." "Why are you shouting?" "Grandma is calling you to eat," came her reply. "Got it. I'll be there in a bit." His little sister urged, "Hurry up, everyone's waiting for you." "I know. Tell Grandma, she doesn't have to wait for me." After his sister left, Lu Wei poured out the beer bottles and examined them one by one. Compared with the bottles sold at present, they looked a little different, though not drastically so. The paper labels had long since been stripped away by wind and sun. Only on a few could faint traces of writing still be discerned. Qingdao beer ingredients: water. Production date, printed on caps. Service hotline, 400,680. Reading these blurred fragments, Lu Wei scratched his head. It did not seem to reveal anything meaningful. Yet the bottles were somewhat different from the beer bottles at the local corner shop. He had no idea whether the shop would accept them. Unable to make sense of it, Lu Wei pondered for a moment, then simply took up a kitchen knife and scraped the labels clean. Looking again, there did not seem to be much difference now. He put the bottles into a rustic wicker basket and, lifting it by the handle, headed for the village convenience store. The small store sat in the middle of the village, a fair distance from Lu Wei's home. At high noon, the sunlight was strong, spilling over the snow and glaring back so brightly it was hard to keep one's eyes open. His boots crunching in the packed snow, Lu Wei kept turning over in his mind what exactly that place he had just visited was. He had a strange feeling that if he wished to go there again, a single thought would be enough to bring him over. Yet he hesitated inwardly. If that place turned out to be dangerous, what would he do? Better to sell the bottles, first go home, make some preparations, and then consider it again. When he reached the store and pushed the door open, a thick, acrid smell of cigarette smoke mixed with a racket of voices rushed out to greet him. Just now, if you'd played a 2 first, wouldn't that have settled it? If you play a 2, he'll definitely smash Little Joker, then his last card is wasted. Oh, cut it out, you think I'm an idiot. I'm just not playing Little Joker. What can you do about it? If you don't play Little Joker, he walks away. And he give me a box of snap crackers. 20 cents. Lu Wei narrowed his eyes and swept a glance around. The store was crammed with people, each with a cigarette dangling from their lips. Smoke coiled through the room until even the faces were nearly obscured. In winter, when heavy snow sealed off the mountains and there was no work to be done in the fields, the idle, old and young liked to crowd in here to play cards and gossip. Especially in the days just before the new year, the little store became the liveliest place in the village. There were people playing poker, pai-ju leaf cards, people fooling around, and people up to no good. Everything you could imagine, while circles of onlookers crowded around watching the fun and tossing out advice. Now that the store was privately run, its owner was happy to host card games, draw people in, and sell a bit more goods. Lu Wei entered with his rustic basket, set it down beside the counter, and said, "Auntie, could you see if these bottles can be returned?" The woman he called Auntie was named Zhouya, the proprietress of the convenience store. Zhouya was not very old looking, only 25 or 26. Her skin was pale, her figure graceful and well-shaped with full hips. She was the flower of the village. The key was that she was a widow. A few years back, her husband was crushed to death while stealing timber in the mountains, leaving her alone with not even a child for company. As the saying went, trouble gathers at a widow's door, let alone such a beautiful young widow. She was undoubtedly the woman of every man's dreams in the village. Even Lu Wei was no exception. At 17 or 18, a young lad full of blood and surging hormones, he could not help harboring some fantastical thoughts. The first time he indulged in a certain dream, the one at its center, had been Zhouya. In truth, Lu Wei shared no real kinship with Zhouya's family. She addressed his parents as elder brother and sister-in-law, and by generational custom, he had to call her second aunt. Zhouya was busy behind the counter finding snap crackers for a child. When she bent over, her trousers pulled taut over her rounded backside enough to make a man's hand itch to deliver a resounding smack. Lu Wei's Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily at the sight. He hurriedly shifted his gaze aside, afraid someone might know. Hearing his voice, Zhouya turned to glance at him, lips curving into a faint smile. She smoothed a lock of hair behind her ear, revealing her fair, oval face. "Xiao Wei is here. What do you need?" Lu Wei pointed to the beer bottles in the wicker basket beside him. "My unclean law brought these beers from town. They're different from the ones we usually have here. I wanted to ask if you can take them back." Zhouya glanced at the bottles and replied briskly, "What's there to refuse? Even if they're a bit different, the delivery guys won't look that closely. How many are there? Just put them in the crate for me. I'll get your money." "All right, there are 12 in total." Hearing that she would take them, Lu Wei felt a weight lift from his heart. He answered readily and placed all the beer bottles into the crate. "Here, your money." Zhouya set the cash on the counter. Just then someone nearby spotted Lu Wei's beer bottles and called over with a grin, "Xiao Wei, your unclean law has come back." Lu Wei shook his head. "No, not yet. These are all leftovers from before." Seeing his response, the man did not press further, but turned back and began talking to the others about Lu Wei's unclean law. "Xiao Wei's unclean law is really loaded. His family lives in town, 3 brick-tiled rooms, and I heard he even bought a bulldozer." "Quit bragging. Do you know how much a bulldozer costs? Even a 10th Sandiyuan household couldn't afford one. See, you still don't believe it. There really is one. If you don't ask Xiao Wei." Listening from the side, Lu Wei could not help feeling a touch of pride. When a relative did well, one shared in the glow of their reputation. However, that bulldozer did not belong to his aunt's family. It was property of the agricultural machinery station. A single machine cost several tens of thousands, something no household in those days could hope to buy. His unclean law merely drove the bulldozer for the station. Even so, in this remote little village that was already considered quite an impressive position. Moreover, Lu Wei's aunt was especially kind to this eldest nephew. Every time she returned to the village, she brought him treats and slipped him pocket money. Lu Wei and his aunt were very close. In fact, it was not only his aunt, his third aunt treated him well too. Only his eldest and second aunts had married far away in Liao province, too distant to visit. In all his years growing up, Lu Wei had never met them. Money in his pocket, Lu Wei turned and left the convenience store. He did not know that once he walked out, some people's tone changed. What good is it if his aunt's family is rich? Aren't they still poor as church mice? Exactly. What's so great about them? They wanted to cling to the Lon family in Nanga village and ended up being turned away, didn't they? Isn't that right? Old Sixth Lon nearly cursed the matchmaker out the door. Seeing their talk grow more excessive, the shop owner's wife frowned. That's enough, mind your cards. A bunch of grown men chattering like old women. Oh, my Xiaoyu is speaking up for the Lu family now. Don't tell me she's got her eye on Lu Wei's little rooster. They erupted into laughter. Unaware of what was happening in the store after his departure, Lu Wei cheerfully gathered together the 2 yuan and 40 cents he had earned from selling the bottles with the 1 yuan and 80 cents that had been in his pocket. But when he reached into his pocket, he found that the original 1 yuan 80 cents had shrunk to just 80 cents. Where had that 1 yuan gone? Alarmed, Lu Wei searched himself anxiously. It had clearly been there when he got out of bed. How could it have vanished? After hunting for some time, and still not finding it, he could only set the matter aside for now and look again at home. His family was not well off. One could even say very poor. 1 yuan was no small sum to him. After a year of farming, any money left barely covered food for the year. This year's harvest had been decent. After handing over public grain, various fees, agricultural tax, per capita tax, pooled funds, water conservancy tax, housing land tax, and a heap of other levies, the grain left after setting aside enough for their own meals was sold for just over 100 yuan. At the beginning of the year, they had borrowed 100 yuan to buy fertilizer and pesticide, which they repaid after selling the grain. The few tens of yuan left now had to be saved so that his little sister could pay her tuition after the new year. Lu Wei himself had dropped out of school because the family could not afford his tuition. At the time, there had been no other choice. They were already struggling and calamities had struck on top of hardship. Simply staying alive had been no easy feat. Who could still think of schooling? This matter had always been a regret in his parents' hearts, so they refused to let the little girl drop out as well. No matter how hard things got, they were determined to scrape together her tuition. As for New Year expenses and the fertilizer and pesticides needed for next year's fields, they would have to borrow again. Yesterday, Lu Wei's mother had gone to his eldest uncle's house to see if they could borrow 50 yuan for the new year. Still, though life remained tight, it was far better than in past years. At least now they could fill their stomachs at every meal and no longer had to go hungry. In the courtyard of the small store, a crowd of children were gathered setting off firecrackers. The air carried a faint smell of sulfur punctuated by crisp pops of explosions. Each day brought the new year a little closer. Leaving the store behind, Lu Wei headed straight for his grandmother's house. As soon as he stepped into the yard and pushed open the door, the aroma of cooked dishes mixed with steam rushed out to meet him. Entering the inner room, the elderly woman on the Kong raised her eyes, and her lined face blossomed into a smile as she called out eagerly, "My eldest grandson has finally come. Quick, take off your shoes and get up on the Kong. It's nice and warm there. You child going bareheaded in such cold, what will we do if you catch a chill?" The youngest son and the eldest grandson were always the lifeblood of the elderly. As the eldest grandson and the only male in the Lu family's younger generation, Lu Wei had naturally been cherished from infancy. His grandmother was now over 70, yet still quite sturdy, though she could lend a hand with chores both inside and outside the house. Over her lifetime, she had borne 6 children, 3 daughters first, then at last a son, as the 4th Lu Wei's father Lu Dahai, the 5th child was another daughter, and the 6th was Lu Wei's uncle. Years ago, to escape war and famine, the whole family had migrated from their old home in Liao province to Long province. Here the land was broad, and the produce abundant. Though the winters were bitterly cold, at least they could farm in peace and eat without fear of starving. When they moved, the eldest and second daughters had already married away and did not come along. In all the years since, they had only exchanged the occasional letter and rarely visited. In those times, traveling long distances was far from easy. Lu Wei smiled. "It's fine, Grandma, I'm not cold." As he spoke, he took the broom from behind the door and carefully brushed the snow off his cotton shoes. If he did not sweep them clean, once the snow melted, his shoes would be soaked through. Nearby, his aunt watched the old woman's favoritism and curled her lips, muttering under her breath, treating him like an ancestor every single day. Even for a meal, he has to be urged 3 times. As she spoke, she set the dishes on the table, the bowls and plates clattering loudly against the wooden surface. The old aunt and uncle have been married for 7 or 8 years with only one girl. Although the old lady's favoritism is hard to bear, there is nothing to be done about it, as she did not give birth to a son. The grandmother turned her head and shot a glare at the young daughter-in-law, saying irritably, "What are you mumbling about? You're the one talking too much." After finishing, she turned to see Lu Wei and immediately smiled, brightly patting his hand. "Grandson, let's not hold a grudge against her. From now on, all these people will depend on your good fortune." The old lady believed that since Lu Wei was a child, he would have great prospects in the future. Lu Wei chuckled, feeling a mix of helplessness and bitterness. In his childhood, he had taken his grandmother's words to heart, believing he was someone special. Until a few days ago, when he had begged his parents to find a matchmaker to propose to the girl he had secretly loved for years, only to be ridiculed, shaking his confidence, or perhaps making him see himself clearly. Perhaps he was not as outstanding as his grandmother had said, nor as special as he thought. He was no different from others, and perhaps even inferior to those he had once looked down upon. He was just an ordinary, mediocre person from a poor family, not remarkable and not particularly clever. During school, his studies were average, he looked ordinary, did not engage in deceit or trickery, and aside from a bit of useless kindness, he could be said to be worthless. However, today, just moments ago, that mysterious experience had given him a glimmer of hope. Perhaps starting today, he would truly become special. Lu Wei felt the money in his pocket, listened to his aunt's incessant chatter, and directly pulled out the 2 dimes he had prepared earlier, giving one to his little sister Lu Wenhui, and another to his uncle's daughter Lu Wenfang. The 2 little girls clutched their money, instantly beaming with joy, surrounding him, and calling out, "Brother, brother," with sweet voices. The grandmother sitting on the Kong watched them with a joyful expression, saying, "Your brother truly cares for you. When you grow up and start earning money, remember your brother's kindness." Seeing her daughter receiving a dime, the aunt's tones softened significantly. "What do little children need money for? They don't even know how to save it." Lu Wei chuckled. "It's the new year, all the other kids have pocket money, we should at least have a little." His aunt was in her 30s, impatient and quick-tongued, but not truly unkind. Lu Wei and his little sister had often come to their grandparents' house for meals since childhood. Although this was the home of 2 old people, they lived with the uncle and aunt, so the family business naturally belonged to them. Over the years, even though the aunt would complain about Lu Wei, the nephew who frequently came to eat, she had never truly let him go hungry. Of course, if you were wealthy and powerful like his old aunt, an uncle who brought gifts every year to visit, she would definitely wear a different smile. Lunch was simple, a large bowl of pickled vegetables stewed with potatoes, a plate of salty pickles, and rice. As the land here was fertile, even a pair of chopsticks could sprout. Since the household contract reform, as long as one worked hard in the fields, it was not a problem to have enough to eat. The old lady took a puff from her pipe and exhaled a cloud of smoke, saying, "Grandson, don't be downcast, it affects your fortune. After lunch, go home and tidy yourself up properly." So what if a blind date didn't work out? A man should have ambition, work hard, and become someone of worth, so that those who once looked down on him would be left speechless. That's what a real man is. Lu Wei nodded upon hearing this, softly responding with an "huh." "Did your mom say when she would come back?" the grandmother asked while sweeping the floor. Lu Wei shook his head. "She didn't say much, but I estimate it will be in a day or 2. Your uncle and aunt plan to go to the market to buy New Year goods on the 27th of the 12th lunar month," the grandmother said slowly after taking a puff of her pipe. "At that time, tell your mom and go together. A horse cart will be enough." Upon hearing this, the little sister Lu Wenhui immediately jumped up, shouting, "I want to go too. Take me to the market." The uncle's daughter Lu Wenfang, seeing her sister making a fuss, tugged at her sleeve and shouted, "I want to go too." The aunt shot them a glare, saying irritably, "Where do you think you're going? It's freezing outside, aren't you afraid of freezing your ears off?" "I'm not afraid of the cold. I want to go," Wenhui insisted. The aunt rolled her eyes at them and couldn't be bothered to argue further. No one mentioned it again, and soon the 2 little girls forgot about it. They hastily finished their meal and ran off to spend the dime their brother had given them at the small shop. Lu Wei wolfed down 3 big bowls of rice before putting down his chopsticks, leaving his aunt's face darkened. At his age, he was at a time when he could eat a lot, so it was no wonder his aunt was not pleased. A growing boy eating his family out of house and home, having an extra young man in the family was enough to drink a pot of rice wine. Fortunately, Lu Wei was thick-skinned, perceptive, and knew how to manage things. After finishing the meal, he quickly tidied up the bowls and chopsticks, washed the pot, swept the floor, and filled 2 buckets with water to fill the tank. After a busy round, he dusted himself off and asked, "And is there anything else that needs to be done at home?" The old lady smiled and said, "My grandson is so sensible. Any girl who marries my grandson will surely have a good life. If anyone looks down on us, they must be blind." The aunt replied sarcastically, Yes, your grandson is the best, no one compares." The old lady took a puff from her pipe and said leisurely, "Don't doubt it, in the future you all will have to rely on my grandson's fortune." The aunt sneered, "I don't believe it either. I'm counting on your grandson to support me in my old age." Lu Wei chuckled beside them, though his heart felt a bit heavy. The grandmother spoke with such eagerness that if he did not amount to anything in the future, he would truly let down this expectation. After sitting with his grandmother for a while, Lu Wei got up to head back. He was still thinking about that strange place where he could find beer bottles, planning to go home and ponder whether he could manage. As he approached the small shop, he heard his little sister's voice. "I won't give it to you. I only have 5 pieces of candy, one for Grandma, and I need to give one to my dad, my mom, and my brother, and then there's none left for me. Hearing this, Lu Wei felt warm inside. The dime he had just given her was just enough to buy 5 pieces of hard candy. This little girl remembered him. His care for her was not in vain. At that moment, a little boy's voice came over. If you don't give it to me, I won't let you watch TV at my house anymore. The little girl was stubborn too. If I don't watch, I won't watch. My family is buying a TV for the new year. Who cares about your family's broken TV? Lu Wei couldn't help but smile bitterly at her words. The little girl must have taken her father's bragging seriously. Her dad had 2 skills that no one could compare to. One was bragging. He was famous in the 10-mile area, nicknamed Lu de Balwo. The other skill was drinking. He could down 3 to 5 gin of white liquor without issue. Sometimes he would even drink a pound in the morning to rinse his mouth before eating. Keep bragging on. My mom said that your family is the poorest in the village. Even your elder sister was sold off, and your brother's blind date was rejected. Your family will never be able to buy a TV in this lifetime. These words pierced through Lu Wei like a nail, catching him off guard and making him stop in his tracks. In an instant, blood rushed to his head, making his face feel hot. A surge of nameless anger erupted within him, burning painfully in his heart. He wanted to rush over and grab the child's collar to shout back, but his feet felt as heavy as lead, unable to move. Because he knew all too well that what the child said was the truth. What words hurt the most? It was hearing something you knew was true come from someone else's mouth. In the eyes of the neighbors, their family was such an image, poor, petty, and having sold their daughter. The feeling of being stabbed in the back like this was 100 times more painful than being insulted to your face. A shrill scream jolted Lu Wei awake. His heart lurched. Oh no, little sister's at it again. Why? Because this little girl was the village's undisputed warrior. No peer her age had escaped a bout with her. Whether she won or lost mattered less than the fact that once provoked, she'd charge headlong, clawing, biting, regardless of age. Lu Wei dashed over to find his younger sister Lu Wenhui straddling the neighbor's child and raining down furious slaps and scratches. As she struck, she spat out curses. You dare call my family poor? I'll claw your face off. Say it again, will you? Though the neighbor's boy was male, he was a year younger, and utterly outmatched by this fierce tiger-like brawler. He could only cover his face and sob, wah. Wah. I won't. I swear I won't ever again. He wailed between sobs. Lu Wei hurried forward, scooping his sister up, but she thrashed wildly, kicking and writhing like a mule, nearly slipping from his grasp. Let me go. I'll kill him. She shrieked, eyes red, fists flailing. Enough, enough. He surrendered. No more anger. Let's go home. Lu Wei cradled her gently, murmuring reassurances as he carried her toward their grandmother's house. After a short walk, her fury gradually subsided. Brother, is ours the poorest family in the village? Lu Wei shook his head. Certainly not. Look at old John's family. They don't even have a proper house. They live on the mountain. She blinked. But they own an orchard, hundreds of fruit trees. What good is an orchard? Sea buckthorn berries fetch almost no price. Indeed, sea buckthorn berries were nearly worthless despite dozens of moo under cultivation. Old John's family earned barely a pittance each year, relying instead on soybeans grown beneath the trees. Yet because of the orchard, the soybean yield remained stunted and meager. Hearing of a family poorer than theirs, little sister's mood brightened instantly. Who else is poorer than us? Who heirs family? He has no wife, no children. But he owns a television. What use is one television? We could buy one too, if we wished. Besides, our family is large, mom and dad, elder sister, you and me. Pouting, she muttered, I wish elder sister hadn't married. Lu Wei fell silent. Elder sister's marriage was a wound no one spoke of. After delivering his sister to their grandmothers, Lu Wei returned. He eased open the front door, peered cautiously into the eastern room, then the western, relieved to find both parents still absent. His breath softened with quiet relief. Their home consisted of 3 rooms. The entrance opened directly into the kitchen, called the outer room. 2 massive brick stoves stood side by side at the doorway, each connected via flues to heated brick beds in the east and west rooms respectively. His parents shared the eastern room with little sister. Lu Wei lived alone in the western room, a space destined by tradition for his future marital bed, either in a newly built addition if funds allowed, or right here should finances fall short. Along the northern wall of the kitchen stood a furnace whose hollow flue ran through a heat wall. Once lit in winter, the entire wall radiated warmth. Outside winds howled in vain, while inside comfort reigned. Lu Wei fed several logs into the furnace, lifted the fire hook, scanned the stove surface, and set it aside, picking up the cleaver from the chopping board instead. Back in his western room, he closed the door and secured the latch. Leaning against the earthen wall plastered with old newspapers, he drew a deep, steadying breath to calm his nerves. Gripping the cleaver tightly, he whispered inwardly, go there. With a sharp shhh, the world dissolved and reassembled at the roadside where he'd last crossed over. Before he could steady himself, a car roared past, its rush of wind startling him. He ducked into concealment, scanning the surroundings with cautious vigilance. He stood near a grand bridge. Its roadway gleamed smooth and seamless, its material unknown. To the west rose a forest of towering skyscrapers teeming with traffic, dazzling and dreamlike. To the east, however, the skyline dimmed. Few high-rises, mostly 5- or 6-story buildings, many constructed of concrete and brick. The sight left him awestruck. This is a metropolis. Not a single thatched hut, only brick and tile dwelling. Their own rammed earth house had cost several hundred yuan to build. How much then must one such brick and tile structure cost? Thousands. City dwellers truly possessed unimaginable wealth. After observing a while, he noticed the people, physically indistinguishable from those back home. Countless unfamiliar automobiles passed, motorcycles too gliding silently along the streets. Unlike the clattering tractor-like machines he'd seen in town, these bikes moved without a whisper. Suddenly a utility pole seized his attention. Not the pole itself, but the advertisement affixed to it. He rubbed his eyes, stepped closer, and confirmed it. His jaw dropped wide open. Restaurant hiring 1 chef. Monthly salary 700,080,000. 1 prep cook. Monthly salary 400,050,000. 5 waitstaff. Monthly salary 250,300. 1 dishwasher. Monthly salary 300,000. Room and board provided. Contact number. Dishwashing 300,000 a month. With lodging and meals. He'd heard city labor paid well, but never imagined wages like this. If dishwashing brought 300,000 monthly, what did that mean? A state forestry worker earned under 100. This sum dwarfed even the county magistrate's salary. Lu Wei's eyes welled with tears. Dishwashing. It must be dishwashing. His life's purpose crystallized in that instant. He would wash dishes for all his days. Overcome, he tore the poster from the pole and shoved it deep into his chest, terrified someone might see and steal his chance. Suppressing his elation, he retreated to the shadows to observe longer. Occasional passers-by seemed harmless. Gathering courage, he prepared to step onto the street, then froze mid. He'd just noticed every person walking by wore new unpatched clothing. Even their shoes were pristine. Glancing down at himself, coarse Liberation brand cotton shoes, faded trousers, a drab green padded jacket riddled with patches, he felt painfully out of place. He turned and slipped beneath the bridge's archway. Assured no one watched, he focused inward, and with another sharp shh, reappeared in his familiar western room. Setting the cleaver aside, he began rummaging through trunks and cabinets, until finally he unearthed a deep blue Zhongshan suit. This suit belonged to his father, the one worn on his wedding day, kept untouched in storage all these years. Lu Wei shed his padded coat and trousers and slipped into the suit. It was slightly tight, yet wearable. He combed his hair before a small mirror, pulled out a pair of unpatched cloth shoes, brushed off the dust, and slipped them on. Yes, this looks sharp. This will do. To enter the metropolis, one must appear dignified, never shaming the family, never inviting ridicule. Lu Wei returned to the underpass once more with ease. He collected his thoughts, took a deep breath, and finally mustered the courage to step onto the broad avenue. He forced himself to remain calm as he glanced around, noticing that no one was paying him particular attention, which allowed him to breathe a quiet sigh of relief. After looking left and right, Lu Wei decided to head east, as the towering buildings to the west felt strange and oppressive. The row of brick houses to the east felt somewhat familiar. The further he walked into the city, the more pedestrians there. Lu Wei noticed that the people on the street seemed to glance at him intentionally or unintentionally, and some were even pointing small boxes at him. This made him feel uneasy, and several times he almost turned to run, but in the end he gritted his teeth and continued walking forward. Gradually the number of buildings and people around him increased. Lu Wei examined the shop signs on the street. He recognized the characters, but had no idea what they represent. For instance, there were delivery stations, Luo Lin convenience stores, Vivapo, E-Pin, Feigno massage, and hairdressing. Some he couldn't enter, but he could vaguely guess the purpose of the items displayed. For example, pharmacies, restaurants, and such. As he passed by a restaurant, Lu Wei stopped. The glass window of this restaurant had a job advertisement posted. They were also hiring dishwashers, but the monthly salary was only 2,500 yuan, which was 500 yuan less than what he had seen on the telephone pole. He hesitated for a moment and decided to keep looking. After all, who would want to work for 2,500 yuan when there was an offer for 3,000? That 500 yuan difference was roughly equivalent to a year's income for a family back in their hometown. As he walked, Lu Wei's eyes suddenly lit up. There was a shop ahead with many televisions displayed at the entrance. Moreover, they were color televisions. Although there were no color TVs in his village, his aunt had one, and he heard that a color TV cost around 1 to 2,000 yuan. As Lu Wei approached, he realized this big color TV was much larger than his aunt's, and the picture was also clear. How could this TV be so thin? Is it sturdy? At that moment, the TV was broadcasting the noon news. Good afternoon, dear viewers. Welcome to Today is Wednesday, November 10th, 2025, the 21st day of the 10th month in the lunar calendar. Here are the highlights of this news. The new strain of virus H3N2 has begun to spread widely in our country. November 10th, 2025. Lu Wei felt as if struck by lightning, standing frozen in place. Back home, it was clearly the 23rd day of the 12th month in the lunar calendar in 1988. How could this be 2025? Could it be that he had suddenly traveled to a future nearly 40 years ahead? Lu Wei was left dumbfounded as the idea of time travel was completely beyond his comprehension as a rural youth. Young man, are you looking to buy a TV? The owner of the appliance store, seeing Lu Wei staring at the television, assumed there was a potential customer and approached him enthusiastically. Though this young man is dressed rather vintage, today's youth have a myriad of styles, and traditional clothing is everywhere, let alone a Zhongshan suit. Hearing the owner's words, Lu Wei finally snapped back to reality. Oh, I don't. How much is this TV? He had originally intended to say he wasn't buying, but oddly asked. This model is a 75-inch big rice TV, only 2,300 yuan. As soon as Lu Wei heard this price, he realized it was indeed not expensive. His aunt's was only 18 inches and cost over 1,500. This was several times larger, yet only 2,300, truly a bargain. Lu Wei pondered for a moment. Just because he couldn't afford it now didn't mean he wouldn't be able to in the future. As long as he could get a dishwashing job, he could easily buy a big color TV in a month. Do you have anything cheaper? The owner, seeing the desire to buy, smiled even more warmly and hurriedly replied, yes, there are some that are a few hundred yuan over 1,000. Come in and take a look. Lu Wei looked at the clean and bright floor of the store and quickly waved his hand. Let's forget it today. I'll come back when I have money. I'll be leaving now. After saying that, Lu Wei was afraid the owner would say something unpleasant, so he turned and ran. After leaving the appliance store, Lu Wei walked a bit further and finally spotted a restaurant offering 3,000 yuan for dishwashers. The restaurant was called Shanxing Swansai Fish. Lu Wei looked at the bustling scene inside with people coming and going and many cars parked outside. It was clearly a place where wealthy people dined. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Wei steeled himself and pushed the door open. Just as he reached the entrance, a beautiful girl standing by the door proactively opened the large door for him. Welcome, sir, are you here to dine? She greeted warmly. Lu Wei was somewhat flustered by her bright smile and quickly waved his hand on. No, I'm not here to eat. May I ask, are you hiring? When the girl heard he was there to seek a job, her attitude did not change. She continued smiling and pointed to a nearby bench. Please have a seat here and wait a moment, I will call the manager over. After saying that, she turned and walked inside. Lu Wei sat down, mumbling to himself, the manager should be the boss, right? It wasn't long before the girl returned with a middle-aged man. Lu Wei quickly stood up and smiled at both of them. The man examined him with a glance. This young boy looked green and awkward, and he seemed not even to be of legal age. Most likely he was either a runaway or a kid just out of the countryside looking for work. Judging by Lu Wei's honest and simple demeanor, he appeared to be the latter. Such young people are always favored by employers, obedient, hardworking, and not afraid of hardship. Please sit down. The middle-aged man took a seat opposite him and then gestured to Lu Wei to take a seat on the nearby bench. Young man, what's your name? Where are you from? My name is Lu Wei from Long Province, Lu Wei replied, honestly not intending to hide it. His rural accent was impossible to conceal. The manager nodded and continued to ask about his age and other basic information, inquiring what kind of work he wanted to do. Upon hearing that Lu Wei wanted to wash dishes, the manager quickly persuaded him to be a waiter. Waiters earn more, although the salary seems similar to that of dishwashers. Waiters sometimes receive tips from generous customers, which can add several hundred yuan to their monthly earnings. The key point is that young individuals like Lu Wei should not miss the opportunity to be waiters. Finding dishwashers is easy. If necessary, older people can do it. However, young waiters are too transient and hard to recruit. Especially now the delivery and express industries pay more than waiters and offer more freedom, so many people prefer to deliver food rather than work as waiters. Upon hearing that waiters earn more, Lu Wei decisively set aside his grand aspirations of being a dishwasher and chose to become a waiter. Alright, then you can start working today. Initially, it will be 2,500 a month, and starting next month, it will be 3,000 a month. Please bring your ID card, and I will register you. Lu Wei listened, feeling a sudden panic. Where would he get an ID card? He did have a household registration book, which stated he was born in 1970, but if he brought that, no one would believe him. I don't have an ID card. The manager frowned upon hearing this. You don't have an ID card. You go out with that. How did you come all the way from Long Province? I took a bus. Lu Wei forced himself to stay calm. Do you have a photo of your ID card on your phone? What's a phone? Lu Wei was puzzled, but he was clever enough not to voice his confusion, simply saying, I don't have a phone. The manager felt that this kid just didn't want to work and was lying to him. Young people nowadays could risk their lives, but not having a phone was absolutely impossible. Angrily, he stood up and said, are you just messing around with me? If you don't want to work, just say so. What's the point of dragging this out? Although Lu Wei didn't understand why his lack of a phone made the other person so angry, since they were already trying to throw him out, he had no choice but to leave. Once outside the restaurant, Lu Wei stared at the bustling street, unsure of where to go. His dreams of working to earn money had shattered. Without an ID card and a phone, no one would want him. After pondering for a while, Lu Wei realized that since it was 2025, many things must be different. If he wanted to make money here, he needed to understand this world first. Just like earlier, if he had known what a phone was and had one prepared, he might have been able to stay for work. Thus, the first step was not to rush into working to earn money. He needed to understand and integrate into this world. He could also pick up some beer bottles to sell. With a clear goal, Lu Wei felt much lighter. The frustration of being thrown out moments ago vanished. After wandering aimlessly for over an hour and feeling a bit tired, Lu Wei found a clean spot to sit down. In that hour, he had learned a lot. He discovered what a phone was. It was that small black box that pedestrians carried around. Not only could it take pictures, but it could also make calls, and most astonishingly, it could be used as a television. Such a marvelous thing made Lu Wei extremely envious, and he wanted to own one. However, it was clear that such an item was not cheap, and he certainly couldn't afford it, so he could only dream. Just then Lu Wei saw an elderly woman struggling to push a tricycle. The tricycle was filled with bottles and cardboard, all waste materials. The old woman had gray hair and a face full of wrinkles, appearing to be at least 70 or 80 years old. Her tattered clothes were dusty, and her frail hands tightly grasped the handlebars, her body hunched over. Although Lu Wei had barely graduated from high school, he had learned to respect the elderly and young and hurried over to help. "Grandma, let me help you push." The old woman turned her head in surprise at the sound, but she didn't expect that in this day and age there would still be such a warm-hearted young person. "Child, no need, don't get your clothes dirty." Lu Wei smiled and replied, "It's fine, I can wash them later, I have plenty of strength." The old woman felt warmth in her heart at his words. "Thank you, child." She indeed could no longer push, having endured this far due to her age. "You're welcome. Just guide me, and I'll push," Lu Wei said, taking hold of the tricycle and moving forward. Along the way, the old woman and the young man chatted. Though the old woman was aged, she was quite sharp, speaking clearly and appearing to possess great wisdom. Upon learning that Lu Wei was looking for work and hadn't found any due to his lack of an ID card, the old woman immediately offered him some advice. Not having an ID card is inconvenient for anything. You could check with the police station to see if you can get one now. Everything is connected nationally, and it seems you can get it done anywhere, unlike before when you had to go back to your hometown. Lu Wei bitterly smiled at this. Even if he could get one, how could he get an ID card without a household registration? The old woman, seeing Lu Wei silent, thought he was worried about finding work. She continued to reassure him, "Don't worry, even if your ID card isn't ready, there are still jobs available. In the market over there, they are always looking for loaders in the morning. You need to get up early, it's a bit tiring, but the pay is good. Unloading a truck of vegetables could earn you 1 to 200 yuan. There are also places hiring temporary workers paying 10 to 20 yuan an hour. The heavens won't starve a blind sparrow. Look at me at my age, I can still earn dozens by picking up bottles and cardboard every day. With your youth and strength, there are even more jobs available. You could go to construction sites to break down unwanted steel bars from demolished houses, earning 200 yuan a day, though it might be tiring. As long as you're willing to work hard, you won't go hungry." Lu Wei's eyes lit up at the thought of earning 1 to 200 from "Grandma, where can I find these loaders? Could you tell me?" The old woman cheerfully replied, "Just over by the vegetable wholesale market, but at this hour there probably won't be any work. You have to go at midnight when they are unloading and wholesaling, and in the morning they sell at the market. Tomorrow morning, I'll also go to pick up vegetables. I can take you with me then." "Alright, I'll come find you then." As they spoke, they unknowingly arrived at the old woman's home. Unlike the dirty and chaotic place Lu Wei had imagined, the old woman's home was quite clean and tidy. It had a small courtyard with 3 main rooms and 3 side rooms on each side. Lu Wei glanced around and saw that it seemed people lived in all these houses, with clothes hung out to dry at the entrance. The old woman pointed to a shed near the gate. "Just put it here, the scrap collector will come by later." "Oh, okay," Lu Wei replied, pushing the tricycle into the shed. The old woman watched with a smile. "Come in for a Lu Wei, feeling a bit thirsty after such a long walk, followed the old woman into the house. Her home was the west side room next to the shed. The house was just one room, about 10 square meters, serving as both a kitchen and a bedroom. Upon entering, the old woman brought over a plastic stool for Lu Wei. "Child, sit down and take a break, have an apple." As she spoke, the old woman took out a crumpled plastic bag containing a few apples and handed Lu Wei a large red. Lu Wei immediately waved his hands. No, Grandma, I can't eat that. Such a large red apple must not." In their area, national apples cost at least 50 cents a pound, and even that wasn't guaranteed to be available. Since their area was too remote, especially in winter, the transportation costs were too high. If there were such large apples, they would cost over a yuan each. He felt too embarrassed to eat one. However, Lu Wei's refusal seemed to the old woman as if he was rejecting or being cautious. She smiled and explained, "Child, don't worry, this apple, although picked from the market, is perfectly fine. See, it only has a few black spots, but is completely edible. I've washed them already, go ahead and eat it." Saying this, she directly stuffed the apple into Lu Wei's arms. Lu Wei was stunned by the old woman's words. "Grandma, you can find such great apples." Lu Wei found it hard to believe such apples were completely unattainable. The old woman, hearing this, began to enthusiastically introduce Lu Wei to the topic. "Of course, look at these apples and these bananas. Although their skins are blackened, the insides are perfectly good. Besides these fruits, there are also vegetables. This onion is perfectly fine, and there are eggplants, peppers, and broccoli, all picked from the market. Many people go there every day to gather vegetables and fruits." Lu Wei listened in astonishment, not expecting that people in this era were so wasteful, throwing away such good things. This was an opportunity he could not miss. Grandma, could you take me with you next time you go picking vegetables? I also want to gather some. With the new year approaching, buying vegetables usually costs 10 or even 20 yuan. If he could pick up some vegetables, wouldn't that save him the New Year's vegetable expenses? In their area, transporting vegetables in winter was too troublesome, and the prices were particularly high. For vegetables like cucumbers, leeks, and garlic shoots, the price would be at least 1 or 2 yuan per pound. Tomatoes and hot peppers were even more expensive, often costing 2 to 3 yuan per pound. Only potatoes, radishes, cabbages, and green onions, which could be stored for a long time, were cheaper. Upon hearing that Lu Wei wanted to go pick vegetables, the old woman was even happier. It was rare to meet such a resourceful young person, and she genuinely liked him. If you want to go, you can go now. In the afternoon, when they're about to finish work, they throw away a lot of vegetables. Many people go to pick them up. Lu Wei, hearing this, eagerly asked, "How do I get to the vegetable market?" The old lady pointed east and said, "You go out from here, walk east straight. When you reach the fork in the road, go north. It's not far. If you can't find it, you can ask someone." "All right, then I'll go check it out now," Lu Wei said, standing up to go gather vegetables. The old woman smiled and nodded. "Good, go ahead and pick more." Leaving the old woman's house, Lu Wei didn't rush to the vegetable wholesale market. Instead, he hurried back to the bridge underpass. He had been out all afternoon. It was probably dark back home, and he needed to hurry back. Otherwise, if his parents came back and found him missing, they would surely worry. Back at the bridge underpass, Lu Wei retrieved the few beer bottles he had hidden, focused his thoughts, and returned home. Lu Wei opened his eyes to see that it wasn't even dark yet. This was strange. He had gone over around 1:30 p.m. and spent the whole afternoon there, but it was still light out over here, and in winter it usually got dark around 3 p.m. It seemed the time was similar to when he had just crossed over. Lu Wei hurriedly ran to the east room to check the time on the clock. 1:40. Lu Wei was confused. He had spent several hours over there, yet only a few minutes had passed here. What was going on? After thinking for a long time with his elementary school education, he couldn't figure it out. So Lu Wei directly ran back over, found a supermarket, and checked the time. It was 3:46 p.m. Next, Lu Wei sat there waiting. As it approached 4:46, he hurried back to the bridge underpass and returned home. He glanced at the time, which showed 2.5 minutes. Taking out paper and pen, he calculated for a while and finally figured it out. 1 hour over there equated to 2.5 minutes here, meaning that 1 day over there only accounted for 1 hour. Lu Wei hurriedly went over to take a look. To his astonishment, he found that the time here seemed no different from when he had just left. After checking the time at the supermarket, he realized only a little over a minute had passed. Now Lu Wei understood that no matter where he was, time on the other side would slow down. Staying here for a day meant that only 1 hour passed there. Conversely, spending a day there meant only 1 hour passed here. Understanding this time pattern, Lu Wei became less anxious, knowing that while he stayed here for 1 hour, only 2 minutes passed at home. Taking advantage of this time, he decided to visit the vegetable wholesale market to see if he could find something good. By the time Lu Wei arrived at the market, it was nearly closing time. It was indeed a good time for picking vegetables, as some vendors would throw away damaged or bruised vegetables at this hour. As Lu Wei approached, he saw a middle-aged woman around 50 years old pushing a small cart laden with a large basket of vegetables, dumping everything near the trash can. Seeing this, Lu Wei quickly stepped forward. "Auntie, are you not keeping these vegetables?" He noticed several intact cucumbers and tomatoes among the discarded items. The middle-aged woman looked at Lu Wei, noticing his youthful appearance and simple attire, which carried a rustic vibe. She sighed softly. "No, I don't want them anymore. Can I pick them up then?" "If you don't want them, feel free to take them," the woman said as she turned her cart and walked away. She silently cursed. Which child was this, so inconsiderate? How could he call her auntie when she was such a little fairy? No manners. Unaware that he had unintentionally offended a little fairy, Lu Wei hurriedly began rummaging through the pile of vegetables. He first searched through the pile of cucumbers and found that they were only slightly bruised or broken, likely damaged during transport, but still perfectly edible. In fact, some of them were completely intact and had been thrown away. Seeing such good vegetables discarded, Lu Wei could hardly believe his eyes. People in 2025 were this wasteful. In his home, not only would they never throw away a cucumber, but even a grain of rice that fell on the table would be picked up. What Lu Wei didn't know was that for mass-produced vegetables, vendors often didn't have time to sort through them. Most of the bad ones were tossed out in large batches, and even if they knew some were good, they couldn't be bothered to sort them. In no time, Lu Wei had collected a large pile, at least several dozen pounds. After picking cucumbers, he moved on to the tomatoes. Among the pile of tomatoes, many were rotten, emitting a faint sour smell, and he inevitably ended up with tomato juice on his hands while searching. In this pile of rotten tomatoes, Lu Wei managed to find quite a few good ones. Meanwhile, more people began arriving to pick vegetables. There were now 3 or 4 people fighting over the same vegetable pile. Though there were many people, they couldn't collect much, because before they could finish picking, one cart after another of vegetables kept mushrooms, chili peppers, sweet potatoes, cilantro, green beans, carrots, chopped ginger, oranges, apples, plums. Lu Wei saw a fresh, bright red plum, and although only a small part in the bag was rotten, an entire bag was thrown away. He was simply ecstatic. If he took these home for the little girl, how excited would she be? He had never eaten plums in winter. No, not to mention eating them, he had never even heard of plums being available in winter. The author's personal experience picking vegetables is real. Lu Wei began picking excitedly, wondering how much he could sell all these good things for. He could only lament that he had only 2 hands and couldn't carry back so many good items. However, as he continued picking, he felt a sense of heaviness in his heart. It was an inexplicable sadness. In his time, just a few years after having enough to eat, when people ate, they would pick up even a single grain of rice that fell on the table. Usually they could only afford to buy a bit of meat during the new year or festivals. That was already considered a good life. A few years ago, life had been even harder. He clearly remembered that in 1976, when he was 7 years old, it was a year full of calamities. In July of that year, frost suddenly fell in their area. The crops hadn't even matured yet, and everything was frozen to death. That year was the hungriest he could remember. Forget about rice, there wasn't even corn to eat. They could only eat immature green corn that had frozen along with the corn cob. Moreover, he heard from his parents that year wasn't even the most difficult. During the hardest times, they could only eat wild vegetables and potatoes. He even heard that some people would fight with pigs for food at the production team. Those days were so bitter that people now dare not recall. Compared to people from that era, those in this era were practically living in a dream. Though he felt distressed, Lu Wei didn't miss a single opportunity to pick. Although it was his first time picking vegetables, and he lacked experience being young and strong, he moved quickly and still managed to gather a large assortment of fruits and vegetables amidst the older folks. The older folks were left with dark faces, having collected less than half of their usual haul. One elderly man seemed irritated by Lu Wei's wolf-like picking style. "You kid, can you eat all that you picked?" Lu Wei glanced at the old man in confusion and chuckled. "I have a big family, we can finish it all." The old man pointed at the several large bags of vegetables behind Lu Wei. "Do you have hundreds of people in your family? Can you eat this much?" Lu Wei's face flushed red and he mumbled, "If I don't pick them, is it not a waste to throw them away?" The old man was left speechless, huffing as he turned and walked away, deciding not to compete with the kid, knowing there were plenty of vegetables. Slowly, not just this old man, but others nearby started to keep their distance from Lu Wei. They couldn't compete with him. If they couldn't fight, why provoke? With everyone else gone, Lu Wei was left to pick to his heart's content. Unknowingly, it became dark and the wholesale market closed. Lu Wei stared at the large pile of vegetables on the ground, dumbfounded. So much, at least several hundred pounds. How could he take this home? In such a public place, he couldn't just disappear back home. Oh, what if someone saw him and got scared? Was he supposed to throw some away? No, he absolutely couldn't throw anything away. Even if it meant making several trips, he had to carry it all back. Just as Lu Wei was about to head towards the bridge tunnel, a familiar voice called out from behind him. "Xiao Wei, is that you?" Lu Wei turned around to see Grandma Wu pushing a tricycle standing behind him. "Grandma Wu, what brings you here?" Lu Wei's face lit up as he looked at Grandma Wu's tricycle, thinking her arrival was truly. Grandma Wu chuckled. "Well, it's almost dinner time, and I came to see if I could pick up something. From afar I thought it looked like you, and it really is. What are you standing here for?" Lu Wei pointed to the large bags near his feet, and the 2 plastic baskets that had split open, which the vendor had thrown away, fearing the vegetables would be damaged. "I've picked up so many vegetables, and I'm worried about how to take them back." Grandma Wu, seeing the mountain of vegetables, laughed. "Why did you pick so many? Can you eat all this?" Lu Wei scratched his head, awkwardly smiling. "I thought they were all good. It would be too wasteful to throw them away, so I couldn't resist picking them all up." Grandma Wu felt even better about him upon hearing his honest words. What a good child. Kind, frugal, simple, warm-hearted, and good at living. Any girl who could marry him would surely be happy. It's a pity he's a bit poor, but might be hard for him to find a wife. "Come, let's load up the vegetables onto my tricycle, and—" "All right, thank you. I was just worried about how to transport them." Lu Wei smiled brightly, quickly moving the vegetables onto the cart. "Grandma, let's go." "Okay." To accommodate Grandma Wu's pace, Lu Wei pushed the tricycle slowly. "Xiao Wei, if you're in a hurry, just go ahead. You don't have to wait for me. Just return the tricycle after you're done, or you can bring it back tomorrow morning." Lu Wei shook his head. He didn't dare let Grandma Wu walk alone at night. "It's fine, Grandma. I'll be passing by your house on my way back, so I'll help you take it home first." Grandma Wu looked at Lu Wei with satisfaction and asked with a smile, "I haven't asked you yet, where are you living now?" Lu Wei paused slightly at her question, then steeled himself and replied, I just arrived here today. I haven't found a place to stay yet. I plan to sleep in that bridge tunnel over there." In fact, Lu Wei was quite satisfied with that bridge tunnel. It was discreet, and no one could see him traversing back. As long as he sealed both ends of the concrete pipe tightly, it could count as a brick and tile house. Grandma Wu was taken aback and asked, "Why are you living under a bridge? Haven't you found a place to settle down?" Lu Wei chuckled, showing no signs of embarrassment on his face. "I don't have any money. Once I earn some money, I'll look for a place to stay." Seeing Lu Wei's bright smile, Grandma Wu couldn't help but feel a pang in her heart. "You came out to work, and your family. Didn't your parents give you some money for travel?" Lu Wei shook his head, speaking calmly. "I don't have parents." This wasn't a lie. In this world, he truly had no. The old lady instantly stopped talking, gazing at Lu Wei's silhouette as he pushed the cart, falling silent for a moment. The two of them didn't say anything further, and soon they arrived at Grandma Wu's doorstep. Lu Wei came to a steady stop and smiled. Grandma, you go inside first. They'll bring the vegetables over and push the cart back to you right away. He was about to turn around when Grandma Wu called out, Xiao Wei, there's no rush. Come in with me first. After saying that, the old lady walked straight into the yard. Although Lu Wei was a bit confused, he quickly parked the cart and followed her in. Wait for me a moment, Grandma Wu said, turning back into the house. In a short while she came out with a key and walked to the leftmost room, unlocking the door with a click. She waved to Lu Wei, come in and take a look. Lu Wei followed her and feeling puzzled. Once inside, he glanced around. The room was about the same size as Grandma, was roughly 10 square meters. The room was empty with just a wooden bed and a table. There was nothing else, but it was kept very clean. Grandma Wu smiled and said, you can stay here for now. The rent is 300 yuan a month. Whenever you have money, you can pay me then. As she spoke, she directly handed the key to Lu Wei. Seeing this, Lu Wei hurriedly waved his hands. Grandma, I can't accept this. Grandma Wu laughed. Just take it, it's not a gift. You can pay the rent when you have money. Don't worry, this house is mine. Just stay here comfortably. Lu Wei widened his eyes in surprise. This is your house? Grandma Wu chuckled. Yes, the entire yard belongs to me. I've rented out all the others, and this one is left. It's perfect to rent to you, but saves me a lot of trouble. Lu Wei asked in confusion. If you have so many houses for rent, why do you still work so hard collecting scrap? There are 3 main rooms and 3 side rooms in this yard. Except for the room where the old lady lives, all 8 rooms are rented out. At a minimum rent of 300 yuan per month, that's over 2,000 yuan in rent every month, yet this old lady still collects scrap. Grandma Wu smiled and said, when you get old, you can't stay idle. I'm afraid of becoming useless, so I keep moving around to exercise. Alright, you tidy up here, I have to go back to cook. After saying that, Grandma Wu placed the key down and turned to leave. Lu Wei opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. Having a room was indeed very important to him. Not only did it mean he wouldn't have to squat under a bridge, but it also meant he wouldn't have to worry about others inadvertently seeing him while crossing over. But the rent was a bit expensive. 300 yuan a month was enough for their family to spend for half a year. Forget it, he thought, let's not think about it for now. Tomorrow I'll go to the vegetable wholesale market and see how much I can earn. Lu Wei went outside and pushed the tricycle into the yard. Looking at the cart full of vegetables, he felt a little troubled. How was he going to explain all these vegetables to his family? Lu Wei moved all the vegetables inside. Although it was hard to explain, he certainly couldn't bring himself to throw them away. He picked out some good ones and decided to give some to Grandma Wu. Xiao Wei, what are you going to do with all those vegetables? Well, I haven't really thought it through. Lu Wei scratched his head, admitting that dealing with so many vegetables was indeed a problem. Grandma Wu pondered for a moment and said, how about this? You take some out for me, and I can try to sell them at the morning market tomorrow. If I sell them cheaper, I should be able to sell some. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei's eyes lit up instantly. The morning market. I can sell vegetables. I'll go myself, you don't need to trouble yourself. What's the trouble? I can't sleep in the morning anyway, I'll wander around the morning market. Besides, aren't you going to work at the wholesale market? That's when you'll be busy. If you trust me, just leave it to me. Grandma Wu said with a smile. Lu Wei quickly replied, of course I trust you. I'm just worried about you getting tired. Let's do this, we'll split the money from the sales evenly. Grandma Wu chuckled dismissively. What would I need your money for? I can't even spend all of mine. Lu Wei laughed foolishly. Who had money they couldn't spend? Back in his small room, Lu Wei sorted out some perfectly good vegetables and set them aside to give to Grandma Wu. As for the rest, Lu Wei thought for a moment and left them untouched. After all, if he took them back now, his family would definitely notice. He only took out some common vegetables and fruits to bring back home to eat. However, the less common ones he left behind. For example, purple cabbage, avocados, and mangoes were things he had never. If he brought back fewer items, he could find a way to cover it up. But bringing back so many would make it impossible to explain to his parents. Lu Wei had already made up his mind to set up a stall in the town tomorrow to sell these vegetables. Even if some of these vegetables were damaged and wouldn't sell for a high price, selling them for a few dimes per pound would definitely not be a problem. After working for so long, Lu Wei began to feel a bit hungry. So he went straight home to prepare a meal. However, upon returning home, he realized he wasn't that hungry anymore. Lu Wei was puzzled at what was going on. Why was he hungry in that world, but not here? Could it be that the time in the two worlds is different, and so are their stomachs? After pondering for a while, and still being unable to figure it out, Lu Wei decided not to think about it any longer. Just as he planned to take a good nap and rest up for work later that night, the door to his room was suddenly pushed open. Lu Wei looked up in surprise. Mom, how come you're back? His uncle's family lived in a village on the outskirts of the county, over 30 kilometers away from their home. Even taking the bus would take at least an hour. Moreover, the bus could only go to the town. The remaining 5 kilometers from the town to home had to be walked or hitchhiked. Lu Guifeng stomped the snow off her feet and said with a gloomy expression, if I didn't come back, would I still be celebrating the new year there? Where's your dad and sister? Lu Wei's mother, Lu Guifeng, was 40 years old and quite beautiful, but her skin had become a bit dull from years of hard work in the fields. Dad went fishing with my uncle. My sister is at Grandma's house. In northeast winters, fishing is particularly interesting. They drill a hole in the thick ice and then use a net to stir the water. Once stirred up, the oxygen enters the water, attracting the fish, which can then be scooped up. Sometimes when luck is good, they can find small pits with very little water left where there are gaps under the ice. They can just dive in and directly pick up the fish. Lu Wei's dad and uncle love to go fishing and catching shrimp when they have free time. So although Lu Wei's family rarely eats meat, they have plenty of fish. Originally, Lu Wei wanted to go fishing today too, but he didn't manage to get up in time because he overslept this morning. Hearing this, his mom muttered, "All day long not doing anything productive, just fishing and catching shrimp. We have so many fish at home that we can't finish. Oh, what's the use of catching so many? They can't even be sold for money." Upon hearing his mom's words, Lu Wei guessed that she probably didn't manage to borrow any money this time. "Mom, did you manage to borrow any money?" Hearing this, his mom paused, her eyes reddening. She hurriedly lowered her head, afraid her son would see it, and changed the topic, asking, "Did you eat lunch?" "I did. I ate at Grandma's house." Upon hearing this, his mom sighed. "Can't you cook a bit for yourself? Why do you keep eating out? Do you think your aunt is happy about it? If she's not happy, you'll just eat more." Lu Wei chuckled. His mom, who was originally feeling down, couldn't help but laugh at his joke, scolding him playfully, "Whose thick-skinned face did you inherit? Mom, it's okay if we can't borrow money. No matter what we eat during the new year, as long as our family is safe and sound, that's better than anything else." Lu Wei comforted, knowing his mom felt upset about not borrowing any money. His mom sighed. "It's my and your dad's fault for not being capable. We don't even have money to buy new clothes for you and your sister for the new year." Lu Wei chuckled. "You didn't let us run around naked, did you? As long as we have enough food to eat and keep warm, that's already great. It's a lot better than those years when we went hungry and cried. Things will get better in the future too." His mom patted Lu Wei's head, tears welling up in her eyes as she nodded firmly. "Yes, things will get better. With such a good son like you, will be happy, even if I have to eat plain food during the new year." Lu Wei smiled a bit shyly. Just as he was about to say something, the door to their house was suddenly pushed open forcefully. Both of them looked up to see their neighbor Wang Guiying storming in with her second child, Su'er Bao. Lu Wei's heart, oh no, the little girl had just caused some trouble, and now they were here to confront them. Indeed, this Su'er Bao was the child who had just been beaten up by the little girl. At this moment, his face bore marks from being scratched by the little girl, red and swollen. Sure enough, as soon as Wang Guiying entered, she shouted, "Guifang, you're back. Look at your Wenhui, she's so ruthless. She scratched my Erbao's face until there's not a good spot left." Hearing this, Lu Guifang quickly stood up to inspect Su Erbao's sorry state, and couldn't help but wince. "That little girl, why is she so vicious? When she comes back, just wait and see how I deal with her. Erbao, don't cry. Andy will give you some candy. When she returns, Annie will take revenge and give her a good beating. Woo. She said she would kill me." Su Erbao cried woefully, clearly having a significant psychological shock. Lu Guifang felt a bit awkward and could only keep comforting Su Erbao. Wang Guiying sarcastically remarked, "You know, Wenhui comes over to watch TV every day at our house. Just because Erbao said she wouldn't let her watch TV anymore, she beat him up like this. Where's the logic in that?" The implication was clear. The TV is ours. If we don't want to let you watch it, you can't. Who told you your family doesn't have a TV? Furthermore, by saying this, she aimed to make you feel embarrassed about going to their house to watch TV in the future. Lu Guifang naturally understood this, but knew they were speaking the truth. If they had the means, they could buy their own TV. This humiliation had to be swallowed. That was the helplessness of adults. If you can't earn money, you will be looked down. They wouldn't say it blatantly to your face. That would be foolish. Instead, they would speak in a sarcastic tone, leaving no room for rebuttal. However, Lu Guifang had her concerns, but Lu Wei did not. He directly stood up and retorted, "Su'er Bao, how exactly did you say it back then? Which bastard said our family sold the older sister, claiming we're poor and will never be able to afford a TV? I refuse to believe that if no one taught him, a 7-year-old kid could say such things. That would mean he is inherently bad. If it weren't for the fact that I was much older than him, I would have wanted to give him a couple of slaps to teach him what proper upbringing is." If Wang Guiying had just been sarcastic moments ago, then Lu Wei was now openly confronting her. Wang Guiying's face flushed a deep red, unsure whether it was from anger or embarrassment, her chest heaving violently. Her finger almost poked Lu Guifang's nose as she exclaimed, "Is this how you educate your children at home? Don't you have any manners left?" Lu Wei waved his hand dismissively, saying, "How we educate our children is none of your business. You should hurry back and teach your two little treasures instead. Be careful that when they grow up, they become petty thieves and ruffians and end up getting shot." This statement struck a nerve with Wang Guiying. Her eldest son Su Daba was notorious in the village for being idle and engaging in petty theft. Lu Wei was practically insulting her to her face. Seeing that Lu Wei was going too far, Lu Guifang slapped him on the back, scolding, "Get lost. Adults are talking, what right do you have to interrupt?" However, her slap was so light that it barely brushed off the dust from his clothes. Wang Guiying observed this, clearly trembling with anger. "Lu Guifang, what does your family mean by this? After all these years as neighbors, you no longer want to maintain a good relationship, do you? Erbao is just a small child. How can his words be attributed to our teaching without knowing where he heard them from? Lu Wei sneered. It's even better not to maintain it. Your family is too lazy to clean their own house and doesn't plant a garden, yet every year they come to our house to pick vegetables and fruits. In spring they plant, and in autumn they harvest. When has our family not helped? They see us fishing and just bring over a basin eating all our soy sauce. In the end, my sister watches your family's television for a while only to be gossiped about by you. Didn't you say you didn't say anything? If you dare swear that you did, I'll believe you when a household registration book dies. Wang Guiying's chest heaved violently, as if she might faint at any moment. She certainly didn't dare to swear, and could only choose to withdraw. Alright, so this is how you think. Then from now on we won't recognize each other anymore. With that, Wang Guiying Lu Guifeng pointed the stove hook at Lu Wei angrily, and said, you go back to your room. Then she turned to chase after Wang Guiying, saying, Ging, don't argue with the children, please don't be angry. After a while, Lu Guifeng returned, squatting at the door of the stove, tears streaming down her face. The marriage of their eldest daughter not only brought shame to their family in the village, but also filled her with guilt. Their village was far from the city and close to the forest area. As the saying goes, one eats from the mountain and the sea. In winter, villagers would go up the mountain to cut wood and sell it to timber factories for profit. This kind of logging is illegal and considered timber theft. However, during this time the national policy was lenient towards industrial construction, and generally no one cared. Thus, every year many villagers would illegally enter the mountain to log, commonly referred to as timber theft. Such unregulated operations also led to many accidents. Years ago, Lu Wei's father Lu Dehai was injured while illegally logging when a falling log struck him. To raise the surgery fee, they first sold their prized red horse, but it still wasn't enough. At that time, Lu Wei's elder sister Lu Wenjuan was in the midst of a courtship. A man named Qin Kezi from the neighboring village came forward, offering a bride price of 2,000 yuan to marry her. Qin Kezi was 5 years older than her sister. Although his family wasn't wealthy, they were certainly not poor. He was also a decent person, sharp-minded, and without any faults in his conduct. He had been unable to find a wife solely because of his limp. Meanwhile, Lu Wei's elder sister Lu Wenjuan took after their mother, being very beautiful and adept at both household and outdoor work, so finding a good family for her was not difficult. However, at that time, very few families could afford to come up with 2,000 yuan, let alone spend it on a bride. Initially, their mother was against it, but in the end the elder sister directly took the money to the hospital. After all, one cannot abandon their own father's life. The marriage was settled last year. After Lu Dehai was discharged from the hospital and learned of this, he had a huge argument with Lu Guifeng, drinking heavily every day and falling into despair. Since then, this matter became a burden on the hearts of the entire family. Seeing her mother shed tears, Lu Wei knew that she was recalling this incident again. Mom, don't listen to their nonsense. Our family's life will definitely get better and better. Lu Guifeng raised her head, touched Lu Wei's head, smiled with red-rimmed eyes. Mom, didn't cry. Oh, it's just my eyes are a bit blurry. My eldest son is becoming more sensible, which makes me happy. Seeing his mother like this, Lu Wei felt a pang in his heart and silently vowed to work hard, earn more money, and improve their family's situation. Just then his father and younger sister returned, with his father carrying a bucket filled with half a bucket of loaches and various small fish and frogs. In northeast China at this time the weather was freezing, but there were still plenty of fish in the river. Just as the old saying goes, you can catch fish with a stick if you strike the deer. Although it might be a bit exaggerated, catching some fish and shrimp was indeed not too difficult. Seeing his wife with red eyes as if she had just been crying, Lu Dehai immediately frowned. What's wrong? Why are you crying? Who upset you? Lu Guifeng completely ignored him and turned to the little girl, her face darkening. Lu Wenhui, let me ask you, did you get into a fight with someone today again? Upon hearing this, Lu Wenhui immediately shrank behind her father, peeking out with a defiant expression. It was Su Erbao who insulted me first. I only hit him back. Lu Guifeng angrily said, you're being stubborn. They've already come to our house. From now on you won't be able to watch TV anymore. Oh, let's see where you'll watch cartoons. The little girl, very stubborn, huffed angrily. If I can't watch, then I won't watch. My dad said we'll buy a TV at New Year's. Lu Guifeng glared at Lu Dehai, saying, you said it, you go buy it for your daughter. I won't stop you. Lu Dehai felt a bit embarrassed, chuckling awkwardly. It's just that it's almost New Year. I've heard that heir whose family is planning to replace their old TV, the old 14-inch black and white TV, is for sale for only 50 yuan. Lu Guifeng snorted coldly. Sure, if you have the money, then go buy it. I have no objections. Hearing this, Lu Dehai smiled at his wife in a flattering manner. Our family still has 50 yuan, right? Lu Guifeng furiously slammed the stove hook down, raising her voice. Lu Dehai, have you lost your mind? Or are you planning not to pay your daughter's tuition next year? If you buy the TV, are we all going to starve? Seeing Lu Guifeng get angry, Lu Dehai also quieted down and helplessly said to the little girl, there's nothing I can do, your mom won't allow it. Seeing her hopes of having the TV dashed after days of anticipation, the little girl felt extremely upset. She had boasted about it, and how could she face people now? Where would she put her pride among the other children in the village? With a pout, tears streamed down her face. Seeing this, Lu Wei knew he had to step in. He hurriedly squatted down to comfort the little girl. Don't cry, if Dad and Mom won't buy it for you, I will. I promise I'll get you a TV tomorrow. The little girl looked at her brother with tearful eyes. Really? Lu Wei nodded sincerely. Really, I will definitely buy it for you. I don't believe you. The little girl pouted. She wasn't foolish. If her parents couldn't afford a television, how could her brother? Lu Wei was both amused and helpless as he ruffled the little girl's hair. You still don't believe me? Well, I have something delicious here. You can't eat it. The little girl blinked her eyes at her brother. What delicious thing? Just wait, Lu Wei said as he turned and walked into the room. In a short while he came out with a triangular cloth bag and waved a large red apple in front of the little girl. Look, what is this? The little girl exclaimed joyfully. Wow, a big apple. So big. I want to eat it. This scene left their parents dumbfounded. They rarely saw such large apples, let alone bought them. Where did you get this? Their mother stared at the apple with wide eyes. Lu Wei placed the bag on the ground and opened it, revealing the vegetables and fruits inside. I have a classmate from a farm. Their family sells vegetables. Today, while passing through the South Avenue of our village, their vehicle got stuck in a ditch. I helped him dig it out with a shovel. His father insisted on giving me money, but how could I accept? We are classmates. In the end, his father gave me some fruits and vegetables. Originally, I didn't want them, but he said these were damaged and not worth much. He planned to give them away, so he just gave them to me. I thought since they are worthless, I might as well take them, or else he might think I looked down on them. Look, not only are there apples, but also cucumbers, peppers, eggplants, tomatoes, ginger, celery, etc. They all have some bruises, can't fetch a price, and it's better to eat them ourselves, or give them away. Their father, having heard this, nodded in satisfaction. Son, you did the right thing. Even if it's just a classmate, we shouldn't ask for money from others. However, these vegetables and fruits must be worth something. Since they made an effort, it's indeed hard to refuse. Next time we meet, let's also give them something in return. It's only polite. I've already thought about it. Tomorrow I'll go to town and take some of the loach fish you brought back today to their home. Alright, just leave the loach here. You can take it tomorrow, it won't die. In Long Province, winter loaches and old fish aren't afraid of freezing because they naturally live in extremely low temperatures. Even if they freeze hard, they can still revive when thawed in cold water. The old fish can even freeze in the soil for an entire winter and still revive in spring. Thus, the wild cold-water fish from Long Province taste exceptionally good. Their mother, filled with joy, took out and organized the vegetables and the apples and oranges. While organizing, she excitedly examined the vegetables. These vegetables are so fresh. Look at this cucumber, it still has thorns. It only has a little bruise. Oh, what's the big deal? It's no different from fresh ones. You can't even buy cucumbers this good. This pepper is fine too, but it's just new. Garlic is quite expensive now. I heard it's already $2.50 per pound today. This is great. We won't have to buy any for the new year, and this will last us a while. Their mother became increasingly happy as she collected the vegetables. With these, their family could have a decent new year. Lu Wei watched his mother's excited and thrilled expression and suddenly felt a pang of sadness. If she knew that these vegetables and fruits were all discarded and unwanted, I wonder what she would feel. After putting away the vegetables, he also gathered the oranges, apples, and a few bananas. The little girl immediately protested when she saw her mother collecting everything. Mom, I want to eat a banana. Give me one. What are you eating for? You look like a banana. Save it for the new year. If you eat it now, what will you eat during the new year? An apple is good enough. Go away. After saying that, their mother disregarded her protests and locked everything in the cupboard. The little girl holding the apple looked at her mother with puffed cheeks. I've never had a banana before. Can't I just have a taste? Lu Wei also chimed in from the side. Mom, let her have it. Other things can be stored, but bananas can't. If we don't eat them today, they'll spoil in a few days. Although the winter temperatures in northeast China are low and bacteria are not active and things generally don't spoil, as long as the storage temperature is suitable, fruits and vegetables can usually last for 10 to 8 days without issue. But bananas are different. The ones Lu Wei brought back were already meant for long storage, and if they stay longer, they will definitely spoil. Their mother frowned upon hearing this. These bananas can't be stored. Lu Wei nodded. Yes, my classmate told me they can't be stored. They will spoil if left longer. Sigh then. Their mother reluctantly took out the bananas. Lu Wei had brought back 8 bananas. Their family of 4 could each have one, and one for Grandma's family too. As soon as the little girl got the banana, she was about to bite it, but Lu Wei quickly stopped her, peeled it for her, and then handed it to her. The little girl took a bite, squinting her eyes and smiling joyfully. The banana is so delicious, brother, you eat it, she said, offering the banana to Lu Wei's mouth. Lu Wei shook his head at the banana covered in her saliva. I want to eat. I have mine. You eat quickly. The little girl's eyes turned as if she suddenly thought of something. She grabbed the banana and dashed out the door. Lu Wei hurriedly asked, where are you going? They'll be back soon, came the little girl's voice from the yard. Lu Wei shook his head and didn't bother with her, instead taking out 4 bananas from the bunch. Mom, I'm taking these to Grandma's. Their mother nodded in appreciation. Go ahead, come back early for dinner. Your aunt will see this as a return of goodwill. Their mother pouted. My son is so considerate. Even though he has often eaten at their home over the years, he has also helped out a lot, and he hasn't forgotten them when there's something good to eat. Lu Wei went out holding the bananas, and after a turn saw the little girl standing by the sticks separating their yard from the Su families, shaking the banana in front of Sewer Bao. Sewer Bao, have you ever eaten a banana? Look, this is a banana, it's so sweet. So delicious, fragrant. In those years, Long Province being the northeasternmost region, not to mention eating bananas, most people had never even seen one, at most having seen them on television. Only high-ranking officials enjoyed such privileges. Sewer Bao couldn't help salivating upon seeing the banana in the little girl's hand. When can I have a bite? If you give me a bite, I'll let you watch TV every day. No. The little girl refused firmly. Then can you let me lick it just once? Just then Wang Guiying came out and saw her son acting so shamelessly and angrily dragged him back home. Sewer Bao cried out desperately, throwing a tantrum for the banana. For a moment the old Su family was in chaos. Lu Wei watched this scene, shaking his head with amusement, and patted the little girl's head. Go on, hurry back home. Aren't you cold? No, I want to go to Grandma's with you. Then let's go. In the old Su family, Su Daba wandered outside for a whole day and only returned home when he felt hungry. Mom, is there food? I'm hungry. Wang Guiying, already filled with anger, erupted when she heard her eldest son immediately asking for food. Eat, eat, eat. All you think about is eating. Are you blind? Can't you see your little brother has been beaten to a pulp? Su Daba looked at his younger brother and saw his face covered in red bruises, his eyes swollen from crying. What happened? Who did he get into a fight with? Wang Guiying fumed. Who else could it be? It's that little brat. Su Daba frowned and said, that little girl is so small. I can't just go beat her up to vent my brother's anger, can I? That would just make me a laughingstock. Although Su Daba was not academically inclined and often engaged in petty theft, he had not sunk so low as to bully a child. Are you a tiger? You can't hit the little one, but what about the big one? Today he even scolded your mother. You should go give him a good beating and make sure they all have a miserable new year. Upon hearing this, Su Daba was eager to comply. Alright, I'll beat him up tomorrow when I see him. Now hurry and make me something to eat, I'm starving. In his mind, he didn't take Lu Wei seriously at all since he was 2 years older than him. Beating him up would be a piece of cake. All you think about is eating. How did you two debt collectors come to be at? Meanwhile, Lu Wei was still unaware that someone was planning to beat him up. Even if he did know, he wouldn't care, as a child raised in the countryside who hasn't been in a fight. Basically, fights were something that happened from childhood to adulthood. As soon as they entered their grandmother's yard, the little girl started shouting, Grandma, I brought you some delicious food. As she spoke, she ran into the house with her short little legs. The door slammed, shaking the frame. The old aunt watched nervously, fearing the door would fall off. Be careful, my little ancestor. Didn't you just come home? Why are you back again? She mumbled to herself, wondering if these two troublemakers were back to mooch food again. Oh, well, they've been doing it for so many years, what's there to get used to? The little girl looked up proudly and said, and I brought you some good food. The old lady sitting on the kong and chatting with Grandma Wang next door smiled as she looked at her granddaughter and said, hee, what has my eldest granddaughter brought for Grandma? Bananas there with my brother. Bananas, eh? Everyone thought the little girl had made a mistake and looked at Lu Wei. Seeing that there were outsiders, Lu Wei originally didn't want to take them out, but since the little girl had already mentioned it, he could only take the bananas out of his pocket and place them on the kong, smiling as he said, yes, they are bananas. Someone gave me 8 bananas, just enough for everyone in our family to have one. As soon as Lu Wei took out the bananas, the room fell silent. The smile on Grandma's face deepened as she nodded repeatedly, saying, good, good. My eldest grandson remembers Grandma when he has good food. That makes me happier than anything else. Nearby, Grandma Wang also smiled and said, this child Lu Wei has been sensible and filial since he was young. He won't have any trouble finding a wife in the future. Grandma laughed heartily without responding. Her grandson was naturally the best in the world. She was pondering whether to write to her eldest, and second, to send some money back to help her grandson find a wife first. After all, the child would be 18 after the new year, and it was time for him to get married. Nearby, the old aunt looked at the bananas with a pleased expression, feeling that after years of feeding them, she was finally seeing some return on her investment. As long as Lu Wei didn't turn out to be a white-eyed wolf, she would be content. Lu Wei's uncle Lu Dajiang just watched with a smile, genuinely liking this eldest nephew. He didn't have a son, and to him Lu Wei was almost like his own child. The youngest, Lu Wenfeng, didn't think too much, quickly grabbed a banana and asked her sister how to eat it. Is this a banana? It really looks like the ones on TV, the old aunt said, staring at the banana in amazement. She picked one up, sniffed it, and nodded, it really smells good. The uncle glanced at the old aunt with disdain and said, all right, hurry up and put it away. Look at you, such a hopeless sight. The old aunt rolled her eyes at the uncle and said, you think you're so successful. Have you ever seen a banana? I haven't seen it, but I'm not like you. Lu Wei laughed as he watched the two bicker, turning to his grandmother and saying, Grandma, don't leave the bananas out too long. Eat them quickly or they'll spoil. I'm going home now. Go on, go on. I know, hurry back. It's getting dark. That night, after dinner, Lu Wei went to bed early. A peaceful night passed. The next morning, as dawn broke, he was woken up by his mother. Son, get up quickly. Have some food before you go wait for the bus. If you're late, everyone will leave without you. Lu Wei's village was 5 kilometers from the town. In summer it wasn't a problem to walk, but in the dead of winter it was quite difficult. The ground was slippery, and the heavy clothes made one prone to falling. Therefore anyone going to town would usually find a horse cart on the main road. Generally, they wouldn't refuse if they encountered a few villages along the way unless they were completely packed. Due to the long-distance trips to town were usually made early to return before dark. Lu Wei wore warm clothes today, specifically thick cotton pants with suspenders, since sitting on the horse cart for an hour would be very cold. After breakfast, Lu Wei set off carrying a half bucket of loach and a set of slightly old thinner clothes. He found a secluded spot, first traveled to 2025, placed the loach and clothes in the house, and then returned to 1988. These loaches were meant for Grandma Wu, so there was no need to take them to town. The clothes were meant to be worn here. Upon reaching the main road, he found several people already waiting for the bus. As the new year approached, everyone had to go to town to buy New Year goods. Lu Wei glanced at a few people. They were all from the same village, and quite familiar. What surprised him even more was that among them was his crush, the owner of the small shop, Zhouya. Seeing his dream girl, Lu Wei couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. "Second Nan, are you also going to town?" he said, stating the obvious. Zhouya smiled, her big watery eyes looking at Lu Wei. "Yes, Lu Wei, why are you going to the street alone? Aren't your—" In Lu Wei's eyes, Zhouya's smile seemed to glow and radiate warmth, making his face slightly redden. "Yes, my parents are going on the 27th. I'm going to take care of something." An older woman nearby, about the same age as Lu Wei's parents, overheard and chuckled. "Oh, Lu Wei can handle things by himself now. Seems like he's grown up." Someone beside her immediately chimed in, "Isn't that right? Lu Wei is already 18 or 19 this year, isn't he? It's time for him to get married and settle down." Zhouya too giggled slightly, a teasing glint in her eyes as she looked at Lu Wei. Lu Wei felt his face redden at their words, feeling that what these older women meant by settling down sounded somewhat. A group of women gathered together, teasing a naive young man, thrilling them immensely. Yet this exhilaration lasted only a short while before two horse-drawn carriages approached. The travelers boarded the two carriages and set off toward the town, hooves clattering rhythmically on the frozen earth. Dawn had not yet broken. The eastern horizon blazed with golden-red lights spilling across the snow-covered land in a surreal, ethereal beauty. Yet no one paused to admire it. Such splendor had long since become commonplace to them. In Lu Wei's carriage sat 5 people. Besides the driver Zhang Lalio, the others were Zhouya, a middle-aged woman, and a middle-aged man named Su Laosan. A local appellation, Lu Wei did not know his given name. Su Laosan harbored long-standing grievances against Lu Wei's family. Reasons unknown to Lu Wei, though he knew his father deeply disliked the man. Naturally, Lu Wei held no fondness for Su Laosan either. He would not have ridden in this carriage at all had Zhouya. Throughout the journey, the two women Su Laosan and Zhang Laolu chattered incessantly. Gradually, their conversation pivoted, inevitably, to Lu Wei himself. "Xiao Wei, you're 18 this year, aren't you?" asked the middle-aged woman. Song Xilan, a peer of Lu Wei's mother, and Wang Guiying, and once their classmate in school. Thus Lu Wei addressed her respectfully as Aunt Song. "Yes," he nodded. "At 18 you're nearly ready to wed. Shall Aunt Song find you a suitable match?" Song Xilan teased with a warm smile. Before Lu Wei could reply, Su Laosan scoffed dismissively. "Marry. What does his family have to offer? They're so destitute they can't even afford to defecate. What sensible family would marry their daughter into such poverty?" Assuming Lu Wei was merely a boy too timid to retort, Su Laosan spoke without restraint. He failed to realize Lu Wei's fiery temper brooked no such insolence. Instantly Lu Wei shot back, "Are you a dog? Why do you fixate so obsessively on my family's latrine? What? Is the excrement there insufficient for your appetite? No wonder your breath reeks of dung. You must have been raised on it. At your age, if you cannot speak like a human being, then silence yourself, lest every word betray your utter lack of upbringing and the shameful origins of your birth." This blistering outburst stunned everyone into speechless disbelief. None had anticipated Lu Wei's sudden defiant eruption, so much so that passengers in the other carriage craned their necks to witness the spectacle. A shared thought rippled among them. This boy appears quiet and unassuming, but when matters arise he stands unflinchingly firm, and his tongue, unbearably sharp. Even seasoned matrons curse less viciously. Su Laosan's eyes blazed crimson with fury. How dare a child, worse the son of his enemy, insult him so brazenly? Enraged beyond reason, he pointed a trembling finger and roared, "You little bastard! Who the hell do you think you are? I'll beat you to death today." He lunged forward to strike. Yet Lu Wei already braced the moment the first insult left Su Laosan's lips stood ready. As Su Laosan charged, Lu Wei gripped the carriage edge and launched a lightning-fast double kick. Blinded by rage, Su Laosan never saw it coming, and took the blow full force. The kick landed squarely on his chest. His feet slipped on the icy ground, and with a heavy thud, he crashed backward onto his back, breath knocked clean from his lungs. Thankfully, his thick winter clothing absorbed much of the impact. Otherwise, Lu Wei's innate ox-like strength might well have sent him spitting blood. Struggling to rise, Su Laosan slipped again, face first into the snow. Lu Wei seized the opening without hesitation. Another devastating kick struck Su Laosan square in the face. Darkness exploded behind his eyes, acid pain seared his sinuses, and warm blood gushed from his nose. Dazed and disoriented, Su Laosan reeled as Lu Wei's boots rained down like hail, sending him tumbling helplessly across the snow. With each blow, Lu Wei snarled, "Shut your foul mouth. Keep spewing filth. Go on, curse me more." Su Laosan tried repeatedly to scramble away, but the ice betrayed him and Lu Wei's strikes were too swift to evade. Only then did the others in the carriage snap out of their shock and rush to restrain Lu Wei. Still seething, Lu Wei refused to yield, until he turned and recognized Zhouya among those pulling at him. His retort died unspoken. Zhouya wrapped both arms around his arm and tugged him firmly backward. "Xiao Wei, stop. It's enough. If you injure him further, you'll be liable for medical expenses. Be reasonable. Come home with your second aunt." Her words fell upon him like chilled watermelon juice on a scorching summer day, cooling his fury instantly. Yet pride demanded he feign reluctance. He wriggled gently within the soft warmth of her embrace, savoring this rare tenderness. "Second, and don't hold me back. I'll pay his hospital bills, or better yet buy him a coffin and arrange his funeral." Realizing she couldn't subdue him alone, Zhouya urgently called Song Xiulan for help. Swiftly, Song Xiulan seized Lu Wei's other arm. At last Lu Wei stilled. Once he was guided back into the carriage, the others lifted Su Laosan and carried him bruised and humiliated to the second carriage. Thus ended the skirmish, save for Su Laosan's venomous glare fixed unwaveringly upon Lu Wei. Meeting that stare, Lu Wei pointed boldly and spat, "Staring at me, you piece of shit. Want another beating? You claim I'll never marry. Watch closely. I'll get your daughter pregnant before spring." At this, passengers in both carriages nearly burst into laughter. Su Laosan's daughter Su Lily had been Lu Wei's classmate in elementary school, and had long admired his youthful charm. Lu Wei, however, had never returned her affection, preferring Lan Chunyan from their class. Hearing these words, Su Laosan surged to his feet, roaring to confront Lu Wei, only to be forcibly restrained by his fellow passengers. "Enough, Laosan. What quarrel is there between a grown man and a child? Lao Wu, speed up. Lao Yo, slow down." Fearing renewed violence, the drivers hastily separated the carriages, one accelerating sharply, the other decelerating, until soon neither could see the other. After riding quietly for a time, Lu Wei suddenly leapt from the carriage, startling everyone who feared anew some reckless scheme. Zhouya tensed. "What are you doing?" Lu Wei glanced at her, puzzled. "Nothing. I've got cold feet. I'll jog a bit to..." In this region, winter mornings were brutally frigid, the mercury plunging below -40°C, the coldest hour of the day. Riders often dismounted periodically to run alongside the carriage lest their feet freeze solid. Hearing Lu Wei's explanation, Zhouya exhaled in relief. "You frightened me. I thought you'd start fighting again." Lu Wei sighed. "Who would I even fight? Besides, I'm ordinarily quite mild-mannered. Had he not slandered my father, and our entire family, right before my eyes, I wouldn't have struck him." Zhouya gave him a wry look. "Mild-mannered. I've seen through you now. The quietest ones always strike hardest." Zhang Laolu chuckled in agreement. "True enough. The loudest farts are silent, the deadliest dogs never bark. When gentle men are pushed too far, they strike with terrifying finality." As he began recounting an old tale, the lingering tension dissolved like mist beneath morning sun. The caravan resumed its journey toward town, dismounting to jog when chilled, boarding again when weary. Thus they alternated for over an hour until the outskirts of town finally came into view. "Second, Anne, are you heading into town to stock up on goods?" Lu Wei asked, his mind already scheming as the town drew near. Zhouya smiled, her expression ever tender and serene. "Indeed. With Lunar New Year approaching, demand surges. This will be my only procurement trip before the 15th. Each time Lu Wei glimpsed that smile, his pulse quickened. Countless times he had dreamed of marrying Zhouya, of proposing, celebrating their wedding, sharing their bed, only to awaken startled, having wet the sheets. He knew such fantasies were futile. Reality forbade a marriage to an 80-year-old widow, not least because his mother would never consent. Even were his mother to relent, Zhouya herself might refuse. Nor was she his sole object of youthful longing. He had imagined romance with many of his classmates' prettiest girls. Such innocent infatuation was natural for youth. "Second, Aunt, please remember to call for me on your way back. I'll carry your purchases." Zhouya regarded him with gentle, knowing eyes, her lips curving faintly upward. "Very well. Thank you. Once you've finished your errands, come find me at the second store. I'll wait for you there." "Agreed," Lu Wei replied, eagerly, unable to suppress the radiant joy spreading across his face. Zhouya's smile too lingered, subtle, enigmatic, layered with quiet significance. After a while the carriages rolled into town. Zhang Laolu informed everyone that those returning by carriage at noon should simply wait here. Passengers disembarked and dispersed to attend to their affairs. Their hometown Donglin town was small, its sole commercial street stretching less than 1 kilometer from south to north. The tallest buildings flanking the street rose only 2 stories high. Architectural relics from the 1950s, with just 2 such structures, the first store and the second store. Once the town's largest state-run cooperatives, both stores were now privately operated. Least rumor had it to the township chief's brother-in-law. Yet even now they remained the town's most vibrant hubs. Beyond them stood modest boutiques selling clothes and footwear, snack shops, and vendors hawking firecrackers, frozen meats, fish, poultry, peanuts, melon seeds, and candies. With the Lunar New Year approaching, residents from dozens of surrounding villages flooded the town to purchase holiday provisions. Crowds bustled along the streets, pulsing with festive energy. Lu Wei walked north to south, scouting for an ideal spot to set up his stall. In those days, no municipal authorities regulated street vending. Anyone could set up shop wherever they pleased. After surveying the area, Lu Wei chose the entrance of the second store. As one of only two-story buildings in town, it drew the densest foot traffic, and crucially, Zhou would emerge from there, spotting him immediately. Having selected his location, Lu Wei next sought current vegetable prices, essential to pricing his own produce. After asking several locals, he learned the town hosted only one vendor selling fresh vegetables, a general store offering everything from cooking oil and soy sauce to spices and household goods. Inside, he found a meager selection of vegetables, and only 2 fruits: guoguang apples. Southerners might never have encountered them, tiny green apples smaller than a fist, intensely tart, yet refreshing. Their frost resistance made long-distance transport possible. Here they were scarcely larger than duck eggs, and sold for 50 fun per jean. The second fruit was Northeast China's signature frozen pear, sold at 20 fun per jean. As for vegetables, only 4 varieties were available: cucumbers, chili peppers, eggplants, and celery, each priced at 2 yuan and 50 fun per jean. That was all, no more no less. Cabbages, potatoes, radishes, and scallions were staples kept in every household, rarely purchased, and of negligible market value. With vegetable prices firmly in mind, Lu Wei withdrew to a secluded corner and vanished into the year. Though a full night had passed in his own time, only half an hour elapsed here. When Lu Wei arrived at Grandma Wu's doorstep, she stood before the stove, the fragrant aroma of simmering vegetables curling into the crisp air. "Grandma Wu, do you have a scale?" Lu Wei asked, peering inside. She turned, wiping her hands on her apron. "I do, but only an old-fashioned balance scale, not one of those modern electronic ones young folks use." Lu Wei waved cheerfully. "Perfect. I prefer balance scales. I'm not accustomed to digital ones." "Very well. Wait a moment while I fetch it." She hurried to a cluttered shed, and soon returned holding aloft a gleaming, meticulously polished balance scale. "Here, do you know how to use it?" "Thank you, Grandma." Lu Wei accepted it, testing its weight and examining the calibration marks with practiced ease. "It's identical to the one I used before. I know exactly how to use it." "Good," she said warmly. "What do you plan to do with it?" Lu Wei scratched his head, bashful. "Well, I collected quite a bit of produce. I thought I'd try selling it, even at a discount. Better than letting it rot at home." Though skeptical, Grandma Wu offered encouragement. "Give it a try. Remember, if you sell anything, it's a blessing, if not no loss. You acquired it freely at no cost." "Yes, I understand." Lu Wei nodded, then recalled something else. "Oh, and may I borrow your tricycle?" Grandma Wu pointed toward the courtyard's corner. "It's right there. Help yourself." "Where do you plan to sell?" "I was hoping you might recommend a good spot nearby. The park entrance to the west draws crowds each evening. Many vendors set up there. You'll do well." She smiled encouragingly. "All right, I'll go now." Lu Wei wheeled the tricycle outside, loaded it with produce, and departed. Grandma Wu called after him, "Mind yourself." "Will do." Lu Wei pushed the tricycle to a deserted corner, and in a flash reappeared in 1988. Emerging from the warmth of 2025 into the biting cold of 1988, he shuddered violently, immediately retrieving his padded coat from the tricycle and slipping it on. Assured no one watched, he breathed a quiet sigh of relief. He wheeled the tricycle to the entrance of the second store and opened the sack, revealing vivid green vegetables, startlingly vivid against the monochrome winter landscape. In 1988, Lu Wei sold vegetables here, preparing only a few common ones: hot peppers, cucumbers, eggplants, celery, green beans, tomatoes, and the only fruits were Fuji apples and oranges, as he was quite familiar with these vegetables. They were located in the far northeast, where the variety of vegetables was scarce. Many southern vegetables he had never even heard of, and even if they were brought here, they probably wouldn't sell. Moreover, Lu Wei did not recognize those vegetables, so he picked very few. After parking his tricycle and opening a few bags of vegetables, he anxiously awaited customers. To his surprise, just as he set out the vegetables, an elderly man in his 50s or 60s approached to inquire about the prices. The old man bent down to look at the cucumbers in the bag and raised his head to ask, "Young man, how much are these cucumbers?" It was Lu Wei's first time doing business, and seeing a customer made him feel both nervous and excited. He unconsciously clenched his hands. He cleared his throat, trying to make his voice sound steady. "These cucumbers. They got a bit bruised during transport, so they don't look too good, but I'm selling them cheap at 1 yuan per jean." As Lu Wei spoke, fearing the old man wouldn't believe him, he picked up a cucumber and broke it open. "Look, the inside of this cucumber is perfectly fine, not spoiled at all." The crisp cucumber snapped open, releasing a fresh scent. The old man nodded, saying, "All right, it does look good. Give me." The old man then picked 3 cucumbers from the bag and handed them to Lu Wei for weighing. In those days, sellers didn't need to prepare bags. Customers usually brought their own baskets or bags. Lu Wei weighed the 3 cucumbers and said 1 jin and 2 liang. You are the first customer today, so just 1 yuan will do. The old man smiled even wider upon hearing this. All right, you're straightforward with business. How much are the hot peppers per jin? If you want them, it's 1 yuan and 50 cents. Weigh me 3 of them. Sure. That makes half a jin. Ew, I'll charge you 70 cents. In those times, apart from a few wealthy individuals, everyone else was not well off. Fresh vegetables were usually bought only for the new year, or when guests came over, people were generally reluctant to buy them otherwise. After all, pork was only 2 yuan per jin, making the vegetables more expensive. Receiving the 1 yuan 70 cents from the old man, Lu Wei felt particularly excited. This was the first money he earned from selling vegetables, making it especially meaningful. With this first success, he felt even more confident. Before long, a woman in her 40s or 50s came along. She was not as easy to deal with as the previous old man, scrutinizing Lu Wei's vegetables. These vegetables are not good. Look at this eggplant, it's rotten. Can you lower the price a bit? Auntie, this eggplant isn't rotten, it just has some yellow spots on the surface, but the inside is perfectly fine. You can take a look. As Lu Wei spoke, he took the eggplant and broke it open for her to see. The inside was clean and perfect with no issues. The old lady watched Lu Wei break open a perfectly good eggplant and complained, "Look at you, boy, why break a good eggplant? You're wasting food. How about this? I'll buy more vegetables, and you can give me this broken eggplant for free. Breaking it doesn't ruin it, and anyway, you'll have to break it when cooking at home." Lu Wei was at a loss for words. After thinking for a moment, he decided to be amicable and not let this bother him, as he couldn't afford to lose this sale. As the saying goes, money is hard to earn, and making a living isn't easy. Alright, if you can buy 5 yuan worth of vegetables, I'll give you this eggplant for free. Upon hearing this, the aunt laughed. She had originally planned to buy more since such cheap vegetables might not be available during the new year. Give me 5 cucumbers, 5 hot peppers, and 2 jin of celery. Seeing this, Lu Wei thought she was a big spender, making the eggplant worth giving away since it cost him nothing. After tallying up, the aunt bought 13 yuan worth of vegetables. Due to the time, she took a few more customers gradually gathered at Lu Wei's stall. When people shop, they often have a herd mentality. An experiment once showed that when 2 identical stalls had the same prices and quality, the one with more people would attract even more customers. Conversely, the stall with fewer people would hardly sell anything. So even though the aunt was difficult, she turned out to be excellent advertising for Lu Wei. She drew more and more people to his stall, and soon Lu Wei was overwhelmed with customers. "Young man, how much are these apples?" 1 yuan per jin. What about the oranges? Also 1 yuan. Kid, weigh me a few of these cucumbers. I want these 2 tomatoes. Here's the money. This vegetable. Lu Wei, selling vegetables for the first time, found himself in a big scene, feeling momentarily dazed. Moreover, due to the lack of entertainment during that era, people loved to gather for excitement. Seeing a crowd, they were naturally curious and came over to take a look. This led to an increasing number of people at Lu Wei's stall, crowding from inside and outside. Lu Wei was so busy that he was sweating, his vision filled with hands offering money and vegetables to be weighed. The second store in Donglan town had 2 floors, each about 200 square meters. The first floor had various stalls selling daily necessities. The second floor sold clothing, fabrics, and hats. Zhouya mainly did her shopping on the first floor and finished buying everything she needed in less than half an hour. Just as she was about to head to a larger grocery store in town for some snacks, she stepped out of the store and saw a large crowd gathered. Driven by curiosity, she walked over to see what was happening. Upon reaching the front, she discovered it was a vegetable stand, and all the vegetables were fresh, a rarity in their area. At that moment, 2 women walked past her, their faces beaming with joy, as if they had stumbled upon a great bargain. "These vegetables are really cheap. Although they're a bit bruised, they're perfectly fine to eat." "You're right. I just bought some for 3 yuan and 20 cents, and that young man selling vegetables charged me only 3 yuan, saving me 20 cents. Yeah, that kid clearly doesn't know how to do business. He didn't even take the extra cents." Zhouya, hearing how cheap the vegetables were, also felt tempted. After eating pickled vegetables, cabbage, and potatoes all winter, she felt she needed to have some fresh vegetables for the new year. Moreover, her family wasn't like others, they didn't have the means. Thinking of this, Zhouya hurriedly squeezed through the crowd and arrived at the vegetable stall. Looking at the fresh vegetables, she found, just like the 2 women said, that although there were some damages, they were still perfectly edible. Surrounded by people buying vegetables, Zhouya was just about to ask how much the vegetables cost per jin. But as she looked up, she was instantly stunned. "Xiaowei." Zhouya looked at Lu Wei, who was busy and sweating profusely in astonishment. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Lu Wei hurriedly looked up, and spotting Zhouya, quickly called out, "Second aunt, come help me. I can't handle this alone." Lu Wei never expected that these vegetables would be so in demand. These people seemed almost crazy. He was flustered, afraid of giving back the wrong change. Moreover, he couldn't keep up with everything happening, and with things going on like this, it was inevitable that someone might have. Hearing Lu Wei's words, Zhouya quickly stood beside him and started to help, forgetting to ask how he ended up here. An hour later, hundreds of pounds of vegetables were sold out, not a single one left. Lu Wei took off his hat, sweat pouring down his forehead, and his head was steaming. Zhouya, seeing this, quickly said, "Put your hat back on, or you might catch a cold." Lu Wei chuckled, "It's fine, second aunt. Thanks to you today, come on, I'll treat you to a meal. Joya lightly pouted, playfully scolding, what meal? Why spend that money? Come on, it won't cost much, and I need to cool down. Otherwise, with all this sweat, I might really catch a cold. Lu Wei insisted as he pulled Joya along, pushing the tricycle toward a nearby snack stall. These days there weren't any proper restaurants in town, only a few snack stalls selling tofu, pudding, buns, pancakes, and noodles. There were hardly any stir-fried dishes. Joya couldn't refuse Lu Wei and followed along, saying, all right, just don't pull me if I'll go. As a widow being seen tugging around with a young man on the street might ruin her reputation if someone she knew saw them. They arrived at a snack stall, pushed open the wooden door, and lifted the thick cloth curtain. The warm air mixed with the aroma of noodles and stews rushed over, instantly dispelling the chill. The small shop wasn't big, only a few old wooden tables, but it was kept tidy. They sat down in a corner, and Lu Wei neatly placed his hat on the edge of the table, saying, second, aunt, you rest here, I'll go order. Worried that Lu Wei would spend too much, Joya quickly said, I just want a bowl of tofu pudding. Lu Wei seemed not to hear her, thinking that after finally getting a chance to bring someone he liked to a restaurant, ordering just a bowl of tofu pudding was too little. Is that reasonable? Lu Wei looked up at the menu: chicken stew with mushrooms for 6 yuan, stir-fried cabbage with fatty intestines for 2 yuan, stir-fried cabbage with meat for 2 yuan, and a mix of 3 dishes. Boss, will take 10 meat buns, 2 bowls of tofu pudding, and 1 stir-fried cabbage with meat. Originally, Lu Wei wanted to order the mixed dishes, but fearing Joya wouldn't eat the innards, he opted for the stir-fried cabbage with meat instead. The meat buns were 0.3 yuan each, the tofu pudding also 0.3, the vegetables 2 yuan, totaling 5.6 yuan. Seeing Lu Wei order so much, Joya hurriedly said, you child, why are you spending money so recklessly? Quickly cancel it, or just buy a couple of buns and a bowl of tofu pudding. Lu Wei, unbothered, replied, it's fine, it's just a few yuan. I made money today, so I should treat myself to something nice. Even if you made money, you shouldn't spend it like this. This child, I'll pay for it later. As an elder, letting the younger generation treat might lead to gossip behind her back if anyone found out. Lu Wei hurriedly said, I've already paid. Besides, you helped me sell vegetables today, it's only right that I treat you. Hearing this, Joya smiled and said, you're a child, I'm an adult. How could I let a child treat me? Plus, you just had me help you sell some vegetables, it's no big deal. When Joya called him a child, the joy from just making money faded a bit in Lu Wei's heart, and he couldn't help but retort, I'm not a child, I'm an adult too. Some of my classmates are already married with children. This wasn't just him talking nonsense. Many people at 17 or 18 were getting married, and some even at 16. Joya's eyes flickered slightly at his words. All right, you're not a child. I haven't asked you yet, how did you end up selling? Lu Wei felt uncomfortable hearing her call him a child, and when she asked, he pretended not to understand. Because there are a lot of people and things sell quickly. Joya rolled her eyes at him. I meant, what made you think of selling vegetables? Do your parents know? Lu Wei shook his head. Isn't the new year coming soon? I thought everyone would need to buy some vegetables, so I brought some in to try. I haven't told my parents yet. I originally planned to test it out first, and if it sold well, I'd tell them afterward. Joya looked at Lu Wei in surprise. You're quite bold. Bringing in so many vegetables must have cost quite a bit. Aren't you afraid of losing money? Lu Wei chuckled. If I lose money, there's nothing I can do. There's no profit without risk. However, I was also afraid of losing too much, so I only brought in cheaper, slightly damaged vegetables, thinking that if I sold them cheap, they would sell better. I didn't expect them to sell so well. They were gone in no time. Joya, upon hearing Lu Wei's words, looked at him with newfound respect. She never expected this usually quiet young man, who always stole glances at her, to have such ambition and intelligence. Moreover, he really succeeded. As someone who also ran a small shop, she had some understanding of doing business. She knew very well that relying on farming at home would never bring wealth. To make money, one had to engage in business. She was an ambitious woman and secretly saved money, preparing to open a clothing store in town once she had enough. She didn't want to be stuck in that small mountain village for the rest of her life. So, is selling vegetables profitable? How much can you earn? Joya asked curiously. Lu Wei felt a bit conflicted. Although he liked Joya, he had many women he liked, and he couldn't tell the truth to. Besides, he was aware that Joya might not necessarily like him. If word got out, it might cause trouble. Thus, he casually brushed it off, saying, what money? Just some pocket money, not much. Joya, hearing this, playfully poked Lu Wei's forehead with her delicate finger. You ungrateful little thing, I broke a sweat helping you. How could you give me such a vague answer? If you weren't making much, would you be willing to spend this much money on a meal? Spending a few yuan on a meal. Lu Wei felt his heart race from Joya's affectionate gesture, and after earning a few hundred yuan today, he felt a surge of excitement. In a moment of impulse, he grabbed Joya's fair hand. Joya was also taken aback, not expecting Lu Wei to be so bold as to grab her hand. For a moment, she was caught off guard and didn't react, allowing Lu Wei to hold her hand. Second, you have to keep this a secret from me. Don't tell anyone that I'm selling vegetables. Lu Wei was about to continue calling her second aunt, but in a moment of urgency, he changed how he addressed her. After all, he was already holding her hand. Calling her second aunt didn't make sense. At that moment, the owner of the snack shop brought the dishes and buns to the table. Joya finally reacted, and like being electrocuted, she quickly withdrew her hand. But Lu Wei was so excited that his hands trembled slightly. He had finally touched. No held the hand of the woman he liked. For this young lad in his teens, it was even more exhilarating than earning a few hundred yuan. Zhouya pretended to be indifferent and said lightly, "You sell vegetables on the street. Sooner or later the villagers will find out. Besides, you earn money through your own efforts, not by sneaking around. What's there to be afraid of?" Lu Wei thought about it and realized it was indeed true. "Yeah, you're right. I have to tell my parents about this. Once my dad knows, it will be as good as the whole village knowing." Lu Wei sighed helplessly. Zhouya laughed upon hearing this. A Lu Wei's reputation for being straightforward was well deserved. He could exaggerate about non-existent things. How could he contain the news about earning money? Before nightfall, the whole village would know. Lu Wei also smiled wryly. What could he do with a father like that? The two chatted while eating as if the earlier incident of holding hands had never happened. However, only they knew that their relationship had subtly changed at that moment. Because Lu Wei no longer called Zhouya second aunt. After finishing their meal, Lu Wei asked Zhouya to pack the remaining buns. He bought some for himself too. "I need to return the tricycle and order the vegetables for tomorrow. Where are you going?" After exiting the snack shop, Lu Wei whispered to Zhouya. Zhouya's beautiful eyes flickered as she replied softly, "I'm going to the grocery store to stock up. After that I'll wait for a bus at the crossroads." Lu Wei nodded. "Alright, if I finish early you'll go to the grocery store to find you and help carry things. Could you go ahead and get busy?" Zhouya said gently. Lu Wei bit his lip, suddenly grabbed Zhouya's hand, squeezed it, then turned and ran away. Zhouya was stunned for a moment. When Lu Wei ran far away, she gritted her teeth and shook her hand. "What's the big deal, you little rascal?" Lu Wei pushed the tricycle, humming a tune, feeling elated. He thought even the freezing cold air seemed sweet. Not only did he earn money today, but he also held Zhouya's hand. It was something he had never dared to dream of before. But now he dared, and not only dared but also acted on it. Not for any other reason, but because he had money. Money gives a man courage. With money, what can't one do? What woman can't one pursue? Thinking of money, Lu Wei reached into his bulging pocket, realizing he hadn't counted how much he earned today. He needed to hurry back and tally it up. With that thought, Lu Wei quickened his pace, finding a deserted spot in the wilderness, and directly transported himself to the year 2025. Looking around, it was pitch black. Lu Wei first changed out of his padded coat for the prepared old clothes. After all, he was still wearing a thick winter coat and pants. After changing clothes, Lu Wei found a spacious area with few people and practiced riding the tricycle. Riding a tricycle was easy to learn, but hard to handle. Unlike a bicycle, where one can easily fall, while practicing, a tricycle generally won't. However, without experience, a tricycle can veer off course while riding. Lu Wei nearly fell into a ditch several times while making turns. After practicing for a while, he finally got somewhat skilled. However, he did not dare to ride on the road, yet there were too many cars here. So he pushed the tricycle back to Grandma Wu's house. "Grandma, I've put the tricycle in the shed, and the scale is back where—" Grandma Wu heard the noise and came out to take a look. Seeing the tricycle was empty, she exclaimed, "Where are the vegetables? Did you throw them away?" Lu Wei shook his head. "How could I throw them away? I ran into someone who gave me 50 yuan and took them all. I figured selling them was better than letting them rot, and 50 yuan is not a small amount, so I gave them all to him." Hearing this, Grandma Wu smiled. 50 yuan is quite a bit, and it's all free money. "You haven't eaten yet, have you? Come over and eat something." Grandma Wu knew Lu Wei had nothing and couldn't cook. Lu Wei hurriedly waved his hands. No, I bought some buns. Look, I even brought you a few," Lu Wei said as he took out the steamed buns wrapped in brown paper, still steaming, showing they were just bought. Seeing this, Grandma Wu scolded, "Why did you spend that money? You just made money, and from now on you can eat at Grandma's place. Wait until you buy a stove before you cook for yourself." Upon hearing this, Lu Wei felt a bit moved. He had no connection with Grandma Wu, yet she not only provided him with a place to stay, but also took care of his meals, just like a real grandmother. "Grandma, it's not easy for you either. How can I eat and live with you? That wouldn't be right." Grandma Wu smiled with satisfaction. "You're a good child. I won't be mistaken. Besides, how much can you eat? A few meals aren't a problem. Come on, hurry inside and eat, then get some sleep. You have to get up in the middle of the night to work." Lu Wei was indeed hungry, so he nodded. "All right then, I won't be polite. Just treat me like your grandson. If you need anything, just tell me and don't hesitate." Grandma Wu's eyes turned red as she nodded repeatedly. Good, you're a good child. Come eat more. Grandma, you should eat too. These buns are delicious." Fortunately, Lu Wei's hunger sensation from both worlds was different, otherwise he really wouldn't have been able to eat. The old lady and the young man shared a warm dinner. After finishing, Lu Wei eagerly helped to clear the table and wash the dishes, not giving Grandma Wu a chance to lift a finger. Grandma Wu watched with a smile, becoming fonder of Lu Wei. What a good child. If she had a granddaughter, she would definitely try to matchmake. After Lu Wei finished washing the dishes and tidied up, he was just about to head back to his room when Grandma Wu called out to him, "Xiao Wei, take this bedding back to your room. It's what my husband used before he passed away. After he left, I couldn't bear to throw it away, so I washed it and kept it. I haven't used it since. If you don't mind, just use it for tonight, and I'll take it out to air tomorrow." Lu Wei's room had nothing but a wooden bed and a bedside table. Lu Wei smiled and accepted. What's there to mind? Whether the person is here or not, it's all the same. I'm not picky, I should be thanking you. This bedding was much better than the patched-up quilt at Lu Wei's home. Grandma Wu praised, "You're a good child. At such a young age you already see things so clearly." Then she sighed. Once a person is gone apart from money and a house, everything else is considered unwanted, as if it should be burned to cleanse it. Seeing Grandma's expression, Lu Wei guessed she must have some sorrowful memories. He didn't know how to comfort her, so he could only change the subject. "By the way, Grandma, I have something for you too. I almost forgot. Wait a moment, I'll go get it," Lu Wei said, hugging the bedding and running back to his room. In a short while, Lu Wei returned holding a bucket of loach fish. "Grandma, look, these are the loaches I caught. Do you eat?" Seeing the lively loaches, Grandma Wu was surprised. "You caught these? These are good stuff. They sell for 20 to 30 yuan a pound in the market." "What? This thing is so expensive." Lu Wei was also astonished. In their place, 2 yuan a pound was already considered a high price. Moreover, they were hard to sell. After all, cooking this fish requires a lot of oil. If you skimp on it, it tastes bad. Nowadays oil is saved, so who would waste it? Therefore not many people buy it. Grandma Wu nodded. "Of course yours are all wild, more expensive. Take good care of them. I'll take them to the morning market tomorrow and sell them with the vegetables." Lu Wei hurriedly said, "Grandma, these are for you to eat." Although he knew they were valuable, he felt embarrassed to sell them after saying they were a gift to Grandma Wu. Grandma Wu replied, "What are you going to eat? There's not much meat on them. Wouldn't it be better to sell them for money to buy meat to eat?" Lu Wei thought so too and nodded. "All right, then we'll sell them and buy meat to eat." "All right, go back and sleep. You have to get up early to work tomorrow." "Okay, good night." Lu Wei obediently went back in his room. Lu Wei turned on the light and took out the money he earned from selling vegetables during the day. He started counting the money: 10 yuan, 5 yuan, 2 yuan, 1 yuan, 50 cents, 20 cents. In total he had 267. 4 yuan. Earning over 200 in a day made Lu Wei chuckle foolishly. This was more than what his family saved in an entire. With this money, not only did he have the New Year's money for his family, but after another day of selling, he could even buy a TV for his little sister. It was all possible. Moreover, Lu Wei thought, should he just buy a color TV? Watching a black and white TV couldn't compare to a color one. He touched the stack of money for a while, organizing it neatly and stashing it into his coat pocket. Lying in bed, he fantasized about making money and building a big brick house in town. No, he wanted to build an apartment building, a multi-story one. Then he would marry several wives, one on each floor, living one floor per day and having a bunch of sons. Just thinking about it made him feel ecstatic. Without realizing it, Lu Wei fell asleep. In a daze, he slept until midnight when Grandma Wu's voice came from the door. "Xiao Wei, get up, have a bite to eat before heading to the market." Lu Wei jolted awake, flipping over to get out of bed. "Okay, Grandma, I'm up. Good, come over for breakfast." Lu Wei folded the quilt. He initially wanted to wash his face and brush his teeth, but there was nothing available, so he could only wash up casually and rinse his mouth. Arriving at Grandma Wu's house, Lu Wei reminded Grandma, "You don't have to get up so early to make breakfast for me. I can work alone, and I feel guilty bothering you." Grandma Wu chuckled, "It's no trouble. There are the buns you brought back yesterday, and some pickles. I just made a bit of porridge, it's not a hassle." "Then this really disrupts your sleep." "At my age I already sleep less." Lu Wei saw that he couldn't persuade her, so he decided to set a goal to buy an alarm clock once he earned money to spare Grandma Wu the trouble. After breakfast, Lu Wei loaded the vegetables and loach fish onto the tricycle, and then together with Grandma Wu pushed it to the morning market to set up a stall. They arrived early but found many places were already taken. After wandering around, they found a spot to park the truck. Grandma Wu waved her hand with a smile. "All right, you go to the market, the rest I can handle by myself." Lu Wei nodded. "Okay, take your time selling. If you can't sell them, it's fine, and the person who bought my vegetables yesterday still wants them, just at a cheaper price, so I can take them to him." "All right, I understand. Be careful while you work. If you get tired, take a break." "Got it." Lu Wei left the morning market and headed straight to the vegetable wholesale market. As soon as he arrived, he saw vehicles coming in and out, and there were 7 or 8 people chatting idly at the market entrance. Lu Wei approached and asked, "Uncle, do we wait here for work in the market?" The middle-aged man, looking to be in his 50s, didn't answer Lu Wei, but instead looked him up and down. Seeing Lu Wei in shabby, worn-out clothes, he realized he clearly wasn't a boss looking to hire, but was also here looking for work, and his gaze involuntarily showed some rejection. "Are you here to work too?" Lu Wei nodded yes. The middle-aged man shook his head. "This work isn't easy. You're so young. Young people like you should go deliver takeout. Oh, it's much easier." "How much can one earn delivering takeout?" Lu Wei's interest was piqued. He then asked, "How much can one earn delivering takeout in a month?" The uncle thought Lu Wei was intrigued and casually said, "If you run around a bit, you can easily make 10 or 20,000 a month. I heard someone made 3,000 yuan in a month." Lu Wei's eyes widened in astonishment. 30,000 a month. My goodness, he had never thought that someone could earn that much in a month. Lu Wei was intrigued and asked again, "Is delivering takeout really that tiring? Otherwise, how can one earn so much?" "It's not too tiring, but it's definitely not as hard as moving vegetables. It's physical work, you need strength. Delivering takeout is just running around." The middle-aged uncle's goal was to persuade Lu Wei to deliver takeout, not to let him stay and compete for jobs. Although there weren't many people like Lu Wei in such a big market, animals have territorial instincts and humans are no exception. When a stranger suddenly appears in a familiar area, there's a natural instinct to reject. Of course, if one encounters a kind-hearted person, they wouldn't mind. Unfortunately, Lu Wei was not fortunate in this regard. Although he was interested in delivering takeout, he knew that such a good job required an ID card. After all, even a waiter with a salary of 300 yuan requires one. He wanted to work, but he couldn't. I'll just try working here first. If it doesn't work out, we'll see. The uncle didn't talk to Lu Wei anymore after hearing this. He turned to chat with someone else nearby. At that moment, a young man not too old looking to be in his 30s shouted at Lu Wei and the others, "I need 5 people to unload 50 tons of onions, 15 yuan a ton." Hearing this, several people immediately ran over. Seeing everyone rush over, Lu Wei followed suit. Boss, pick me. I often unload onions." The boss casually chose 5 people, among them Lu Wei and a familiar face, the middle-aged uncle who had just spoken with Lu Wei. Lu Wei was overjoyed to be selected, not expecting to find work so soon after arriving. Unloading 50 tons of onions at 15 yuan per ton meant each person would get 150 yuan. This was quite a decent job. As they followed the boss, having just walked a short distance, the middle-aged uncle suddenly spoke. "Boss, the 4 of us are familiar with each other. Why not find another person we know? Having a stranger here might delay your..." The boss scrutinized Lu Wei's youthful face and the faded old clothes, nodding to the middle-aged man waiting nearby. "All right, have you call another person." The middle-aged man ran off in response, casting a disdainful glance at Lu Wei before leaving. The hope that had just ignited in Lu Wei's heart was instantly doused. He thought he was lucky to find work right away, but unexpectedly, it was all for nothing. "Young man." At that moment, the boss's voice pulled him back to reality. "I have 200 boxes of cucumbers, over there, $1.50 a box. Can you unload them by yourself?" "Sure. I can handle any job." Lu Wei nodded eagerly. Hearing that Lu Wei would unload cucumbers for $1.50 a box, the nearby workers were filled with envy. 200 boxes mean $300, far more than what they earned. At that moment, the middle-aged man returned with a group and frowned upon seeing Lu Wei still behind them. "We 5 are used to working together, and we don't need you." His words were polite, but his eyes carried a hint of dismissal. Lu Wei responded with a nonchalant "Oh." Although young, he was not foolish. It was clear that this man wanted to exclude him, the newcomer. Noticing he didn't move, the middle-aged man's tone grew harsher. "I told you not to follow, can't you understand?" Just as Lu Wei was about to get angry, the boss turned around and said, "He won't be with you. He has other work." The middle-aged man's expression stiffened, and he awkwardly fell silent. On the way to the warehouse, the boss casually asked, "Is this your first day looking for work?" Seeing Lu Wei nod, he smiled. "When I was your age, I also ventured out, and I faced a lot of hardships. Take it slow, it will all get better." Lu Wei was a bit surprised. "You've worked before. What can't you tell?" The boss replied lightly, "At my worst, I almost slept in a bridge tunnel. After a few tough years, I now have these warehouses for wholesale. At least I can make ends meet." "You have quite a business," Lu Wei sincerely said. This indeed was the largest boss he had ever seen. The boss waved his hand, the corners of his mouth lifting. "My name is Lu Yi, just call me Brother Lu." "And you?" "Lu Wei." "Lu Wei? Which Lu?" Lu Yi looked at Lu Wei in surprise and asked. "Lu of the land." "Oh, almost let you take advantage of me. My second uncle is named Lu Wei. Come, let's exchange contact information. Oh, I'll find you for work in the future." "Brother Lu, I don't have a phone," Lu Wei said. Hearing that Lu Wei didn't even own a phone, Lu Yi was genuinely surprised, but didn't ask further. The two approached a truck filled with cucumbers. Lu Yi instructed Lu Wei to unload the cucumbers and use the hand truck to neatly stack them in the cold storage. "This job isn't urgent, take your time. If you feel tired, you can find someone to help, the wages are up to you." Lu Yi's words hinted that he wanted Lu Wei to earn a little margin. However, Lu Wei didn't catch this goodwill and immediately assured Brother Lu, "Don't worry, I can definitely finish." Lu Yi taught him how to use the hand truck. The tool wasn't difficult, and Lu Wei quickly learned. He effortlessly moved 2 baskets of cucumbers weighing 50 pounds each at a time. Aside from initially being unfamiliar with the operation, he grew quicker as he continued, his movements becoming swift. After a while, Lu Wei noticed that most of his time was spent running back and forth. He wiped his sweat and called out to Lu Yi, "Brother Lu, do you have a bigger hand truck? It's too slow to carry 5 baskets at a time." Lu Yi, who was busy accounting, looked up to see that Lu Wei had already unloaded nearly half the truck, all neatly stacked. This speed amazed him. This young man spoke little but truly put in a lot of effort. "There's an extended one in the corner of the warehouse. Go and try it out." Lu Yi pointed in a direction. "Be careful, that one is heavy." Lu Wei pushed over the larger hand truck, which could carry over 10 baskets at once, significantly increasing efficiency. 10 boxes equate to 500 jin, yet Lu Wei lifted them effortlessly, still jogging along the way. In just about an hour, all 200 boxes of cucumbers were unloaded and neatly stacked. Lu also knew that Lu Wei didn't have a phone, so he directly pulled out 400 yuan and handed it over. Lu Wei quickly took out a bill to return, saying, "Brother Lu, this is too much. This extra 100 is a reward for a job well done. They'll be looking for you in the future." Lu smiled. Lu Wei insisted on not accepting, saying, "It's only right to do well, I can't take more. If I tell you to take it, just take it." Lu spoke briskly. "As a big boss, it doesn't make sense to take back what I've given out." Lu Wei could not decline any longer and had to accept it, though he felt uneasy inside. Clutching a few bright red 100 yuan bills, Lu Wei was astonished, realizing that this is what money looks like in this world. After glancing at the money, Lu Wei tucked it away. Turning around, he noticed piles of spoiled vegetables in the corner of the warehouse, and immediately said, "Brother Lu, should we do something about those rotten vegetables? I can help you throw them away." Lu felt even more pleased upon hearing this. This young man was not only capable, but also considerate. "Alright, just pack them in a basket, and the groundhog can drag them out." Lu Wei began to work swiftly. He initially wanted to see if there were any good vegetables to pick out, but all the vegetables were completely spoiled. Just as he felt it was a pity, Lu dragged over a few baskets of leeks, saying, "Let's throw these away too." Upon seeing the leeks, which were green and neatly arranged, Lu Wei was taken aback. "Aren't these fine? Why throw them away?" Lu brushed aside the top layer of leaves, explaining, "Look, the tips are yellow, and there are rotten leaves in the middle. No distributor would want this kind of quality. It might sell for cheaper in retail, but I don't have the time to deal with it." Lu Wei's eyes brightened. "Brother Lu, since you don't have time to sell, I do. Just sell them to me cheap." Lu waved his hand generously, saying, "If you want them, just take them. What's there to talk about in terms of money? No way, I can't just take them for free. I must pay for them," Lu Wei insisted. He thought to himself that these vegetables with a bit of sorting could be sold as fresh ones much better than foraged ones. Good leeks wholesale for only 8 mao, while this inferior quality is worth at most 2 mao. There are just over 200 jin here. What's that worth? Lu chuckled. Lu Wei replied earnestly, "Brother Lu, I want to buy them regularly. In the future, whenever you have such vegetables nearing spoilage, just pass them on to me. If I don't pay this time, how can I ask?" Lu waved his hand, saying, "What's there to talk about buying? If I have some in the future, I'll just save them for you. I'll call you then, saving me the hassle of disposal." Suddenly remembering something, he said, "By the way, you don't have a phone, right? Just wait." He went into the office and brought out an old phone, saying, "Take this, it's one I replaced earlier. Just get a charger for it." Lu Wei was taken aback. No matter how old the phone was, it still had value, and he quickly declined, saying, "Brother Lu, this is too valuable. Oh, I can't accept it." "What's valuable about it? It's just gathering dust. What do you dislike that it's old?" "No." Lu Wei hurriedly waved his hands. "It's just that I can't accept it for nothing." "Just take it," Lu said cheerfully. "Even the scrap dealer would just trade it for a pot. Oh, it's better off being used by someone who needs it." Fearing it might hurt his feelings, Lu Wei accepted the phone with both hands, saying, "Thank you, Brother Lu. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. I'm always available." "Ha, sure." Lu, still young, managed to grow his business to such an extent, demonstrating his exceptional character. He always remembered one principle: be kind to others, cultivate good relationships, and accepting small losses can lead to great benefits. Of course, this refers to minor losses, and incurring such losses can be beneficial for the future. Just like giving away this phone, it may seem valuable on the surface. In reality, it wouldn't fetch much if sold, and for a boss of his stature, it was dispensable. However, using it to win over a young person's heart was invaluable. Lu Wei made 2 trips to dispose of the spoiled vegetables and brought back the few baskets of leeks. By the time he finished, dawn was just breaking. Seeing that it was still early, he returned to the wholesale market entrance to wait for work. He encountered the middle-aged man who had once tried to exclude him, whose face now displayed envy and jealousy. Unexpectedly, his exclusion had allowed Lu Wei to earn a substantial amount of money. After waiting for a while, Lu Wei was assigned to unload potatoes. 5 people worked for over 2 hours, each earning 150 yuan. Once the sun fully rose, the work became less, and the laborers dispersed to find other jobs. After waiting a bit longer, seeing there were no tasks, Lu Wei decided to go scavenging for vegetables. In the morning, there were many discarded vegetables in the market, often in baskets or bags, and almost no one was competing for them. This time, Lu Wei specifically chose common vegetables, unlike before when he took everything. Without a tricycle, he could only take 1 batch back at a time, making several trips. Once the sun was up, the garbage truck arrived to collect all the vegetables from the ground, and he reluctantly ended his morning of scavenging. Once the affairs at the market were concluded, Lu Wei hurriedly made his way to the morning market to find Grandma Wu. When he arrived, the morning market was in its liveliest phase of the day. In the bustling crowd, mostly elderly people taking a morning stroll and casually buying groceries, groups of 3 to 5 chatted while browsing. From a distance, Lu Wei spotted a crowd gathered in front of Grandma Wu's stall. His heart tightened, fearing something had gone wrong, and he quickly pushed through the throng. As he got closer, he let out a sigh of relief. There was no dispute, just a bustling business. The stall was packed with customers weighing vegetables and asking for prices. Grandma Wu was alone, weighing, collecting payments, and giving change, clearly overwhelmed, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Lu Wei did not expect these foraged vegetables to be so popular. Without a second thought, he quickly squeezed into the stall to help. "Grandma, why are there so many people today?" While deftly packing vegetables for an elderly man, Lu Wei asked in surprise. Seeing Lu Wei arrive was like seeing a savior for Grandma Wu, her wrinkles blooming into a smile. "It's a bargain. People at the morning market just want something affordable. Look, our vegetables are not bad in quality, and the price is only half of others. How can they not rush to buy them?" Lu Wei thought to himself, indeed, that makes sense. Most of the customers at the morning market were local residents, especially the elderly, who were particularly sensitive to prices. As long as the goods appear to be fine and the price is low enough, even if they can't finish it all at once, they are willing to buy some to stock up, always feeling that not buying would be a loss. Moreover, vegetables are a daily necessity. This batch of vegetables had been carefully selected by Lu Weiao. Apart from being slightly wilted, they were hardly distinguishable from freshly picked ones, blending seamlessly with the good produce. One person weighed and bagged while the other collected money and gave change. Their cooperation became increasingly tacit, and after a while the crowd gradually dispersed. What remained at the stall were only some subpar vegetables that had been picked over. Seeing that it was getting late, Lu Wei said to Grandma Wu, "Grandma, there aren't many left, let's pack up. I'll take these back." Looking at the remaining crooked and blemished vegetables, Grandma Wu felt a bit reluctant. "There are still these left, should we sell for a while longer?" Lu Wei promptly began to pack up, smiling to reassure her. "Grandma, I can handle these. You've been standing all morning, let's pack up and go home." He could see the undeniable fatigue on the old lady's face. Grandma Wu finally nodded, and the two tidied up before leisurely pushing the cart home. On the way, Grandma Wu inquired about Lu Wei's morning experiences. When he said he earned 300 from unloading and the boss even slipped him an extra 100 as a reward along with an old phone, her smile radiated brighter than if she had earned the money herself. Good. I knew it, Xiaowei, a good child like you won't do poorly anywhere." Lu Wei felt a bit embarrassed by the praise. "Grandma, am not as good as you say. In my many years I have seldom seen a child as grounded, hardworking, and kind-hearted as you." Grandma Wu asserted, then quickly changed the subject. "By the way, you said that boss gave you an old phone." "Yes, it was one he replaced. I tried to refuse several times, but couldn't get him to take it back." "No need to refuse next time." Grandma Wu waved her hand. "Those big bosses, who doesn't have millions? An old phone just collects dust. Come on, Grandma, we'll take you to get a card." Saying this, she led Lu Wei towards a mobile phone store by the roadside. Lu Wei, however, was pondering Grandma Wu's words. Hundreds to millions. How much money could that be? He simply couldn't imagine. Grandma Wu used her ID to help Lu Wei get a phone card. The staff in the store were very friendly, patiently teaching him how to download apps and register for WeChat. When Lu Wei heard that this thing called WeChat could allow face-to-face conversations over thousands of miles, he could hardly believe it. With a mix of curiosity and nervousness, he promptly initiated a video call to Grandma Wu. Seeing the smile that appeared instantaneously on the screen, then glancing at the real Grandma Wu beside him, Lu Wei held up the phone, frozen in place, momentarily speechless. This world was truly advanced to the point where it felt like a completely different realm from his own. After ending the video call, Lu Wei called Lu Yi using the business card he got from him, informing Lu Yi of his phone number. From this point on, there were 2 contacts in Lu Wei's phone book. On the way back, Grandma Wu also shared her experiences selling vegetables at the morning market. The loach fish sold out shortly after arriving. Those clearly wild loaches were not expensive and were very popular. Over 100 pounds of vegetables were also nearly sold out because Grandma Wu and Lu Wei sold them all at a uniform price of 1 yuan per pound. As they talked, they arrived at Grandma Wu's doorstep. As soon as they entered the yard, the wooden door of an east wing gently pushed open, and a young girl walked out. She appeared to be around 25 or 26 years old, with a graceful and upright figure about 1.70 meters tall, which enhanced her outstanding presence. With a delicate oval face, fair skin, bright water-like eyes, and pearly white teeth, there was an inherent air of coolness and composure about her. Her wavy long hair casually draped over her shoulders, adding a touch of mature charm. She wore a fitted black shirt layered with a sharply tailored long coat, paired with simple black trousers, presenting an overall look that was both capable and elegant. A pair of thin-framed glasses perched on her nose added a touch of intellect and steadiness. One glance revealed that she was the kind of urban elite commonly seen in the workplace. However, this girl's demeanor felt somewhat out of place for this rental house. The moment Lu Wei saw her, he was completely It wasn't that he had never seen a beautiful woman, but this girl gave him a sense of familiarity, as if he had seen her somewhere before. Suddenly a figure flashed through his mind. No, the age doesn't match. Even if this world has her, she should be over 50 now, if the age doesn't fit. Could she be her daughter? The thought of her having a daughter made Lu Wei feel an inexplicable sense of blockage in his heart. He had sought her hand through someone only to be rejected, and now he encountered her daughter with someone else. At this moment, Grandma Wu had already started chatting with the girl. Wei, are you off to work?" The girl nodded slightly, revealing a warm smile. "Yes, good morning, Grandma Wu. What are you up to?" Grandma Wu pointed to the tricycle behind her. "I went to the morning market to sell some things. By the way, let me introduce you. This is Lu Wei, who lives right across from you, a very good kid. You two can look out for each other in the future." Lan Wei had actually noticed Lu Wei long before. Seeing him in ragged clothes covered in dust, it was obvious he did manual labor. She didn't discriminate against manual work. She simply felt that she and such a person belonged to 2 different worlds destined to have no intersection. Moreover, he had been staring at her from the start without blinking, which made her feel particularly uncomfortable. Her first impression of Lu Wei was very unfavorable. Out of politeness, and for Grandma Wu's sake, Lan Wei nodded at Lu Wei. "Hello." Hearing her voice, Lu Wei finally came back to his senses. Oh, hello. Lan Weiwei ignored him further, and after bidding farewell to Grandma Wu walked towards the bus station. Still staring it back to reality, as she's already gone. Grandma Wu's voice pulled Lu Wei's attention back. His face flushed with embarrassment. I was just thinking she looked a bit familiar, not staring at anything else. Grandma Wu chuckled. This girl is beautiful, but she's got high aspirations. She's not someone from our kind of world to think about. If you want to find a wife, look for someone who's grounded and can live a stable life. When I have time, Grandma will introduce you to someone suitable. Lu Wei felt even more embarrassed by Grandma Wu's words and hurriedly pushed the tricycle into the yard. However, he couldn't help but keep thinking about one thing, whether that girl just now was related to the person he knew. Upon returning home, Grandma Wu took out all the money she had earned today. This is the money from selling loaches totaling 160 yuan for 8 jin, and this is the money from selling vegetables totaling 123 yuan. Altogether, it's 283 yuan. Let's keep it safe. Lu Wei took the money unhesitatingly, counted out half, and solemnly handed it back to Grandma Wu. Grandma, you must accept this. We agreed yesterday that we'd split the earnings equally. You have accompanied me through thick and thin. I cannot let you work hard for nothing. However, Grandma Wu gently pushed his hand back, a loving and contented smile spreading across her wrinkled face. Good child, your intention makes me happier than any amount of money you could give me. Grandma doesn't lack this 100 yuan. What she lacks is someone who can talk with her, remember her when she's unwell, and not let her die alone at home. She patted Lu Wei's hand gently, her tone warm and earnest. If you truly care, come often to keep me company, help me with shopping and run errands. That is worth more than anything else. Hearing this, Lu Wei felt a surge of warmth in his heart and nodded vigorously. Grandma, don't worry. From now on, you are my dear grandmother. If it weren't for you taking me in and guiding me, I might still be starving and freezing on the streets. If you need anything, please don't hesitate to ask me. Just treat me like your own grandson. If I ever upset you, you can scold me or punish me. Lu Wei spoke with unwavering conviction, without a hint of insincerity. He felt a deep gratitude for Grandma Wu's kindness. Listening to his sincere words, Grandma Wu's eyes instantly turned red, nodding repeatedly with a slightly choked voice. Good, good, good. My dear grandson, I cherish you too much to ever scold or hit you. From now on, you are my true grandson. When I am gone, this house and my belongings will be left to you. Lu Wei hurriedly waved his hands anxiously, saying, Grandma, I don't want it. I can earn my own money. You must live a long life, and I want to take good care of you, letting you live well. Grandma Wu could no longer speak, only holding Lu Wei's hand, nodding repeatedly. Tears eventually fell down her cheeks, but her smile was brighter and warmer than ever. She reached out to gently embrace this understanding and heartwarming grandson, patting his back. Only after Grandma Wu's emotions settled did Lu Wei return to his room. He picked some vegetables and fruits, changed into his cotton coat and pants, and in a flash returned to the town in 1988. Having been used to the crisp autumn weather for 25 years, Lu Wei felt a bit unaccustomed to the cold. Having stayed there for about 10 hours, less than half an hour had passed here. Steadying himself, he headed towards the food wholesale market to meet his aunt. Thinking back to the 2 times he had held Zhou Ya's hand not long ago, the soft and delicate sensation seemed to linger on his fingertips, causing his heart to race and a warm current to surge through his body. It felt as if this winter had become a bit warmer. He quickly shoved his hands into his pockets, subtly adjusting his posture, took a few deep breaths of the cold air, and barely managed to suppress his restlessness as he continued walking. On the way, he saw vendors selling frozen ribbon fish and mackerel. These 2 types of fish were among the few seafood options available this winter, and were also the most popular. Lu Wei inquired about the prices. Ribbon fish were 0.8 yuan per jin, while mackerel were 0.5 yuan per jin. Given their remote location, the slightly higher prices were to be expected. This year was very special. The market had 2 types of prices. One was the market price, and the other was the regulated. The question arose, if you had a jin of ribbon fish, would you prefer to sell it at the market price of 2 yuan, or hand it over at the planned price of 4 mao? The answer was self-evident. This arbitrage opportunity rendered the planned pricing system virtually meaningless. Managers also tended to direct resources towards the free market, leading to occurrences of purchasing at planned prices and selling at market prices, lining their own pockets with the price difference. The higher-ups realized that if left unchecked, only the parasites would benefit, while the common people would gain nothing. Thus, a bold decision was made to abolish the planned prices and fully implement marketization. In today's context, with an abundance of resources and a complete industrial system in China, such reforms would naturally occur. However, back then, shortages of goods were a common reality. When the common people heard about the complete deregulation of prices, their first reaction was, prices are going to rise. Panic spread rapidly, leading to a nationwide buying frenzy. The public rushed into stores, buying whatever they could find, from grains and oil to fabric and appliances, leaving shelves completely empty. Prices soared like wild horses escaping the rains. Even more severe was the crisis in the financial system. People needed cash for their purchases, so they flocked to banks to withdraw their deposits, leading to risks of bank runs in several regions. Seeing the situation about to spiral out of control, the higher-ups had no choice but to urgently halt the reforms. This marked a significant and profound lesson in the history of reform. All this is to say that today's prices have no standard, prices vary by location and time. Everything is subject to the author's discretion. At this moment, it was still early 1988, and prices were relatively stable. Lu Wei bought 1 board of ribbon fish and 1 board of mackerel, each weighing 20 jin, and asked the fishmonger for a sack to stuff everything in. On his way, he bought everything he saw: a few jin of peanuts and sunflower seeds, some candy and popcorn, and he didn't miss any pork or beef stalls. As he continued to buy, while walking, by the time he reached the entrance of the food wholesale department, he was carrying a large sack filled with New Year's goods. I must say, money in these times lasts a long time. With so many things, I hadn't even spent 100 yuan. The money earned from selling vegetables must be at least over 200, and that's just for one day. Wouldn't that amount to several thousand in a month? It's a pity that the money in the two worlds is different and cannot be used interchangeably. It's a bit troublesome, and I have to keep them separate to avoid mixing them up. If I accidentally brought the money from 25 years back here, it would be quite a situation. When Lu Wei arrived at the wholesale department carrying a pile of things, Zhou had already been waiting for a long time. Seeing him push the door open, she shot him an annoyed glance. Why did it take you so long to arrive? I thought you weren't coming. Lu Wei grinned. I bought some things on the way which delayed me. Where are your things? Let me help you carry them, so we can go. Zhou pointed to 2 cloth bags in the corner. Over there, take one, and he'll carry the other. All right. Lu Wei swiftly picked up 1 bag and headed outside. At the door, he casually tossed the heavy sack onto his shoulder. Only then did Zhou notice the large sack he was carrying and asked in confusion, "Is this sack yours too?" "It's nothing much, just some New Year's goods." "New Year's goods?" Zhou's eyes widened. "What did you buy?" Just some food and daily necessities, ordinary things." Zhou immediately became anxious and angry, exclaiming, "You kids spending money recklessly just because you have a little? Had I known this would happen, I should have followed you earlier to keep an eye on you. When you go home, let's see if your mom scolds you." Lu Wei protested, "I'm not a kid, I'm an adult now." Zhou snorted lightly, glancing at the bulging sack. "Adult? Can adults do such things?" Lu Wei helplessly said, "It's not much money, only a little less than 100 yuan in total." In this day and age, although wages have increased compared to the 1970s, an ordinary worker's salary is still only between 60 and 80 yuan. This 100 yuan is indeed more than a worker's monthly salary, so it is not a small amount. Lu Wei helplessly said, "What should we do then? We can't return what we've already bought." Zhou pointed at Lu Wei's forehead and said, "Just wait for your mom to come home and beat you up." Lu Wei seized Zhou's small hand with a grin and said, "Auntie, do you have any way to save me?" In truth, he didn't believe his mom would beat him. After all, he didn't spend recklessly out. Everything he bought was for home use. He saw Zhou's help merely to strengthen their relationship and to hold her hand. Zhou's hand was held by Lu Wei, and she couldn't help but struggle, but she couldn't break free. "Let go of me, or what would others think if they saw us? Besides, what can I do? Just let your mom beat you, bit will pass if you endure it." Lu Wei shook his head and said, "That won't do, my mom is really fierce. Did you see how badly Su Laosan was beaten by me? My mom is even fiercer than that." Zhou couldn't help but laugh at Lu Wei's words. "You're just talking nonsense. How could your mom beat you like that? Come on, let's hurry. If we don't leave now, we'll miss the bus." The two picked up their things and headed to where Zhang Laolu parked. Fortunately, just as they arrived, Zhang Laolu came over. There were also Song Xiulan and another woman, Wang Guifeng, who were neighbors of Lu Wei, and Wang Guifeng and Wang Guijing were sisters. The second child of Wang Guifeng's family, named Lizi, was Lu Wei's classmate and had been a playmate since childhood. When they saw Lu Wei and Zhou with so many things, their faces were filled with surprise. Each of them had quite a lot of items, yet these two were actually using a sack to carry them. "What could be worth that much?" Song Xiulan exclaimed. "Xiaoye, did you buy so many goods? You won't need to restock for the whole month, right?" Zhou shook her head and replied, "Not all of it is mine. These 2 bags are mine, and that big sack belongs to Xiao Wei." Everyone was even more surprised to hear that all the items in the big sack belonged to Lu Wei. Wang Guifeng found it hard to believe. Everyone in the village knew Lu Wei's family situation. Ever since Lu Dehai was injured and hospitalized, they had become one of the poorest families in the village. How could they afford so many things? Could it be that the sack was filled with worthless items that Lu Wei bought just for show? It wasn't impossible. Lu kids always cared about appearances. Wang Guifeng, thinking she had figured out the truth, chuckled and whispered a few words to Song Xiulan. This scene made Lu Wei frown. What was wrong with Lizi's mother? With only a few people around, speaking quietly in front of them was akin to insulting a monk in front of bald men. Forget it. Considering they were classmates, he decided not to bother with her. Lu Wei tossed the sack onto the cart, then placed Zhou's 2 bags on top. The group boarded the horse cart and set off for home. At this time, the village was particularly lively, and the reason was Lu Wei. After Su Laosan was beaten by Lu Wei, he went to a clinic in town for some medicine, costing him several yuan. On the way back, he became angrier the more he thought about it. How could a fully able adult be beaten by a half-grown kid, especially in front of so many people? He felt utterly humiliated, and he wouldn't be able to sleep soundly unless he avenged this. This anger simmered in his chest, making it hard for him to swallow. However, he feared that if he went to Lu Wei for revenge, he would just get beaten again. After returning home, he was so angry that he paced around thinking of how to take revenge. At the small shop, he intended to buy a pack of cigarettes, but he happened to see Lu Dahai. Instantly, his anger flared up. Damn it, if I can't beat your son, can I not deal with you, Lu Dahai? The reason Su Laosan had always been at odds with Lu Dahai wasn't complicated. Ultimately, it was all Lu Dahai's fault for his big mouth. Su Laosan's wife was named Chun Yufan, and she had once dated Lu Dahai. Moreover, Lu Dahai was known to boast. Before getting married, he had told friends that he had touched Chun Yufan. This matter later somehow reached Su Laosan's ears, and thinking about his wife being touched by Lu Dahai made Su Laosan furious. This was the initial reason for Su Laosan's hatred towards Lu Dahai and his targeting of Lu Wei on the cart. Upon seeing Lu Dahai, both old and new grudges surged in his heart, and Su Laosan's eyes turned red. Why should my wife be touched by you, and now I have to get beaten by your son? Today it's either you die, or I die. Su Laosan picked up a shovel from the small shop's yard and shouted angrily, Lu Dahai, come out here. Today I am going to kill you. Lu Dahai was watching others play poker. He wanted to join but found himself as broke as a church mouse, so he could only watch and occasionally chime in trying to feel involved. Suddenly called out, Lu Dahai was a bit dazed. Not just him, but dozens of people in the room were also confused. Who was Lu Dahai? To put it nicely, he had mixed in with the underworld. To put it less nicely, he had been a thug who was afraid of fighting. Upon hearing Su Laosan cursing at him, he disregarded everyone's advice and pushed the door open to walk out. If he backed down now, how could he lift his head in the village in the future? As he stepped outside, he saw Su Laosan holding a shovel, his face injured, and his eyes bloodshot, staring at him with a look that seemed to want to eat him alive. Despite Su Laosan holding a shovel, Lu Dahai was not intimidated and walked straight up to him. Who the hell are you cursing at? Lu Dahai didn't ask for the reason. Asking at this moment would weaken his momentum, and he couldn't act like a coward. At this moment, everyone inside who was playing cards stopped and rushed out to watch the commotion. Watching a fight was much more interesting than watching cards. Lu Dahai didn't ask, but Su Laosan voluntarily explained the reason. After all, this matter would be known throughout the nearby villages sooner or later. I'm cursing you. Your damn son beat me up like this, and today I will return the favor to you. Wait a minute. Are you saying my kid did this to you? Who? My second child. Lu Dahai quickly waved it. He genuinely couldn't think of anyone else. His eldest and third children were girls, and they couldn't possibly be the ones. The eldest was married and always very gentle, and the third was only 7 years old. It's that damn kiddo. I beat him up today, Su Laosan said fiercely, intending to save face. However, as soon as he said this, Lu Dahai's expression changed. His previously calm gaze turned extremely fierce. He suddenly produced a rock the size of a fist and smashed it fiercely at Su Laosan's head. Bang! With a muffled sound, Su Laosan fell straight to the ground, blood gushing from his head, staining the snow. Fuck you, if you dare to hit my son, I will take your life. Auntie, something terrible has happened. Uncle Dahai has killed someone. Bang! Lu Guifeng, who was adding firewood to the stove, instantly turned pale, dropping the poker from her hand. Auntie, you need to check it out. It's at the convenience store. Uncle Dahai has killed Su Laosan. The visitor panting was Lizzie, a classmate of Lu Wei. Lu Guifeng felt as if the sky had fallen. The thought of killing requires paying a life weighing down on her like a massive stone. Just the thought of Uncle Dahai possibly facing a gun made her legs feel like overcooked noodles, lacking any strength. She forced her trembling body forward, stumbling out the door, running to the convenience store, her feet sinking into the packed snow, which was hard and slippery. In a state of panic, she fell twice along the way. Her cotton coat was covered in snowflakes, her palms scraped painfully on the hard snow, but she paid it no mind as she got up and continued towards the noisy crowd. Shengzi, did you bring the gauze from the village head's house? The village head isn't home. Then go to Widow Wang's. Uncle, grab another towel. Where's Changhai? Hurry and get the barefoot doctor here. In the yard, Su Laosan sat dazed on the ground while Liang Laoda pressed a towel against his head to stop the bleeding, directing others who were bustling around. Some went to find gauze while others prepared to fetch the barefoot doctor, creating a scene of chaos. Liang Laoda was the head laborer in their village, responsible for coordinating any family matters involving celebrations or funerals. Today he happened to be present, stepping in as the makeshift scene commander. As for Uncle Dahai, he had just been pulled off Su Laosan and was sitting on a pile of firewood facing Su Laosan, staring at each other. Liang Laoda's shouts finally brought Su Laosan back to his senses. Just moments ago he truly believed, even now he worried that Uncle Dahai might have cracked his skull, otherwise why would he still be bleeding profusely? The thought of possibly dying filled Su Laosan with fear. Tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. When a person is in extreme fear, they cannot control their tears, sometimes they cannot even control their bladder. Crying, Su Laosan cursed, "Damn you, Uncle Dahai. You're truly ruthless. Are you trying to kill me?" Uncle Dahai, experienced from frequent fights, could tell from Su Laosan's loud demeanor that he was not seriously harmed. With a sneer he replied, "If I killed you, you would deserve it. Who told you to touch my son? You even tried to use a shovel to attack me. That's self-defense. If you dare to touch my son again, it'll kill your whole family. Su Laosan dared not speak. Uncle Dahai was genuinely fierce. Lu Guifeng finally arrived, and seeing the situation rushed to Uncle Dahai's side asking, "What on earth happened? Didn't you say you killed Su Laosan? How is he still alive?" Su Laosan, overhearing this, momentarily stopped crying. "What does that mean? So it's not right for me to be alive?" Seeing his wife Uncle Dahai, who was still shaken, let out a sigh of relief. Su Laosan thought, "Both of you are fierce." Lu Guifeng hurriedly asked, "What exactly happened? How did you—" Uncle Dahai recounted the events, and upon hearing it, Lu Guifeng became anxious. She grabbed a nearby shovel ready to split Su Laosan in half, but the surrounding people quickly restrained her. Furious, Lu Guifeng looked ready to eat someone alive, shouting, "Damn you, Su Laosan! What did you do to my son? Speak! If my son is hurt, even a little today, I'll wipe out your entire family." If Lu Wei had seen this scene, he would realize whom the little girl took after. Just then, Lu Wei, not knowing where he had come from, kicked Su Laosan, who was sitting on the ground, back down. The blood that had just stopped flowing from Su Laosan's head immediately gushed out again. "Damn you, Su Laosan! Haven't you had enough beating? Are you still looking for trouble? I'll kill you today." Su Laosan's mother was busy today, with the whole family coming one by one. Just now, Lu Wei had just gotten off Zhang Laolia's cart as he entered the village. He saw Li Changhai rushing with a horse cart to fetch the barefoot doctor at full speed. Changhai also spotted Lu Wei and informed him of the fight between his dad and Su Laosan. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei immediately became anxious, abandoning the cart and running towards the village. Just in time, he saw his mother about to strike Su Laosan, thinking his father was at a disadvantage, and he kicked out instinctively. Su Laosan almost spat out blood, wondering what kind of family this was. Seeing her son, Lu Guifeng hurriedly dropped the shovel and pulled Lu Wei over to inspect him carefully. "Son, Su Laosan said he hit you. Where did he hit you? Let me see quickly." Lu Wei, seeing his mother's worry, quickly reassured her, "Mom, I'm fine. Don't listen to his bragging. With his bear-like appearance, how could he overpower me? It was me who gave him a beating. A look at his nose, it's all bruised from my kicking." At this moment, the onlookers began to understand the situation. It turned out Lu Wei had beaten up Su Laosan. Unable to bear it, Su Laosan sought revenge from Uncle Dahai, but Uncle Dahai was fiercer and nearly killed Su Laosan. Having understood the sequence of events, everyone looked at Su Laosan with contempt. Conversely, Uncle Dahai's family was quite impressive. Just then, the barefoot doctor arrived, instructing them to carry Su Laosan into the house and bandage his wounds, temporarily stopping the bleeding. "The wound is a bit deep and long. He needs to go to the hospital for stitches. Hurry and take him to town." Upon hearing this, everyone quickly harnessed the horse cart, spread blankets, and helped Su Laosan onto the cart, heading towards the town. This is how rural life is. Although some people might have minor grievances against each other, when something happens, everyone lends a helping hand. This is a survival wisdom passed down through generations. Because you never know when you might encounter the same situation. Lu Wei and his family as participants had to follow along. Lu Guifeng initially didn't want her son to go, wanting to keep him out of this mess. Lu Wei hurriedly persuaded, "Mom, we have to go. There's no avoiding it. Besides, I'd be worried at home. It's better to go and take a look so I know what's going on." Thus, all three members of Lu Wei's family went along with Lu Wei's uncle Lu Dajiang. On Su Laosan's side, his wife and one brother along with one younger brother followed. Along the way, Su Laosi, upon learning that his brother had been beaten, glared at Lu Wei's family with resentment. Lu Wei, feeling bothered by his gaze, asked coldly, "What are you staring at?" "What? If you want to join your brother in the hospital, I can help you with that." Su Laosi was about to speak when Su Laoda frowned and said, "Enough, everyone be quiet." Lu Wei was not worried about Su Laosi. He was more concerned about Su Laoda. After all, not only was he Su Laosan's elder brother, but he was also the village chief. This old schemer would surely resort to underhanded methods once they reached the town. Lu Wei hurriedly leaned closer to his mother and whispered, "Mom, Su Laoda might have gone to report to the police. You and Dad should also go report it too." Upon hearing about the police, his mother's expression changed. In these times, fights in the village rarely involve the authorities, because no matter what happens, there is still some camaraderie among villagers. However, once reported to the police, the situation becomes different, and one could very well face detention. Should we also report it? Will it help me? Whether it helps or not, we should report it first. At that time, let my dad say that Su Laosan wanted to kill him, and he felt his life was threatened, so he had no choice but to defend himself. I will go find my uncle. His elder brother is in the town government, and should have connections at the police station. Upon hearing this, his mother nodded. "All right, let's do it that way. You go call people at your old aunt's house, and I will go to the police station with your dad." The family of three split up to act, and as for Su Laosan, who had the time to care about him, let uncle stay here to keep watch. Lu Wei's aunt lived at the south end of the town, while the hospital was at the north end. Lu Wei crossed the entire town and finally arrived at his aunt's house before dark. It was already evening, and his aunt's family of three was gathered around the Kong table eating dinner. Seeing Lu Wei rush in so late, they were all quite surprised. "Nephew, why are you here at this time? Come in, it's cold outside." His aunt quickly put down her chopsticks and welcomed him. His cousin Li Hung also hurriedly stood up. "Bro, have you eaten yet?" Come sit on the Kong and have something to eat. His uncle Li Guosheng then asked with a puzzled expression, where are your parents? Why did they let you come alone so late? Lu Wei didn't bother with pleasantries and quickly explained the conflict at home, Su Laosan's injuries, and his worries about Su Laodao possibly going to report to the police. I think Su Laodao will definitely cause trouble wanting my dad to spend the new year in detention. Our family has no connections in the town, so I wanted to ask my uncle if you know anyone at the police station. I brought money with me. Lu Wei specifically added this last sentence to indicate that they were not just asking for help without any compensation to avoid putting his relatives in a difficult position. After all, getting connections usually costs money. Upon hearing this, his uncle immediately set down his chopsticks and stood up, putting on a cotton coat. This matter cannot be delayed. I will go to my elder brother's house and let him think of a way. He is in the town government, so he should know someone at the police station. His aunt nodded repeatedly. Yes, hurry. Tell your elder brother not to be stingy where money is concerned. We must get people out first no matter what. Don't worry, we have the right on our side. Even if we go to court, we won't be afraid. I'm going now. His uncle said this and pushed the door open, merging into the night. His aunt also quickly put on her coat, preparing to check the situation at the police station. You two stay at home, finish the meal, and just clean up the Kong table. Li Heng, you are the older brother. Take good care of your younger brother, and remember to add coal. Don't let the stove go out. Li Heng replied, got it, Mom, you hurry up and go. I will go with you, Aunt, the money is with me. His aunt smiled and gently patted his head, her tone comforting yet affectionate. Silly child, with your aunt here, how could your dad suffer? Stay home and be good. After saying that, she hurriedly left, her figure disappearing into the winter night. With the adults gone, only cousin Li Heng and Lu Wei remained in the house. Li Heng suddenly became excited. Little brother, I'll turn on the TV. Do you want to watch? This cousin was only 2 years older than Lu Wei, just turned 20, and was said to be dating with plans to marry next year, still carrying a bit of youthful spirit. Lu Wei was worried about his parents, but could only suppress his anxiety and wait at home with his cousin. Time passed slowly, and it wasn't until after 8 o'clock that there was finally some noise from outside. His aunt and uncle returned, and with them were Lu Wei's parents and uncle. Seeing his parents come in safely, the worry in Lu Wei's heart finally settled. The group entered with a chilling aura, instantly dissipating the warmth of the house. His aunt hurriedly moved several stools to the stove. Quick, everyone, warm yourselves. This cursed weather is truly cold. It must be below 30 degrees. Uncle repeatedly stomped his feet, exhaling white breath. No kidding. My feet are almost frozen solid. I can't feel them anymore. His uncle called out while taking off his coat. Li Heng quickly brewed some hot tea for everyone to warm up. Lu Wei took the opportunity to lean closer to his father and uncle, anxiously asking, Uncle, what did the police station say in the end? His uncle smiled, his tone much more relaxed. What else could they say? In such matters, they usually just give both parties a 50-50 punishment. They let us mediate privately. If we are unwilling to mediate, both sides will be detained for 5 days. Su Laodao thought he could just punish us. What a naive thought, as if he was the only one with connections. His mother Lu Guifang also sighed. We owe a great debt of gratitude to your uncle for helping us find someone, otherwise we would really be in a passive position. His uncle waved his hand, very straightforward. We're family. There's no need to speak of courtesy. How could I just watch my elder brother suffer? However, the formal mediation tomorrow will probably assign shared responsibility, and we will have to bear part of Su Laosan's medical expenses. His mother nodded, sighed. Alas, we have to bear what we must bear. After all, we did injure someone. She understood the reasoning, but thinking about their already tight family finances, it became even heavier. In these times, the law is not so sound. Many matters are not only viewed by regulations, but also depend more on human sentiment and reason. Thinking about the already not wealthy family needing to bear additional expenses made his mother feel especially heavy-hearted. The money saved for that few dozen yuan was meant for the younger daughter's school fees, and now it would definitely be gone, and next year she would have to ask for help again for school. His aunt, being perceptive, immediately noticed the worry on his sister-in-law's face and comforted her. Sister-in-law, is it a problem with the funds? How much do you need? Just tell me, and I'll find a way. At that moment, Lu Wei suddenly spoke up. Aunt, no need. I have money. All eyes in the room instantly focused on Lu Wei. His aunt was amused by his serious demeanor and affectionately patted his head. My big nephew has really become capable today, staying calm when faced with something. You can keep your pocket money to buy candy. You don't need to worry about adult matters. Even while saying this, she still regarded him as a half-grown child. Lu Wei felt a sense of helplessness. His aunt always treated him like a child. His mother also smiled and chimed in, pride evident in her tone. That's right. Today we owe it all to my son. If it weren't for his cleverness, noticing that Su Laodao was going to report to the police, urging us to hurry to the police station to secure our case, we would have been passive. You should have seen the look on Su Laodao's face when he ran into us at the police station. It turned green in an instant, and he was completely dumbfounded. Ha ha ha. The room was suddenly filled with cheerful laughter as everyone imagined that scene. His uncle also nodded in praise with a smile. Xiao Wei is truly sharp. Most boys would panic in this situation, but how could he be so calm and clever? He indeed saved us a lot of trouble this time. Absolutely. My big nephew will surely achieve great success in the future. His aunt looked proud. The Liu family seemed to have an inexplicable confidence in Liu Wei. Amidst the praises Liu Wei didn't explain further, he quietly unbuttoned his cotton coat and pulled out a wad of cash from his inner pocket. Under the watchful eyes of the family, he calmly counted out 10 pieces of de tuan jie and handed them to his mother. Mom, take this 100 yuan tomorrow, which should be enough. Lu Guifeng looked at the stack of cash in her son's hand, shocked enough to jump up from her stool, her voice shifting in pitch. Son, where did you get so much money? Everyone in the room stared wide-eyed, unable to speak from shock. Liu Wei put the remaining money back into his pocket, buttoned up his coat, and spoke calmly, as if he were talking about what they had for dinner. Of course it's money I earned myself. You earned it. How exactly did you earn it? Mother Lu Guifeng fixed her gaze intently on her son, and, I sold vegetables, he replied calmly. A friend of mine comes from a family that wholesales produce. They mainly source from Bingcheng and deliver to Yicheng, passing right through our town. So I asked him to bring me some stock, and I set up a stall in the town market. In silence fell over the room the moment he finished speaking. The adults exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. To disbelieve him seemed impossible. The thick wad of cash in his hand was undeniably real. Yet to believe him outright felt equally improbable. This boy, usually so quiet and unassuming, suddenly displaying such bold initiative and audacity. In this era, even many grown men hesitated before committing so decisively to action. Father Lu Dehai set aside his usual nonchalance and looked at Liu Wei with grave seriousness. Son, tell me honestly, did you truly earn this money selling vegetables? Did you do anything else? His greatest fear was that his son, driven by greed, might stray onto a dangerous path and ruin his life forever. And Liu Wei met his father's gaze unflinchingly. Dad, if you don't believe me, come with me to the town market tomorrow. Anyone who's free can join. Seeing is believing. Uncle Liu Dajiang, astonished, interjected, You're going again tomorrow? And Liu Wei glanced up at his uncle, his tone matter-of-fact. Uncle, what kind of question is that? If you could earn 100 yuan in a single day, would you do it? And without hesitation, Liu Dajiang blurted out, Of course I would. I'd bleed for it. Then there you have it. Liu Wei said, his voice tinged with faint regret. The days before the Lunar New Year are the peak season for business. I dared not overstock today, my first day. Tomorrow I plan to bring more goods and earn even more. At that moment, Mother Lu Guifeng recalled a crucial point and asked, puzzled, But where did you get the capital to start this business? Given their family's modest circumstances, even 5 yuan in Liu Wei's possession would have been considered unusually generous. So where had he obtained funds to purchase inventory? And Liu Wei smiled, on credit. I asked my friend to front the cost, and I'll repay him once the vegetables are sold. You're far too reckless, child. Lu Guifeng chided. What if nothing sells, and you end up losing everything? And Liu Wei shrugged. Then I lose it. If we spend our lives paralyzed by fear, we'll never accomplish anything. Besides, I'm only 18. If I lose 100 yuan now, does that mean I'll never repay it in my entire life? I'm young. I can afford to lose. Excellent. Well said. Uncle Li Guangxing slapped his thigh in admiration. Xiao Wei speaks wisely, and acts even more wisely. Your uncle fully supports you. You possess both courage and vision. That alone grants you a genuine chance at success. And frankly, your mother, your aunt, and even your grandmother always claimed you'd achieve greatness someday. But until now, I remain skeptical. Now, after witnessing this, I see clearly. You young man will undoubtedly go far. Oh really? Aunt snapped, instantly seizing his ear. So all this time, Li Guangxing, you never believed a word either my sister or my mother said. You were merely humoring us, weren't you? Ouch. Ouch. Let go. Children are watching. Don't make a scene. Ha ha ha. And that night, everyone slept at Aunt's home. Aunt's house had only 2 heated brick beds, far too few for so many guests. With no alternative, Uncle Li Guangxing took cousin to stay with neighbors instead. In those days, when a household hosted too many visitors to accommodate, it was customary to seek lodging with neighbors or close friends. No one refused, rather such arrangements were seen as tokens of kinship and mutual care. Across this vast land, generations had walked side by side, supporting one another, bound not by obligation, but by enduring unspoken bonds of trust and warmth. Meanwhile, Liu Wei excused himself to use the restroom and slipped away into the year 2025. It was still morning there. Liu Wei and Grandma Wu had just packed up their vegetable stall at the early market. Grandma, are you heading out to collect recyclables later? And Grandma Wu looked up puzzled. What's wrong? Is there something you need my help with? Well, I want to buy some things, but I'm not sure where to find them cheaply, so I thought I'd ask you. Liu Wei scratched his head, slightly embarrassed. You silly child, just say so outright. Come on, Grandma, I'll take you. And they stepped outside, boarded a bus, and rode for about 15 minutes to reach a bustling market. As they walked, Grandma Wu explained, this market is enormous. Vegetables, meat, daily necessities. It's all here, and prices are far more reasonable than supermarkets. Though of course if supermarkets run promotions, that changes things. She turned to Liu Wei. Tell Grandma. What exactly do you need? Liu Wei glanced down at his cloth shoes. Today's labor had strained him so badly that his big toe was nearly... So he said, "I'd like to buy a pair of shoes, something affordable, and also socks, a short-sleeved shirt, trousers, toothpaste, a toothbrush, a wash basin, and a towel." He listed numerous daily essentials and garments. Grandma Wu listened, then suggested, "Actually, clothes and shoes are often cheaper online. But since we're already here, let's browse first." Lu Wei gasped, "You can buy things on your phone." But how? He'd only ever used 3 functions on his phone: WeChat, calling, and setting alarms. Nothing else. Grandma Wu, even more astonished, replied, "Of course you can. Didn't you know? Even I, a grandmother, know this. Aren't young people obsessed with online shopping?" Lu Wei scratched his head again. I didn't own a phone before. I had no idea phones could be used for shopping. And then you'd better learn quickly. So much in life is managed via smartphone these days. If you can't use one, you'll fall behind." As they spoke, they arrived at the clothing section. The shopkeeper, taking in their attire, immediately recognized them as customers and greeted them warmly. "I am shopping for clothes. For yourself, or for this young man, and for my grandson," Grandma Wu said. "Shall we go ahead and pick something out?" Lu Wei entered the stall, partitioned by wooden planks, and surveyed the offerings. The styles were indeed modern, but the prices made him wince. 40 or 50 yuan per item. "Do you have anything more affordable?" "These are simply too expensive," and the shopkeeper blinked, stunned. This was the first time he'd encountered a youth seeking clothes specifically for low cost. Even among peers of that age, most cared deeply about appearances, and rarely voiced such blunt concerns about price. "Young man, these aren't expensive, not at all. Look at the quality, the craftsmanship. This price is already remarkably fair." And Lu Wei shook his head. "I can't afford them. If you don't have anything cheaper, I'll just leave." He turned to walk out. "Wait, hold on. What about these?" The shopkeeper pointed toward a corner rack holding older-style garments and leftover stock, priced at 9.9 or 19.9 yuan each. Lu Wei examined them, but still found them costly. "I'll look around elsewhere." And the shopkeeper's eyes widened. "Costly? Fine, I'll give them to you for free." As he strolled along, Lu Wei suddenly halted before a vendor's stall. Something familiar had caught his eye. "Sir, how much for these socks?" 1 yuan per pair, 10 pairs for 8 yuan. "Over there in that basket are clearance items. 5 mao per pair, 10 pairs for 4 yuan. The vendor replied, sizing up Lu Wei and the elderly woman, already gauging their means. Customers like them would never buy premium goods, so he'd stick to recommending only the cheapest options. Lu Wei picked up a pair and examined it closely. Yes, these were precisely the nylon socks sold back in his hometown. The difference was striking. In 1988, such socks cost 2 or 3 yuan apiece, far more expensive than here. It may sound astonishing. How could prices in 1988 possibly exceed those of 2025? In truth, this phenomenon did not apply universally. It was concentrated primarily among industrially processed goods. In the 1980s, China's industrial foundation remained fragile, rendering many manufactured products prohibitively costly. A Santana sedan sold for over 200,000 yuan to a personal computer cost tens of thousands. Even an electronic watch fetched dozens, or even hundreds, of yuan. Today's commonplace polyester fabric was then considered a luxury item, 2 yuan per chi. High-end blended fabrics commanded even more staggering prices, veritable luxuries. Nylon socks, after all, were composed predominantly of polyester fiber. Now an utterly ordinary daily necessity, they had been genuine fashion statements in the 1980s. A testament to the timeless principle: rarity begets value, much like transporting a pane of glass to ancient times and watching its worth multiply several-fold. A plan crystallized in Lu Wei's mind. These socks, purchased here for 5 mao per pair, could yield 2 to 3-fold profits when resold in 1988. Moreover, the Lunar New Year was fast approaching, and in his hometown, wearing red socks during the festival was a time-honored tradition passed down through generations. Families of modest means still prioritized red socks as essential New Year provisions. Those with greater resources might also purchase red underpants, red long-sleeved undershirts, and thermal leggings. But no household considered itself properly prepared without at least one pair of red socks. Lu Wei lifted a bundle of red socks, weighing them thoughtfully in his palm, then asked the vendor, "If I take a large quantity, what's your lowest possible price?" The vendor didn't answer directly, but studied him instead, countering, "Young man, how many do you need?" Lu Wei paused briefly before replying, "Let's start with several hundred pairs. If the pricing works out, I'll make this your regular account." Hearing this, the vendor retrieved several sock varieties from beneath the counter and laid them out one by one. "These bagged ones are top quality, 2 yuan per pair. These are thicker but simply packaged, 1 yuan. The cheapest are loose-backed, 5 mao per pair. For several hundred pairs, I'll grant you a 30% discount off the listed price. But margins on these are razor-thin. I truly cannot go lower." Upon hearing Lu Wei's request for hundreds of pairs, Grandma Wu immediately pulled him aside and whispered urgently, "Xiao Wei, why on earth do you need so many socks? A few pairs for rotation will suffice. You can always return later." Lu Wei leaned close to her ear and murmured, "Grandma, I'm thinking of setting up a small stall tonight to test the market." Grandma Wu nodded, her understanding dawning instantly. "Ah, I see. Very well, I'll help negotiate the price. She turned back to the vendor and declared firmly 50% off. Agree now, and we'll take the goods immediately. If not, we'll browse elsewhere, or even check online. Madam, please don't misunderstand. I genuinely can't afford that price. I'd barely break, maybe even operate at a loss. The vendor lamented, spreading his hands in exasperation. Grandma Wu, however, remained unruffled and cut straight to the core. Don't try to bluff me. I know your trade well. These socks are bought by weight, and each pair costs you mere mao, no more. So make your decision 50% off? Yes or no? Exposed so bluntly, the vendor feigned resignation and waved his hand dismissively. Fine. You win. Since you're buying in volume, I'll honor your price, as a gesture of goodwill. In the end, Lu Wei selected 100 pairs each of the 3 tiers, preparing to test them upon returning home. After purchasing the socks, he bought a pair of athletic shoes for 20 yuan, the oldest, most unattractive model available, though solid in craftsmanship. Seeing them, a sudden notion struck Lu Wei. These shoes were stylish enough to warrant bulk purchase for resale. At 20 yuan per pair, they'd surely sell well, yet their thin soles made them impractical for winter back home. He'd wait until spring. Having acquired socks and shoes, Lu Wei added 2 pairs of trousers, 2 short-sleeved shirts, and 1 jacket, all chosen for affordability. Even so, he found them remarkably superior to the finest garments back home. Near departure, he spotted a denimwear stall, and his pulse quickened. Denim had been wildly popular in his era. Whether young or old, male or female, owning a single pair of jeans conferred instant prestige. Moreover, denim was unequivocally high-end merchandise back then. An ordinary pair cost 50 to 60 yuan, while monthly wages hovered around 60 or 70 yuan. A single pair thus consumed nearly an entire month's salary, proof of its extraordinary cost. Here, however, even the cheapest denim pants sold for just 20 or 30 yuan, guaranteed crowd pleasers upon resale. After prolonged hesitation, Lu Wei decided to wait. His current capital was too limited for substantial inventory. Besides, it was winter, denim wouldn't move well in cold weather. Reluctantly, he walked away from the stall. Lu Wei and Grandma Wu arrived at a meat vendor's stall. He intended to buy some pork belly for stewing at noon, an arrangement made yesterday with Grandma Wu which he hadn't forgotten. Gazing at the meat priced at 15 yuan per jean, Lu Wei winced inwardly. Back home it cost only 2 yuan per jean. He regretted not bringing some from there. Still, earning money here was comparatively easier, so all things considered the price wasn't unreasonable. Just as he reached for payment, Grandma Wu scanned the QR code with her phone and settled the bill. Grandma, I promised to treat you to meat. How can you pay instead, eh? She smiled warmly. Enough. You keep your money and focus on building your business. When you've earned great wealth, you'll treat me to fine meals then. Lu Wei protested in vain and reluctantly yielded, resolving silently to handle the purchase himself next time. He then bought sundries: ointment, toothbrushes, towels, wash basins, toilet paper, among other essentials. These items cost over 100 yuan, making Lu Wei tremble. Not because money was hard to earn here, but because it vanished alarmingly fast. At least these supplies would last a while. By journey's end, his initial earnings of over 800 yuan had dwindled to barely 300. He still owed Grandma Wu rent. After paying that, only a few dozen yuan would remain. Clearly, he needed to seize opportunities to earn more, urgently. Bearing bulging bags, Lu Wei and Grandma Wu boarded the bus again and returned home. Shall we go ahead and unpack? Grandma will stew the meat now and call you when dinner's ready. Yes, Grandma. And here's the rent, 300 yuan per month as agreed. Please accept it. You young man. Didn't we agree you're my true grandson and I your true grandmother? She feigned mild offense. Does any grandson pay rent while living with his grandmother? Or are you merely flattering me, never truly accepting me as family? Lu Wei hastily shook his hands. No, Grandma. It was our agreement. If you refuse, my conscience won't allow it. What conscience? You'll have plenty of reasons to complain about me later. Now hurry, get on with your work. In the end, Lu Wei couldn't persuade her, and the 300 yuan remained untransferred. Before long, Grandma Wu's braised pork was ready. Its rich, savory aroma made Lu Wei's mouth water uncontrollably. Shall we come have your meal? Yes, coming, Grandma. I'll serve the rice for you. Here, try my red braised pork. Tell me if it suits your taste. With a warm smile, Grandma Wu placed a generous piece into Lu Wei's bowl. Lu Wei popped it into his mouth. Grease glistened on his lips as he closed his eyes in blissful contentment. He could no longer recall how long it had been since he'd savored meat so succulent and fragrant. The last time he'd relished meat this deeply had been during last year's spring festival. Delicious. Look at him, devouring it like a starving wolf. Grandma Wu's wrinkles softened into radiant folds as she beamed with quiet satisfaction. If it pleases you, eat your fill. This entire bowl is yours. Grandma, you must eat too. I am. She lifted a small morsel and chewed slowly. But at my age, overeating unsettles the stomach. You're still growing. Eat heartily lest anything go to waste. Before they knew it, the meal ended. Nearly 2 jin of pork had vanished into Lu Wei's belly. Afterward, he cleared the dishes and, pulling out his phone, asked Grandma Wu how to shop online. Learning that a bank card, and thus an ID card, was required to make purchases only deepened his distress. He held no household registration. Without it, obtaining an ID was impossible. It happens to be quiet this afternoon. Why not visit the local police station and inquire? Lu Wei hesitated, crestfallen. But Grandma, I have no household registration. I can't get an ID. No household registration. Grandma Wu blinked in surprise. Then where is your family from? Somewhere in Long Province. I'm not certain. And your parents? I don't know. Then how did you grow up? I've forgotten. I only remember waking beneath a bridge and walking here. Everything else is gone. Lu Wei could offer no clearer explanation, only silence. He certainly couldn't confess he'd crossed time from 1988. Grandma Wu furrowed her brow, lost in thought. Xiao Wei, don't rush to the police station just yet. Let me ask around, see how we might resolve this. Lu Wei nodded quietly. Yes, Grandma. I'll follow your guidance. After bidding Grandma Wu farewell, Lu Wei returned to his room and began exploring his phone's functions. He opened Douyin, the app Grandma Wu had mentioned, and found an elder care influencer whose videos patiently taught seniors how to use smartphones. One video led to another. He watched entranced, each more astonishing than the last. Within that modest rectangular device lay wonders he'd never imagined: purchasing goods, ordering takeout, booking medical appointments, paying utility bills, even boarding public transport without spare change. Like a parched sponge, he absorbed every fragment of knowledge about this new world with ravenous intensity. Trembling slightly, he typed his most urgent question into the search bar. How can someone without household registration obtain an ID card? To his delight, an answer appeared. As a person experiencing homelessness or begging, he would first undergo DNA sampling to confirm he was not a fugitive, then enter a national database for familial matching. Should no relatives be located within 3 months, a social welfare agency or community committee would apply for his ID on his behalf, ensuring access to essential social services and healthcare. If still a minor, he would be placed under the care of a welfare institution. Relief washed over Lu Wei. A heavy weight finally lifted from his chest. So long as he wouldn't be detained as an unregistered stranger, hope remained. He glanced out the window. The day was already fading. Remembering unfinished matters awaiting him back in 1988, he stilled his mind, willed himself forward, and dissolved silently from the cozy 2025 cottage, reappearing instead in the snow-choked streets of that windswept 1988 town. Plunged abruptly from warmth into -40-degree cold, Lu Wei shuddered violently and dashed back indoors. His mother, Lu Guifang, looked up puzzled. You fool. What took you so long in the latrine? I thought you'd fallen in. No. I've got a bit of stomach upset, Lu Wei mumbled evasively, burrowing instantly beneath the heated quilt. Auntie Lu, overhearing, leaned in with concern. Upset stomach. Did you catch a chill? Let me fetch you some medicine. No, Auntie. No need yet. Let's wait until morning. If it persists, then we'll take something. Fair enough. Rest well on the heated Kong. An uneventful night passed. By dawn it was already past. After breakfast, the family walked together to the hospital, arriving promptly at 8. Officers from the local police station had also arrived to mediate the dispute. The final agreement: medical expenses were split evenly, 62.4 yuan total, with Lu Wei's family contributing 31.2. Though resentful, the Su family had no recourse. After all, Su Laosen had walked straight to their door seeking a beating. As the officers bluntly put it, he deserved death if he were killed. Claims for nutritional compensation or emotional damages held no weight in those days. If you were beaten, you bore the consequence. If you couldn't win the fight, you had only yourself to blame. Thus, though brawls cost money, they cost far less than they would later, indirectly fueling their frequency. Only after leaving the hospital did the family notice something amiss. Someone was missing. Where's Lu Wei? Lu Dajiang scanned the street, bewildered. At his words, everyone paused, then recalled in unison, where is that boy? Li Heng, go check if your younger brother's still inside the hospital. Just as Li Heng turned to run back, and Lu Wei appeared in the distance, pedaling steadily toward them atop a tricycle laden with fresh vegetables. Vibrant green chives and tender cucumbers glowed vividly against the frozen white landscape, arresting the eye with startling freshness. Lu Dahai rushed forward, inspecting the load. Oh my goodness. Son, where on earth did you get this whole cartload in such short time? Others gathered round, stunned, staring at the chives, chili peppers, cucumbers, and celery piled high. Where else? I bought them, paid cash. Uncle Li Guangxing picked up a bundle of chives, frowning. Nephew, were you swindled? These chives aren't fresh at all. True. They're limp and lifeless, Lu Guifang added, fretting over her son. Did your classmate trick? Lu Wei shook his head. No, Mom. It's exactly the kind I wanted. I needed unfresh ones. Lu Guifang frowned deeper. What on earth will you sell these to? Who'd buy wilted produce when fresh is available? Are customers fools? Auntie Lu Yunrong stepped forward to defend her nephew. Enough? It's his first venture. He couldn't possibly foresee everything. His courage alone sets him far above most. Mistakes are inevitable. We learn by experience and grow wiser. Uncle Li Guangxing chuckled in agreement. Exactly. Xiao Wei outshines his elder brother by miles. Look at my Li Heng. Eats, sleeps, eats, nearly fattened into a pig. Li Heng shot his father a long, wounded glance. Lu Wei helplessly said, I already told you these vegetables were intentionally sourced by me, and I got them through connections. Ordinary people wouldn't even be able to acquire them. Hearing this, Dad Lu Dahai's eyes widened, pondering whether his child had lost his mind. What? You got these vegetables through connections? What kind of connections are those? Enemy connections. Uncle Lu Dajiang couldn't hold back his laughter, grinning. Ha ha, my nephew has a point. Ordinary folks really wouldn't think to get such vegetables, nor could they really get them. Lu Wei knew that just talking wouldn't suffice, so he stopped explaining and pushed his tricycle towards the second store. Alright, follow me and see how I sell them. They'll be snatched up in no time. Everyone was skeptical, exchanging glances, all curious to see what tricks he had up his sleeve. Just as Lu Wei arrived at the store entrance before the tricycle had even come to a stop, someone approached. Hey young man, you finally made it. I've been wandering around here for ages, afraid you wouldn't show up today. Seeing it was the first regular customer from yesterday, Lu Wei quickly greeted him with a smile. Sir, I got held up with something today. So how was the vegetable from yesterday? Not just okay. The old man slapped his thigh, his voice rising a notch. It was simply excellent. Let me tell you, your vegetables are far better than those overpriced ones in the store. Despite some bumps on the outside, they are fresh inside. The ones in the vegetable shop may look good, but many are frostbitten and can't compare to yours. My wife complained yesterday saying I bought too few. That's why I rushed over early today to wait for you. Lu Wei felt reassured and said with a smile, don't worry sir, I'll be here every day during the new year. But you need to come early. If you come late, there really won't be any left. While they were talking, more people gathered around, also customers from yesterday. Before long, the crowd in front of the stall grew larger. Lu Wei hadn't even finished setting out the vegetables when a group had already surrounded the tricycle. This scene left Lu Wei's father, mother, uncle, aunt, unclean-law, and cousin all dumbfounded. Uncle was utterly confused. Why are so many people buying Xiao Wei's vegetables? Could it be that his vegetables grant immortality? At that moment, someone nearby chuckled. Why else? Because his vegetables are both good and cheap. If you want to buy, you better come early. I came late yesterday, and all that was left were scraps. Now Lu Wei was busy weighing vegetables, collecting money, and giving change, barely able to keep up. Aunt Lu Yunrong was the first to react, quickly calling out to her dazed family, what are you all standing around for? Can't you see Xiao Wei is busy? Hurry up and lend a hand. This finally snapped everyone back to reality, and they rushed forward to help. Mom Lu Guifang was the first to squeeze beside her son, anxiously asking, son, I'm here to help. Quickly tell me, what's the price for these vegetables? Lu Wei was swiftly weighing the produce and raising his voice to the crowded audience announced, dear neighbors, today, all the vegetables are just 1 yuan per jean. Don't worry if you miss out, they'll be back tomorrow. At this point, Lu Dahai and Lu Guifang finally understood why they were in such high demand. 1 yuan per jean, even they were tempted. Lu Dahai seized the opportunity to lean towards his son's ear and whispered conspiratorially, son, can you actually make money selling them for 1 yuan per jean? Don't lose money. While Lu Wei continued with his tasks, he chuckled quietly, Dad, who does a losing business? Your son is not. Suddenly the crowd surged forward, clamoring for 2 jean of chili peppers, 3 jean of cucumbers, with money being handed over from all directions. Even with his parents helping, he was overwhelmed. Seeing this, Lu Wei handed his cousin 20 yuan, saying, bro, go to the store and buy 2 more scales. Li Heng took the money and dashed into the store behind him, soon returning with 2 new scales. These scales could weigh up to 15 kilograms, or around 30 jean, which was sufficient for selling vegetables. Now with 3 scales, he could finally ease the workload a bit. The tricycle had over 200 jean of leeks, plus more than 100 jean of various vegetables that Lu Wei had picked up earlier in the morning. Seeing that more than half of the vegetables at the stall had already sold out while the crowd showed no signs of diminishing, Lu Wei quickly handed the scale to his uncle and said to his parents, Dad, Mom, you keep an eye here, they'll pedal back to get another load. Mom looked at the half-empty cart and the increasingly crowded surroundings, quickly nodding, you hurry back, we'll keep watch here. Aunt chimed in, let your brother go with you. He can't help much here, and we'll just make it chaotic. Li Heng, hurry and help your Hey little brother, I'm going with you. Cousin Li Heng stepped forward in response. Lu Wei had other plans in mind, but couldn't refuse, so he replied, all right, let's go. After placing the vegetables from the tricycle on the ground, the two pushed the cart away. They hadn't gone far when Lu Wei sent his cousin off. Bro, it's almost noon. Take 10 yuan and buy some buns to bring back for everyone. I can handle transporting the veggies myself. Li Heng hesitated. Can you manage alone? You need someone to help carry the stuff. Lu Wei waved his hand, speaking casually, don't worry, the goods are all ready. I just need to pedal the cart back, it's easy. Quickly go buy the buns, don't let everyone go hungry. I'll be back soon. Without waiting for his cousin to argue further, he pedaled the tricycle away swiftly. He found a secluded spot, looked around to ensure it was safe, and with a thought, both he and the cart instantly traversed to the year 2025. It was afternoon, the moment when the wholesale market discarded damaged vegetables. Just as Lu Wei settled down, he saw not far away a worker was pushing a cart of fresh cucumbers, which suddenly tipped over into a garbage heap. This time Lu Wei didn't rush to search through the pile. Instead, he quickly stopped the worker who was about to leave. Excuse me, sir, could you wait a moment? I have something to ask you. The man looked to be in his 40s or 50s, dressed in a work uniform speckled with dirt. he didn't seem like a boss, but rather a worker. He paused and turned back. What is it? Lu Wei smiled and stepped closer. Sir, did you decide to throw away that cart of cucumbers just now? The man waved his hand. I'm just a worker. If you have something to say, go ahead. I still have work to do. Lu Wei quickly explained his purpose. Sir, I collect vegetables, specifically those that merchants do not want. As long as they are a bit wilted from being stored too long, not visually appealing, or have some bruises, but aren't rotten, I'll take them. If it's convenient, could you ask the boss if there are such vegetables available for sale to me? The price is negotiable. This is my phone number. Saying this, he handed over a pre-written note. The man pondered for a moment, lowering his voice. For these types of vegetables, how much do you usually pay? It depends on the quality and type of the vegetables, generally between 20 to 50 cents per gene. The man quickly calculated in his mind and nodded. All right, I'll contact you when we have this type of vegetable. Great, I'll be waiting for your call. Lu Wei was unsure if this business would pan out, but whether it worked or not, he had to give it a try, otherwise he would miss the chance. Constantly searching through garbage piles for vegetables wasn't a viable approach, wasting time and not guaranteeing a good haul. If he could collect these vegetables before they spoiled or just after they were damaged, wouldn't that save a lot of trouble? Although spending some money, once he had the quantity, he would earn more. Thus, for the rest of the time, Lu Wei collected vegetables while contacting various people who discarded produce. There were bosses and workers. Some were dismissive of his proposal and gave him sour faces, while others showed. In any case, over the course of one evening, Lu Wei handed out several phone numbers. These were opportunities. After filling a cart with vegetables and various fruits, Lu Wei rode his tricycle back to Grandma Wu's house. After washing and sorting through these vegetables, Lu Wei rode his tricycle out again. This time, however, he was not just carrying vegetables, but also 300 pairs of socks he had acquired during the day. As Lu Wei rode back on his tricycle laden with a full load of vegetables, the stall had already sold out completely. His father and mother were squatting on the steps in front of the store, savoring their buns. Upon seeing Lu Wei's figure, his father and uncle hurriedly set down their buns and stood up to help push the cart. Where have you been getting the vegetables, child? You've been gone for so long. We sold everything here for quite a while. His father pushed the cart and grumbled. Lu Wei wiped the sweat from his brow and replied helplessly, It's a long way. No matter how fast I go, I can't fly back. All right, stop dawdling. There are several regular customers waiting over there. Hurry and set up. His uncle quickly interjected, and they deftly stabilized the cart. Sure enough, a few old customers who hadn't bought vegetables were still lingering nearby, stretching their necks to peek over. Hey, son, why are there so many red socks in that bag? His mother casually opened a woven bag and was astonished to find it stuffed full of red socks. Lu Wei took the buns handed to him by his cousin, took a big bite, and mumbled, Oh, those are just some goods I brought along. With the new year approaching, red socks sell well, so I thought I'd test the waters. Though everyone was a bit surprised, the bustling scene from selling vegetables in the morning laid a solid foundation, and now adding socks seemed quite reasonable and was easily accepted. His aunt curiously pulled out a pair of socks, exclaiming, Wow, these socks are really beautiful. They even have golden threads embroidered on them. Look at the packaging. It's all done with this plastic paper. This must be quite expensive. His mother also took a pair, examining them carefully with a hint of worry on her face. How much do you plan to sell these socks? Will anyone buy them? Lu Wei swallowed the bite of bun in his mouth and explained, Well, these packaged ones are the best. They sell for $2.50. Then there's the mid-range ones at $1.50 a pair, and the cheapest ones are $1 a pair. His mother picked up the mid-range and low-end socks, feeling the fabric, carefully weighing them in her hands. The material of these mid-range ones is quite thick. It feels similar to those sold for $2 or $3 elsewhere. The cheap ones are a bit thin, but at $1 a pair they should sell well. After saying this, she leaned closer to Lu Wei and whispered, Son, can you really make a profit at this price? Lu Wei smiled and nodded, his tone confident. Mom, just rest assured, if it doesn't make money, how could I do this? Lu Guifeng thought about it and agreed her son was clever enough not to engage in unprofitable business. Come on, let's display all these socks alongside the vegetables. Everyone arranged the vegetables and socks, and soon someone came by to ask for prices. Initially, Lu Wei thought the high-end socks would be the hardest to sell, and the low-end ones would sell the best. Unexpectedly, the best-selling ones turned out to be the mid-range and high-end socks, while the cheap $1 pairs sold the slowest. By the time it was 2 or 3 in the afternoon, all the vegetables had been sold out, and a small portion of the socks had also. As the stall gradually became quiet, Lu Wei said to his aunt and others, Aunt, there are just a few socks left. There's no need for so many people to keep an eye on them now. You all can head back to rest. We'll pack up and come home soon. His aunt looked and saw that there were indeed only a few scattered socks left, so she nodded. All right, I'll head back to prepare dinner. You all come back early to eat. His mother, Lu Guifeng, waved her hands. Sister, don't worry about that. We must get home today. It's just Mom and his old aunt watching the 2 kids at home. Oh, I really can't rest easy. At this moment, Lu Wei grabbed several bulging bags and handed them to his cousin and uncle. Inside were plums, apples, bananas, and some fresh vegetables. Uncle, take these vegetables and fruits back to eat, Lu Wei said with a smile. His uncle quickly pushed back. What are you doing, child? A family shouldn't be doing this. Quickly take it to sell for money. Lu Wei insisted. Uncle, it's precisely because we are family that you should take them. We've kept some for ourselves. These are all from our stall, not worth much, just for something fresh. Besides, yesterday my brother's uncle specifically went to the police station to help us out, and we didn't properly thank him. These fruits are just the right way to show our gratitude. His father and mother chimed in, exactly, just take it. There's no need for family to push back. It's cold, hurry back, and warm up. After some persuasion, his aunt and uncle finally accepted the items repeatedly, reminding them to be careful on their way home before leaving with their bags. After they had walked far, his uncle couldn't help but look back, sighing, Little Wei is bound to have great prospects in the future. He has courage and brains, and what's more rare is that he knows how to conduct himself. Look at him, just 17 or 18, yet he handles things more thoroughly than many adults. This child will surely do well in the future. His aunt couldn't hide her pride as she replied, Do you need to say that? I already noticed it long ago. After sending off his aunt's family, Lu Wei seized the opportunity to quickly return the tricycle and then began to pack up the stall. His mother Lu Guifeng was not pleased at all. Money was flowing in like water, as she had never imagined in her lifetime that earning money could be so effortless, so how could she bear to pack up so early? Son, why are we closing so early? It's not dark yet, we still have these socks left. Let's sell for a bit longer. Lu Wei smiled wryly and explained, Mom, it's getting late, the sky is about to turn dark. We still have to travel back home. If we delay any longer, we will have to find our way back in the dark. We can continue selling the remaining socks tomorrow, but we need to come back to sell vegetables anyway. In winter in northeast China, it gets dark very early, around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Lu Guifeng thought about it and realized it made sense. They hadn't returned home last night, so they had to go back today. The family quickly tidied up their things. His father tied up the unsold socks and slung them over his shoulder, and the group, Lu Wei and his 2 parents along with his uncle Lu Dajiang, set off for home. Not far along the way, they were fortunate to encounter a horse cart returning empty after delivering wood to the town. They quickly waved for a ride. When they finally saw the entrance to their village, it was already dark. Grandma had been waiting at the door, glancing out several times. Upon seeing them, she quickly lifted the door curtain and called out, You finally made it back. Quick, come inside and warm up. Without waiting for Grandma to say more, Lu Wei had already adeptly kicked off his frozen stiff cotton shoes and slid into the warmest spot on the Kong. His little sister, seeing her brother return, immediately rushed over, looking up at him with longing. Brother, did you bring me anything delicious? Grandma, seeing Lu Wei shivering from the cold, tenderly pulled over a thick cotton quilt from the end of the Kong and wrapped it tightly around him, saying, Oh dear, has my eldest grandson gotten cold? Come, Grandma will fix your bedding. Take off your outer clothes and get into the quilt to warm up quickly. Lu Wei wrapped the quilt around himself and let out a long breath. On this cold winter day, nothing was more comfortable than sitting on a warm Kong. His little sister, quick-witted, hurriedly took his cold hands in her small warm ones and said seriously, Brother, let me warm your hands. Lu Wei smiled and pinched her cheek. You little rascal. Wait until I warm up, or I'll get you something delicious. His aunt was setting out dishes and chopsticks on the Kong table and asked, Why are you back so late? I heard from the front yard that Su Laosan's family returned home at noon. His uncle Lu Dajiang chuckled. We were doing big business in the town. Grandma, who was serving porridge, didn't even look up and said, Just you few. Big business. Don't tell me you sold yourselves, and that counts as big business. This time his mother Lu Guifeng wasn't angry at all. Instead, she wore an uncontainable smile. We may not be that clever, but your eldest grandson is. Hearing this, Grandma's face also broke into a smile. If you say that, I believe it. I trust my eldest grandson in whatever he does. Lu Wei sat up a bit straighter in his quilt. Mom, take out the money, so we can count it. Ooh, I need to settle the goods payment. His mother responded, and carefully took out a tightly wrapped cloth bag from her cotton jacket pocket. She untied the knot and poured the bag out onto the Kong. Whoosh. A pile of crumpled bills scattered out, instantly forming a small mountain on the Kong. Wow. So much money. So much money. The little girl's eyes sparkled like stars upon seeing the pile of cash on the bed, and she opened her small hands ready to pounce. Her mother Lu Guifeng was quick to pull her aside, saying, Go, go, go. Don't cause a ruckus here, you'll mess up the counting. Grandma was holding a bowl of porridge, and upon seeing the bed piled high with money, she dropped her chopsticks onto the table with a loud clatter, her voice trembling. Wah. Where did all this money come from? The aunt nearby was also dumbfounded and blurted out, You guys. You didn't rob a bank, did you? Uncle Lu Dajiang shot her a glare, annoyed. Stop talking nonsense. Haven't I told you? We made a big deal in town today. This is all from selling vegetables. Selling vegetables? What kind of vegetables could earn this much? Grandma eagerly pressed for details. Uncle Dajiang suddenly became animated, excitedly recounting how they sold vegetables, how they sold socks, and how people crowded around their stall. After hearing all this, Grandma's eyes narrowed with joy, constantly patting Lu Wei's back. I told you. My eldest grandson is bound to be successful. Look, see. This proves it right. From now on, our family will have to rely on his success. The aunt chimed in with a smile. Yes, yes, yes. Your grandson is successful. You can just wait to enjoy the blessings. Is there any doubt? Grandma said proudly, My eldest grandson is the most filial. Lu Wei quickly added, "Yes, Grandma, don't worry. Whatever you want to eat or use in the future, I will buy for you." Grandma nodded in satisfaction, holding his hand. "I don't want anything else, I just hope you can settle down quickly and give me a great grandson to hold." Lu Wei chuckled, scratching his head. "Alright, if I meet the right one next year, I will definitely seize the opportunity." Unlike the general anxiety young people have about marriage today, those from Lu Wei's generation were filled with anticipation about getting married and starting a family. Just think about it, on a freezing winter night, being able to cuddle with a wife on a warm Kong. Is there anything more beautiful than that? If someone says they don't want to get married, they must not be thinking straight. Mom also joked, "If you want to marry a wife, you better count the money clearly and see if this little fortune is enough to get a beautiful bride." The family gathered around the Kong, eagerly starting to count the money. The pile looked impressive, but in reality the denominations were not that high. Because the fourth set of RMB had just been issued last year, the main currency in circulation was still the third set, and large bills of 150 yuan were quite rare. Among the pile there was only a lonely 50 yuan note. The rest were all 1052 yuan, or even smaller denominations. After counting for quite a while, the total came out to 632 yuan and 70 cents. Lu Wei quickly calculated in his mind. They sold vegetables twice, with the first haul being over 300 jin, and the second over 100 jin, adding up to about 500 yuan from the vegetable sales. The remaining 100 or so yuan came from the socks, and the unsold socks could still be worth over 300 yuan. "Son, how much of this is the cost?" Dad Lu Dezai looked at the huge sum with excitement and a hint of unease, quickly asking. Without hesitation, Lu Wei directly counted out over 300 yuan and swiftly tucked it into his pocket. "About half is the cost, and half is profit." In fact, aside from the socks that cost a bit, the vegetables were practically zero cost. But he couldn't tell the truth. Firstly, it was hard to explain, and secondly, if his mother knew the profit was so thick, the money would surely be confiscated for safekeeping, and his subsequent plans would be ruined. Sure enough, as soon as Mom heard that the remaining over 300 yuan was profit, she quickly snatched it up and stuffed it into her pocket. Seeing Mom clutching her pocket tightly like a money-obsessed person, Lu Wei completely understood. She was genuinely afraid of being poor. He couldn't help but laugh. "Mom, even if you keep it in your pocket, it won't warm it up. Ooh, I have plans for this money." Mom instinctively tightened her grip on her pocket, her eyes filled with vigilance. "What plans do you have? What plan could be better than just saving it securely?" Lu Wei shook his head helplessly, yet his tone was particularly firm. "Money needs to be put to work to generate more money. What can we do with just 300 yuan? We need to get it circulating." Uncle Lu Dezai, who had been quietly smoking nearby, then knocked the ash off his cigarette and rumbled, "My son, mate, you can trust what he says. Oh, whatever he decides, just go with it." Mom looked at her son and then at her husband, hesitating for a while, before slowly reaching into her pocket, still reluctant to pull out the stack of money. "Then you have to be clear about what you want to do." Lu Wei had already planned it out and directly said, "First, give me 20 yuan for my uncle." Uncle Lu Dajiang, who was focused on eating, dropped his chopsticks in shock, waving his hands and struggling to swallow his food. "No, no, no. I can't take your money." Lu Wei was amused by his reaction. "Uncle, where are you thinking? This money is for you to help me collect goods, and of course I can't let you work for free, so I'll pay you 5 yuan a day." In those days, 5 yuan a day wasn't a small wage. Even planting rice only earned 10 yuan a day. A formal worker's salary was only a few dozen yuan a month. Only Uncle was a truly close relative treating him well. A stranger would only get 2 yuan at best. Uncle Dajiang finally breathed a sigh of relief, scratching his head and grinning. "Hey, what kind of family talks about wages? Just tell me what you need, and I'll take care of it." "Even true brothers need to settle accounts clearly," Lu Wei insisted. "I earn money outside. How can I let my uncle work for free? Just help me collect the loach and sort them by size. First collect 30 jin, and I'll ask someone to send it to Ice City to test the market." Uncle Dajiang laughed and patted his chest, saying, "What else do we need to collect? Tomorrow I'll go down to the river and catch 30 jin for you. I can guarantee 30 jin of loach." Lu Wei also smiled. "That's fine, I won't interfere. Anyway, I'm offering 5 mao per jin. Oh, whether you catch them yourself or buy them, that 15 yuan is all yours." Uncle Dajiang frowned and said, "Nephew, loach sells for only a few mao per jin in the market. How can you make a profit at 5 mao? Lu Wei chuckled. "Don't worry, I won't lose money on this." Mom watched Lu Wei collect loach without saying much. Her son was full of ideas, and since he was collecting, he must have a plan. "Son, what about the remaining money?" Mom asked, looking at the nearly 300 yuan left. Lu Wei, under his mother's reluctant gaze, also tucked the money into his pocket. "The remaining money will of course be used to buy supplies tomorrow. Previously we had to buy on credit because we had no money. Now that we have money, we can't keep buying on credit, right?" Mom realized it made sense looking at the money in hand, but with nothing left, she couldn't help but sigh. "Well, in the end, there's nothing left again." Lu Wei laughed. "Who says there's nothing left? Just wait for me to bring you some." Lu Wei said this and got up, put on his shoes, and went out. Before long, Lu Wei arrived at the small shop. It was the busiest time of the day, with villagers coming after dinner to play cards and watch the fun. Upon seeing Lu Wei enter, a familiar face jokingly said, "Xiao Wei, I heard you beat up Su Laosan. What was that about? Lu Wei chuckled, because he has an annoying face. That doesn't sound right. I heard you wanted to get someone's daughter pregnant, but she wasn't willing so you beat her up. Is that how? Ha ha ha. Everyone in the room burst into laughter. Lu Wei felt helpless, the angry words he said back, then he didn't know which idiot spread them. Lu Wei swore he had no thoughts about Su Lily at all. Lu Wei was too lazy to deal with them, and turned to look at Zhouya who was laughing and bending over the counter. Did you help me put away the things I bought yesterday? Zhouya rolled her eyes secretly at his words. If I didn't put them away for you, would I just throw them away? I've kept them for you, just wait, I'll go get them for you. As Zhouya spoke, she turned and walked into the kitchen. After a short while, she came out with a basket filled with fruits, and these were originally meant for Lu Wei to take home, but due to the sudden events yesterday, he hadn't had the chance. Zhouya handed the items to Lu Wei and said, I was afraid these would freeze, so I kept them in the house. The frozen goods are in the storage room, I'll go get them for you. Lu Wei glanced at the vegetables and fruits and waved his hand dismissively. These were meant for you. I brought back some more today. Oh, we can't finish them at home. Let's go, we'll take the frozen goods back. Zhouya looked at Lu Wei and then at the noisy crowd in the house, lowering her voice. They're quite expensive. I can't take them. You should take them back quickly. Lu Wei's voice turned serious, carrying an undeniable tone. If I say you should take them, then take them. If it weren't for you helping yesterday, I would have been at a loss. Stop hesitating or it won't look good if someone sees us. Zhouya's face flushed slightly at his words, her gaze flickering quickly on Lu Wei's face, carrying a hint of reproach and something hard to define. She did not insist any longer, only murmuring softly, stop wasting money, follow me, as she turned back to the kitchen with the basket. Lu Wei hurriedly followed behind. Zhouya placed the basket in the kitchen and then opened the back door of the kitchen. Zhouya's home was structured like a courtyard house with 3 rooms facing the street, serving as a small shop. The backyard had 3 main rooms for living with storage rooms and a livestock shed on either side. Zhouya unlocked the door to the storage room and turned on the light. The bag is over there, take a look. Lu Wei didn't even glance at the bag, instead staring at Zhouya with a burning gaze, remaining silent. Zhouya felt nervous under his gaze, her heart racing. The breath she exhaled formed a white mist in the dim light, creating a hazy atmosphere of intimacy. Feeling uneasy under his gaze, Zhouya's heart pounded in her chest, and her fingers subconsciously tugged at the edge of her cotton coat. Why? Why are you staring at me? Her voice was a bit dry, tinged with a nervousness she wasn't even aware of. Lu Wei looked at the charming Zhouya, filled with mature allure, and with determination abruptly stepped forward and pulled her into his embrace. His movements were somewhat awkward, yet full of earnestness, driven by the recklessness of youth. The embrace warm. No, Zhouya, I like you. Will you be my wife? Lu Wei held Zhouya tightly, as if trying to meld her into his very being. Zhouya, caught in Lu Wei's embrace, felt breathless. Even through the thick cotton coat, she could feel him burning like a flame, as if he wanted to turn her to ashes. Huff. Huff. No. Xiao Wei, we can't. I'm your aunt. We can't do this. Lu Wei's red eyes and heavy breaths blew directly onto Zhouya's face. What aunt? We're not even related. You can call my parents uncle and aunt, and that makes us equals. I don't care, you're going to be my woman from now on. Xiao Wei, I'm a married woman, and you're still a young man. I'm not worthy of you, Zhouya's words were cut off as Lu Wei sealed her lips. Looking into Lu Wei's fiery gaze, feeling his clumsy yet passionate kiss, Zhouya sighed inwardly and slowly closed her eyes. It was Lu Wei's first kiss, and he found Zhouya's tongue to be so sweet, so soft, so pleasurable, so exhilarating that it felt as if his heart might leap out of his mouth. After a while, Lu Wei felt he could no longer hold his breath, and abruptly pulled away from Zhouya's lips. Though kissing was enjoyable, holding his breath was indeed too difficult. Ha ha ha. Zhouya couldn't help but laugh at Lu Wei's gasping appearance. She lightly pinched Lu Wei's face and laughed. Silly boy, when your mouth is blocked, can't you breathe through your nose? Lu Wei was taken aback and replied, right, how did I not think of that? He'll try again. As he spoke, he tried to hold Zhouya again for another kiss, but she stopped him. It's too late. We've been out for a while. If we don't go back now, it will be troublesome if someone sees us. You know I'm a widow, and there's already too much gossip. My reputation doesn't matter, but yours cannot be tarnished, otherwise how will you find a wife in the future? Lu Wei planted a kiss on Zhouya's face, and said, now that we've come this far, I'm definitely going to marry you in the future. Zhouya, though dismissive on the surface, felt sweet inside. Don't say such nonsense. You must not come looking for me again. I'm a widow, how could I marry you? What would others think? Come on, hurry back. Zhouya blushed as she pulled Lu Wei out of the storage room. You take the things out the back door, I'll head back first. After saying that, Zhouya turned and went back to the small shop. Lu Wei stood there silly, smiling for a while before carrying the sack back to his grandmother's house. On the other side, Zhouya returned to the small shop, feeling somewhat uncomfortable in her pants. There was no choice but to get up and go back to her room in the backyard, change her underwear, and then come back. Sitting at the counter, she thought about what had just happened, her expression fluctuating between silly smiles and blushes. She almost gave the wrong change while selling something. She had married her husband through an introduction. Although their feelings weren't deep, they maintained a respectful relation. However, less than 2 months into their marriage, he was killed by a falling tree during logging, leaving her a widow. Since it was an illegal logging incident, there was no economic compensation. Fortunately, when they married, there was a bride price of 2,000 yuan, and the family had 2 large horses and several acres of land. Zhou sold the horses and, combined with the remaining 2,000 yuan, gathered 3,000 yuan to take over the supply and marketing cooperative, opening a small shop. Although the small shop didn't make much money, it was easy work. Moreover, she was all alone, and her in-laws had an older son, Zhou Ya's husband's elder brother. So she didn't have to manage anything for the family. Life was still quite good. However, being alone for so many years, she sometimes inevitably thought about finding a man to rely on. Her in-laws didn't oppose her remarrying, but she was quite clear that they were just waiting for her to remarry to take over her. Zhou wasn't foolish, as she understood their intentions. Moreover, she had her own plans, and not to mention no suitable candidates, so she had never remarried. Her feelings for Lu Wei were quite complex. At first, she regarded him merely as one among many men who admired her beauty, without any particular significance. In this isolated little village, she had long become accustomed to the sticky gazes, and Lu Wei was no exception. When she learned that Lu Wei had actually gone out alone to sell vegetables and earn money, she was truly shocked. She also yearned to earn money to escape this small village and dreamed of opening her own shop in town. However, she knew her abilities were limited, and with the fields providing stable but meager returns, the small shop offered a modest yet secure life, like an invisible shackle akin to a warm mire from which she felt powerless to escape. Therefore, when she saw Lu Wei bravely take that step, the courage she lacked suddenly emerged in this man she had originally looked down upon, eliciting a sense of admiration. Moreover, Lu Wei succeeded. Although she didn't know how much he earned in a day, the fact that he spent nearly 100 yuan on food and other items indicated that he must have earned much more. At this moment, she only felt admiration with no other thoughts, for Lu Wei was so much younger than her. What truly changed her heart was when Lu Wei suddenly grasped her hand in the restaurant. In that instant, it was as if a spring thunder struck deep into her heart, through her veins, igniting the long-buried tinder of desire within her. It was a yearning for a solid support, a stirring for a true man, and a hint of sinful ecstasy and tremors that broke through the barriers of age and social status. Along the way, she appeared calm on the surface, but her mind was racing with fantasies about being together with Lu Wei, including thoughts of his youthful body, surely brimming with energy. So, who says women are not lustful? In fact, when it comes to desire, women are no less than men. It's just that many women, due to their inherent modesty, find it difficult to express it. Thus, when Lu Wei embraced her, in that instant her body went soft, and she had no strength to resist, almost collapsing into Lu Wei's arms. To sum up, the widow who had been single for many years longed for a man, and upon meeting a young, handsome, and capable one, was instantly captivated. Lu Wei arrived at his uncle's house carrying a sack, pushed open the door, and directly tossed the sack onto the ground. His mother looked at the large sack in surprise, and exclaimed, "What on earth did you buy in this sack?" Lu Wei squatted down, taking things out while muttering, "These are some New Year's goods bought yesterday. This is 2 boards of fish, 1 board of mackerel, 1 board of ribbon fish. This is pork, and these are awful, like pig intestines and stomach, and this is the sugar I bought." The family looked in astonishment at the amount of items Lu Wei had bought. To be honest, in this era, even having 6 to 8 dishes on the table during the new year was considered quite good. Some families only prepared 4 dishes as long as there was fish and meat. Compared to previous years, this was already a life that they wouldn't even dare to imagine. Families like Lu Wei's who bought so much could not be said to be non-existent, but they were definitely few. Because the era of hunger had just passed not long ago, even if one could afford it, few would spend money to buy so many. "Oh, my dear grandson, how did you buy so much? How much did this all cost?" Even though his grandmother was very fond of Lu Wei, she couldn't help but wince at the sight of so many items. Lu Wei chuckled, "Not much at all, and there's still a portion for my uncle's family. Moreover, this isn't everything. I haven't bought new clothes, firecrackers, or couplets yet. They'll go get those tomorrow." His mother initially wanted to chide Lu Wei, but the words were swallowed back. Since her son said this was for his uncle's family, if she criticized him, it would seem as if she were blaming him for spending money on his brother's family. Nearby, the aunt couldn't hide her smile, wanting to refuse a bit, but fearing that she might laugh out loud. Deep down, she was secretly pleased, thinking that her kindness had been rewarded. She originally couldn't bear to see the 2 children go hungry, worried that they would starve, and that her husband would scold her if he found out. She hadn't expected that there would come a day when her kindness would be repaid, making her feel that her rice had not been fed in vain. Uncle Lu Dajiang hurriedly refused. "I can't accept this." Lu Wei waved his hand. "It's not just for you, but it's also for my grandmother, my aunt, and my sister Xiaofeng. This is for all of them." Uncle Lu Dahai smiled, and said, "Exactly, this is your nephew paying respects to you all. Let's not stand on ceremony as a family. Alright, let's hurry and put these things away, if it's getting late, and we need to go home." After Lu Wei's family returned home, the stove in the house was still burning, having been ignited by his father when he returned while Lu Wei was out getting things from the shop. Lu Wei returned to his west room, lying on the bed tossing and turning unable to sleep, his mind filled with thoughts of Zhou Ya's soft and fragrant body. How comfortable it would be to hold her while sleeping at night. Unable to sleep, Lu Wei simply transported himself to the year 2025. At this moment the sky had just darkened, and Lu Wei got up from his bed preparing to go to the toilet. In Grandma Wu's yard there was no toilet. If he wanted to go, he had to go outside the yard. This was an urban village, and there were no street lights at night, so it was pitch dark. Moreover, Grandma Wu's house was located in an alley leading to a dead end. The toilet was located at that dead end, and belonged to Grandma Wu's family. Usually no one else used it, and only the tenants living with Grandma Wu had keys to the toilet. As Lu Wei passed by Grandma Wu's room, he noticed that the lights were off. She hadn't returned since leaving in the afternoon. Though Lu Wei didn't know where she had gone, he could roughly guess that she seemed to have gone to help him with his household registration. Lu Wei glanced again towards the direction of Lan Weiwei's room, and saw the light was on, as she must have returned from work. However, Lu Wei didn't look any longer, fearing he might be mistaken for a pervert. As he exited the yard, Lu Wei walked towards the direction of the toilet. Just as he got near, he suddenly heard a strange huh. Lu Wei frowned. The sound seemed to come from someone whose mouth was covered. He felt a stir of curiosity and looked toward the toilet, but the door blocked his view. Is anyone there? Then he'll go to another one. Since there was only one squat toilet, if someone was inside they would usually make a noise to indicate someone was there. Huh. The voice clearly carried a sense of urgency, seeming to want Lu Wei to leave. However, Lu Wei walked away quickly, soon disappearing from the end of the alley. Lan Weiwei was undergoing training at the hospital. On the surface it seemed glamorous, but after a long day her legs felt stiff and trembling. Working overtime was a daily routine. Today was no different. By the time she finished her work, the sky was already pitch dark. On the bus home, she felt a sharp pain in her lower abdomen, and the urge to urinate grew increasingly urgent. However, being in the vehicle, no matter how urgent it was, she had to hold it in. She couldn't possibly wet herself on the bus. All she could do was silently urge faster, drive faster. Ironically, the more anxious she was, the more she encountered traffic jams. The vehicle moved inch by inch, each second felt like torment. By the time she finally rushed to the bus stop near her home, she was on the verge of losing control. It felt as if the water was about to burst through the dam, and any moment of relaxation would lead to an overflow. In a panic, she got off the bus and ran home, completely oblivious to the fact that a sneaky man had been following her the entire way. Just as she spotted the restroom door and took a deep breath, ready to put down her bag and unbuckle her belt, a sudden sound of hurried footsteps came from behind her. Lan Weiwei thought it was another person needing to use the restroom. Just as she was about to shout, "There's someone inside," the person lunged forward, pressing a cold dagger against her waist, and whispered, "Hand over your bag." Lan Weiwei stared blankly at the glinting dagger, her face instantly drained of color, her legs uncontrolled. An extreme fear washed over her like icy water. The dam she had struggled to hold back completely broke at that moment. A warm stream flowed down her legs. The robber, seeing her so terrified, froze in place. His previously taut nerves relaxed slightly. His name was Chen Shi, and he had fled his hometown after getting into trouble years ago, making his way to this city. Relying on a bit of makeup skills he had picked up in his youth, he changed his appearance and hid from place to place, managing to come here without any major incidents. However, once settled, he realized the harshness of reality. He had no money and dared not seek a proper job, leaving him with no choice but to return to his old ways. But he had his principles. Having worked in this line for so long, he firmly maintained one bottom line: never harm anyone's life. As long as he didn't cause any fatalities, he usually wouldn't be pursued relentlessly by the police. The amounts he stole were also small, trying his best to avoid drawing attention, like a loach swimming in the dark. But today this woman before him made him waver. Chen Shi finally understood what it meant to die under the peony, living on as a ghost. This woman was truly striking, her face a blend of beauty and fear, making her even more captivating. Her figure was incredibly alluring, those long straight legs, and the full curves of her chest were something he had only seen in suggestive short videos. He had never been this close to such beauty in reality. A surge of forbidden desire rushed through him, burning away the rationality he had always clung to. Chen Shi took a deep breath and made a silent resolution. Just for today, for her, he would make an exception. Even if it meant irreversible consequences, it seemed worth it. He roughly yanked Lan Weiwei's bag, rifling through it indiscriminately. Aside from her phone, cosmetics, and some random female items, there was only a few crumpled bills. "Damn it, a poor wretch," he muttered under his breath, tossing the bag onto the dirty ground. Then he tightened his grip on the glimmering fruit knife, stepping closer to the cornered Lan Weiwei. "Shut up," he lowered his voice, squeezing out a threat from his throat. "If you dare to scream, I will stab you to death immediately." What do you want, eh?" Lan Weiwei's voice trembled from extreme fear, her back pressed tightly against the cold, damp, tiled wall, with no retreat possible. "What do I want?" The robber spat, his eyes flashing with lewd and fierce light. "Beautiful lady, don't be afraid, just take off your clothes, and let me have my fun. Once I'm done I'll leave, and I promise not to hurt you. But if you don't comply," he suddenly shifted his tone, pressing the cold tip of the dagger tightly against her thin clothing right over her heart. then don't blame me for making you bleed. This blatant threat, and the stabbing sensation on her chest, drained the last bit of color from Lan Weiwei's face. Just at this moment of despair, a sound of footsteps coming closer cut through the darkness like a beam of light. The robber's expression changed dramatically. He quickly covered Lan Weiwei's mouth with one hand, applying enough pressure to nearly suffocate her, while the dagger in his other hand moved swiftly up, pressing tightly against her neck's artery. This sudden change felt like a shot of adrenaline, igniting all of Lan Weiwei's survival instincts. She forgot her fear and struggled desperately, trying to squeeze out a cry for help from beneath that rough hand. However, the weak woo-woo sounds escaping her throat were mistaken by him as a reminder that someone was in the restroom. When Lu Wei turned to leave and the footsteps faded away, Lan Weiwei fell into utter despair. Could it be my promising life is about to end in this filthy public restroom? I haven't become rich, haven't enjoyed life, I've been struggling all this time, never having a single day of enjoyment. To die like this is too suffocating. If I'm destined to die, can it be in a more decent place? At least when it makes the news, it won't sound so embarrassing. A damn bitch who doesn't know how to appreciate. The robber confirmed that the person had gone far, his nerves slightly settling, and he turned to vent all his anger on her, pressing the knife's edge into her delicate skin, leaving a shallow mark. I see you're truly tired of living. One last time, take it off. Otherwise today, next year will be your death anniversary. In this suffocating despair, Lan Weiwei's blurred peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a figure emerging silently from behind the robber. It was that young man, the one she had seen beside Granny Wu this morning. At that time she had looked down on him, thinking he dressed so poorly and dared to gaze at her with such a straightforward look. It was simply laughable and pathetic, utterly lacking self-awareness. But now at this life and death moment, the appearance of this young man felt like a ray of light piercing through the endless darkness, becoming the only lifeline she could cling to while drowning. At that moment she looked at him and felt he seemed incredibly reliable. His worn clothes appeared so comforting and steady. His gaze was sharp and bright, like a beam of light illuminating her heart. The young man crouched at the wall, quickly and silently signaling her with hand gestures. His palm pressed down, indicating her to stay calm, and then he pointed at the robber, mouthing clearly, "Cooperate with him." Lan Weiwei instantly understood. She forced herself to calm down, took a deep breath, and spoke with a trembling voice in an attempt to attract the robber's attention. Are you serious? As long as I obey, you won't hurt me. Exactly, as long as you cooperate, not only will I not harm you, but I'll make you very comfortable. Lan Weiwei suppressed her nausea and smiled. All right, just keep the knife away from me, and I'll take it off right now. As she spoke, she slowly began to remove her windbreaker. Lan Weiwei's figure certainly possesses a voluptuousness that belies her age. Her youthful face contrasts with a body that radiates the full, ripe curves of a peach, exuding an irresistible allure. Perhaps it is this captivating quality that has made her a target in the eyes of the criminals. She took a deep breath, suppressing the flutter in her heart, and feigned calm as she unbuttoned her trench coat. As her outer garment slowly slipped away, the fitted black shirt beneath outlined her silhouette even more distinctly. The robber's gaze became fixed, his Adam's apple involuntarily bobbing. Now is the moment. She recalled a scene from a movie where the heroine escapes, steeling herself for action. Lan Weiwei's lips curled into a faint smile as she casually handed her coat forward, saying, "Could you please hold this for me?" The robber, still immersed in the sight before him, had no time to react before the coat was thrown over his head and face. With his vision obscured, he instinctively reached up to pull it off. Just then Lu Wei, perched on the wall, leaped down like a hawk diving for prey, his full weight crashing down onto the robber's back. A crisp crack reverberated through the air, the sound of ribs breaking. The robber let out a muffled howl. Just as he was about to struggle, Lu Wei's knees pressed firmly against his spine, rendering him immobile. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Wei seized the robber's wrist, twisting it sharply. In agony, the robber released. Lu Wei showed no hesitation as he kicked the dagger away, and then fiercely grabbed the robber's hair, smashing his head brutally into the ground. With a dull thud, the robber managed to let out only half a scream before his face was mangled, his eyes filled with stars, as he slumped unconscious. Nearby, Lan Weiwei was on the phone with the police, witnessing Lu Wei's series of fierce and swift moves. Her heart skipped a beat. Amidst her fear, she found this man emanating an aura of danger, undeniably handsome. Lu Wei deftly removed one of the robber's shoes, pulled out the shoelaces, and tightly bound the robber's hands behind his back. Next, with a swift motion, he tore off the robber's pants. Lan Weiwei was taken aback, a mix of shock and embarrassment flooding her face. What was he trying to do? Could it be? But as that thought crossed her mind, she quickly realized her misunderstanding. Lu Wei simply used the removed pants to bind the robber's legs, bending them back and securing them with his restrained hands, turning him into a helpless Songzi. After completing all this, Lu Wei quickly stood up, leaned close to Lan Weiwei's ear, and lowered his voice. When the police arrive, don't mention me. Just say a passerby helped you and left immediately. Do you understand? His breath brushed her ear, and though Lan Weiwei found it puzzling, she had no objections to her savior's request, nodding immediately. Okay, I remember. Lu Wei nodded, gesturing towards the alley's entrance. You should wait outside for safety. Don't worry, I will keep watch here until the police arrive before I leave. However, Lan Weiwei shook her head, her tone resolute. It's fine, I'll stay here with you. After a pause, a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. By the way, my name is Lan Weiwei, what's your name? Moi. Lu Wei looked at her in confusion. Didn't Grandma Wu introduce me this morning? Lan Weiwei's cheeks flushed, even more stammering, an explanation. I wasn't fully awake this morning and my mind was a bit foggy, so I didn't remember. She couldn't very well tell the truth that she hadn't paid him any mind at the time, that would be too hurtful. Lu Wei seemed unconcerned, nodding. My name is Lu Wei. Lan Weiwei scrutinized Lu Wei closely, realizing that this little hero who saved her didn't seem very old. How old are you this year? Lu Wei looked at her in surprise, speaking in a light tone. 25. You're lying, I don't believe you. Lan Weiwei pursed her lips. Seeing her expression, Lu Wei felt a stir in his heart, hesitating before saying, I want to ask you about someone. Lan Weiwei looked puzzled. Who? Do you know Lan Shunyun? After he asked, he anxiously looked at her. Lan Weiwei was taken aback. I know her, my mom's name is Lan Shunyun. Why? Do you know my mom? Lu Wei froze instantly, it truly was her. Despite having had his suspicions, he felt an awkward pang in his. Is she married? Her daughter is already this big. Well, it makes sense, after all she's over 50 now, it's only natural she would marry and have a daughter. Lu Wei didn't answer Lan Weiwei's question. Instead he asked, what about your father? What's his name? Which bastard married the object of my secret love? Lan Weiwei was also surprised. Huh? I hadn't thought of that until you mentioned it. How coincidental, my dad's name is. However, I've never met him. My mom said he was gone by the time I was born. Lu Wei felt as if struck by lightning, standing there dumbfounded. Her dad is also named Lu Wei. Could this Lu Wei be me? No need to ask, it must be you, otherwise what are the odds? So does that mean I ended up marrying Lan Shunyun and have a daughter? Lan Weiwei is my daughter. Lu Wei stared at Lan Weiwei, opening his mouth, unsure of how to respond. It's a pity they were chatting. If they were texting, Lu Wei might have noticed the difference in the last character of Lan Shunyun. Just then police lights flickered in the distance. Lu Wei hurriedly said, the police are here, remember not to reveal me. I'll leave first. Lan Weiwei nodded, okay. Lu Wei turned and walked away from the rear wall. However, he didn't go far, standing at a distance watching Lan Weiwei get into the police car, before turning back into the yard. Lying in bed, he recalled Lan Weiwei's words. No wonder he felt so familiar upon seeing her that morning. It turned out she was actually the daughter of him and Lan Shunyun. However, did that mean he has a short life? Dying young. No, when Lan Weiwei returns, he must ask her how he died to avoid it happening again. Right, he also needs to ask about his parents and younger sister. Even if he is no longer around, Lan Weiwei is still their granddaughter and niece, they wouldn't just abandon her. Lu Wei lay in bed, his mind a chaotic mess. Suddenly having a daughter, especially one who is several years older than him, felt incredibly strange. After waiting for over 2 hours, Lan Weiwei finally returned. Upon returning, she first went to her room to change clothes and clean herself up before knocking on Lu Wei's door. Lu Wei was lying in bed, scrolling on his phone, waiting for Lan Weiwei's return. Hearing the knock, he hurriedly asked, who is it? It's me, Lan Weiwei. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei quickly got out of bed to open the door. Seeing Lan Weiwei in her pajamas, shivering from the wind, and hugging her shoulders, he hurriedly welcomed her inside. Come in quickly, it's cold outside, don't catch a cold. After all, she is his daughter. Who else would he feel concerned for? Lan Weiwei nodded and slipped into Lu Wei's room, saying, I don't know what's going on, it's especially cold outside today. It's already the frost descent, how can it not be cold at night? Make sure to dress warmly when going out in the future. This concern came from a father. Lu Wei's gaze inadvertently brushed over Lan Weiwei's pajama collar, where a patch of snow-white skin shimmered vividly beneath the lamplight. His heart skipped a beat, he hastily averted his eyes. If she truly were his daughter, even the faintest stray thought at this moment would amount to profound transgression. Your place is rather simple, Lan Weiwei remarked as she stepped into the room and glanced around, her tone laced with mild surprise. The space held little more than a bed and a few essentials. No chair, no ornament, nearly bare. Lu Wei offered a faint smile, his voice calm and unadorned. One person lives here. Shelter from wind and rain is all that's needed. Lan Weiwei instinctively leaned forward, studying him intently. Why do you speak so solemnly? As if you've lived several lifetimes already. Tell me the truth. How old are you? 18. Lu Wei replied without hesitation. 18. Her eyes widened in disbelief. At that age you're already working to survive. His voice remained quiet, yet carried a gravity far beyond his years. Lan Weiwei paused, then asked softly, and your parents? They're gone. Lu Wei answered gently, silently offering an apology to his parents, far away across time and space. Seeing his impassive expression, Lan Weiwei assumed he was suppressing sorrow, and her heart softened. Without thinking, she reached out and lightly patted the top of his head. Sorry, little brother, don't be sad. From now on, big sister's got your back. Lu Wei froze at her touch, inwardly rolling his eyes. This girl has truly lost all sense, daring to pat her own father's head. He raised a hand to gently deflect her palm, his tone wry. Enough of that. I have a question for you. What is it? She withdrew her hand and blinked, curious. Lu Wei drew a slow, steady breath before voicing the question that had long haunted him. Are your parents originally from Donglin Town, Lanshui, County, City, Long Province? You know my parents? You're from there too. Oh, right, you're surnamed Lu as well. Could your family be related to my father's? Lu Wei did not answer directly but pressed on. When did your father pass away? Lan Weiwei paused then spoke more quietly. Mom said it was shortly after I was born. I was born in 2002, so he must have died in a car accident that same year. Lu Wei noted the date, silently 2002. That timeline bears watching. Yet he quickly reasoned. Since he now stood in 1988, that year still lay far ahead, no need for undue anxiety. Are there any other relatives on your father's side? He turned the question carefully, his voice low and deliberate. Lan Weiwei shook her head slightly, her gaze distant and uncertain. Mom said there are no relatives left on that side. I've never met any, and know almost nothing about them. How could an entire extended family vanish without a trace? Lu Wei's brow furrowed involuntarily. He reflected inwardly, my own parents are only in their 70s now. If they're gone, surely uncles, aunts, cousins. He resolved to return home soon, to investigate thoroughly. A quiet certainty settled within him. Something hidden, something unresolved lay buried beneath this silence. I don't know, Lan Weiwei replied, her tone detached yet calm. That's what Mom always told me. I've never met them, not once, nor exchanged a word. From childhood, I've lived with Mom in Bing City. She tilted her head, fixing him with a sharp, searching look. By the way, you are related to my father's side, aren't you? Lu Wei evaded her gaze, answering vaguely, no. I'm simply from the same village. Until the truth was clear, he would not reveal himself. He probed further, subtly gathering details about Lan Weiwei's family, learning her mother was still alive. A plan took shape in his mind. He would find a way to meet this woman, his wife, in another life. Yet he wondered, how would she react upon seeing him, a man who by all logic should not exist? Lan Weiwei lowered her head, disappointment softening her features. Truth is, I've always been curious about my father, but Mom forbids me from asking. She paused, then ventured hesitantly. I suspect he might have been a heartless man, someone who deeply wounded Mom. Otherwise, why would she refuse even to name him? Lu Wei fell momentarily speechless. Though he didn't grasp the precise nuance of heartless man, its bitter connotation was unmistakable. Have you never considered investigating on your own? Lan Weiwei shook her head, her voice tender yet resolute. Mom raised me alone. It was no small feat. How could I ever do anything to break her heart? And beyond this one matter, she indulges me, cherishes me, gives me. She turned toward the window, her voice dropping to a whisper. Besides, if there were living relatives on my father's side, they've never reached out in all these years. Clearly they hold no regard for me. Why should I cling to hope? Perhaps there was a misunderstanding. Lu Wei refused to believe it. Even if he himself were gone, his family, learning of his bloodline's survival, would never abandon her. Let's drop it, Lan Weiwei said, shaking her head with a bright, easy smile. Oh, by the way, you saved me today. I don't even know how to thank you. Dinner's on me. Lu Wei smiled faintly and waved it off, a small thing. No thanks required. Neighbors help each other. That's only natural. A flash of fury surged through him. Damn it. If she really is my daughter, I hit that bastard far too lightly. No way. Lan Weiwei pouted, adamant. That was a life-saving act, not some trivial favor. Are you free tomorrow evening? Let's have hot pot. Tomorrow, we'll see. I may not be available. Lu Wei deflected casually. If not tomorrow, then the day after. Or the day after that. She cut him off playfully yet firmly. You can't possibly be unavailable forever, can you? It's settled. I'm off, bye. She waved cheerfully and turned away before he could protest again. Lu Wei stood alone, watching her recede into the distance, his chest a churning storm of conflicting emotion. In 1988, he was still a young, unmarried man. Now in 2025, he faced the startling possibility of a grown daughter. The dissonance of time-warped reality, both surreal and undeniably real, leaving him unmoored. And yet something deeper stirred, a quiet, weighty sense of duty. Judging by Lan Weiwei's manner, speech, and modest surroundings, her life held little comfort. If she truly was his daughter, then as her father he bore both the right and the solemn responsibility to give her a better life. Lying awake in bed, Lu Wei tossed and turned sleep elusive. The word daughter echoed in his mind, a warm, resonant hum. A soft chuckle escaped him. This unexpected fullness, this gentle, radiant joy was utterly new to him. Carried by that warmth, he drifted into slumber. Mom, today I met someone with the exact same name as Dad, and he's also from Donglin Town. Your dad, eh? Oh, really? What a coincidence. Lan Shunyan laughed nervously, her mind racing. Oh no. What was— After all these years of silence, she'd forgotten. Then, suddenly, it surfaced. Lu something. That good for-nothing bastard, probably dead by now. A shrill ring shattered the hush of early dawn. Lu Wei opened his drowsy eyes. The clock read 1:00 m. He rose swiftly, splashed cold water on his face, and instantly felt alert. Skipping breakfast, he hurried to the vegetable wholesale market to seek work. Since learning of his daughter, he found his resolve sharpened, his energy inexhaustible, his body humming with renewed purpose. Lu Wei had just arrived at the vegetable market when his phone rang. it was Lu Yi calling. Without asking too much, Lu Wei replied swiftly, "Sure, brother Lu, I'll be there right away." Soon he arrived at Lu Yi's warehouse. As soon as he entered, he saw Lu Yi chatting and smoking with a middle-aged man in a leather jacket who had a beer belly. Lu Yi waved at Lu Wei to come over. "Brother Lu," Lu Wei greeted as he approached. "Let me introduce you," Lu Yi chuckled, patting the man on the shoulder. "This is Boss Yang, the Cucumber King, who specializes in cucumber wholesale in our market. It's no exaggeration to say that 1/3 of the cucumbers in Jiang City come from him. If Boss Yang is unhappy, the entire city's cucumber supply will be cut off." "Hello, Boss Yang," Lu Wei greeted. Boss Yang smiled and nodded, "Hello, young man." He then pointed at Lu Yi with a wry smile. "You brat, are you praising me or mocking me? I'm just a vegetable seller. You make me sound like I'm part of the underworld." Lu Yi laughed heartily. "I'm just speaking. If you stamp your foot, wouldn't the nearby markets all shake?" Boss Yang feigned a stern expression. "If you keep teasing me like this, I might really leave." Lu Yi laughed and held Boss Yang's arm. "Haha, come on, we're just joking around. Let me introduce you to my younger brother Lu Wei, a skilled worker. Take good care of him in the future. By the way, about those cucumbers, you can't sell. It's a shame to throw them away. My younger brother wants to buy them from you, so give us a price." Boss Yang replied irritably, "What do you mean by can't sell? All my vegetables are in demand at schools and factory canteens." Lu Yi waved his hand. "Selling them piece by piece is too troublesome. You're such a big boss. Why do you care about those few thousand pounds of loose goods? Just give them all to my brother. It'll be easier and less hassle." Boss Yang shook his head helplessly. You fine, I'll do you this favor. Whenever you want them, you can come and take them, but there's a lot. At least a few thousand pounds, every day, sometimes even more. Are you sure you can handle it?" Hearing this, Lu Wei felt a surge of excitement and quickly nodded. "Don't worry, I can definitely handle it. It's just a few thousand pounds of cucumbers after all. If they don't sell in Donglin town, there are other towns, and if that doesn't work, there's always the county seat. But the transportation and storage issues need to be solved. We need to find a place to store the vegetables on both sides. Renting a place over there won't cost much. But renting a small warehouse here might not be cheap." Boss Yang nodded. "All right, you can come and pick them up shortly. They need to be cleared out before 7 p.m. tonight. I need to make room for other things. As for the price, you can have them for 30 cents a pound. That's the same price I give to others. Is that all right?" Lu Wei nodded happily. "No problem. At 30 cents a pound, there's definitely a profit to be made. Moreover, these goods aren't like the ones picked from a garbage heap. They're just not fresh enough for wholesale, but not rotten either. The downside is that they don't last long at room temperature, so vegetable sellers aren't keen on them. After all, regular retail sellers can invest in a cold storage facility. But these issues aren't a problem for Lu Wei. The temperature on his side is cold enough to store them for a few days." After sending off Boss Yang, Lu Wei made 300 yuan unloading a truck of goods at Lu Yi's. He also received a few hundred pounds of leeks that needed to be processed. No matter how much Lu Wei offered, Lu Yi refused to accept any money. Leaving Lu Yi's, Lu Wei first went to Boss Yang's to haul a load of cucumbers with his tricycle. Then he returned to his rented house courtyard. Back inside, Lu Wei directly traveled back to 1988. Having been busy all night over there, not even an hour had passed here. Lu Wei sighed. He had just woken up over there, and now he had to sleep again. Who could sleep like this? After tossing and turning for a while, unable to sleep, Lu Wei simply got up and decided to go for a walk. After thinking for a moment, he took 2 pairs of socks and stuffed them into his pocket before stepping out. In the east room, hearing the sound of the door closing, Lu Guifeng turned over and mumbled something. "What is that kid doing out at this hour?" Lu Daheim muttered. "He's probably going to the bathroom. What else could he be doing at this age? Stop worrying and go to sleep. He has to get up early tomorrow." Lu Wei left the courtyard and headed straight for the convenience store. From a distance, he could see that the store still had its lights on, or it seemed there was a card game going on late into the night. These people sometimes played all night long. As Lu Wei pushed the door open, he saw quite a few people inside, 4 at a table playing cards and 5 or 6 watching. Upon hearing the door open, the players turned to look, saw it was Lu Wei, and then turned back to their game. Behind the counter, Zhou Yu was surprised to see Lu Wei walk in. After a moment, she regained her composure and casually asked, "Lu Wei, why are you still awake at this hour?" Lu Wei nodded. "Yeah, I'm here to buy something. Can you get me 2 hot dogs?" As he spoke, Lu Wei placed a 1 yuan bill on the counter. In those days, hot dogs were considered a luxury item, costing 50 cents each. In terms of income, that was roughly equivalent to selling a hot dog for dozens of yuan today. At that moment, Lu Wei suddenly caught the attention of the card players with their conversation. "Have you heard? The forestry station plans to contract out the 1,000 acres of forest on Xishan. Lao Zhang is a major landholder in our village. Don't you have any thoughts on it?" Zhang Guochen scoffed. "I don't have any thoughts. That's 1,000 acres of land with an annual contract fee over 10,000 yuan. Even if you smash my bones to bits, I couldn't come up with that kind of money. In this day and age, who can come up with 1,000 yuan? It seems the forestry station allows payment once a year. 10,000 a year. That still wouldn't attract anyone to contract it. They don't allow cutting down trees, and you can't farm it. What's the point of contracting it if you can only earn 1,000 yuan a year?" With those few pine nuts, the harvesting will cost money, and hiring someone to watch the mountain will cost money too. If the year is good, you might break, even if not, it's pure loss. With that kind of money, you might as well contract more land for farming. Hearing this news, Lu Wei's heart stirred. If others were losing money, this presented a great opportunity for him. Last time he saw in the market in 2025 that pine nuts sold for 40 to 50 yuan per pound. With 1,000 acres of forest harvesting several thousand pounds of pine nuts a year was not a problem. That could mean several 100,000 yuan, and this was a lucrative deal. However, that annual contract fee of 1,000 yuan was not a small amount. He needed to think of a way. Here are your hot dogs. Zhou Ya's voice interrupted Lu Wei's thoughts. Lu Wei looked up to see Zhou Ya giving him a knowing look. Did he come all this way just to buy 2 hot dogs? Lu Wei subtly gestured towards the backyard. Zhou Ya instantly understood, rolling her eyes at him. Lu Wei chuckled, grabbed the hot dogs, and didn't linger. He turned and left. He climbed over the wall directly into the backyard. Moments later, Lu Wei heard Zhou Ya say to those playing cards, "Are you all going to play all night? You should wrap it up. Ooh, I need to close the shop and get some sleep." Hearing this, the players reluctantly tidied up, and Zhou Ya turned off the lights, locked the door, and headed to the backyard. As soon as she entered the courtyard, Lu Wei hugged her. Aunt. In the dark, Zhou Ya was startled, but upon realizing it was Lu Wei, she lightly punched him. "You little rascal, were you trying to scare me to death?" Lu Wei kissed Zhou Ya on the cheek. "You can't blame me. Ooh, I've been waiting for you for half a day. I've frozen to death out here. Oh, look, my lips are frozen." Zhou Ya hurriedly pulled Lu Wei inside, scolding him as they walked. "Are you silly? Why didn't you wait in the back room? What were you doing outside in the cold?" Lu Wei was pulled into the house by Zhou Ya, only to see her gaze wandering, her cheeks slightly flushed, her voice barely audible. "Why aren't you sleeping at this late hour? What are you doing here?" Lu Wei scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. "Nothing, just thought of you. Wanted to kiss you, hug you. And then, oh." Zhou Ya looked up at him, her eyes shimmering with moisture. "And then, go home and sleep, of course. What's wrong? Do you have something else to do?" Lu Wei looked confused. Zhou Ya stared at him with a complex expression for a few seconds, suddenly bit her lip, leaned close to his ear, and whispered with warm breath, "Come. I'll teach you something even more fun." "What fun thing?" "Another kind of kiss. A different way of kissing." The next day, close to noon, several groups of people were coming and going outside the small shop. "Hey, Mangzi, why didn't you go to the small shop to play cards today?" "The small shop is closed today. Oh, I heard Xiaoya caught a cold, so I thought I'd help her call the barefoot doctor to get some medicine." "Caught a cold? Wasn't she fine yesterday?" "You should hurry then. Who knows, we can talk later." At the small shop, Zhou Ya endured the soreness that made her feel like her whole body had fallen apart, dressed herself, filled the stove with firewood, and returned to lie on the kong. Looking at the thick quilt steaming on the kong, Zhou Ya couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Young people really have energy. After a night of tossing and turning, they hardly stopped. It was terrifying. If it weren't for her good physique, she probably wouldn't even be able to get out of bed today. Meanwhile, on the way to the town, Lu Guifeng looked at her son, who appeared listless, and said with concern, "Son, are you feeling unwell? If not, you should rest at your aunt's house today. Leave the vegetable selling to me and your dad." Lu Wei half closed his eyes and murmured, "I'm fine. I just stayed up a bit late last night. A little sleep will do me good." "You can't sleep here. Just hold on a bit longer. It's freezing outside, and you could catch a cold. Once we get to town, you can sleep at your aunt's house. Giddy up," Lu Dehai said, giving the horse a light whip, speeding up their journey. About 10 minutes later, they arrived in town, and Lu Wei asked his parents to wait at the stall while he went to get the vegetables. Today's selection of vegetables was limited to leeks and cucumbers, but there were a lot of them. Boss Yang had over 400 gene of cucumbers. With so many cucumbers, it would definitely be impossible to sell them all in a day in the small town. Therefore, Lu Wei had to rent a place in town to store some cucumbers and find someone to help sell them, or even wholesale them to other places. Lu Wei loaded a full tricycle with cucumbers and leeks weighing at least 400 to 500 gene. If he weren't worried about damaging Grandma Wu's little tricycle, he would have loaded even more. Pushing the little tricycle down the street, Lu Wei felt his legs trembling today. Remembering the madness of last night, he couldn't help but grin foolishly. It turned out that such things were so enjoyable, no wonder people are always getting into trouble. He had his first taste of it last night, and was naturally unable to hold back, going non-stop the entire night except for a few brief pauses. He went straight until dawn, only feeling his calves cramp up, trembling as he returned home. When Lu Wei rushed back to the stall, he found that his aunt and uncle had come to help as well. Seeing him return with a full cart of vegetables, everyone stepped forward to take over unloading. "Why do you only have cucumbers and leeks today?" Lu Guifeng asked as she counted the vegetable baskets, a look of confusion on her face. "The prices of other vegetables have skyrocketed, and my friend didn't help bring any." Lu Wei wiped his sweat and spoke casually. "These two are reasonably priced and sell well, so I asked him to prepare more." "That's true. Cucumbers for cold dishes, leeks for dumplings. Who doesn't need these two during the new year?" Lu Dehai nodded in agreement. "With these we won't worry about selling." This was indeed true. In the northern winter, aside from the stored Napa cabbage, it was hard to find anything green for the entire winter. If anyone can use leeks to make a dumpling or mix cucumbers for a cold dish during the new year, it would truly be the most impressive way to treat guests. Naturally, these two are the most sought-after products at the end of the year. Mom, Dad, and Uncle, you all handle the selling. I have some other matters to attend to, Lu Wei said as he turned to leave. Lu Guifeng hurriedly called out to him, son. You look so tired you can barely keep your eyes open. Is there anything you can't let your dad handle? You should go sleep well at your aunt's house. Lu Dehai echoed, exactly. Look at those dark circles. If someone didn't know better, they'd think you were out hunting wolves at midnight. Hand everything over to me, and you go sleep. No need you all carry on with your work. I'll find a place to rest after I finish my business. Lu Wei waved his hand and quickly left without looking back. Lu Dehai frowned as he watched his son disappear in a hurry, wondering, what's this kid up to being all mysterious? Lu Guifeng gently nudged him. All right, the kid is grown up and has his own ideas. He'll tell you what he needs to. Don't ask about what you shouldn't. Hurry up and sell the vegetables. After leaving the vegetable stall, Lu Wei wandered around the entire town. He was looking for houses where the snow hadn't been cleared, obviously indicating that no one lived there. In these times, there aren't many unoccupied houses. After all, population movement is minimal, generally involving old houses left behind when the elderly pass away and the young move into new ones. After a while of searching, Lu Wei indeed found one. It was a 3-room mud brick house looking relatively intact from the outside, and next to it, there were a few new half-brick houses. They should belong to the same family. Just as Lu Wei stood in front of the old house, the wooden door of the neighboring new house creaked open, and an elderly woman in her 50s or 60s, with gray hair, stepped out carrying a vegetable basket. Lu Wei hurriedly stepped forward and politely greeted her. Auntie, may I ask you something? The elderly woman looked at this unfamiliar young man with curiosity and replied, What is it, child? Auntie, I was wondering if there's anyone nearby willing to rent out their house. I want to rent a room. Rent a house. The elderly woman seemed taken aback. Renting a house was a rare thing these days. Even if there were, it was usually businesses on the street. Lu Wei nodded and explained, Yes, I sell some vegetables on the street and want to find a place to store my goods so I don't have to transport them back and forth every day. At this moment, a sprightly old man appeared from behind the door asking, Old lady, who are you talking to? He looked up and saw Lu Wei, his face suddenly lighting up with surprise. Hey, aren't you the young man selling vegetables? Yes, it's me, sir, Lu Wei replied with a smile. What a coincidence. You live here? Yes, this is my home. The old man chuckled as he approached. What brings you here? Is there something you need? I want to rent a room to store my goods. I was just asking the auntie here. The old man nodded thoughtfully. You've asked the right person. We happen to have 3 old rooms available. Come, I'll take you to have a look and see if they're suitable. Sure, then please take me to see the house. The old man said while leading the way. Later, our son settled in I-City and had us live there for a while before moving back to a new house. This old house has just been left idle. As he spoke, the old man pushed open the wooden fence gate and led Lu Wei into the yard. The yard was quite spacious, over 100 square meters, but it was covered in accumulated snow, appearing particularly desolate. Pushing open the wooden door of the main room, it was a typical layout of 3 rooms in a northeastern rural house similar to Lu Wei's own home. There was a kitchen in the middle and a bedroom on either side. Lu Wei glanced around. Although the house was old, it was neither leaking nor collapsing, and the walls were sturdy. For him, as long as it could be lived in, he had no high demands. Old man, is this house for sale? Since it seemed suitable, Lu Wei got straight to the point, asking directly. If the price was right, he would prefer to buy it. If not, he would consider a long-term rental. The old man appeared slightly surprised, thinking the young man only wanted a short-term rental, not expecting him to ask about buying right away. After pondering for a moment, he thought that this mud brick house was just sitting there idle, lacking any liveliness, and in a couple of years it might collapse, making it even less valuable by then. Selling it isn't out of the question. The old man rubbed his hands together and tentatively asked, What price can you offer? Lu Wei smiled and returned the question. The house is yours, so you should name a price first, and we can negotiate. The old man frowned, calculating for a moment before saying, This yard is a little over 180 square meters, including the house and the land. If you're sincere, how about 700 yuan? Lu Wei was slightly taken aback, suspecting that the old man must have searched his pockets, or else how could he ask for such an exact amount? He knew he had only 700 yuan in total. However, this price was indeed not expensive. Building a mud brick house would cost at least 500 or 600 plus the land cost. It was reasonable. Of course, even if the price was fair, he still wanted to negotiate. Old man, how about this? I want haggle over the 700 yuan, but I see you have plenty of firewood. Could you throw in 2 bundles split firewood? How does that sound? With 2 bundles of firewood, 1 bundle 1 ton, it would be enough to last through this winter. The old man thought for a moment. The firewood was just scrap he had managed to get from the lumber mill through connections, and wasn't worth much. So he nodded in agreement. In this day and age, rural houses didn't have property deeds or anything, and there wasn't even a way to transfer ownership. For most house sales, both parties would find a village official as a witness, sign a contract, and the village would stamp it, considering it completed. After a busy morning, Lu Wei kept the contract, and he was now considered part of the homeowner community. However, there were only a few yuan left of the 700 in his pocket. Old Zhang, there's something I need your help with. Old Zhang smiled and said, since we're going to be neighbors, just let me know if you need it. It's like this, could you help me find someone to watch over the house? I mainly use it for storing vegetables, and even when I stay over it's only occasionally, so I need someone to keep an eye on the stove to prevent it from going out and freezing the vegetables. Old Zhang nodded at this. How much do you plan to pay someone for this job per month? Lu Wei thought for a moment and said 10 yuan a month should be about right. After all, it's just cleaning the yard, adding some firewood, and making sure the vegetables don't freeze or get stolen. There's not much else to it. Old Zhang laughed at this. Then why look for someone else? I can do this job. My wife and I have nothing much to do usually. Just leave it to us, and we'll make sure your vegetables don't freeze. 10 yuan a month is quite a lot for a rural person. Moreover, the work is so easy, but it's only troublesome in winter, and in summer there's no need to even light the stove. Lu Wei smiled, saying that's even better. Let's agree on this. Can you light the stove for me today? I might have vegetables coming over today, so you don't need to worry. Just get some good sleep. Alright, I will get the stove going now. Okay, you go ahead. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. Lu Wei bought a few buns on the street to fill his stomach, and while walking he saw a farmer selling live chickens. He remembered that the farmer had helped him out quite a bit before and had not had the opportunity to show his gratitude, so he decided to buy a chicken for him as a token of appreciation. He carefully selected a spirited, brightly colored rooster, spent 6 yuan on it, and asked the seller to help him slaughter and clean it. Then he found a secluded spot, concentrated his thoughts, and transported the chicken to the year 2025. Lu Wei found Lu Yi, who was busy in the warehouse, and smiled as he handed over the cleaned chicken. My relative sent me a rooster, but I have no pot or stove, so it's inconvenient to cook. If you don't mind, just take it back and stew it. Lu Yi was taken aback, looking at the plump rooster, and then at Lu Wei's sincere face, and quickly waved his hand. Brother, what are you doing? Just take it back and eat it yourself. I don't lack this. Lu Wei chuckled, honestly speaking earnestly. Lu Gu, I know you don't lack this. It's not about the thing itself, but I feel guilty. You've helped me so much. This is just a little token of my appreciation, so please accept it. Lu Yi looked into his sincere eyes, hesitated for a moment, and finally smiled as he accepted it. Alright, this time I'll accept it. But it's settled that it won't happen again. You earn money with difficulty. This chicken can at least be sold for some cash, so keep it to supplement yourself or trade it for something else. Alright, I'll listen to you, and it won't happen again. Lu Gu, you stay busy, I'll get to work now. Lu Wei felt relieved when Lu Yi accepted it, and smiled as he said goodbye. Watching Lu Wei turn and leave, Lu Yi weighed the heavy rooster in his hands, and a smile involuntarily crept. Although young, he understood the value of relationships, knew how to be grateful, and conducted himself with dignity. His help was indeed worth it. Just as he was pondering where to place the chicken, he suddenly received a call from a friend inviting him for lunch at a farm. Lu Yi looked at the rooster in his hand. It was perfect for the occasion. At noon, Lu Yi came to a farm with a few. When Lu Yi arrived, his friends were already there. This farm operated in a self-service format where guests could either bring their ingredients or purchase them on site. The owner of the farm was also a friend of Lu Yi, who laughed and teased. I can't believe you brought your own chicken to my place, Lu Zi. Why don't you trust my free-range chickens here? Lu Yi responded with a smile. You know how it is, I'm tired of all those fake organic vegetables and meats. They taste no different from what I buy at the market. Another friend chimed in with a laugh, agreeing. I support Lu Zi's statement. The vegetables here aren't much different from the pre-packaged meals I sell. The farm owner jokingly scolded. You two ungrateful ones eat for free here and still criticize me. Next time you both should pay me. Lu Yi displayed the chicken in his hand. Look, this time I won't eat yours. I brought my own, so go on, cook it for me. I must have owed you in my past life. The owner laughed as he took the chicken, weighing it briefly, and suddenly exclaimed. He frowned, lifting the chicken to inspect it closely. Lu Zi, where did you get this chicken? Lu Yi replied casually, what's wrong? Are you going to say my chicken isn't legit? I can assure you this was given to me by a rural friend. Do you think they'd give me a feedlot chicken? The owner's expression turned serious. No. This chicken doesn't seem quite right. Lu Yi was taken aback, saying, what do you mean? What's wrong with the chicken? The owner of the farm did not answer directly, but instead asked, have you seen the living version of this chicken before it was processed? Lu Yi shrugged his arms. Where would I have seen it? It was all cleaned and ready when I got it. What is this, some kind of protected species? The owner shook his head. Not exactly, but... He paused at this point. But what? Come on, spill it. Lu Yi's curiosity was piqued. The owner waved his hand dismissively. Forget it, I can't be sure right now. Let's wait until I cook it and try it first. Having said that, he took the chicken and turned toward the kitchen. Lu Yi and his friends exchanged puzzled glances. This guy is so mysterious, leaving everything half said. Lu Yi muttered as he poured tea for his friends. One chubby friend took a sip of tea and changed the subject. Who cares? Are we going to soak our feet after eating? I heard a few new college girls have come to the club. Tisk tisk, today's kids are really well nourished. Each one looks stunning. Another friend wearing glasses joked, beast. You only know how to corrupt the flowers of our nation. I am ashamed to associate with you. Nonsense. Am I corrupting? I am nurturing the pillars of the future. The table burst into laughter. The group chatted casually over tea as they waited for their meal. After nearly an hour of waiting, the dishes finally started to arrive. Damn, Detsy, what's up with you today? Catching chickens and plucking feathers on the spot. We're talking about millions here, and you made us wait until the flowers wilted. Do you believe I'll strip your vegetable garden bare? A friend laughed and pounded the table. The farm owner Detsy rolled his eyes in annoyance. Do you think I want to be slow? This chicken needs to be simmered gently. If it's not cooked right, the flavor will be off. What are you rushing for? Lu Yi picked up a piece of chicken and put it in his mouth, chewing a few times as his eyes brightened slightly. This chicken was indeed extraordinary. Its texture was firm, and though it was a bit tough to chew, the flavor intensified with every bite. In the rich taste of the chicken, there was an indescribable sweetness that was completely absent from the factory-raised chickens available in the market. This chicken is really fragrant. Lu Yi nodded, unable to resist picking up another piece. It has a special freshness, something that can't be described, but it's just different. Hearing him say this, the others nearby also curiously began to taste it, and they all nodded in amazement. It is fresh. The flavor of this chicken is just right. There's a subtle, very natural fragrance, faint yet clear. Why are you all making it sound so mystical? Let me try. Oh, it really is. It has an old-school taste reminiscent of the free-range chickens we had at home when we were kids. It's quite nostalgic. Detsy looked at everyone complimenting the dish, a proud smile appearing on his face, so it was worth the wait, right? It truly is. Detsy, your skills have improved. This chicken is inherently good. Detsy waved his hand, lowering his voice slightly. How could it not be fragrant? This isn't just any chicken, it's a genuine protected breed that most people can't even get to eat. This statement left everyone stunned, and Lu Yi looked even more perplexed. What protected breed? Isn't this the chicken I brought? The farm owner Detsy nodded affirmatively. Yes, it's the one you brought. The moment I got my hands on it, I felt something was off. This chicken's skeleton and skin color were completely different from the free-range chickens currently on the market. He picked up his teacup and took a sip, then began to educate everyone. To be honest, all the free-range chickens on the market now, including those raised by farmers, or like the ones in my farm, are no longer truly free-range. Why? Because fundamentally they are not the purebred free-range chickens passed down from our ancestors. They have long mixed with the genes of commercial meat chickens to grow faster and produce more meat. Not to mention that many farms under the guise of free-range chickens are still feeding them commercial feed. Moreover, large-scale farming cannot do without medication, or else a disease outbreak would wipe out their investments. So wanting to eat a truly free-range chicken is basically impossible. Even if you personally go to the countryside to buy one, it's hard to find because the breeding stock has changed long ago. Everyone understood after hearing this. The so-called free-range chickens they had been eating all this time were not authentic. Lu Yi reacted, pointing to the chicken on the plate. So you mean the one I brought is a real free-range chicken? The farm owner nodded. Exactly, this is a genuine free-range chicken genetically. It's our native breed, and most of its diet consists of natural foraging with no medication or feed used. It's a real free-range chicken. Only then did everyone realize. I knew it. Many things can never replicate the taste from our childhood. It turns out it has changed fundamentally. Right, and pork too. Nowadays they say the native pigs are the same as before, but in reality, they have long been hybridized. Come on, eat more. This type of chicken is rare. By the way, Detsy, you just said this chicken is a protected breed. Is it okay for us to eat this? Lu Yi asked. The farm owner smiled and shook his head. Don't worry about it, it's fine. This type of chicken takes a long time to raise and grows slowly with low economic value, so it started to disappear slowly in the 1990s. Now it's basically extinct, but you can still find it in some extremely remote areas. To prevent the extinction of some unique and valuable poultry and livestock, the country has set protections for certain breeds and has established special conservation zones. However, this does not affect the edibility of the chicken. It's just that these breeds are hard to find in reality, and most on the market are counterfeit. Lu Yi frowned. So is this chicken very expensive? This chicken was a gift from Lu Wei, and if it's expensive, he would have to find a way to pay it back. Simply giving money would be somewhat insulting. The farm owner shook his head. This isn't a matter of being expensive or cheap. The key is that you can't find a real deal. If you have a channel to get it, it's 50 per pound for this and 150 per pound for that. It's a case of price without market. As he spoke, his eyes lit up, leaning closer to Lu Yi and lowering his voice. By the way, Lu Yi, this chicken was given to you by a friend, so it must have a source, right? Help a brother inquire if it's possible to get a steady supply. If our farm can have this genuine free-range chicken regularly, it would be a gold mine. Lu Yi felt a slight stir in his heart, but kept a calm expression. I can ask for you, but if it really comes through, what price can you offer? The farm owner pondered for a moment, then gritted his teeth. As long as the quality is the same as what you brought today, I can accept it for under 120 per pound. Lu Yi nodded, speaking casually. Alright, I'll check it out for you later. After Lu Wei finished delivering chickens to Lu Yi, he returned to the small town of 1988. Feeling full and satisfied, Lu Wei felt even sleepier. Although he was in good health, young and vigorous, he still needed time to recover. After a long night of hard work with his second aunt, he had consumed so much and hadn't had the chance to replenish his energy. Now that he had eaten, he felt so drowsy that he could barely keep his eyes open. Lu Wei went straight to his old aunt's house, where his cousin Li Heng was watching TV. Upon seeing his cousin, he quickly called out, "Hey little brother, you didn't go sell vegetables today." Lu Wei took off his hat and cotton jacket, lying down on the Kong with the jacket covering him. "I did go. This is a bun I brought for you. Eat up." "I'm sleepy, going to take a nap." Li Heng took the bun, chuckling, "Alright, go ahead and sleep." Soon the room was filled with the sound of Lu Wei's even breathing. Lu Wei slept particularly soundly, and only when the sun had set in the afternoon did he vaguely hear someone talking. What was this child doing last night? Why is he so sleepy? He still hasn't woken up. Who knows? He went out in the middle of the night. He probably has a stomach ache. Right, didn't he say he had an upset stomach the night before? Let's find him a couple of Ampayan to take. Isn't Ampayan for colds? It helps with diarrhea after a fever. Lu Wei drowsily opened his eyes and saw that the room was already lit. Rubbing his eyes, he sat up from the Kong and asked, "What time is it?" His mother, seeing him awake, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "You're awake. It's past 5. You won't be going back today. You'll sleep at your old aunt's house and head to the town to sell vegetables early tomorrow." Lu Wei nodded. "Okay, tomorrow is the 28th, right? The day after tomorrow is New Year's, just in time to sell for the last day and buy some New Year's goods before heading home." His mother nodded. "Yes, your dad and I were thinking the same. By the way, does your stomach still hurt?" Lu Wei shook his head. "Not at all, it's fine now." He certainly didn't want to take that burnt dark Ampayan. He didn't know where this folk remedy came from, saying that burnt Ampayan, as long as it doesn't hurt, get up and eat. His old aunt hurriedly urged. For dinner, his old aunt prepared 2 dishes sauerkraut stew with big bones and braised salmon. After dinner, his mother spread out the money they made from selling vegetables and socks on the Kong. The family gathered around. After the final tally, they found they had collected 989 yuan, just shy of 1,000. This income made Lu Wei's previously flat pocket suddenly bulge. He thought to himself that if this continued, selling for one more day would be enough to save up for a color TV. But then he reconsidered if spending all the money on a color TV seemed a bit extravagant. However, if he didn't buy it, he would break his promise to his little sister. Just as he hesitated, an idea suddenly struck him, a perfect compromise. Old aunt, old uncle Lu Wei looked at them. "Why don't you two set up a stall to sell vegetables tomorrow?" His old aunt laughed when she heard this. "Don't worry, we have nothing to do these days. We will definitely help you out." Lu Wei shook his head. "That's not what I mean. I mean you two should set up your own stall. I will have a lot of goods tomorrow. You can take some and sell them over at Linbei. As for the money from the sales, just return half of the cost to me, and whatever you earn is yours." In fact, apart from cucumbers, the cost of those chives was almost nothing, but Lu Wei couldn't say it outright. His old aunt waved her hand as soon as she heard this. "That won't do. Helping you sell vegetables is only right. How could we take money for that?" "No way." His old uncle said nothing, but his eyes were filled with approving smiles as he looked at Lu Wei. Lu Wei patiently explained, "Old aunt, old uncle, please listen to me first. I plan to treat selling vegetables as a long-term business venture. Think about it, from winter until May or June of the following year. For nearly half a year, we want to see fresh vegetables in this area. This business is definitely worth pursuing. Once the new year is over and the business slows down, making 100 or 80 a day shouldn't be too difficult. Once the market in the town is saturated, I will definitely have to wholesale. Such a reliable business, why give it to outsiders? Don't you think that's reasonable? Moreover, not only you two, but I plan to involve my uncle, third aunt, and my big sister, as well, each responsible. By then, the entire Lanshui County, and even the vegetable business in the Holy Qing, will be controlled by our family. If I say cucumbers are 3 yuan, then they are 3 yuan. If I say 5, then they are 5. As Lu Wei spoke passionately, suddenly his mother gave him a light slap on the back of his head. "I see you really have your head. If you really go on like this, do you think someone won't come to take you down in a few days?" His mother glared at him, both angry and amused. Lu Wei shrank his neck and chuckled. "I was just making a comparison. I mean, we can control the whole market. In this day and age, doing business isn't just about doing whatever you want. The crime of speculation hasn't been abolished yet." His old uncle laughed, trying to smooth things over. "Xiao Wei's idea is actually quite good. The approach is right. Let's do it as you say. However, since you want to wholesale, you can't just work for free. For instance, if the vegetables are sold for 1 yuan per gene and the cost is 50 cents, you can take 20 cents as your labor fee and let the retailers earn the remaining 30 cents based on their ability. But one thing, retail prices cannot be lower than the minimum price you set to prevent your own people from undercutting each other and causing discord in the future." Lu Wei thought seriously for a moment and nodded. "Okay, let's do it as my old uncle suggested. We'll start like this and adjust as we go along if there are any issues." His old uncle nodded. "Alright, tonight, he'll go visit your third aunt and big sister, telling them to gather in the town tomorrow." Lu Wei looked outside at the dark night and felt a bit worried. It's already dark, why not wait until tomorrow morning to notify them? His old uncle waved his hand. "Selling vegetables has to be done early. Tomorrow morning will be too late. What's there to fear in the dark? Didn't we often work in the mountains all night?" His dad stood up and put on his coat. "Then he'll go with you. He'll stay at your third sister's house tonight and won't come back. Alright, just be careful on the road." After his dad and old uncle left, Lu Wei lay on the Kong staring blankly at the news on TV, realizing that his career was slowly starting to take off. Can someone hit the update button to see if there are any sisters around? Mom, I have to go out tonight, and won't be coming back to sleep, so don't wait for me, Lu Wei said as he fastened the buttons of his cotton coat. Lu Guifeng frowned upon hearing this. What are you going out for in this freezing weather in the dark? Her son had been sneaking out late at night recently, and his mysterious behavior made her, as a mother, feel quite uneasy. Lu Wei understood that without a convincing reason his mother would definitely worry. So he explained, I need to go pick up some vegetables, and ask them to send more for tomorrow. You think about it, tomorrow Sangu and Dijia are coming to help, and if they send too few vegetables, it won't be enough to sell. An elderly aunt nearby quickly interjected, you can't go out alone at this late hour. Let your brother accompany you. Li Hing, stop lying around, get up and get dressed, and go with your brother. Although Li Heng was reluctant to leave the warm bed, he couldn't back down since it was a serious matter. He sluggishly got up and put on his cotton pants and coat. Lu Wei found no reason to refuse, and had to take his cousin out with him. The cold night air pierced through their collar like little knives, and the two of them hunched their necks and jogged to Lu Wei's newly rented yard. As they opened the door and entered, a wave of warm air welcomed them. Sure enough, Grandpa Zhang had followed the instructions to heat the Kong, making the room just right for storing vegetables. Lu Wei had specifically instructed that the room for storing vegetables could not be too hot, or they would rot, nor could it be too cold, lest they freeze. So they only heated the western bedroom, keeping the middle room at around 10 degrees, and the eastern room just above freezing. Little brother, whose house is this? His cousin rubbed his hands, curiously examining the old adobe house. Lu Wei didn't hide the truth, saying, it's mine specifically for storing goods. The vegetable delivery won't arrive for a while. If you're sleepy, you can go ahead and sleep. I caught up on sleep during the day. Li Heng thought it was just a rental, and never imagined that his brother dared to buy a house himself. Feeling awkward about sleeping himself, he forced himself to stay awake, saying, it's fine, I'll keep you company. But who heated the Kongs so warmly? Grandpa Zhang next door helped with that. Just sleep well, it'll definitely wake you when the truck arrives, Lu Wei urged his cousin onto the Kong. Li Heng yawned widely, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately couldn't resist the sleepiness. Well, okay, but you must call me if there's anything. Before he could finish, he had already slumped onto the Kong, and soon the sound of snoring filled the room. Lu Wei looked at his cousin Li Heng, who was already fast asleep, and couldn't help but chuckle at his quality of sleep. He quietly turned around, and went to the eastern room, closed the door, and focused his thoughts, beginning to traverse between two eras. He needed to transport the remaining 3,000 pounds of cucumbers from that side before the deadline set by Boss Yang. With this amount, after dividing it among several relatives, tomorrow there probably wouldn't be much left. After a busy session, he finally managed to transport all the cucumbers. Lu Wei decided to stay in 2025, planning to go to the wholesale market for another batch of socks. Just as he was about to leave, his phone suddenly rang. He took it out, and saw it was an unfamiliar number. After hesitating for a moment, he pressed the answer button, saying, hello, who is this? Hello, is this the young man looking to buy new Rexbury vegetables? A slightly hoarse voice came from the other end of the line. Lu Wei's heart stirred slightly. Looks like his wide net yesterday was effective. Yes, it's me. Do you have goods to sell? Yes, I have 1,500 pounds of bell peppers, and they look decent. Would you like to take a look? Bell peppers. Although they aren't as popular as cucumbers or tomatoes, they're still common vegetables with a market. Yes. As long as they're not rotten, I'll check the goods. Don't worry, they're not rotten. If you're interested, come over to the warehouse to take a look. The address is... After noting down the address, Lu Wei hopped on his tricycle and headed straight for the warehouse area of the wholesale market. Soon he found the corresponding warehouse. Pushing the door open, he saw an elderly man in a blue work uniform around 50 or 60 years old bending over to move boxes of bell peppers. Hello, sir, I'm looking for the owner of this warehouse. The old man straightened up, wiped his sweat, and assessed Lu Wei, saying, that's me. You're here to check out those bell peppers, right? Over there in the corner, take a look and see what price you can offer. Lu Wei walked over and casually picked up a few bell peppers to examine them closely. They appeared quite green and fresh on the outside, but when squeezed they felt a bit soft, unlike the firmness of freshly harvested ones. An inexperienced person might not notice the difference, but someone knowledgeable would immediately understand that these had been stored for a while and had lost some moisture. Sir, what's the wholesale price for these fresh bell peppers now? $1.20 per pound. Lu Wei quickly calculated in his mind. Fresh ones for $1.20, and for these new Rexbury ones 5 dimes at most would be the ceiling. With a smile on his face, he asked, so what price do you plan to sell this batch for? The old man frowned, his tone a bit sharp. Be straightforward. There are 1,550 pounds in total. You can take them all for $500. If that's fine, great. If not, then forget it. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei felt a sense of relief in his heart. This old man was straightforward, and the calculated price came out to just over 3 dimes per pound, which was quite a bargain. Deal? Let's go with your price, Lu Wei agreed readily. However, just as he was feeling good about the deal, his heart sank when he realized he had only $300 left in his pocket. What should he do now? He couldn't just tell the man he didn't have enough money and back out of the deal, right? How would he face himself in this industry in the future? He did have a thick wad of 1988 currency in his pocket, but that wouldn't be accepted here. Even if the man recognized it, pulling out a handful of decades-old bills would either make him look like a fraud or a lunatic. After pondering, he was left with only one option to borrow money. But he could count the number of people he knew here on his fingers. The first one that came to mind was Grandma Wu. However, as soon as this thought emerged, he suppressed it. Grandma Wu had already helped him too much, providing him with a place to stay and caring for him. Asking to borrow money again made him feel like he was pushing his luck. Then he thought of Lu Yi. $200 wasn't much for Lu Yi. But to ask for such a small amount felt trivial, making him seem petty. Moreover, he still owed Boss Young $1,002 in payment. The only reason he hadn't been pressured was due to his connection with Lu Yi, and he couldn't lose sight of that. After eliminating all those options, only one person remained, Wan Weiwei. But this option made Lu Wei feel even more uncomfortable. Not to mention whether she was indeed his daughter, he hadn't even clarified that relationship. Asking his daughter for money, just thinking about it made his face flush. Besides, he had just saved her, and turning around to ask for money felt like he was using his kindness to extract a favor. Just as Lu Wei was scratching his head, even contemplating whether to hurry back and sell something for quick cash, his phone suddenly rang. Looking down, he saw the name flashing on the screen. It was Lu Yi. "Brother, where are you?" As soon as the call connected, Lu Yi's voice came through. "Lu Gu, am wandering around the market." "What's up? Is there something you need?" "Yes, there's a bit of a matter. Do you still have that chicken you delivered to me this morning?" Lu Wei paused for a moment. "Chicken? Yes, I do. Do you want to eat some more? Just wait a bit, and I'll send a few over." A chicken only costs 5 or 6 yuan, and since Lu Yi had helped him so much, this gesture was really nothing. No, you misunderstood." Lu Yi quickly explained. "Hey, race the thing. Today I took the chicken you gave me to a friend's farm." The owner tasted it and praised it endlessly, saying that the chicken's flavor was exceptional, and it was a rare, purebred native chicken. He insisted that I ask you if you could get more. He is willing to pay 120 yuan per pound. What do you think of this price? If you can do it, then go ahead. If not, Lu Wei was slightly taken aback. 120 yuan per pound. No, that can't be right. What chicken could be worth 120 yuan per pound? He must have misheard. Lu Gu must have meant 120 yuan for one chicken. Yes, 120 yuan for one chicken. That makes much more sense, and is still significantly higher than he expected. Just a couple of days ago, he had seen live chickens for only 100 yuan each at the morning market. He was just worrying about how to make some money in 2025. Oh, and this opportunity had just come knocking. "Alright, no problem." Lu Wei replied readily. "How many does he want?" "He'll deliver them directly." Lu Yi hadn't expected Lu Wei to agree so readily, and was rather surprised. From Detsi's tone, this chicken should be quite difficult to obtain. "Wait for me to ask." He covered the microphone and turned to the farm owner. "Detsi, how many do you want?" Detsi raised an eyebrow. "As many as you can get." Lu Yi chuckled. "Brother, let's go for 10,000. Lu Wei's eyes widened. 10,000. Chinda was also startled. "What the hell? What do you need 10,000 for? Where will I put them?" Lu Yi feigned innocence. "Aren't you the one who said as many as I want? 10,000 isn't enough. I'll have my brother think of a way. How about 100,000? Lu Wei was sweating profusely on the other end of the line. "Bro, you think too highly of me. I can't even afford 10,000, let alone 100,000. Shinda rolled his eyes. "Isn't that just nonsense? This is a protected breed. 08 or 10 would be impressive." Lu Yi insisted. "Who has time to joke? How many do you really want? Let's start with 20 to try it out." Lu Yi picked up his phone again. "He wants 20. Is that difficult?" Lu Wei laughed. 20 chickens. What could be difficult about that? How about I deliver them directly to your warehouse? Lu Yi was even more confused. Didn't Detsi say this chicken was a protected breed? Why did it sound like Lu Wei was buying cabbage at the market? "Brother, just to be clear, he wants the kind of chicken you sent me. No other breeds will do," Lu Yi emphasized. "Rest assured, Lu Wei replied confidently. "We only have this type of chicken aside from the wild chickens from..." After hanging up, Lu Wei quickly started calculating in his mind. In 1988, 5 kilograms of cucumbers could be exchanged for one chicken. 5 kilograms of cucumbers only cost 1 yuan 50, while a chicken could sell for 120 yuan here. That was a whopping 80 times the profit. After figuring out this math, Lu Wei was shocked himself. This was simply outrageous profit. He suppressed his excitement and turned to the old man selling bell peppers, smiling. "Old sir, look at my memory. I rushed out and didn't bring enough money. How about this? I'll give you 300 yuan first, take away 100 yuan worth of goods, and the remaining 200 yuan will serve as a deposit. Please hold the bell peppers for me while I go get the money. Oh, I'll be back shortly to pick up the goods. Does that work for you?" The old man was a bit skeptical. This young fellow couldn't even come up with 500 yuan, yet he was doing business. But since the other party readily offered a 200 yuan deposit, the old man nodded. "Alright, I'll accept the deposit. However, I can only wait until evening. If you're late, I won't wait anymore." Lu Wei assured. "No problem, I promise to be back before dark." He quickly hopped onto his tricycle and rushed towards his rental room. Just as he entered the yard, he ran into Grandma Wu coming out of the house. "Xiao Wei, where have you been this morning? I couldn't even catch a glimpse of you." Grandma Wu asked with concern. Lu Wei parked the bike, smiling as he explained. "Grandma, I went out to do some business. Did you need me for something? Why didn't you call me?" "Grandma didn't want to delay your important matters." Grandma Wu smiled lovingly, and then became serious. "Are you free this afternoon? Come with me to the brigade to sort out your household registration." Lu Wei was overjoyed. Can my household registration be? It can be resolved. Grandma Wu nodded, though her expression became unusually serious. But before that, you must answer me one question honestly. Seeing Grandma Wu's serious demeanor, Lu Wei also nodded earnestly. Ask away, Grandma. I will definitely. Grandma Wu looked around and lowered her voice. Tell Grandma, honestly, did you get into some trouble and run away? Run away. Lu Wei didn't immediately catch on. I mean, are you being hunted by Uncle Hat and hiding out? Grandma Wu's voice became even lower. Lu Wei instantly understood and hurriedly shook his head, speaking sincerely. Grandma, please rest assured, I am definitely not a fugitive. If I had broken the law, why would I dare to swagger around outside and even deal with my household registration? That would be like walking right into a trap. Grandma Wu examined his eyes carefully, and seeing him speak so openly, she finally sighed in relief, her face breaking into a smile again. That's good, that's good. Grandma is just worried that at your young age you might make a hasty mistake. All right, this afternoon at 1 after the brigade starts working, Grandma will take you. Sure thing. Thank you, Grandma. Lu Wei felt a huge weight lifted off his chest, and quickly added, I won't keep you any longer. I need to hurry and deliver some goods. Go quickly and be careful on the road. While riding his bike, Lu Wei pondered that he needed to rent a warehouse, otherwise it was too inconvenient to traverse this area. There were people everywhere, not to mention all the surveillance cameras. One careless move could easily expose him. If he had a warehouse, it would be much more convenient. However, warehouses around here were not cheap. Even renting 100 square meters would cost several thousand a month. After quite a bit of searching, Lu Wei finally found a deserted place and successfully traversed back to 1988. After placing the bell peppers, Lu Wei checked the west room. His cousin was still sound asleep. It was late at night, and since there was nowhere to buy chickens, he could only go to sleep and figure it out tomorrow morning. Early the next morning before dawn, Lu Wei got up early. Looking at his cousin, who was still sleeping soundly, Lu Wei added some firewood to the stove and turned to leave to buy chickens. Arriving at the town street, the small eatery for breakfast was already open for business. Feeling a bit hungry, Lu Wei, boss, what do you have for breakfast? Tofu pudding, soy milk buns, porridge, pickled vegetables. Lu Wei ordered a bowl of tofu pudding, 5 buns, a bowl of porridge, and a plate of pickled vegetables, and began to eat. At that moment, he overheard 2 people talking nearby, which caught his attention. Airfei, do you believe me? Many people are heading over there now. 2 bottles of canned food can be exchanged for a military coat, and a few bundles of noodles can be traded for a watch. If we gather some capital and make a trip, we can definitely make a fortune. The one called Airfei is a plump young man in his early 20s. Upon hearing this, he shook his head vigorously, saying, I won't go. It's too chaotic over there with the Russians. I don't know the place and I can't speak their gibberish. What if something goes wrong? It would be like calling for help, but getting no response. The tall, thin man looked at him with disappointment, banging his fist on the table. Damn, your courage is smaller than a needle's eye. If you're afraid of wolves in front and tigers behind, how can you achieve anything big? Lu Wei, while scooping up some tofu pudding, listened intently, his mind becoming more agile. Recently, he had heard many stories about making a fortune trading with the Russians, but he had always been skeptical. The rumors are quite outrageous, saying that light industrial goods are in high demand over there, and even a few pairs of socks can sell for dozens. Many daring individuals were rushing there, and some really made a fortune. If the rumors are true, doing this business myself would give me a significant advantage. There's no need for me to go through the effort of bringing goods from here. I can simply get some inexpensive items from 2025 and take them over without anyone knowing. I need to check on my phone later. The internet is so vast now, I'm sure I can figure something out. After finishing breakfast in a hurry, the sky brightened and the street vendors began to set up their stalls. In this freezing winter, you really can't do outdoor business without some anti-cold skills. Even without wind, the biting cold air below -30 degrees feels like little knives slicing your face. I dare not even breathe deeply while walking. Just inhaling a breath makes my throat ache. Lu Wei pedaled his tricycle, crunching over the frozen hard snow, and stopped in front of a stall selling live poultry. Boss, how much are these chickens? He asked, stamping his feet. $1.50 per pound, the stall owner replied, busy plucking feathers, not even looking up. Can I get a discount if I buy more? Lu Wei asked, wrapping his cotton coat tighter. The stall owner finally looked up, his eyes flashing with surprise upon seeing the tricycle next to Lu Wei. These days, even bicycles are rare in this small town, let alone tricycles. If you take it out, it would definitely be the most eye-catching luxury vehicle on the street. How many do you want? The stall owner asked with a smile on his face. He'll take 20. Hearing 20, the stall owner's eyes lit up and his smile widened. Man, you're not just here to mess with me so early. Lu Wei pulled his neck and exhaling white mist. In this damn weather, do I have the leisure to stay home making pancakes? The stall owner thought about it. In this freezing weather, who would be foolish enough to come out just for fun? Alright, if you really want 20, I'll give you a price of $1.20 per pound, the best price. Okay, let's weigh them, just 20, and pick the big ones, small ones won't do. They bought them for 120 each. It's unacceptable to give him a bunch of small ones. Although Lu Wei was short on cash, he couldn't conduct business like that. Got it. The stall owner moved quickly, weighing each chicken, tying their feet and wings with twine. After counting, 20 chickens weighed a total of 102 pounds. The stall owner cheerfully said, just give me $122, and we're good. These local chickens had not been fed any feed, so they were generally not very big, usually around 3 to 4 pounds. The last one Lu Wei delivered was considered quite large. After paying, Lu Wei loaded the 20 flapping chickens onto his tricycle, pedaled to a secluded corner, and with a thought he and the tricycle traveled back to 2025. Upon reappearing near that familiar bridge tunnel, Lu Wei steadied himself and rode directly to Lu Ye's warehouse, then dialed the phone. Lu Go, I'm at your warehouse, and the chickens have arrived. On the other end of the line, Lu Ye was clearly surprised. So fast. Brother, you'll have to wait a bit. I have something to do here, and I'll probably be there in half an hour. No problem, Lu Ge, take your time, no rush. Lu Wei hung up the phone and took this opportunity to search for keywords like 80s, traffic, or Soviet Union on his phone. The content that popped up was varied, with documentaries explaining the situation and quite a few online novels. There was a novel called 1978, starting with marrying the king of the daughter kingdom. Although the title was absurd, it provided a thorough analysis of the economic landscape of the 70s and 80s and had an engaging story. With this information, Lu Wei finally gained a clear understanding of the traffickers of that era. He then realized that the most outrageous were not those who went to Russia to strike it rich later, but the domestic traffickers under the dual pricing system in the mid to late 80s. At that time, nearly everyone was engaged in trafficking, using connections to obtain permits and plan for goods, making huge profits with no capital. Later, as the market economy was promoted, this model became unworkable, gradually evolving into trading light industrial goods for heavy industrial products from the Russians at the border. However, it was indeed profitable on the Russian side. Some even exchanged canned goods for airplanes. Upon seeing this, Lu Wei was shocked, thinking, wow, these are indeed capable people. After a preliminary understanding of what the traffickers were about, Lu Wei began to ponder what to sell over there for more profit. Of course, he had no plans to go right now. If he were to go, he would also need to learn the Russian language, otherwise it would be too troublesome with the language barrier. Moreover, he needed to settle things here at home first. No matter how you put it, this side is still his base. The short-term goal is to buy a color TV during the new year, and after the new year, contract that 1,000 acres of forest. The midterm goal is to use the technology here to open some department stores similar to chain supermarkets here. Then start factories to produce some outdated items from here that are quite advanced over there. What exactly to do he hadn't decided yet, and he needed to think it through carefully. Just as he was immersed in planning, a pickup truck came to a steady stop in front of him. Lu Ye jumped out from the passenger seat, and another man of similar age and slightly chubby stature got out of the driver's seat. As soon as Lu Ye got out, he smiled and said, brother, have you been waiting long? Sorry, the road was a bit long and traffic jammed me for a while. Lu Wei smiled and replied, Lu Ge, you're too polite. I didn't wait long. Take a look, are these the chickens you wanted? Lu Ye pointed at the young man next to him. This chicken is his. Let me introduce you. His name is Chunda, a buddy of mine who runs a farm. Chunda, this is my brother Lu Wei. Chunda smiled broadly and extended his hand, saying, hello, brother Lu Wei. Since you're Lu Zi's brother, that's settled, you're one of us now. Don't worry, as long as the goods are right, the price will definitely satisfy you. Lu Wei also smiled and shook hands in response, saying, hello, brother Chun. The chickens are right here, please take a look and see if they're the ones you want. Chunda nodded and began to inspect the chickens in the tricycle. He examined each one carefully, lifting them up to take a close look. Finally he nodded and said, no problem, authentic Northeast Songling chickens. Lu Zi has already told you the price, right? 120, how does that sound? If not, we can negotiate. Lu Wei naturally wouldn't back out, as they had already agreed with Lu Ye. So he nodded, saying that's fine as long as you don't feel it's a loss. Upon hearing this, Chunda laughed heartily, saying, all right, since my brother is straightforward, let's weigh them then. Lu Wei was slightly taken aback at this. Why weigh them? Didn't we agree on 120 each? Forget it, he's the buyer, and he probably wants to see the size of the chickens. CC, are you free this afternoon? In her rented room, Lan Weiwei languidly sprawled on the bed, dressed in a loose, short-sleeved nightgown, her long, straight, fair legs casually dangling over the edge. She was on the phone with her good friend Li CC. A soft and sweet voice came from the other end. What's up, darling? Do you need me to help you? Lan Weiwei gently replied. If you're not busy, could you accompany me to the police station? Li CC was so shocked that she jumped up from the sofa, her voice suddenly rising by an octave, filled with excitement, as if discovering a new world. What happened? Quick, tell me. Did you get caught during a surprise inspection while having fun with some handsome guy last night? Lan Weiwei's temple twitched, and she replied irritably, is that all you think about? I encountered a robber last night. I need to go to the police station to file a report today. What, a robber? Li Ci's tone took a sharp turn, filled with shock and intense curiosity. Was it a robbery for money or for something else? Wait. Don't tell me I get it. It must have been a robbery for both, right? Oh, wait, take it easy. As the saying goes, life is like that. If you can't resist it, learn to enjoy it. Not long ago, there was a news story about a thief and a victim ending up in a relationship. Who knows, this might also lead to a wonderful connection. Li Cici. Lan Weiwei was so angry she almost crushed her phone, shouting into the mic. I'm serious. I almost lost my life. I'm not joking. Hearing the fear and seriousness in Lan Weiwei's tone, Li Cici finally believed her voice, becoming serious. Really? No way. Did you really encounter something like that from the news? Are you okay? Were you hurt? Really? I'm not hurt, but it was a close call. Just wait at home. They'll be there right away. After Li Cici finished speaking, she quickly hung up, dashed into the bathroom, and began a whirlwind of showering makeup and changing clothes. 2 hours later, a city beauty in a smart OL outfit and high heels appeared at the door of Lan Weiwei's rented room. Li Cici sported beautifully styled light golden wavy hair, wearing delicate makeup with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses perched on her nose. Dressed in a light blue silk blouse, a black body-hugging short skirt, and sheer black stockings, she exuded both elegance and allure, looking more like she was headed to a high-end business meeting rather than a police station. Weiwei, I'm here. Li Cici gently knocked on the door. The door's unlocked, come in. Do you want me to line up to Lan Weiwei's voice came from inside. Upon entering, Li Cici saw Lan Weiwei sitting at a makeshift vanity, meticulously applying her makeup. She casually tossed her stylish handbag onto the bed and hurried to her friend's side, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Let me see, are you hurt anywhere? You scared me. Lan Weiwei shot her an annoyed glance. If I were hurt, would you even see me? That's true. Hurry up and tell me what exactly happened. With a sigh, Lan Weiwei recounted her harrowing encounter from last night in detail. After listening, Li Cici covered her mouth and shook her eyes wide. My goodness. That's terrifying. I've told you before, this kind of urban village is dangerous, and I urged you to move out and live with me, but you didn't listen. Now you know to be afraid, right? Fortunately, someone saved you otherwise. I can't even imagine. She grabbed Lan Weiwei's hand, her tone becoming serious. This time you've learned your lesson, right? Listen to me, hurry and move in with me. At least the community has security, it's much safer than here. Lan Weiwei sighed. Do you think I don't want it? But you know my family situation and my grandmother is unwell and needs long-term hospitalization. My uncle passed away early and my mom is unreliable. Can I just ignore it? If I save a little here, my grandmother can live a few more years. With her around, my mom and I have someone to rely on. We have a home. Li Cici hugged her shoulder sympathetically. Darling, you are truly the kindest girl I've ever met. How about I introduce you to a domineering CEO? Let him come to rescue you. Lan Weiwei chuckled at her joke, pushing her playfully. Enough of that. If there were really such good fortune, would you leave it for me? I would have already pounced on it myself. Ha ha ha. Li Cici laughed so hard she shook. That's true. Nowadays those so-called CEOs out there are either mama's boys relying on family support or old men with potbellies fatter than their wallets. Finding a handsome, wealthy, and single guy is harder than winning the lottery. Lan Weiwei stood up, pinching Li Cici's fair little face with a smile. All right, stop daydreaming. Let's go get some lunch first, then accompany me to the police station. The two of them exited the small rented room, and Lan Weiwei instinctively glanced at the room across from hers, noticing the door was still locked. She muttered to herself, this guy, where did he go? I haven't seen him since early morning. At that moment, a young man dressed in imitation brand name clothes rode an electric bike into the courtyard. Upon seeing Lan Weiwei, his eyes instantly lit up. Weiwei, are you going out? The young man asked. Lan Weiwei nodded slowly. Yes, I'm going to have lunch with a friend. The young man's smile grew wider as he hurriedly added, what a coincidence. I haven't eaten yet either. How about we go together? It's on me. He looked expectantly at Lan Weiwei and her stylishly dressed friend Li Cici. Faced with such a sudden invitation, Lan Weiwei frowned. Thanks, but no. We have some things to discuss, and it's not convenient to have anyone else around. Li Cici, standing beside her, couldn't even be bothered to hide her disdain and shot him an annoyed glance, unapologetically sizing up his so-called branded outfit. The young man's smile instantly froze, his eyes dimming as he opened his mouth as if wanting to say something. Suddenly, with a creak, the big iron gate of the courtyard was pushed open. A young man in a faded old jacket with mud stains on his pants walked in, pushing an old-fashioned human-powered tricycle, looking dazed. His eyes were vacant, as if his soul had left his body, completely unaware of the two dazzling beauties standing in the courtyard, and he headed straight for his own door. However, to everyone's astonishment, especially the delivery guy and Li Cici, Lan Weiwei actually stepped forward quickly. She naturally reached out to grab the arm of the somewhat disheveled young man, gently patting the dust off his shoulder, her tone tinged with a familiar, almost affectionate reproach. Where have you been? You got all dirty. Quickly take it off, and I'll help you wash it later. I'm just asking, dear readers, isn't it hard to guess that Lan Weiwei is the protagonist's daughter? For those who think she's the protagonist's daughter, why not check the synopsis? Or perhaps slow down while reading. An hour ago, Chundo weighed 20 chickens one by one, tapping on a calculator before looking up with a smile and saying, Brother Lu Wei, it totals 102 Jin and 6 Liang, right? Lu Wei nodded. Yeah, that's about right. The weight matched closely with what he had weighed in 88, and it was slightly more. However, he didn't care about the extra bit, since they were selling by the piece. Chunda took out his phone and enthusiastically said, come on, let's add each other as friends. I'll transfer the money to you via WeChat. Lu Wei also pulled out his smartphone. Although his WeChat ID was registered under his grandmother Wu's name, it didn't hinder transactions or online shopping. The two scanned each other's codes to add as friends, and Chunda began the transfer. A crisp ding sounded as a notification chimed. Alright, it's been transferred. Please check. Chunda put away his phone. Lu Wei opened WeChat, and was instantly stunned upon seeing the transfer amount. He instinctively rubbed his eyes, leaned closer to the screen, and carefully counted the digits. There was no mistake, it was a 5-digit number. Seeing Lu Wei's ghostly expression, Chunda hurriedly explained what's wrong. Is the amount off? It's 102 Jin and 6 Liang 120 Kwai per Jin, which totals 12312 Kwai. I didn't round off the extra, I transferred it all to you. 120 Kwai per Jin. Lu Wei's mind buzzed, and it went blank instantly. He had thought it was 120 Kwai for each chicken. What kind of chicken sells for 120 Kwai per Jin? That price was outrageous. Chunda, noticing Lu Wei's shock, turned to Lu Yi beside him with confusion. Lu, didn't you clarify to brother Lu Wei that it was 120 per Jin? Lu Yi shot him an annoyed glare. What do you mean I took a cut? You were right there when I made the call. He turned back to Lu Wei, frowning slightly, and spoke with a serious tone. Brother, I clearly stated 120 per Jin on the phone, and you agreed to it right away. It's not good to go back on your word. You can't make it hard for me, Lu Ge. Only then did Lu Wei snap back to reality, realizing he had made a huge blunder. He quickly forced a smile, and tried to amend. No. Lu Ge, you misunderstood. What I meant was, this payment is too generous, let the extra 2 Kwai go, consider it a treat for both of you. Hearing this, Chunda chuckled, pointing at Lu Wei, and saying to Lu Yi, hey, this little brother of yours is so refreshingly stingy. Alright, I won't accept this favor, we're not short of 2 Kwai. I'll take my leave now, and I'll reach out if I need anything in the future, brother. Don't worry, brother. Lu Wei's heart soared with joy as he patted his chest, and promised, if you need anything just call. I'll deliver it to your doorstep overnight. 120 per Jin. I used to buy them for 2 Kwai per Jin back in '88, and this time it's 100-fold profit. Forget about home delivery, I'd gladly worship Chunda as a god of wealth. This golden opportunity must be seized tightly. Note the price of the chicken is based on real market conditions, the variety name has been altered, but the price is not exaggerated. Chunda laughed heartily and drove away with Lu Yi. Lu Wei stood still, staring at the suddenly increased amount of over 120 Kwai in his phone, feeling as if he were dreaming. He had originally thought earning a little over 200 Kwai would be the max, but he never expected to gain such a large sum. Now he wouldn't have to worry about money for a while. After the ecstatic moment, he immediately took action. First he found Boss Yang, and settled the outstanding 120 Kwai for the cucumbers. Then he rushed to pay the old man selling chili peppers, clearing the 500 Kwai debt. With those 2 debts cleared, Lu Wei felt a wave of lightness wash over him. Checking the time, it was almost 1 in the afternoon, and his appointment with Grandma Wu for household registration was approaching. He hopped on his tricycle and hurried back to his rental. All the while his mind raced, how could these chickens be worth so much? Even the most authentic free-range chicken would max out at a few hundred Kwai each. If they were this valuable, wouldn't starting a chicken farm make him rich? By the way, it happens that I need to contract that 100 mu of forest land. That pine forest can't be used for crops, logging is prohibited, but using it for chicken farming is a perfect match. With 100 mu of mountainous land, how many chickens could he raise? At 120 Kwai per Jin, each chicken would be worth 400 to 500 Kwai, raising 100 chickens. The income was simply unimaginable. Plus, with the pine nuts produced in the forest, he could potentially earn millions in a year. This business was definitely feasible. He needed to make money and quickly contract that 100 mu of forest land. He was completely immersed in the blueprint of becoming wealthy, lost in thought as he pedaled into the yard, not even noticing the presence of Lan Weiwei and Li Sisi nearby. It wasn't until he parked his tricycle and prepared to lock the door that he was suddenly grabbed by Lan Weiwei. Then an even more bewildering scene unfolded. Lan Weiwei naturally reached out to brush off the dust on his clothes, her tone carrying an inexplicable familiarity and concern. Where have you been this time? You're all dusty. Quickly take it off, I'll help you wash it later. Lu Wei was completely frozen in place, his mind filled with a massive question mark flashing crazily. What's going on? When did our relationship get this good? Could it be she really knows I'm her father? Huh. No, I can wash it myself. He felt a bit embarrassed to let a girl wash his clothes, quickly waving his hands. Lan Weiwei pouted and shot him a look. Why are you being so polite with me? If I say take it off, then take it off. Saying this, she even reached out to unbutton his jacket. Lu Wei hurriedly covered himself. I can't take it off, it's my only jacket, and if I take it off I won't have anything to wear. He had only bought 1 jacket because he found it too expensive, although he did buy 2 short-sleeve shirts. But in this season wearing just a short sleeve was a bit chilly. Lan Weiwei was taken aback. You only have this 1 jacket? Just this one. Lu Wei scratched his head and smiled foolishly, appearing very relaxed. To him, having a warm new piece of clothing was already great. He didn't feel poor at all. However, as soon as he said this, the yard fell silent. The other 3 were dumbfounded. Who still only has 1 jacket in this day and age? Seizing the moment while Lan Weiwei was in a daze, Li Sisi quickly leaned into her ear, lowering her voice, and exclaimed, who is this handsome guy? You're not trying to pull a cow-eating young grass stun, are you? What nonsense are you talking about? Lan Weiwei glared at her. This is my brother. Your brother. Li Cici's eyes widened in surprise. I've never heard you mention having a brother. Cousin. Is that? Lan Weiwei pushed her aside and turned to Lu Wei, speaking softly. I'm going out to eat with some friends. Want to join us? I'll buy you some clothes while we're at it. Standing by Brand G's expression darkened. So the earlier mention of not being convenient with outsiders was referring solely to him. And he clearly remembered that Grandma Wu had said this kid was a new tenant, not some cousin. Facing Lan Weiwei's expectant gaze, Lu Wei shook his head. I have something to do later. Let's do it another day. He had to go to the police station with Grandma Wu to handle his household registration. This was a major matter, not to be delayed. Lan Weiwei thought for a moment and realized she also needed to make a report at the police station, so time was indeed tight. Then it's settled. Oh, we'll talk tonight, and I'll contact you then. All right. Lu Wei nodded. Deep down he felt an inexplicable sense of anticipation about having dinner with this girl who might be his daughter. It was an impulse to want to make up for the time lost in her growing up. Then we're off. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Li Cici's eyes darted between the two, a hint of knowing smile on her lips, feeling the atmosphere between this sibling pair was anything but ordinary. Once they exited the yard, Li Cici could hardly contain her eagerness, linking arms with Lan Weiwei, and demanded in a hushed voice, come on, spill it. What's the deal with that handsome guy? Don't try to fool me with the cousin excuse. When did you suddenly get such a handsome brother? Lan Weiwei realized she couldn't hide it from this gossip hound, and had to briefly recount how Lu Wei saved her last night. After listening, Li Cici exclaimed in realization, so he's your savior. No wonder, seeing how attentive you are, I thought you had a crush on him. Tell me, did he rescue you, and make your heart flutter? Lan Weiwei's cheeks instantly flushed like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, and she angrily punched her. What are you talking about? He's only 18. I'm much older than him. How could that be possible? Li Cici nimbly dodged, grinning and winking. What's wrong with 18? He might be young, but he's strong. You know what I mean. Get lost. You pervert. Lan Weiwei's ears turned bright red as she pretended to hit her. Ha ha ha. Li Cici laughed while running away. If you don't want him, I might just take a shot at him. I'm really curious what a tender young guy like him tastes like. You dare? The two girls laughed and chased each other, their silhouettes gradually disappearing around the corner. Lu Wei parked the tricycle and headed directly to Grandma Wu's room, knocking on the door. Grandma, I'm back. Soon Grandma Wu's gentle voice came from inside. Xiao Wei is back. Come in, let's get ready. It's fine, take your time, or I'll wait for you. After a while, Grandma Wu was ready, and Lu Wei pushed the tricycle while she sat in it, looking at him with a smile. Xiao Wei, let's first go to the village team office to get a certificate, then we'll go to the police station. Okay. They quickly arrived at the team office, found the village head's office, and got the certificate. At this moment, Lu Wei learned that the village head was actually Grandma Wu's nephew. No wonder he could issue that certificate. It would be difficult for an ordinary person. After obtaining the certificate, they went to the police station, where Grandma Wu directly registered Lu Wei. The process was quite complex, requiring not only photographs, but also saliva samples for DNA testing to ensure Lu Wei wasn't a fugitive or had a criminal record. If everything checks out, his ID card and household registration would be issued in due time. Lu Wei learned from the conversation between the staff and Grandma Wu that she hadn't been home all day yesterday, running around to help him with this matter. Thinking of a 70-something old lady running around for him, Lu Wei felt a mix of emotions, mostly complex and bittersweet, aside from being touched. As they exited the police station, Grandma Wu smiled. Xiao Wei, you go on and do your thing, I'll take a stroll in the park. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei quickly said, Grandma, let me take you there. Well, I'm not in a hurry anyway. That's fine too. Lu Wei escorted Grandma Wu to the park entrance before riding back. Riding his bike, humming a tune, he felt particularly good. He was finally going to have an ID card marking his foothold. As his gaze swept over the familiar shops, suddenly a sign caught his attention. It was the same appliance store he had seen the day he arrived in this strange world. Dear, if you think it's good, can you please give me a 5-star rating? Mwah. What do you want to buy? Let me introduce you to some options. As Lu Wei entered, the boss warmly welcomed him. When he recognized Lu Wei's appearance, a hint of nostalgia appeared on his face as he remarked, Young man, didn't you come here a few days ago? Lu Wei was surprised that the boss remembered him, so he smiled and nodded. Yes, your memory is impressive. I just took a look at the entrance that day. The boss chuckled in response and asked, Are you looking to buy a television? What kind are you interested in? Lu Wei scanned the store and found only thin LCD TVs or plasma TVs, and even some that could fold. None of these would work if taken home. If someone with nefarious intentions saw them, his secret could easily be exposed. Boss, do you have any older models of televisions? The boss was puzzled and replied, Older televisions. Lu Wei felt a bit embarrassed and said, Yes, like the big ones with a bulky back. The boss was speechless, thinking, Buddy, are you sure you came here to buy a TV and not looking for a KTV? Hey, those bulky TVs you mentioned are long obsolete. Where could you even buy one now? If you're really looking for one, you would have to go to a second-hand market and try your luck. A second-hand market. Since I have nothing else to do, I might as well go take a look. With the boss looking at him with a mix of helplessness and disdain, Lu Wei exited the electronics store, pulled out his phone, and searched. There really was a large second-hand market nearby. He hopped on a tricycle and followed the navigation to ride there. After riding for more than half an hour, he finally arrived at a large secondhand market located in the suburbs. The market was vast as secondhand goods had thin profit margins and relied on volume. Everywhere he looked, various old items were piled high. From large machinery and refrigerators to small pots and pans, and even adult products, there was truly nothing he couldn't find. Outside the market, there were several stalls selling antiques. As Lu Wei pushed his cart and walked by, he saw many jars and bottles, but he didn't understand them. Occasionally, he heard someone ask for a price, and the stall owner would respond, "This is from the Kangxi era, 500,000. Lu Wei was so startled, he turned and left. He was genuinely afraid that if he looked any longer, the seller would demand money from him. As he continued walking, he spotted a stall selling bicycles. The stand had various bikes, including modern mountain and road bikes, as well as a few faded 2/8s. Seeing the bicycles, Lu Wei had a thought. Relying on grandma was tricycle wasn't a long-term solution. Having his own bike would indeed be much more convenient. "Boss, how much for this 2/8? He pointed to a sturdy-looking bike and inquired. The stall owner, a middle-aged man wearing a felt hat, lazily lifted his eyelids and replied with a number, 1,800. Lu Wei doubted his ears. "What? 1,800 firm price," the stall owner said in a flat tone. This time he heard clearly that it was indeed 1,800, and he hadn't misheard. Lu Wei's eyes widened as he squatted down to examine the Phoenix brand 2/8. No doubt it was the most common style from his era, and even when new it only sold for a little over 200. How had it appreciated in value over several decades? This price was outrageous. Not willing to give up, he pointed to a nearby Flying Pigeon brand bike and asked, "What about this one?" 1,000, the stall owner replied. The stall owner didn't even lift his eyelids. "Boss, if these old bikes are so expensive, how much do the new ones cost?" Lu Wei quickly calculated in his mind. If new bicycles were also valuable in 2025, this could be a lucrative business. He could directly bulk buy from the department store in 1988 and ship them over. Wouldn't he become rich? The stall owner scoffed and shook his head. "New ones? They aren't worth much. Only these vintage antiques are worth spending money on." "Well, do you buy used bikes? What price range are we talking about?" Lu Wei asked, settling for used bikes. Worst case, he could buy new ones in 88 and trade them with villagers for old ones. There would surely be someone willing. Only then did the boss raise his eyelids and examine him up and down. "Do you have one? Bring it over so I can take a look. The condition of the bike can affect the price. It could be 300, 500, or even 600 or 700. "Okay, I'll bring one over tomorrow for you to see." "Alright, I'll be here tomorrow." After arranging with the boss, Lu Wei felt a sense of certainty. Although he didn't have a bike, Zhou Ye did, and Zhou Ya's bike was as good as his. He rode the tricycle into the secondhand market. The market was truly a hidden gem, with various old furniture, appliances, and kitchenware piled high, and the air was filled with a musty smell of dust. Lu Wei walked straight into the first shop. "Boss, do you have those old bulky televisions?" "Bulky ones?" The boss pointed to a dusty TV in the corner and asked, "How about this one? In 08 Conca, 27 inches, oh, for $100 you can take it away." Lu Wei looked at the silver gray TV and felt that the style was still too modern for 1988. "Do you have anything older? Like from the 90s, or even the 80s? "No, those got disposed of as scrap long ago." "Okay, I'll check out other shops." Lu Wei, not ready to give up, went into several more shops. Either the models were too new, or they were in such poor condition that they were unusable. Just as he was about to give up, he finally found a 92 model TV in a corner stall, 24 inches, and crucially, after the owner plugged it in, the screen actually lit up. Although the picture quality was a bit fuzzy and couldn't compare to modern TVs, it would have been top-notch in the 80s. After some intense bargaining, Lu Wei finally bought it for $300. Old TVs these days are almost becoming antiques, and the seller was in a strong position, so this price was reasonable. The boss even threw in an old signal amplifier, saying that with this device there was no need for an antenna. Finally obtaining a satisfactory TV, Lu Wei sighed in relief. He wandered around the market a bit more and bought some pots and pans to use in his rental room in 2025. As he was leaving, he saw an old-fashioned children's tricycle. Although a bit worn, it could shine with a good clean. Thinking of his little sister riding it, his heart warmed, and he bought it for $20. With these trophies in hand, Lu Wei returned to his rental room and carefully placed the items. Looking at the vintage TV and the little tricycle, imagining his sister's surprised expression upon seeing both, Lu Wei smiled contentedly. With a thought, his figure vanished from 2025. Meanwhile, Lan Weiwei and Li Sisi finished their statements and exited the police station. As soon as she turned on her phone, she received a video call from her mom. Lan Weiwei felt helpless. Her mom would definitely find out about this incident. It was quite a big deal. The police wouldn't keep it from her family. "Hello, Mom." Lan Weiwei smiled as she answered the video call, trying to appear relaxed. On the other end of the screen was a middle-aged woman in her 40s, who still looked somewhat plump. If Lu Wei were here, he would surely notice something amiss. His first love, Lan Yin, should be over 50 by now, and couldn't possibly look so young. "You child, why didn't you tell me about such a big matter? Were you trying to scare me to death?" As soon as he returned to 1988, a bone-chilling cold instantly enveloped him. Lu Wei shivered and quickly bent down, pedaling his tricycle vigorously towards the courtyard. Not long after he set off, he felt the steam from his breath crystallizing into a fine layer of frost on his eyelashes, making them feel gritty when he blinked. Just as he turned into the yard, he saw Uncle Jean coming out of the house with his hands tucked away and his neck pulled in. "Xiao Wei, you're finally back." Uncle Jean hurriedly greeted him as soon as he saw him, saying, "I was just thinking of looking for you. There's a young man sleeping on the Kong in the west room, snoring like thunder. Do you know him?" Lu Wei quickly nodded to explain. "He's my cousin from my aunt's side. He came to help me with work last night, and he was too tired, so I let him sleep here directly. Did I scare you, Uncle?" Uncle Jean sighed with relief upon hearing this, smiling as he waved his hand. "Oh, I thought so. I just went in to add some firewood, and when I heard that snoring I thought a thief had come in." Upon further thought, he wondered how a thief could be so bold as to steal something and then take a nap here. Lu Wei chuckled. "Ha ha, you've worked hard, Uncle Jean. It's too cold outside, you should go back in and warm up. All right, then you hurry inside too. Look at your face, it's all frozen and turning blue." After sending Uncle Jean off, Lu Wei pulled aside the thick cotton curtain and stepped into the house. A wave of warmth mixed with the scent of firewood and earth rushed towards him, and his frozen cheeks felt as if countless tiny needles were pricking them, both itchy and numb. He comfortably shivered and vigorously rubbed his hands together. First he peeked into the west room, where his cousin Li Hong was still wrapped in a thick quilt, soundly asleep and snoring evenly and deeply. Lu Wei looked up at the sun outside and guessed that his parents and his third aunt should have arrived at the town by now, so he walked over and nudged Li Hong's shoulder. "Brother, wake up, stop sleeping." "Huh, well, what's wrong?" Li Hong opened his eyes in a daze, his gaze unfocused, clearly not fully awake yet. "Get up and be alert." Lu Wei pulled him up. "Go greet them and see if my parents and third aunt have arrived. If they have, just call them over to divide the vegetables. It's getting late, we need to hurry and let everyone take them to sell." Rural people are diligent. When there's important work, they wake up exceptionally early. Lu Wei estimated that his uncle and third aunt should have already arrived in the town by this time. Li Hong's mind finally cleared up, and while hurriedly putting on his cotton pants, he asked, "Have the vegetables been delivered? Why didn't you wake me to unload the cart?" He had come specifically to help, but ended up sleeping until dawn, and he would definitely hear complaints from his mother upon returning. Lu Wei smiled and reassured him, "Don't worry, the delivery truck has its own loaders. We didn't need to pitch in, so I didn't wake you." "Oh, that's good. Should I go back and call them over now?" "Yes, go quickly. I'll be careful on the slippery road with the snow." "All right," Li Hong replied, and put on his cotton hat, scarf, and gloves, bundling himself up like a ball, before pushing the door open and stepping into the biting cold. As soon as Li Hong left, Lu Wei seized the opportunity, focusing his mind, and traveling back to the warehouse in 2025, bringing over the remaining bell peppers. Before long, the east room was piled high with sacks and baskets filled with bell peppers, taking up half the space. Looking at this mountainous pile of vegetables, Lu Wei knew that relying solely on his family for retail would certainly not sell out. Today is already the 28th day of the 12th lunar month, and tomorrow is New Year's Eve. According to past experiences, on New Year's Eve and the first day of the new year, every family is busy with celebrations and reunions, and the streets are almost deserted, making it nearly impossible to sell vegetables. It's just right to distribute these vegetables among a few relatives with whom he has a good relationship, so that everyone can earn a little money at the year's end. In fact, he was more optimistic about the days after the new year, specifically from the 2nd to the 5th day of the new year, which are the golden days for selling vegetables. These days are peak times for visiting relatives and friends, and who wouldn't want to have some fresh green vegetables to liven up their gatherings? In this cold winter, green vegetables are even rarer and more valuable than big fish and meat. After all, during the new year, meat is plentiful, but fresh vegetables are not something just any family can afford. After about half an hour, a noisy conversation and footsteps could be heard from outside the yard. Hearing the commotion, Lu Wei hurriedly lifted the cotton curtain to greet them. The first to arrive was a middle-aged woman dressed in a gray jacket and black pants, none other than his third aunt. As soon as she saw Lu Wei, her face lit up with a smile. She hurried a few steps forward, grabbing Lu Wei's arm with one hand, while affectionately ruffling his hair with the other. "Oh, my dear nephew. Let me see you. My nephew is truly doing well, able to earn big money, and hasn't forgotten his third aunt. You're really not a waste of my affection for you." Lu Wei grinned. "I can't forget the two aunts who care for me the most." The old aunt behind her interjected playfully, "Yes, yes, yes. It's just your old aunt who doesn't love you. I don't know who fed you more at my place than at home. You really are hard to nurture." Lu Wei's mother, Lu Guifang, chimed in with a smile. "That's no lie, he spent more time wandering around my kitchen than at home when he was little." Lu Wei quickly nodded, repeatedly, deliberately elongating his tone. "Ah, yes, yes, yes. Am I old?" He paused, looking at the suddenly bright-eyed old aunt with a mischievous smile as he finished. "My old uncle." The old aunt shot him an exasperated look, jokingly scolding. "You little ingrate. Next time you come to my house, I'll cook you big porridge every day and see if you still talk back." Ha ha ha. Everyone in the yard burst into laughter, the sound of joy warming the cold air. Lu Wei also laughed, quickly ushering everyone. "It's too cold outside. Hurry in and warm up." There were indeed quite a number of visitors this time. The family of his third aunt, third uncle, elder cousin, and cousin-in-law, the family of his old aunt, his uncle, and aunt plus his elder sister and brother-in-law, filled the room to capacity. Except for his old aunt's family who borrowed a tractor, the other families arrived by horse-drawn carts, and only Lu Wei's family had no vehicle. As everyone entered one after another, the last to come in was Lu Wei's elder sister, Lu Wenwan. Elder sister, Lu Wei called out softly with a silly smile on his face. Among all the people who love him in this world, his sister was definitely one of the top. Lu Wenwan held Lu Wei's hand, her face beaming with a comforting smile. Little brother, are you tired? Not at all, not tired at all, Lu Wei replied with a smile. Could you help me by liking and commenting on my singing video? Just click on my profile picture and go to my videos to see it. By the way, I want to complain about the 2 bad reviews from the comment section. One Wulong gave a bad review because the protagonist didn't time travel from modern times to the 1980s. Isn't this purely ridiculous? The book is set up this way. The first sentence of the introduction is a teenager from 1988 travels to 2025. Are you blind? If you don't like it, why open it to read? Another Fengshu gave a bad review because the 2 worlds are not parallel worlds, but overlapping times. Did you leave your brain behind while reading somewhere else? Fine, even if you don't have a brain and didn't understand the clues and hints in the book. Why not take a look at the last sentence in the introduction in parentheses? Ugh, I've really had a bad day today. Or another book was also put on hold because the pace was too fast. How annoying. Lu Wei smiled and ushered his relatives one by one into the house. Bringing up the rear was his elder sister's husband, Chen Jianxing, who walked with a slight limp, his steps unsteady. You're here. Please come in. Lu Wei greeted Chen Jianxing politely, yet with a subtle, almost imperceptible distance in his tone. His feelings toward this brother-in-law had always been complicated. Frankly speaking, the Chen family had indeed seized the moment of crisis, effectively purchasing his elder sister with a mere 2,000 yuan as betrothal money. Yet that sum had undeniably saved the day, covering their father's urgent hospital expenses. Moreover, after marriage, Chen Jianxing treated his elder sister with genuine devotion and kindness, his temper gentle and his conduct beyond reproach. By all logic, the Lu family owed the Chens a debt of gratitude, and that betrothal money should rightfully have served as startup capital for the newlyweds. But logic and emotion rarely walk hand in hand. A knot remained in his heart, stubborn and slow to untie. Thus Lu Wei maintained a stance of courteous formality on the surface, yet emotional reserve beneath. And the fact that this man had taken away his dearest elder sister, whose love had sheltered him since childhood, left him perpetually unsettled. The one true solace was that his sister Lu Wenjuan and Chen Jianxing grew ever closer, their modest life unfolding in quiet harmony, a source of deep comfort to Lu Wei. The sole blemish upon this piece was Chen Jianxing's mother, who clung obsessively to those 2,000 yuan, repeatedly lashing out at her daughter-in-law with barbed remarks that left the young woman humiliated and voiceless within her own in-law's home. Each time Chen Jianxing would step forward to defend his wife, turning to his mother with quiet defiance, "Mother, if no money had changed hands, what chance would a lame man like me ever have had to marry? Even if I had married, she'd have been either a fool or a simpleton." Lu Wei harbored a quiet, burning resolve. Once he earned enough, he would return every cent, intact, unaltered, to silence that calculating mother-in-law forever, so his sister could stand tall, unburdened, and unashamed within the Chen household. Chen Jianxing, well accustomed to his brother-in-law's cool detachment, simply offered a warm, guileless smile, nodded, and sidestepped through the doorway. "Ah, yes. We're here. It's bitterly cold outside. Everyone please come in." Lu Wei nodded and followed the crowd inside. The small, humble room instantly swelled with bodies, its cramped space now brimming with warmth and noise. The men instinctively gathered around the stove in the central room, warming themselves while exchanging easy conversation. The women settled onto the heated brick bed in the eastern chamber, chatting softly about family matters. Third aunt surveyed the slightly weathered old house and asked Lu Wei with concern, "Nephew, how much is the monthly rent for this place?" "It's not rented," Lu Wei replied calmly. "I bought it." His words struck the room like a stone dropped into still water. The air stilled, and every pair of eyes snapped toward him. "What? You bought it?" Mother Lu Guifang's voice shot up, her eyes wide with disbelief. "When did you buy it? How could I possibly not know?" Lu Wei blinked, momentarily stunned by her reaction, then shrugged lightly. "Yes, I'd originally planned to rent storage space for vegetables, but then I thought paying rent each month is throwing money away. Buying outright made far more sense. Now the house belongs to me. If needed later, I can rebuild it bigger. If not, I can resell it without losing much." Second aunt, equally astonished, gazed at her nephew and asked, "Truly bought? You're certain?" "Absolutely. Look, here's the contract stamped with the village committee's official seal." Lu Wei Mother Lu Guifang snatched it from his hands, skimmed the page, then stared at him, eyes blazing. You did this without consulting the family. Just went ahead and decided on your own." Her voice trembled, not only with incredulity, but with a faint wounded ache. To her, land and housing were matters of profound gravity, decisions traditionally made only after careful deliberation among all family members. That her son had acted in silence, so decisively, so independently, struck her as audacious at best and deeply disrespectful at worst. Yes, he was grown now, earning his own way. But even without expecting financial support, he ought at least to have informed them. That to her was the barest minimum of filial respect. Lu Wei, sensing his misstep, quickly flashed his mother an apologetic smile. Mom, it really was impulsive. I just didn't get around to telling you. I figured it wasn't such a big deal, not much money involved. I meant to tell you last night when I got home, but I slept straight through the day, completely forgot. Not a big deal. What is a big deal in your eyes then? Lu Guifeng's voice shook with rising fury. Will you wait until you've secretly married, had children, even raised them, before I hear of it secondhand? Her anger surged and she nearly lunged to grab him then and there. Seeing her distressed second aunt and third aunt hurriedly stepped in. Calm down, calm down. There's no turning back now. What's done is done. In fact, it's wonderful news. Buying property. That's building family legacy, honoring the ancestral line. Exactly. Our nephew has courage. Great things surely await him. Most young men wouldn't dare make such a decision even with money in hand. Precisely. With the house priced at 700 yuan and 2 bundles of firewood thrown in. It's an exceptional bargain, no loss at all. Indeed, such a price is rare even in the village, let alone for a house in town. As voices overlapped in reassurance, Lu Guifeng's anger gradually subsided. She shot Lu Wei a fierce, exasperated glare and declared, listen well, for trivial matters you may decide as you see fit. You're grown, you earn your own money and your father, and I no longer hold sway over you. But for something like buying a house, if you ever again act without telling us. She paused, delivering her ultimatum with icy finality, then don't bother telling me anything else, ever again. Lu Wei shrank slightly, offering a sheepish grin before hastily changing the subject. Mom, I also bought a television. That doesn't count as a big deal, right? The embers of Lu Guifeng's anger flared anew, surging hot and sudden to her temples. So, no word on the house, no word on the TV. This boy truly believed he could soar beyond the heavens. What? You bought a television too? Her voice climbed sharply, eyes widening further. Where is it? How much? Lu Wei flinched, stammering, not much. An old set sent by a friend from Bingqing. It hasn't even arrived yet. Oh, splendid. Truly magnificent. Lu Guifeng's chest heaved with rage. She scanned the room, seized the broom handle leaning in the corner, and pointed it squarely at Lu Wei. Clearly neither your father nor I exist in your eyes. If I don't give you a proper thrashing today, you'll never grasp how many eyes the god of war truly possesses. Don't run. I'll catch you. With that she charged forward, broom raised. Lu Wei merely chuckled. A familiar scene repeated countless times since childhood. His mother had never truly struck him, at most she'd swatted dust from his shoulders. Still, with so many relatives watching, he knew better than to embarrass her. A token evasion, just enough to preserve her dignity, was the wise course. So Lu Wei ducked, arms over his head, and darted straight into the thicket of relatives. Chaos erupted. Chairs scraped, voices rose, and third aunt and second aunt rushed to intervene, calling out in overlapping pleas, Guifeng, calm down. Lu Guifeng was merely putting on an act, and when someone grabbed her she stopped in her tracks. Lu Wei and his companions belonged to Lanshui County, which was surrounded by 4 towns: Donglin Town, Shilin Town, Nanlin Town, and Bailin Town. The town where Lu Wei and the others were located was Donglin Town, the furthest from Shilin Town. After discussing, it was decided that Aunt's family would go to the farthest Shilin Town since they could borrow a tractor. Uncle's family would go to Nanlin Town, while Sangus's family would head to Bailin Town. Eldest sister's family would remain in Donglin Town due to eldest brother-in-law's leg issues. As for Lu Wei's family, they would go to the county town, conveniently passing through it on their way to Shilin Town, allowing them to take Lu Wei's vegetables along and bring them back on their return. After determining the destinations, it was time to divide the vegetables. Lu Wei had bought a total of 4,000 jin of cucumbers, having sold a few hundred yesterday, leaving over 3,000 jin. In the final arrangement, each family would get 500 jin, which would be enough to sell. The remaining 1,000 jin would be taken by Lu Wei's family to the county town, as it was larger and would sell faster. For 1,500 jin of bell peppers, each family would receive 200 jin. Since they sold slower than cucumbers, everyone took a little less. Lu Wei's family would take the remaining 700 jin to the county town. Once everything was distributed, everyone began loading the vegetables for departure. At this moment dawn was just breaking, marking the coldest time of the day. The distance from Donglin Town to the county town was 20 kilometers, so to prevent the vegetables from freezing, they covered them with straw-torn clothes and blankets. Lu Wei, however, nestled under the blankets, which made it less cold for him. The road was slippery with snow, and the tractor couldn't go too fast. It took over an hour, nearly 2, to reach their destination. The old tractor was a 1976 Dongfanghong model. Even with the throttle pressed to the floor, it could only reach 25 kilometers per hour. In winter, it couldn't go fast, taking almost 2 hours to arrive. Upon entering the county town, they found a spot near a market and parked the vehicle. Lu Wei jumped down from the car, immediately feeling a mix of soreness and pain in his feet. After his feet were numbed from the cold, the sudden jump was quite invigorating. Only those who jumped would know the feeling. Stretching his feet, Lu Wei began to survey the county town. Compared to Donglin Town, Lonshui County was more bustling. There were also more pedestrians on the streets, and buildings had reached 4 to 5 stories high. There were also more shops on both sides of the road selling a wider variety of goods. While Lu Wei was looking around, his father Lu Dehai called him over and handed him a piece of paper. Son, you need to sell vegetables today. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve. Take this list and buy everything we need. Lu Wei smiled and replied, all right, leave it to me. Just as he planned to stroll around the county town to look for opportunities, he took a glance at the list handed over by his father, noticing a long string of items written on it. 3 jin of sugar, 3 jin of soy sauce, 10 yuan for 10 light bulbs, 2 light bulbs, 1 liang of flour. He could understand everything, so he casually tucked the list into his pocket and turned to walk into the county town. At that time, most department stores were state-owned supply and marketing cooperatives with goods marked at 2 different prices. One was the fair price requiring ration coupons, which was considerably cheaper. The other was the market price, where cash was paid, which was more expensive. However, anyone with a discerning eye knew that for scarce goods, trying to buy them at the fair price was practically impossible. Salespeople or their superiors had already sold the goods at market price, and they had their own ways to make up for the lack of ration coupons, pocketing the extra money. Lu Wei was aware that this kind of dual pricing system would soon come to an end. In a couple of months, once prices were deregulated and fully marketized, their financial routes would be cut off. He couldn't be bothered to deal with the cold faces of the salespeople, so he just glanced at the entrance, took a mental note. As he strolled along, a 3-story brick building caught his attention. The sign hanging above the door read Minen Pharmacy, exuding an antique charm. As he approached the entrance, a strong mixed scent of bitter herbs and plant roots wafted towards him. In this county town, the most famous specialties aside from timber and grain were the precious Chinese medicinal herbs sourced from the mountains. Backed by the largest primeval forest area in the country, the deep mountains were rich in treasures, the most renowned being wild ginseng, deer antlers, and huangbai. In addition, there were plenty of authentic medicinal herbs like Bei Wawezi Sawujia Rot Songrong and Bei Huangqi. Standing at the entrance of the pharmacy, Lu Wei felt a stir in his heart. He vaguely remembered seeing on his phone that by 2025, truly wild Chinese medicinal herbs would be extremely rare, with prices soaring to frightening levels. Since they were scarce there, the prices must be high. This could be a path worth exploring. He really needed to look into whether this medicinal herb trade could be viable. However, he also knew that even in 1988, wild mountain ginseng and similar products were quite valuable. The old Lu from their village had a stroke of luck last year by finding a decent specimen in the mountains, and he heard it sold for over 800 yuan. At that time, that was a considerable amount, enough to impressively marry a wife. After strolling around, Lu Wei had a rough idea of the prices of goods in the county town, which gave him some insight into what business he might pursue in the future. Due to inconvenient transportation, Lu Wei rarely came to the county town over the years. Next, it was time to start shopping according to the items on the list. With over 800 yuan in his pocket, Lu Wei was ready to spend freely. The shopping list required 3 jin of pork, so he directly ordered half a pig, asking the butcher to help deliver it to the vegetable stall. Who would be satisfied with just 10 yuan worth of firecrackers? He directly bought 50 yuan worth, filling half a sack. After all the items on the list were all at least doubled. Finally, he bought a set of clothes for his parents, 2 younger sisters, and grandmother. Once everything was purchased, he hired a cart to take it all back to the vegetable stall. Upon returning to the stall, his mother stared at him with wide eyes. You rascal, spending money recklessly. Why did you buy so much pork? Are you burning cash? Who buys half a pig for the new year? Are you crazy? It was understandable that his mother was angry. At that time, buying 3 to 5 jin of pork for the new year was already considered a lot. No one had heard of someone buying half a pig all at once, and besides, Lu Wei had already bought a considerable amount before, including a portion of pig offal. Eating meat every day was enough to last an entire month. Lu Wei chuckled, not bothering to argue, and waved for the cart to unload the goods. His mother stared blankly at the cart full of items. Just as Mom Lu Guifang was about to continue scolding Dad, Lu Dehai stopped her. This child has his own ideas, now you can't control him. After the new year, quickly find someone to arrange a marriage for him, and by autumn it will all be settled. At that time, someone will naturally take care of him for you. Upon hearing this, Lu Guifang instinctively felt repulsed, her eyes widening. Why should my son be controlled by someone else? However, as soon as the words left her mouth, she suddenly realized that her son was really about to start a family. A wave of sourness rose in her heart, and her tone softened as she waved to Lu Wei. Son, come here, let's talk properly. Lu Wei shook his head like a rattle drum, standing still and alert. He suspected this was his mom's strategy to lure him in. If he approached and got caught, his thighs would surely be bruised. Mom, you can just say it, I can hear you from here. Lu Guifang took a deep breath, silently reciting, You're my own, I gave birth to you, don't be angry. She suppressed her anger and said, Son, I know you can earn money now, but just because you can earn doesn't mean you can spend it recklessly. Have you forgotten the hard days you went through before? Not to mention other things, just the firecrackers. You bought a whole bag. They're only for the sound, just to celebrate the new year. Spending so much money on them is not just wasteful, is it? In the future, when you marry and raise children, doesn't everything cost money? You mustn't be so extravagant. Lu Guifeng spoke earnestly, but Lu Wei listened with one ear and let it out the other. However, he maintained a very good attitude, nodding at every sentence from his mom, never retorting, appearing obedient, as if to say, "You're absolutely right." As for buying whatever he wanted after turning away, that was a matter for later. As Lu Guifeng looked at this unruly child, she knew he hadn't listened, and she was about to explode. Just then someone else came to buy vegetables. She hurried over to greet the vendor, leaving behind a warning. "You wait until we get home and see how I discipline you." Lu Wei, hearing his mom's tone, secretly felt relieved. Sure enough, it was a ruse. Luckily, he hadn't gone over, otherwise he wouldn't be able to escape a scolding. The winter days in the north are short. By just past 2 in the afternoon, the sun had already set in the west, and the cold returned. The pedestrians on the street gradually became sparse, with only the occasional distant sound of firecrackers and the laughter of children chasing each other, adding some festive spirit to this cold evening. Lu Wei's family of 3 waited by the stall for Aunt's family to return from selling vegetables in Shilin Town. Today's business was exceptionally good. Over 150 jin of cucumbers and 700 jin of bell peppers sold out, completely bringing a smile to Lu Guifeng's face. She didn't mind the cold cloth bag, carefully stuffing it into her thermal shirt, pressing it tightly against her skin, and feeling the solid texture. Her heart finally settled. Before long, they heard the distant sound of a tractor approaching, and Aunt's tractor finally stopped in front of the stall. Everyone hurriedly loaded the empty vegetable baskets and the few damaged vegetables onto the vehicle, not daring to delay, quickly getting on the vehicle to head home. On the road, the cold wind pierced like little knives between the bones. Lu Wei and his cousin Li Heng huddled together under a thick quilt, still shivering from the cold, their speech accompanied by gasps of cold air. "You've been waiting for a long time, right?" Li Heng shrank his neck, his voice trembling. "We could have come back earlier, but this broken vehicle wouldn't start in the cold. We had to warm it up with fire for a long time before it finally got going. In those days, diesel vehicles were like this. In cold weather, they would lie down and had to be warmed with fire to start, which was very troublesome. We just finished selling not long ago." "Was it easy to sell in Shilin Town?" Lu Wei wrapped the quilt tighter around himself and asked. "Very easy." Upon hearing it was 1 yuan per jean, it was like it was free for everyone. "If I had known earlier, I would have brought an extra 200 jean. The 2 brothers chatted, shivering to dispel the cold, and the tractor finally wobbled back to Donglin Town, stopping at Lu Wei's small courtyard. As soon as the vehicle came to a stop, Lu Wei jumped off first, stamping his frozen feet and shouting, "Hurry, get inside. It's freezing." The cold wind from the journey of over an hour could practically take a life. The 3 families inside had already returned. Hearing the noise, they quickly opened the door to welcome them. Sister Lu Wenwan saw her younger brother's little face red from the cold at a glance, and rushed forward, using her warm hands to cover Lu Wei's icy cheeks. "Hurry inside and warm up," she said, holding her brother's face as if protecting a treasure, and led him into the "Quickly get onto the Kong." As soon as they entered, she bent down and deftly untied Lu Wei's shoelaces, taking off his shoes and socks, and without further ado pushed him to the warmest spot on the Kong. "Sister, how long have you been back?" Lu Wenwan placed Lu Wei's shoes near the stove to warm up, so they would be comfortable when he wore them again. "We just got back not long ago. Uncle and third aunt came back early." Lu Wei nodded upon hearing this. "And then it was slow selling here in Donglin because we had already sold for a few days." "It wasn't that slow. We sold out by a little after 1 in the afternoon." "Did you have lunch?" "How could there be time? There were always people buying vegetables." As the 2 siblings chatted, everyone else came into the house. They took off their shoes, got onto the Kong, and warmed themselves by the stove, hurrying to make themselves comfortable. From time to time, they exchanged stories about what happened while selling vegetables today. Seeing that they were all quite warm, the oldest third uncle suggested, "All right, it's getting late. Let's settle the accounts quickly and head back home. Tomorrow is New Year's, and there are still many things to do at home." Right, let's settle the accounts quickly so we can go home." Everyone took out the money they made today and started counting. The accounts were simple. Each family had sold 700 jin of vegetables, deducting 50 cents for costs, and giving Lu Wei 2 dimes as profit, leaving over 200 yuan for each family. Making over 200 in a day was something they wouldn't have even dared to imagine before. The room was filled with the rustling sound of counting money and uncontainable joy. Third aunt with the loudest voice exclaimed, "Wow, we earned over 200 this afternoon. That's equivalent to digging food in the field for half a year." The old aunt was also all smiles. "That's right, it's all thanks to my nephew. It's also because our mom has good foresight. The old lady always says we should all rely on my nephew in the future. See, it's come true." Mom was also grinning from ear to ear. She made the most money today. All right, don't praise him too much, or he'll get even more unruly." Lu Wei saw them talking, and was just about to quietly put the money away, when someone pressed his hand down. "Let go of me. I asked you for a few 5-star reviews, and you gave me only 4 today. That really makes me sad. If my words don't work, do I need to send my family's guardian spirit to talk to you? Let me tell you, if you push me too far, I might just stop writing and change careers. Do you believe it? Also, those little gifts that don't cost anything, just watch a few seconds of ads, and you can give the kids a little something. Isn't that okay?" A total of over 5,000 jin of vegetables was sold for several thousand yuan, and after removing some change, a thick stack of bills piled on the Kong table, quite a sight to behold. Each of the four families received more than 200 yuan in profit, all of them smiling with joy, which was equivalent to half a year's worth of hard work. The remaining 4,000 yuan naturally belonged to Lu Wei. Just as he reached out to collect the money, he felt a sharp smack on the back of his hand. Looking up, he met the piercing gaze of his mother Lu Guifeng, whose expression suggested that if he dared to move again, she would enforce family discipline on the spot. Lu Wei couldn't help but chuckle at his mother's demeanor and joked, "Mom, what are you doing? You wouldn't really turn against your own son over this little money, would you? Get lost. Stop trying to be clever with me." Lu Guifeng shot him a glare. "You little wastrel, this money is not going to be in your hands to squander. Yesterday, I let you mess around buying this and that, but today this money must be kept by Mom. If you need money, just ask me, or would I refuse you?" Lu Wei knew well that trying to stuff all the money in his pocket was out of the question. However, letting her keep it for now wouldn't hurt, it would make her happy for a bit, and he planned to swindle it back tomorrow. "Let's just trick her for half of it today." He immediately put on a face more pitiful than dough, saying, "Mom, be reasonable, I need to settle the cost of the goods with the supplier." Upon hearing this, Lu Guifeng realized the logic in his words. The vegetables didn't just come out of thin air. After pondering for a moment, she relented. "Alright, I'll give you the cost, and you hurry up and settle the bill with them. The rest I'll keep for you. Just ask for it when you need money, as long as you don't waste it, that's fine." Saying this, she deftly counted out 2,500 yuan from the pile of money and handed it to Lu Wei, while the remaining 1,700 yuan was promptly stuffed into her own pocket, which she instinctively patted. Lu Wei chuckled and didn't mind. He knew his mother was just strict in words, but if he truly needed money, she would be more anxious than anyone else. Keeping it with his mother was much safer than giving it to his father. "Alright then, I'll listen to you. Alright, everyone disperse, hurry back home, it's getting dark." Lu Guifeng waved her hand, urging everyone. The families that made money felt warm inside, already eager to return home, and they all hurriedly packed their things, driving their carts, trying to get home before it was too dark. Sangu and Daijie's family lived in Shigo village, while Lu Wei's family and his uncle's family lived in the neighboring Donggo village, making it convenient to travel together. The cart creaked along the snow-covered dirt road, and upon reaching the town, Lu Wei suddenly slapped his forehead. "Uncle, stop for a moment. I need to grab something. I almost forgot." Lu Guifeng, hearing this, asked suspiciously, "What are you secretly buying again?" "You'll find out in a moment." Lu Wei jumped off the cart and dashed into a nearby alley. He found a secluded corner, and with a thought, he instantly traversed back to the small room in 2025. He skillfully shoved the large television into a bag, tucked the remote into his pocket, and picked up a small children's tricycle, quickly coming back. As he emerged from the alley with the bulging bag and the bright tricycle in hand, the gazes of his family waiting at the entrance all focused on him. Seeing the small tricycle in Lu Wei's hands, everyone looked astonished. The delicate little tricycle was only seen in the town's photography studio, used as a prop for taking pictures of kids who would actually buy one for their child. Lu Guifeng, upon seeing it, stomped her foot in distress. How much money did this cost again? She pushed her husband and exclaimed, "What are you still standing there for? Can't you see your son carrying such a heavy thing? Go help him." Lu Dahai finally snapped back to reality and hurriedly jogged over to take the curious tricycle from Lu Wei's hands, examining it from left to right, smiling as he asked, "Is this for the little girl?" "Yes, who else would it be for?" Lu Wei smiled as he hefted the bag. Lu Dahai then curiously pointed at the square bag. "What treasure is in there?" "A television," Lu Wei replied. "What kind of television?" As they spoke, they had walked back to the cart, and hearing the conversation, Lu Guifeng immediately turned her head to inquire. "It's that old television I asked someone to buy you. It didn't cost much." Lu Wei answered vaguely. Upon hearing it was old, Lu Guifeng felt slightly relieved. The family indeed needed a television to prevent the kids from always going to others' homes to watch TV, which was quite bothersome. But still feeling uneasy, she pressed on. "It's not broken, is it? You didn't bring back a piece of junk, did you?" "Don't worry, Mom. Oh, would I take something broken?" Lu Wei patted his chest to assure her. "Wait a minute." Lu Guifeng squinted in the dim light and scrutinized the square package covered by the bag. The more she looked, the more something felt off. Her brows furrowed tightly. Why does this television look so big? In the village there weren't any televisions larger than 14 to 16 inches, but the outline of this bag was obviously several times bigger. Feeling guilty, Lu Wei quickly tried to change the subject. "Oh, stop pondering it, it's getting dark. Let's hurry back home." He attempted to push the bag onto the cart. The driver Lu Dajiang cooperated by lightly cracking the whip on the horse's rear, causing the cart to slowly move forward. But Lu Guifeng's suspicions had already been aroused as she stared at the bulging bag, growing more suspicious. Taking advantage of Lu Wei's distraction, she swiftly brushed his hand away, skillfully untied the rope securing the bag, and peered inside. In the sunset light, a huge, shiny black television was glaringly revealed. "My goodness! What kind of television is this? Why is it so big?" The ant sitting next to her strained her neck to look, and was so shocked that her mouth fell open wide enough to fit an egg, unable to articulate her astonishment at the hefty behemoth. Lu Guifeng was also dumbfounded, her hand frozen in midair, her eyes fixated on the giant in the bag, her mind racing with a single thought: how much wasted money did this extravagant item cost? Looking at the giant television in the bag, and then at her son's shamelessly smug expression, she felt so furious that she raised her hand to give him a smack. However, as her hand hung in the air, she noticed his frostbitten ears, and ultimately sighed heavily, turning it into a helpless scolding. You little rascal, I can't manage you anymore. Just go ahead and make trouble. Mom, it really is old. I didn't waste money, but only cost 200. If you don't believe me, look at the receipt. Lu Wei quickly pulled out the receipt from his pocket, secretly glad the seller hadn't written the date. Lu Wei immediately interjected, Uncle, you don't understand. This is equipment that has been eliminated by a large unit. They are not after money, but rather just want to make room for new devices. My friend has connections, that's how we got lucky. There's nothing wrong with it. If you don't believe me, just plug it in at home and see for yourself. With Lu Wei's words, everyone now had no doubts, as this was indeed the craziest time for reselling goods. With 900 million out of a billion people reselling, there's nothing that can't be resold, or that people are afraid to sell. This big TV, don't say 200, even 500 would be reasonable. Auntie, you really like it, she said, touching the television, her eyes nearly overflowing with envy. Lu Wei's mother finally looked pleased, or rather she was grinning from ear to ear. For such a large television, spending 200 was simply an enormous bargain. In all of Donggo Village, no, in the entire Dongshan Brigade, not even in the whole town, who had such a large television. Only the Lu family has one. Son, where is your friend's family from? We can't just take such a great advantage without giving. Lu Wei felt helpless. There was no such person. Where was he supposed to find one? But he replied, they are from my city, they lack nothing, and are quite wealthy. Lu Guifeng frowned, and said, whether they are in need or not is their business, we still have our own matters to attend to. Don't worry about it, I'll think of a way for you. A television this big for 200 is indeed cheap, but this bargain is too great, holding on to it doesn't feel right. They need to repay this kindness somehow. But in their small village, what could possibly match the value of this grand television? The cart sped up in the dusk, carrying the family and the big color TV back to Donggo Village. Squatting at the entrance of the yard, Lu Wenhui, who was playing with several kids on the ice, immediately flew over like a happy little swallow upon seeing the cart, closely followed by her younger sister Lu Wenfang. Dad, Mom, brother, you're back. The two little girls, with their faces flushed from the cold, surrounded the cart, bouncing with joy. Slow down. Be careful not to fall. Lu Guifeng scolded playfully, while smiling, quickly reaching out to steady her little daughter, who almost slipped. The commotion attracted quite a few elderly villagers and neighbors who were out for a stroll. From a distance, they spotted Lu Daoi's family and began discussing it. Old Wan from the village squinted his blurry eyes, straining his neck to see. Oh, is the eldest son of the Lu family back? Did they go to town to buy New Year's goods? Why did they come back so late? Tian Guofeng, who lived in the east yard of Lu Wei's house, chimed in with a smile. Uncle Wan, you might not know this, but I heard that the Heist family went to town to do business today. I heard they even made some money. I wonder if that's true. Don't be ridiculous. Su Honglin, a neighbor living in the west yard, father of Su Dabo and Su Erbao, scoffed, curling his lip. With Lu Dahui's mouth, he's running a train doing business. Don't let him lose his wife too. Tian Guofeng argued. Look, you still don't believe me. I heard it from San Guzi at the village store. He said he really saw the Heist family selling vegetables in town. Su Honglin snorted disdainfully, his face full of disbelief. That poor Lu family, even a mouse that enters their door must leave with tears. What capital do they have to do business with? Just their mouths. At the side, Ermighty, who had nothing to do, stood up and brushed the snow off his pants. What's all the shouting about? Is it a mule or a horse? Just take it out for a walk and we'll know. They had nothing better to do anyway, so everyone followed Ermighty, strolling toward Lu Wei's house. When they arrived in front of Lu Wei's cart, looking at the bulging items covered with a quilt, Tian Guofeng cheerfully approached and greeted Lu Dahui. Brother Dahui, I heard your family went to town to do business today. From the looks of it, you must have made quite a bit, buying so many New Year's goods. Beside him, a man nicknamed Air Mighty grinned and added, that doesn't need to be said. You see, the cart is almost full. Dahui, what good things did you get? Let us also have a look. This genuinely scratched Lu Daoi's itch. He was a man who could boast about anything on a normal day, and today, with his son's impressive achievement of earning money to buy such tangible goods, he would have loved to have a loudspeaker to let the whole village hear. At this moment, surrounded by neighbors, Lu Daoi's mouth was nearly reaching his ears, yet he still tried to maintain an air of nonchalance, waving his hand, but the pride in his tone was impossible to hide. Oh, it's nothing much. I just bought half a pig, 100 yuan worth of firecrackers for the kids, several sets of clothes for my mom and family, and oh, I also bought a small tricycle for the little girl to ride. He paused, purposely using a seemingly casual tone to drop the most impressive news. Oh right, in this, a 24-inch imported color TV. It didn't cost much, just around 3,000 to 5,000. As soon as he finished speaking, a chorus of gasps. How much? 24 inches. And it's an imported color one. Tian Guofeng's eyes instantly bulged, turning to stare at the large item wrapped in a burlap sack on the cart. Air Mighty couldn't help but reach out to touch it, but Lu Dahui lightly swatted his hand away and said, "Hey, why touch it? This precious item, what if you break it?" His careful demeanor was as if he were protecting a gold nugget. Just moments ago, Su Honglin had a face full of disdain, but now his mouth hung open, stunned, with his face shifting between green and white, unable to say a word. "Oh my heavens. Dahui, your family has really struck it rich. Quickly bring out that big color TV for us to see what—" someone exclaimed in astonishment, and the crowd instantly erupted like a boiling pot, chattering away, making the small yard entrance busier than during the New Year. Come inside, come inside. It's freezing out here, and don't let everyone get cold." Lu Guifeng was all smiles, warmly welcoming the neighbors. At this moment, any annoyance she had about her son spending money had long been swept away by the envious gazes around her, leaving only a sense of pride. Everyone pitched in to help moving the New Year's goods from the cart into the house, while Tian Guofeng and Air Mighty worked together to lift the half slab of greasy thick pork, their surprised expressions reflecting the heavy weight. "My heavens. This half slab of pork must weigh over 100 jin, right? Brother Dahui, are you opening a butcher shop? Why did you buy so much?" Tian Guofeng stared at the white fat meat, nearly drooling with envy. In these times, who's not satisfied with just 3 to 5 jin of meat for the New Year? Buying half a pig at once was simply unheard of opulence. Lu Dahui felt elated inside, though he forced himself to act nonchalant, grinning widely with a laugh that was noticeably louder than usual. "What's the big deal? We still have some stored in the ice tank at home. If it weren't for the fear that it would spoil with the warm weather, I would have considered buying a whole pig." This remark drew another round of astonishment from the crowd. Su Honglin stood at the edge of the crowd, staring at the half-exposed, dazzling pork, listening to Lu Dahui's boastful claims, his face alternating between green and pale. The earlier doubts and mockery felt like slaps against his face at this moment, stinging sharply. He huffed, turned his head away, and tried to ignore it. With everything moved inside, the 24-inch imported color television became the undeniable focus of attention. As the sack was opened, the glossy black exterior was enough to captivate the entire room. Is this the 24-inch color television? It's huge. It's more than twice the size of Su Honglin's 14-inch black and white TV. Isn't that obvious? This is an imported color television worth several thousand, unlike Su Honglin's family's black and white TV, which is worth just a few hundred. To the side, Su Honglin muttered, "Can you guys stop comparing it to other families? Dahui, how do we operate this TV? Hurry and show us how it works." Tian Guofeng rubbed his hands together, eagerly shouting. Upon hearing this, Lu Dahui's heart raced, and he nearly broke into a sweat at the thought. He had no idea how to operate this new-style color TV. But he couldn't show weakness on the surface. He quickly turned to shout into the west room, "Son, come out and figure out this TV. This new gadget needs you young folks to handle it." He immediately added with a smile to the villagers, "We old folks can't keep up with these newfangled gadgets." Old Juan, with a pipe in his mouth, nodded in agreement. It's still the young ones who are quick-witted and learn fast. At that moment, a keen observer noticed a problem. Ermai pointed at the bare connectors on the back of the TV and asked, "Hey, Dahui, your TV doesn't have an antenna. Without an antenna, how can you get a signal?" This remark reminded everyone. These days, televisions required a tall wooden pole on the roof with a metal resonator antenna tied to the top to receive a signal. If the signal was poor, someone had to adjust the pole, while the people inside shouted, "Okay, okay, don't move." On stormy days, one had to quickly unplug the antenna, otherwise a lightning strike would ruin the TV. Right. I forgot about that. Lu Dahui slapped his forehead, realizing it was too late to find a wooden pole in the dark. "Everyone, don't worry. Tomorrow I'll definitely set up a pole, so everyone can watch to their heart's content." Hearing this, though a bit disappointed, the crowd nodded in agreement. "Dad, our TV doesn't need a pole outside." Lu Wei smiled as he walked out from the inner room, holding a small black box about the size of a palm with a short wire attached. In the curious gazes of the crowd, he calmly plugged in the power cord and connected the wire from the small box, an indoor signal amplifier, to the back of the TV. This is called an indoor antenna. Just plug it in, and it receives signals better than a pole outside. Lu Wei briefly explained, then pressed the large power button on the TV. With a whoosh, the screen lit up instantly without the usual flickering snow and static noise. Almost immediately, a vivid, clear, and colorful image appeared. The announcer's articulate voice resonated throughout the room. "Oh my goodness. This is so clear. Look at that person's rosy face." Exactly. This screen is as clear as water, truly bright. This big screen is like watching a movie. Without an antenna, it's still so bright. No wonder it's an imported color TV. Even on a rainy day, there's nothing to fear. The colors are so vivid. This is way better than Su Honglin's family's little black and white box. Su Honglin, squatting at the edge of the crowd, felt his face darken like a pot bottom, cursing inwardly, "Can you all just shut up? Enjoy watching your TV, why bring me into this?" But he only dared to grumble in his heart, his face shifting through shades of green and White feeling awkward, unable to leave or stay. Listening to the neighbor's enthusiastic praises, Lu Dahai's smile stretched from ear to ear, never closing his mouth as he paced with his hands behind his back, feeling as if he had never experienced such pride in his life. Dahai, how do you change channels on this TV? I see it's all bare up there, and there's no knob to twist. Tian Guofeng leaned closer to the TV, scrutinizing it. Generally, black and white TVs relied on twisting knobs to change channels, but this big color TV had only a few unfamiliar buttons on the panel. At that moment, Lu Wei raised the remote control in his hand with a smile. Use this to change channels. The whole room's attention instantly focused on the small black box in his hand, each face filled with curiosity. Can this thing change channels from a distance? Unheard of. How does this thing work? Ermai scratched his head, looking skeptical. Just like this, Lu Wei said, sitting on the edge of the bed, gently pressing a button on the remote control towards the TV. With a click, the TV picture instantly switched to another channel. The room erupted into chaos. Oh my, it really changed. Wait, how did it change? He didn't even get up. Incredible. This is amazing. He can control it from the bed. This is so convenient, no need to run over to change channels. How do these foreigners think? This is truly. Shouts of surprise, skepticism, and admiration rang out all at once. This completely exceeded their Seeing everyone's astonished expressions, Lu Wei chuckled internally and continued to demonstrate. Not only can it change channels, but it can also adjust the volume, screen brightness, and color saturation. If you don't want to hear any sound, you can mute it, and you can also turn it on and off with it. As he spoke, he skillfully operated the remote, adjusting the TV's volume up and down, the picture brightening and dimming, and the colors becoming even more vivid and saturated. This series of operations left the group of villagers who had never seen anything like it dumbfounded and gasping in awe. Lu Dahai stood next to his son, feeling even prouder, his back straightening with pride. Today, many fans sent me free little gifts. I won't mention how much they cost. This goodwill is truly precious. I never expected so many fans to support me. It really caught me off guard, and I feel a bit touched. I'm not a slacker either. Updating 3 times a day is the least I can do. Additionally, I've already lit incense for my family deity, praying for blessings for all of you. To those who donated and left 5-star reviews, may you all be healthy, successful in your studies, have well-being in your families, achieve success in your careers, and grow more handsome, loved by everyone. Can one survive all day on offerings without working? I have to raise my KPI. Just as Lu Dahai was basking in the admiration of others like a star surrounded by the moon, proudly showing off his remarkable color television. In the yard, little Lu Wenhui was not to be outdone, perfectly inheriting her father's gene for boasting that if there's something good, everyone should know about it. In the biting cold of winter, while the yard was filled with frosty breaths, a group of children seemed oblivious to the chill, their faces flushed red as they surrounded Lu Wenhui and her shiny new tricycle, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Wenhui, let me take a ride, just one circle. I promise to go slowly, pleaded the neighbor's Tian Xiaoya, tugging at Lu Wenhui's coat sleeve with a soft tone. Lu Wenhui puffed out her small chest like a proud little peacock and generously waved her hand. All right, but be careful, don't scratch my paint. After that, like a generous princess, she cautiously handed the tricycle to Xiaoya, nervously reminding, pedals, hold the handlebars steady. With Xiaoya starting, the other children swarmed and clamoring to ask for a turn. Lu Wenhui, in high spirits, waved her small hand. Line up, line up. Everyone gets a turn, one ride each. The children cheered and quickly formed a long line, filling the yard with laughter and joy even louder than inside the house. However, this harmonious atmosphere came to an abrupt halt when Su Erbao approached. Seeing everyone riding the new tricycle, he squeezed to the front, reaching out to touch the handlebars. Wenhui, let me ride too. Lu Wenhui's little face immediately hardened as she yanked the tricycle back protectively, her lips pouting high. No way. You can't touch it. Last time I went to your house to watch TV, your mom closed the door saying outsiders aren't allowed in. Humph, I won't let you, an outsider, play with my tricycle. Su Erbao was publicly humiliated, his face reddening with embarrassment as he quickly defended himself. I promise to show it to you. Every day. If my mom scolds me again, I'll sneak you in. Just let me play for a while. Bah? Who cares to watch that broken black and white box of yours? Lu Wenhui raised her chin even higher. My brother bought me a big color television. It's 100 times better than yours. I won't go to your house to watch it anymore. Su Erbao's hand froze in midair, his face turning crimson under the gazes of his peers, feelings of grievance and humiliation crashing over him as tears streamed down his cheeks. He let out a wail and turned to sprint home. Bursting into his own yard, Su Erbao, still sobbing, dove into the arms of his busy mother Wang Ging, who was working by the stove. Mom, Wenhui won't let me ride her tricycle. She let the other kids ride it, but wouldn't let me touch it. Boo-hoo. She also said our TV is a broken box, and that they have a color TV now, so she won't come over anymore. Wang Guiying had been harboring resentment since Lu Wei embarrassed her earlier. Now, hearing her younger sons crying, especially Lu Wenhui's arrogant words, fresh and old grudges surged to her forehead. She violently tossed the vegetables she was washing into the basin, splashing water everywhere, gritting her teeth as she cursed, damn that Lu family. What a broken color TV to make them so arrogant. That little brat is just as infuriating as her brother. Don't cry, my son. When your brother gets back, I'll make sure he finds a chance to teach that Lu Wei a lesson. Let's see if that old Lu family can still flaunt themselves. Just then the yard door banged open and Su Debao with a grass stick in his mouth and hands in his pockets staggered in wearing cotton slippers. Wang Guiying upon seeing his lazy demeanor felt her anger surge as she pointed at him and scolded, Did you find a chance to beat that Lu Wei like I told you? Have your ears been stuffed with chicken feathers? Look at your little brother, he's crying every day because of that little girl from the Lu family. If you don't have the guts, just say so. I'll find someone else. I'm sick of looking at you. Su Debao, already irritated after wandering around all day, felt even more anger rising at being scolded as soon as he walked in. He spat out the grass stick and defiantly said, I'm scared. I'm not scared of killing him. I want to deal with him, but I haven't even seen a shadow of him these days. What do you want me to do? Should I just storm into his house and beat him up? At this moment, Su Honglin walked in with a grim expression as dark as a pot bottom. He had just returned from the Lu family seething with pent-up frustration and was even more furious upon hearing his son's words. Who are you going to deal with, huh? Su Honglin shouted at Su Debao, glaring fiercely. I'm telling you, Su Debao, you better settle down. Stop causing trouble outside. Look at that Lu Wei from the old Lu family, he's 2 years younger than you and already doing business in town, making several hundred a day. And look at you. You're just a useless bum, doing nothing serious all day, just wandering around. They've already brought a big color TV home, and what about you? You can't even produce a fart. Just seeing you makes me angry. This relentless volley of scolding unleashed all the jealousy towards the Lu family and his own frustration onto Su Debao. Su Debao was drenched in humiliation with a belly full of grievances and pent-up anger, his face turning ashen as he kicked a bench out of his way and shouted, Fine. I'm a waste. Can I just leave? After saying that, he stormed out without looking back, slamming the door so hard it echoed. The cold night wind made him shiver, but the anger in his heart only flared higher. The more he thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt. Why could Lu Wei earn big bucks to buy a color TV? Why did the whole family treat him, that little brat from the Lu family, with such disdain? He wouldn't be able to sleep tonight unless he vented this frustration. Watching the laughter and joy emanating from the Lu household, Su Debao's eyes were filled with hatred. Tightening his worn-out cotton jacket and shrinking his neck, he headed straight for Jiang Dalong's house at the village head. Donggo village wasn't large, but it had 3 good-for-nothing: Su Debao, Jiang Dalong, and Wang Chongqing. These 3 were thick as thieves, spending their days together. Jiang Dalong's home was a small earthen house with 2 rooms, and his parents were the big ginger couple, usually living in the fruit orchard on the mountain, leaving the little house for Jiang Dalong alone. Naturally, this became their hangout spot. Su Debao kicked the door open, startling Wang Chongqing and Jiang Dalong, who were drinking inside. Seeing Su Debao walk in with a long face and a sullen demeanor, they grumbled, Dude, can you be a little lighter? You kicked the door open. Oh, I swear I'll bring your mom over to warm your bed, believe it or not. You think you can? If you bring her over, I'll call you dad. Su Debao's furious roar instantly stunned Jiang Dalong and Wang Chongqing. After all, who would dare provoke a man reckless enough to sacrifice even his own mother? Where on earth did you accumulate such bitter resentment? Su Debao plopped down onto the edge of the heated brick bed, snatched up the liquor bottle from the table, and gulped down a large swig. The fiery liquid burned its way down his throat. With a heavy thud, he slammed the bottle onto the table, his eyes bloodshot as he cursed, Damn it all. What else could it be? That Lu Wei from the old Lu family. He's nearly driven me mad. Jiang Dalong and Wang Chongqing exchanged startled glances. Lu Wei? What did he do to you? Su Debao ground his teeth. That kid must have stepped in dog shit. Somehow he actually struck it rich. Today he brought home a 24-inch color television. His father was so proud he strutted around the village showing it off like a peacock. Even that brat of his dared to humiliate my younger brother. If I don't settle this score, I'm not Su Debao. Jiang Dalong squinted, grinding out his cigarette, but, so what's your plan? Are we really going to lay hands on him? Lu Dehai isn't someone to trifle with, and besides, Lu Wei himself seems tougher than before. Didn't he just beat up Su Laosan the other day? Tough, huh? Su Debao spat. Are the 3 of us not enough to handle one boy? We'll wait until he's alone, corner him, and give him a sound thrashing. Teach him some humility. Let him know that in Donggo village no Lu has the right to act high and mighty. Besides, he's got money in his pockets. Let's relieve him of some of it. Saves us from drinking only with pickled mustard stems this new year. At these words, Wang Chongqing and Jiang Dalong both perked up. Glancing at the single lonely dish on the table, they felt a pang of embarrassment. Celebrating the Lunar New Year with nothing but that meager side dish was undeniably bleak. If they truly could get their hands on a bit of cash, it would certainly be worth the risk. Wang Chongqing, ever cautious, hesitated. Do you think it'll work? What's there to fear? Su Debao glared. We'll just beat him senseless, leave him sore for days. And if he dares raise an alarm, what then? I'll take full responsibility. Or, are you two backing down? Jiang Dalong and Wang Chongqing exchanged a glance. They'd long run with Su de Bao, a trio of idle, restless young men. Provoked thus, and emboldened by liquor, their reckless bravado surged anew. Hell, coward gets branded grandson. Zhang Dalong slammed his fist on the table. Let's do it. Su de Bao's face twisted into a cruel smile. Leaning in, he lowered his voice. Here's how. We'll first track Lu Wei's daily routine, when he leaves home, which path he takes. As midnight deepened, the villagers who'd gathered to watch television finally departed reluctant and sated. The Lu household was left strewn with sunflower seed shells and dregs of tea. Chaotic, yet Lu Dehai and Lu Guifeng wore no trace of displeasure. Instead, their faces glowed with quiet satisfaction, weary but content, as they began tidying up. In those times, drawing such a crowd into one's home signaled goodwill and respect, nothing more prestigious. In turn, neighbors would gladly lend a hand whenever needed. Lu Dehai picked up the broom and swept the seed shells away with meticulous care, then carried each teacup outside to scald them clean in hot water before arranging them neatly. By the dim yellow light, Lu Guifeng measured the television's dimensions and stitched needle by careful needle a decorative dust cover edged with delicate floral trim. She sewed with extraordinary precision, each stitch deliberate, each seam flawless, before gently draping the finished cover over the precious new television. Lu Wei had already retreated to his western room. He'd been utterly exhausted these past 2 days. His original plan had been to wait until the house emptied and the night grew still, then slip quietly across the threshold to visit Joya. Youthful passion burned fiercely, after only 2 days apart, his longing for her gnawed at him like claws. But the moment his head touched the pillow, overwhelming drowsiness flooded him like a tide. Before he could even fully undress, he curled up and sank into deep, unbroken sleep. After finishing her cleanup, Lu Guifeng rose and entered the western room. Finding her son asleep in his clothes, she tiptoed forward and gently removed his shoes. Son, come now. Take off your padded jacket and trousers before sleeping. Half asleep, Lu Wei fumbled his clothes off without opening his eyes, then burrowed beneath the quilt and drifted back into slumber. Lu Guifeng tucked the quilt snugly around her son and switched off the light. Returning to the eastern room, she slipped quietly onto the heated brick bed, beside her husband, glancing at the little girl already fast asleep at the foot of the bed. She whispered softly, "Husband, have you noticed? Our boy Lu Wei, he's changed dramatically these past few days." Lu Guifeng lowered her voice further, her tone warm with pride and faintly shadowed with unease. "It's not just that he's grown resourceful or started earning money. I feel he understands things he never grasped before, acts with unusual clarity and purpose. Yet, there's something strangely enigmatic about him now. He has changed. He's becoming a man." Lu Dehai mused, smacking his lips. "That's a good thing. A boy should have drive and ambition. I tell you, our son will go far. Though his sudden wealth does unsettle me slightly." "Yes." Lu Guifeng sighed. "Husband Lu Wei is already 18, on the cusp of adulthood. Shouldn't we begin thinking about finding him a wife?" In rural China at that time, marriage at 17 or 18 was common. Even 16-year-olds sometimes. "Exactly. I've been thinking the same." Lu Dehai agreed eagerly. "Come spring, I'll ask around nearby villages for a suitable match. Our circumstances have improved. We won't struggle to find a fine bride." Lu Guifeng gazed up at the dark rafters and murmured, "Husband, shouldn't we also consider renovating this old house? After all, if we secure a bride, surely we can't keep living in these earthen brick walls." "I've been pondering that too." Lu Dehai brightened, turning toward his wife. "Depending on funds, we could build a sturdy dwelling with stony and brick foundations and rammed earth walls, far superior to a plain earthen hut." "Pa, Lo Zuo, neither proper brick nor true earth. It's terribly unsightly." Lu Guifeng wrinkled her nose. "If we're building, let's go all the way, solid brick walls and tiled roof. Nothing less. That's what commands respect. A full brick and tile house." Lu Dehai's breath caught. His heart leapt. To erect a row of gleaming blue brick houses with glazed tiles would make the Lu family the undisputed leaders of Dongshan Production Brigade. Imagining the envy in his neighbor's eyes, he felt a rush of exhilaration, as refreshing as icy water on a scorching summer day. Yet almost immediately doubt crept in. A full brick house, wouldn't that cost 5,000 or 6,000 yuan? Can we possibly earn that much? Lu Guifeng swiftly calculated in her mind, and replied with quiet certainty, "No problem at all. Think, just today alone we netted over 1,000. Even if business slows post-New Year, at 500 yuan a day, 10 or 15 days will cover the entire cost." Her logic steadied him. Confidence surged. "Agreed. Let's do it. Come spring, I'll secure prime land from the brigade. Once built, the new house will be for our son's wedding. We'll stay in this old one. It's spacious enough." "Precisely my thought." Lu Guifeng nodded vigorously. "Better not to live under the same roof. If the daughter-in-law is understanding, all well and good. But if she's difficult, and given my short fuse, we'd quarrel constantly." Lu Dehai chuckled wryly. "Oh, you know your temper's volatile. As if yours is any better. Enough, let's sleep. We must rise early tomorrow." Lu Guifeng playfully shoved her husband and pulled the quilt up tight. "Wait, Haven't done that in days. Let's. As Lu Wei's family sank into slumber, the small shop at the eastern end of the village was ablaze with light and bustling with voices welcoming the liveliest time of the day. With the year drawing to a close and the weather bitterly cold, there was little work to be done in the fields, leaving people many men with a few spare coins from selling grain or doing odd jobs gathered at the small shop, crowding around several old tables to play cards and gamble, with stakes low. By the end of the night, winnings and losses amounted to only a few coins, seeking merely the excitement and to pass the long night. Inside the modest room, 4 tables were set up, surrounded by a dozen players with dozens more watching, cramming the space to the point of suffocation. The air was thick with the pungent smell of dry tobacco and poor-quality cigarettes mingling with the steam from tea, creating a haze that was both stifling and full of the vigor of street life. Shengzi, take a break. Change the luck at the table, let me have a go. Mai squeezed in from outside, bringing a chill with him, rubbing his frozen hands as he called out to Li Shengzi at the card table. Li Shengzi, having just lost a few dimes, stood up reluctantly to vacate his seat, casually asking, "Where have you been?" Mai plopped down, shuffling the cards as he casually bragged, "Oh, I went to old Lu's place to see some sights. The Lu Wei family bought a big color TV. Goodness, a 24-inch imported model." His voice was loud enough to attract the attention of many nearby. Even Zhouya, who was chatting idly with several women while knitting behind the counter, momentarily paused her knitting. Upon hearing the name, Lu Wei, her heart inexplicably skipped a beat and her ears instinctively perked up. That scoundrel. Ever since that night, he seemed to have vanished, not a trace in 2 days, leaving her restless and unable to focus on anything. What? Lu Wei, Lu Dahai's son. They bought a TV. Another man at the card table looked up in surprise, his voice booming. With their situation, can they really afford a TV? A 24-inch color TV? Mai, are you drunk and just boasting? In those days in the village, even acquiring a bicycle or a sewing machine was big news, let alone a major purchase like a television. The news that Lu Dahai's family could actually buy a TV was more shocking than hitting a jackpot at the card table. Mai, upon hearing the doubt, immediately became displeased, stopped playing and retorted, "If I'm boasting, then I'm your son. I just saw it and came back. That big color TV is sitting right on their cabinet. It's colorful, and it's remote controlled. You can change the channel from the Kong. It's incredible. Lu Wei has really made it big. He's making money with a business in town. Not only did he buy a TV, but he also got half a pig, over 100 yuan worth of firecrackers, new clothes, and even a tricycle." The cart was fully loaded. At his loud proclamation, the entire small shop fell silent for a moment. All eyes turned towards him, even forgetting to play cards. Everyone's faces were filled with disbelief and deep envy. Is this for real? That Lu Wei kid, he seemed ordinary. How did he get so successful? A 24-inch color TV. How much would that cost? You know, it's hard to believe. How did Lu Dahai's family get rich? Where's the logic in that? Mai continued enthusiastically describing the big color TV, making everyone curious. Behind the counter, Zhouya lowered her head, knitting, but every word from Mai felt like a hammer striking her heart. Lu Wei has become successful and bought a big color TV for his family. No wonder. No wonder he hasn't shown up in 2 days. He must be busy making big money and preparing for the new year. Thinking of this, the inexplicable feelings of grievance and worry in her heart gradually dissipated, replaced by an indescribable joy, a sense of pride, causing the corners of her mouth to involuntarily curve into a barely perceptible smile. That little rascal should come by tonight, right? Boom. Bang. A sharp, crisp firecracker exploded outside the window, startling Lu Wei from his deep sleep. He stretched widely, yawning, feeling a sense of comfort coursing through all his joints. Having been shuttling back and forth between 2 worlds these past few days, he had been so busy during the day that he hardly had a moment's rest at night, and was thoroughly exhausted. His sleep finally replenished his energy. Outside, the sporadic sounds of firecrackers echoed, signaling that the industrious families in the village had begun their New Year's Eve breakfast. In Lu Wei's hometown, this breakfast was usually simple, just some noodles or reheated leftovers, and some even skipped it entirely, saving their energy for the most sumptuous meal of the year, the reunion dinner at noon. After this meal, folks would play cards or visit each other, and when the Spring Festival Gala started, they would watch television while making dumplings, eating the dumplings to ring in the new year. After the gala ended, Lu Wei quickly got up, dressed in his cotton jacket and pants, neatly folded the bedding, slipped on his cotton shoes, and lifted the curtain to walk into the outer room. A rich blend of meat, oil, and steam wafted towards him. The kitchen was filled with steam, and his parents were busy moving about. Having been outside selling vegetables for the past few days, they had done no preparations for the new year, unlike other families that had started frying meatballs, steaming buns, and boiling meat days in advance. Now they could only hurry and rush. All 3 burners in the house were on full blast. In a large iron pot, chunks of fatty pork were bubbling away, while another pot sizzled with the sound of frying, where his father Lu Dahai skillfully used a slotted spoon to turn the golden and crispy meat pieces and meatballs. On another burner sat a steamer, where his mother Lu Guifeng was placing a large carp, marinated and with a bright red skin into the pot alongside a bowl of braised pork waiting to be steamed. The entire room was filled with white steam and enticing aromas mixed with the occasional sounds of firecrackers from outside, instantly bringing forth the festive cheer of the new year, brightening everyone's spirits. Seeing Lu Wei come out, Lu Guifeng wiped the sweat from her forehead with her sleeve, her face beaming with a smile. "Son, you're awake. Did you sleep well? Quickly, there's hot water in that basin. Wash your face and freshen up. Are you hungry? If so, grab a few pieces of freshly fried pork to nibble on. It's still a while before we eat. Mom, is there anything you need my help with? You wash your face first, then go with your sister to put up the couplets." Lu Wei quickly washed his face, dried it, then turned around and grabbed a piece of freshly fried, still hot meat from the colander. While blowing on it to cool it down, he stuffed it into his mouth, savoring its crispy exterior and tender interior, filled with meaty fragrance. Delicious. Dad, your cooking skills are getting better and better. Lu Wei praised with a mouthful of. Hearing this, Lu Dezai proudly weighed the colander in his hand. See, him not just boasting. With our skills, who in the village can compare? When it comes to big or small matters, I'm the head chef here. This was true. Lu Wei's grandmother used to be the chief cook for the production team, and later his father also cooked there, excelling at making large pots of food. In the village, whenever there's a wedding or funeral, people love to ask him for help. All right, stop chatting, hurry up, and put up the couplets. The paste is on the windowsill. Oh, let your little sister help you. Lu Wei responded, and turned to go inside to get the couplets, sorting them out for the main door and the room door, then began to divide them. After sorting the couplets, he had his little sister Lu Wenhui carry the paste and start sticking them up on the main door. The siblings arrived at the entrance of the courtyard. Lu Wei was responsible for brushing on the paste and sticking the horizontal couplet and the first line. Carefully dipping the brush into the slightly burnt-smelling paste, he evenly applied it to the back of the red paper, then stepped on a small stool to measure the position, ensuring that the horizontal couplet, welcoming the new spring, was perfectly placed in the center of the doorframe. Brother, it's crooked. Move it to the left a bit. Yes, that's perfect. Lu Wenhui stood below, holding a bowl in one hand and stuffing a fried meatball into her mouth with the other, directing him with glee. After sticking up the couplets for the main door, they continued with those in the courtyard, such as Fat Pig, Full Circle, Bountiful Harvest, and Joy upon departure. As the bright red couplets and the character Fu were affixed, the festive atmosphere of the new year instantly thickened. After working for more than 10 minutes, they finally finished. Lu Wei rubbed his hands together and hurried back inside. The two doors in the house also needed couplets, and he was determined to cover every one. After the couplets were up, his mother handed him a bottle. "Dear daughter, run to the small shop and get a pound of soy sauce. We're waiting to stew fish." Lu Wei's heart suddenly moved at her words. He had been so tired the night before that he fell asleep without seeking out Zhouya, and he had been thinking about her. Wasn't this a great opportunity? He immediately spoke, his tone casual, but laced with urgency. "Mom, it's freezing outside. Let me go instead." Little sister runs slowly, as she might drop the bottle. Lu Guifeng was busy chopping vegetables, and didn't raise her head, casually saying, "All right, just go, and come back quickly, we're waiting to use it." She didn't think much of it, assuming her son was just being considerate of his sister. "Hey." Lu Wei happily responded, took the money and the bottle, and turned to walk outside, his steps noticeably lighter than usual. As the cold air hit him outside, Lu Wei felt a warmth rise in his heart. He secured the bottle and quickened his pace towards the village's small shop. As Lu Wei arrived at the entrance of the small shop, he hadn't even opened the door yet. He had just lifted the heavy cotton curtain when he heard a somewhat sharp voice coming from inside. The voice sounded like Zhao Dinyang, Zhou Ya's former mother-in-law. Inside, Zhao Dinyang had a stern face and was talking loudly and incessantly. Zhou Ya lowered her head absent-mindedly, wiping the counter, her expression unreadable. Lu Wei paused his steps and didn't go in immediately, standing in the shadow by the door. He could hear Zhao Dinyang's tone filled with reproach. "Xiaoya, I'm not saying this to criticize you, but on such a big holiday, what kind of sense does it make for you to be alone in this empty shop? What would it hurt to come back with us for a reunion dinner? Zhiyong is gone, but we're still a family." Zhouya raised her head, her face showing little expression, yet her tone was calm with a hint of barely noticeable detachment. "Thank you for your kindness, Mom. I'm fine on my own, but it's peaceful. The shop needs someone, so I won't cause trouble." Zhao Dinyang's face darkened further, her voice becoming sharper. "Why are you so stubborn, child? What trouble could there be for a family? You're a widow. Oh, what sense does it make for you to run this shop alone? You've heard the gossip in the village. I say this shop would be better off managed by your elder brother." "Mom." Zhouya interrupted her, her voice not loud, but filled with undeniable determination. "The property, deed, and business license for this shop are all in my name, Zhouya. I know how to run it. It's New Year's Eve. You should go home early to prepare the New Year's Eve dinner and not keep the family waiting." Zhao Dinyang was left speechless, her face alternating between green and white as she pointed at Zhouya, stammering, You. After a long while, she ultimately couldn't say anything, huffed in frustration, lifted the curtain, and left, nearly bumping into Lu Wei outside. Lu Wei stepped aside to let her pass, then pretended to have just arrived as he lifted the curtain and walked into the warm. Seeing Lu Wei enter, Zhou Ya's tense expression instantly relaxed, even showing a hint of unnoticeable. However, she soon feigned calmness, lowering her head again to continue wiping the counter, her tone indifferent. "Oh, the busy person, what brings you here today?" Lu Wei detected the teasing in her words, giving a sheepish smile as he placed the soy sauce bottle on the counter. "Just picking up some soy sauce. Was everything all right earlier? What could have happened?" Zhou picked up the soy sauce bottle, skillfully walked to the big vat to pour soy sauce her back to Lu Wei, her voice a little muffled. "I've gotten used to it. I come by every now and then, just wanting to take this little shop back for her eldest son." "Why should you give it to him? Spoiling him with his bad habits? Oh, just look at Zhao Laoyan. He can't count 10 fingers, and he can run a shop." After pouring the soy sauce, she handed the bottle to Lu Wei, leaning against the counter, letting out a soft sigh. The small shop fell into silence. Only the faint sound of firecrackers could be heard from outside. After a while, Zhou suddenly raised her head, looking at Lu Wei, her eyes shining with a determined light. "Lu Wei, I want to transfer this small shop and house." "Transfer? Then where will you live?" "I want to move to the town." Zhou Ya's tone became firm. "I'll find a small storefront on the street in town and open a clothing store. I've observed for a long time people are more well off now, and the young folks like to wear something new. Selling clothes would definitely do well, much better than sticking to this small shop, and I won't have to get involved with them anymore." She paused, her gaze slightly anxious, yet filled with a hint of expectation as she looked at Lu Wei. What do you think? You go to town often, you have more experience. Do you think it will work?" Lu Wei looked into Zhou Ya's sparkling eyes, quickly calculating in his mind. Zhou Ya's idea was undoubtedly very forward-thinking. In the late 1980s, individual economies were just budding, and the clothing business was indeed a hot trend. "I could even supply her with stock from 2025. The competitiveness would be unmatched, and even starting a clothing factory later wouldn't be a problem. Moreover, if Zhou moved to town, it would bring her closer to him, making it much more convenient for meetings in the future." He suppressed the ripples in his heart and nodded seriously. "I think it's a good idea. The town indeed lacks decent clothing stores. Your idea is quite good. It has more prospects than sticking to this." Upon receiving Lu Wei's affirmation, a bright smile instantly bloomed on Zhou Ya's face, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. "Do you really think it will work? Then I'll really start looking into it. After the new year, I'll go to town to check out some houses." Lu Wei furrowed his brows, pondering seriously for a moment before saying, "I think we shouldn't open in the town. We should go straight to the county instead." Zhou was taken aback by his words, looking up at him. "Go to the county?" "Exactly." Lu Wei nodded, his tone firm. "How small is the town anyway? How many pieces of clothing can we sell in a year?" "The population in the county is equivalent to several towns, with a larger market and more opportunities, definitely more promising. If it weren't for the fact that Ice City is too far from home and inconvenient to take care of, I would have suggested you develop there. However, the county is just a starting point. We will definitely need to head to the provincial city and even further in the future. Only in larger places can business truly thrive." Zhou listened to him outline his vision, her heart feeling both excited and troubled, unable to help but give him a playful roll of her eyes. "You think too optimistically. I want to open a big mall in the capital too. But what about the money? I can make do with the storefront in the town, but the county. The annual rent is at least several thousand. Oh, where am I supposed to get that much money?" Looking at her, both dreamy and distressed, Lu Wei's heart softened, and he chuckled, stepping forward to embrace her without hesitation. "Are you foolish? You're now my woman. Oh, why should you worry about money? Naturally, you'll take care of it. Just rest assured and wait to be your boss wife." Zhou was caught in his embrace, her cheeks instantly flushing with two rosy clouds, her body twisting slightly as she softly protested. "Let go. What would people think if they see this? I can't even be a person anymore. What are you afraid of? No one is coming right now." Lu Wei not only didn't let go but leaned down, getting close to her ear, his breath warm. "Let me kiss you. I missed you so much after not seeing you for 2 days." Zhou half-heartedly pushed back, her voice even lower than, "Why didn't you come last night?" "So don't mention it." Lu Wei sighed, a hint of annoyance in his tone. "I originally planned to wait until those watching TV dispersed before coming over, but while waiting I accidentally fell asleep. I've been so busy these past 2 days, lacking sleep terribly. Oh, I simply couldn't hold on any longer." Zhou lightly poked his chest with her fingertip, feeling both pity and amusement. "Who told you to be so reckless, like a stubborn donkey, endlessly? You need to be more careful. Your health is important. Can I be blamed for that?" Lu Wei chuckled softly, tightening his arm around her, his words laced with strong hormones. "It's all because you are too irresistible." "Shut up. What nonsense are you talking? Hurry and take your soy sauce back. Your mom will be looking for you soon." Zhou Ya's face turned bright red, quickly pushing Lu Wei away. If they continued being close, it would truly become too intimate. "Wrap up and go." After teasing Zhou for a bit and taking some liberties, Lu Wei finally left with the soy sauce. Upon returning home, as soon as he entered the courtyard, his mother Lu Guifang, who was stirring up dishes at the stove, heard the noise and said without turning her head, "Why did it take so long to get a bottle of soy sauce? If you dawdle any longer, the dishes will be cooked and ready." Lu Wei placed the soy sauce bottle on the stove side. Don't mention it. I just arrived at the convenience store's entrance and happened to run into old lady Zhao arguing with my second aunt. The old lady wanted to take back the convenience store for her family to manage, and her words were quite pointed. If I hadn't happened to be there, those two might have ended up in a quarrel. Sai, my second aunt, spends the new year alone, unable to return to her in-laws or her parents. It's quite tough, seeing her all alone makes me feel uncomfortable. Hearing this, Lu Guifang paused with the spatula in her hand, and sighed as well. Sai, it's hard for a clear official to settle family matters. We outsiders can't say much about it. When the meat is done, choose some good pieces and take them to your second aunt. It's the new year, it feels wrong for her to be all alone with a cold stove. The stewed meat is ready. At that moment, Lu Dahai's booming voice came from the house as he walked out carrying a steaming clay pot, the rich aroma of meat instantly wafting through the air. The stewed meat made by Dad is a specialty. The pork belly is first marinated and then stewed, tender and flavorful, rich, yet not greasy, a must-have dish for the new year at home. Son, you're just in time. Take this meat and send a bowl to your grandma, so she can taste something fresh too. And also a bowl to the Tian Guifeng family in the east courtyard. And to the Su family in the west courtyard. When it came to the west courtyard, Lu Dahai hesitated for a moment, looking at his wife. Are we still sending to the west courtyard? In these times, the countryside values distant relatives are not as good as close neighbors. Maintaining good neighborly relationships and helping each other is very important. In the past, whenever the family made something delicious, the neighbors would send a bowl to taste, and everyone would help each other during harvest. However, last time, due to the conflict between Lu Wei and Wang Ging, the two families had some unpleasantness. It was uncertain if they could work together next year. Lu Guifang also hesitated for a moment, but thought about it, and said, send it. How others do is their business. We should do what we ought to do, seeking only to be at peace with ourselves. Our family doesn't lack this bowl of meat. Even if we can't get along in the future, sending this bowl of meat over will still count as a conclusion. Lu Dahai nodded. That's true. The old saying goes, a general on a journey does not chase after a small rabbit. Our family's future will definitely be better and better. There's no need to fuss over these small matters. Although Lu Wei felt that his parents had a point, he still felt a bit awkward and was reluctant to go to the Su family, saying, let my little sister run to the west courtyard. He'll go deliver to grandma and my second aunt. Saying this, he turned and went into the house, filling a basket with a bowl of chicken, 2 bowls of stewed meat, and quietly slipping in an apple and a banana, covering it with a cloth before heading out. Arriving at the convenience store, Zhou Yu was in the small kitchen at the back cooking. Since she couldn't eat much by herself, she simply made a stir-fry with wood ear mushrooms and pork and fried a small fish someone had given. Hearing the door sound, she poked her head out and saw Lu Wei returning with a basket. Surprised. Didn't you just go home? Why are you back again? Lu Wei placed the basket on the counter, uncovered it to reveal the fragrant dishes inside. I brought you some dishes. It's the new year, and you should eat something good by yourself. He then took out the bright red apple and the golden banana, placing them on the table. This is for you to taste something. Zhou looked at the shiny stewed meat, fragrant chicken, and those 2 rare fruits in winter, her nose tinged with sourness as her eyes instantly reddened. She quickly lowered her head to hide her emotions, mumbling softly, why did you bring so much? I can't eat it all by myself. If you can't finish it, take your time eating it. Lu Wei, seeing her slightly reddened eyes, felt his heart soften, and his tone unconsciously became gentler. Eat it while it's hot. I need to head back. They are waiting for dinner at home. After saying this, he dared not to look more at Zhou Ya's endearing appearance, turning and quickly leaving the convenience. Zhou Ya stood behind the counter, listening to his footsteps fade away before raising her head to look at the steaming dishes on the table and those 2 striking fruits, her heart feeling as if it were filled with something warm and swelling. This new year seems not so lonely after all. Lu Wei returned from his grandmother's house after delivering the meat. Upon entering the courtyard, he heard the clanging of pots and pans from inside, and the rich aroma of food wafted through the air. His parents were busy bringing dish after dish of stir-fried food to the Kong table, and it was evident that dinner was about to be served. Just in time. Hurry, prepare the firecrackers. We'll eat after setting them off. Lu Guifang, carrying a bowl of chicken stew with mushrooms, called out while walking towards the outer room. All right, Lu Wei replied and dashed to the storage room to bring out a large stack of firecrackers. His father Lu Dahai was carrying a plate of golden fried eggplant when he saw the pile of red firecrackers in his son's arms. His eyes lit up instantly, and he quickly placed the dish on the table, exclaiming, son, wait for me. Let me set off some with you. Share half with me. Lu Wei deliberately hugged the firecrackers tighter and smiled mischievously. Dad, you better hurry, or he'll set them all off. Upon hearing this, Lu Dahai became anxious and shouted into the house, wife, you handle the rest of the dishes. I'm going to set off firecrackers with our son. After saying that, he hurriedly joined Lu Wei's side. Lu Guifang came out with a bowl of rice, and seeing the excitement between the two, couldn't help but smile and shake her head. Go on, go on. I really can't deal with you two. You're both grown men, yet you act like kids fighting over firecrackers. Lu Dahai ignored his wife's teasing and leaned closer to Lu Wei, eyes shining with excitement. Son, what did you get? Let me see. I got a big red hanging firecracker with 10,000 bangs, 18 double-direction firecrackers, and 6 big mailer firecrackers. Lu Wei recounted proudly. In those days, the types of firecrackers available in the countryside were still quite limited, mainly consisting of firecrackers, double-direction firecrackers, and powerful mailer firecrackers, with decent fireworks being a rarity, and the best you could find were thin, elongated sparklers. Lu Wei had spent dozens of dollars and bought everything he could. Lu Dahai smacked his lips. Aren't you saving that 10,000 banger for the evening to welcome the god of wealth? Don't worry, Dad. I saved some for this evening, and for the early morning of the first day, I've set some aside. It will be enough. All right then. Hurry, give me a few double-direction firecrackers. You set off the hanging firecracker. Lu Dahai rubbed his hands together, eager with anticipation. Lu Wei rummaged through and handed over 5 double-direction firecrackers. Lu Dahai's face fell when he saw the amount. You little rascal are too stingy. You only give me 5 out of 18. Do you think my math teacher was a gym teacher? No way, give me another 5. All right, I'll give you 4 more. Well, each have 9. Is that fair? I also want a few mailer firecrackers. There are only 4 mailer firecrackers in total. You're fooling me, you just said there were 6. We agreed to split them. The two of them huddled around the pile of firecrackers, bickering like they were dividing up inheritance for quite a while, before finally reaching a ceasefire agreement. In the end, Lu Dahai was satisfied with 9 double-direction firecrackers and 3 mailer firecrackers, his face blooming with happiness. The father and son gleefully headed to the middle of the courtyard. Lu Dahai carefully hung the big red firecracker with 10,000 bangs on the long pole that had already been set up, while Lu Wei, holding a lit incense stick, felt a mix of tension and excitement as he leaned closer to the fuse. Sizzle! The fuse sparked and burned rapidly. Run! Lu Dahai laughed and pulled his son along. Then came the sounds of crackling. The deafening, dense sounds of firecrackers exploded instantly, red paper scraps flying everywhere, and the strong smell of gunpowder filled the air, creating an atmosphere of celebration that reached its peak. This 10,000 bang firecracker was absolutely unique in the entire village, and it went off for several minutes before it finished. Although the two were freezing and covering their ears, their eyes couldn't bear to look away for even a moment. As the sound of the firecrackers faded, Lu Dahai couldn't wait to light a double-direction firecracker. Boom, bang. 2 loud explosions burst in the air, full of momentum. Lu Wei was equally undeterred, and the father and son took turns setting them off, each trying to outdo the other. The robust mailer firecrackers were even more powerful, shaking the ground as if it were trembling. The neighboring children were attracted by the lively commotion, watching from a distance with eyes full of envy. They were all eager to collect the spent firecrackers as soon as Lu Wei's family finished. At the Su Honglin family's house in the west courtyard, they were also having lunch. Compared to Lu Wei's family, their meal was much more modest. Besides a chicken stew, there were just a few stir-fried dishes and a fish with not much meat. The bowl of meat that Lu Wenwei had just delivered was already mostly eaten. Su Daba, hearing the noises from the courtyard, felt both jealous and envious, unable to help but sarcastically say, "Making a few bucks really makes them show off." Su Honglin snorted coldly. "If you could make money, you'd show off too." Wang Guiying glanced at the bowl of meat on the table and hesitated before saying, "Son, why don't we just let it go? Since we've already eaten their meat, it would be too cruel to hit their child." Su Daba hesitated for a moment, upon hearing this nodded, and said nothing further. "What kind of mischief are you two up to?" Su Honglin frowned at the two of them. "It's nothing, just having him do some chores." Just as the last firecracker's echo faded, Lu Guifang stood at the door and shouted, "Stop playing. Come back quickly once the firecrackers are done. The dishes are getting cold." Coming. The father and son, still reluctant, dusted off their clothes and hurried back inside to eat. As the deafening sound of firecrackers faded away, the air was still filled with the pleasant scent of gunpowder. Inside the Lu family home, it was warm and inviting, with the Kong table set, full, resembling a small banquet. In the center was a bowl of chicken stew with mushrooms overflowing, surrounded by bright red braised carp, braised ribs, shiny and oily, stewed meat, golden crispy, fried eggplant, stir-fried meat slices, sweet and sour pot meat, refreshing home-style cold dishes, and more, all steaming and enticing, making one's mouth water. The family gathered around the Kong table with a 24-inch color TV on, playing a program that fully enhanced the festive atmosphere of the new year. "Come on, son, try this. Dad did pretty well today, right?" Lu Dahai said, his face glowing with pride as he picked up the juiciest piece of stewed meat and placed it in Lu Wei's bowl, his tone brimming with pride. "This year we celebrated it right. Thanks to my son's abilities." Lu Guifang also smiled as she placed a chicken leg in her son's bowl. "Exactly, my son has really matured. Hurry and eat. You've been running around these days and have lost weight." "Mom, I want some too," his younger sister Lu Wenwei said, a bit jealous. "All right, I'll give some to my little girl too." Saying this, Lu Guifang also placed a piece for her. Lu Wenwei took a bite of the chicken leg, her little mouth greasy, excitedly pointing at the TV. "Mom, look at the clothes that person is wearing on TV. They look so good." "Eat properly, stop being so loud. You don't look like a little girl at all," Lu Guifang teased with a smile before turning to Lu Wei and asking, By the way, son, when you delivered the dishes earlier, how was your second aunt? Did she cry? Lu Wei chuckled. She didn't cry, but her eyes were red, and she almost shed tears. Lu Guifeng sighed. Yeah, it's tough for a widow without a job. But son, even though it's hard for her, she is still a widow, and you're not young anymore, some matters should not be too close. Lu Wei's hand paused imperceptibly as he was picking up food. The figure of Zhou Ye flashed through his mind. He intended to speak up right away, but the words caught in his throat. During the new year, why throw a thunderbolt at this time, disturbing the peace of the whole family? After the holidays, Zhou Ye will move to the county, and the two of them will enjoy their world together. By then, when the grandchild is brought back to you, let's see what you have to say. Thus Lu Wei steadied his emotions, and spoke casually. Mom, you can rest assured I have it under control. At that moment his father Lu Dehai took a sip of the spicy bulk liquor, smacked his lips, put down the cup, and his expression grew serious. Son, I need to ask you something serious, and you must tell me the truth. His gaze was inquisitive. What's going on with these dishes? How can you make so much money? It's not that I don't believe you, but this money comes too fast, and it just doesn't feel right inside. As soon as he asked this, even Lu Guifeng put down her chopsticks, and the relaxed atmosphere in the room slightly diminished, with both parents looking at their son with concern. This was indeed the deepest doubt and worry they held in their joy. Lu Wei had long been prepared. He calmly swallowed his food, and spoke as evenly as possible, as if discussing a commonplace matter. Dad, Mom, you can put your minds at ease. It's nothing complicated. Oh, I met a friend from the Yiqing Forestry Bureau, who has some connections. Their unit needs to procure vegetables and side dishes in bulk from Bingsheng at the end of the year. You know how it is these days, everywhere there are people buying and reselling. I'm just making connections, getting leftover vegetables that aren't too great in appearance at a very low price, while also getting him to help deliver some goods. What we're selling are all leftovers from the top, or things that others don't want. The good stuff has long been consumed internally. He paused, and then added in a tone with a modern perspective, the country is advocating for reform and opening up, allowing some people to get rich first. We're just taking advantage of the policy to earn some hard-earned money. It's nothing. This explanation, half true and half false, not only clarified the source of the goods, but also used policy as a shield, making it sound reasonable. Lu Dehai and Lu Guifeng exchanged glances. Their son spoke convincingly, and the worries in their hearts eased significantly. Oh, so that's how it is. That's good, that's good. Lu Dehai let out a long sigh of relief, his face once again filled with smiles, and a sense of pride welled up within him. My son is clever and resourceful. Come on, no more talking, let's toast. Saying this, he happily raised his cup, clinking it with his son's, producing a crisp. Lu Guifeng also smiled brightly, instantly beginning to envision a more tangible future. Dear, looking at it this way, it really isn't a dream for our family to build a brick and tile house in the spring. Absolutely. Lu Dehai, feeling the effects of the liquor, waved his hand grandly. When spring comes, I'll go to the team to apply for a plot of land. We'll build a bright and spacious big tiled house, so everyone in the village can see. Dad, Mom. Lu Wei took the opportunity to continue throwing out his more far-reaching plans. When it comes to building houses, you should worry more about that. I'm thinking that after the new year, the vegetable business can be expanded. I want to go to the county and find a permanent storefront, not just selling vegetables, but also bringing in some other popular goods and seriously make it a business. Go to the county. Lu Guifeng was taken aback, her smile, faltering, her tone, filled with concern. Then, how much money do you need to invest? Isn't the risk too great, since it's unfamiliar territory? Mom, as the saying goes, you can't catch a wolf without letting go of the kid. Lu Wei's gaze was resolute, his tone filled with confidence. The market in the county is large, and there are many opportunities. Don't worry, I'm not reckless. I have a sense of balance in my heart. Seeing his son's calm and assured demeanor, a surge of excitement rose in Lu Dehai, and he slapped his thigh. All right. My son is ambitious. Just like the Lu family. Dad supports you. Whatever you need me to do, just say the word. I also support my brother. Little sister Lu Wenhui, though not fully understanding, also felt the enthusiastic atmosphere at home. Imitating them, she raised a soda bottle and shouted, making the whole family laugh heartily. Lu Guifeng looked at her spirited husband and children and smiled in relief. All right, since you all support it, I can't lag behind. Our family is united in heart. Together we can achieve great things. They had a lively meal that lasted over half an hour, and the family of four felt satisfied, their bellies full. After the meal, the family worked together efficiently to wash the dishes, putting the leftovers into the west room. Knowing that later many neighbors would come to watch TV in the east room, Lu Guifeng specially took out a basket filled with roasted seeds and sugar cubes, placing it by the calm. At this moment, Lu Dehai rubbed his hands together, smiling cheerfully as he leaned closer to his wife and whispered with a hint of flattery, Hey dear, look, during the new year, could you give me a couple of dollars? I want to join the fun at the small shop and play a few rounds of cards. Lu Guifeng, upon hearing this, was not stingy at all. She thought to herself, the man had worked hard all year, and during New Year's he could relax a bit, so why not let him play? She readily took out 2 5-yuan bills from her pocket and handed them over. Here, this 10 yuan, but once it's gone, it's gone. Lu Dehai's eyes lit up, and he quickly accepted it, tucking it into his pocket, feeling quite pleased. This year the family is more affluent, it's different. In previous years, 3 or 5 yuan was the best I could get. Don't worry, dear. I'm lucky, I'll definitely win back 100 yuan for you. He patted his chest vigorously. Lu Guifeng knew he was boasting, but during the new year, she didn't want to dampen his spirits, playfully chiding, "Alright, I'll be waiting for your 100 yuan. Don't forget to come back early to make dumplings." Looking at her husband's cheerful back as he left, Lu Guifeng felt warm inside. She knew that this man had many flaws. He loved to boast, enjoyed drinking, smoked constantly, and liked to play cards. But he took care of the family, played cards in moderation, cooked well, cared for his wife and children, and had never shied away from the hard labor at home. No one is perfect, and for her this was enough. "Mom, I want $1 too. I want to buy a little whip to play with." Little sister Lu Wenhui, seeing this, cleverly ran over and hugged her mother's arm, acting cute. Lu Guifeng lovingly pinched her little daughter's rosy cheeks and took out $1 from her pocket, handing it to her. "Go on, but come back before dark." "Got it." The little girl happily ran off with the money. With both of them gone, only Lu Wei and his mother stayed at home watching TV. "Son, why aren't you going out to play? Is it because you're out of money? Here, Mom will give you 20 yuan, is that enough?" Lu Wei shook his head. "No, I have money, I'm just too lazy to move. It's freezing cold outside, and there's nowhere to go." Lu Guifeng, upon hearing this, reproached him. "You child, there are so many kids from your class in the village, just go play with them. You're still young, you need to go out more, play more with your peers, and bring a daughter-in-law back to me soon. Go play, young man. It's New Year's. Lying at home is not how it should be." Lu Wei had no choice but to be driven out by his mother. As he stepped out the door, he ran into a friend who came to play with him. Every winter they would gather together to explore and have fun. Sometimes they would fish in the river, and other times they would set traps in the mountains for wild chickens and rabbits. More often they would find a place to play cards, not for money as they had none. Lu Wei. As soon as he stepped outside, Lu Wei heard someone calling his name. He turned around to see his village friends Liu and others like Wang Hai and Zhang Jianjun huddled together against the wall, sharing a cigarette. Each of them was freezing, their noses running and faces flushed, yet they were grinning widely. Liu, what are you guys doing here? Aren't you cold?" Lu Wei approached with a smile. "Just messing around. It's boring staying at home. My mom and the others are playing mahjong, making all that noise. I thought I'd come find you to play." Liu handed Lu Wei a homemade cigarette, but Lu Wei waved it off. He couldn't handle that. "Lu Wei, I heard you got a big color TV at home. Is it true?" Wang Hai asked curiously. "Really? Come over to my place tonight." Lu Wei chuckled. "That's awesome." Zhang Jianjun slapped his thigh. "We definitely have to go. By the way, we shouldn't just stand here. Let's find a place to play for a bit. Playing cards, and the loser gets a flick on the forehead." "Playing just cards is boring." Liu exclaimed, a mischievous idea popping into his head. "Let's go to the riverbank, dig a snow pit, play some cards, and when it gets dark, we'll catch some sparrows. Once we catch them, we can start a fire and roast them. What do you think?" Wang Hai sniffed. "But we don't have a lantern, it'll be pitch black." The group exchanged glances, and as the initiator Liu asked, "Does anyone have a jar for a lantern?" They all shook their heads. A jar was undoubtedly the best option for a lantern. However, in these times, anything usable was valuable. Jars were good things, usually filled with stuff, and no one would just give theirs up. Lu Wei looked at his impoverished friends and smiled helplessly. "Alright, I'll handle the lantern situation. You all go dig the snow pit. Old Lu, do you have a jar? Then it's settled. You take care of it, and we'll go dig by the river. When you're done, come find." Lu Wei nodded. "Sure, you go ahead, I'll catch up with you soon." After parting ways, he headed straight to the convenience store. They didn't have a jar either, so he planned to buy a can which would solve the problem. When he arrived at the store, it was bustling with noise and energy. Lu Wei glanced around and saw his father slamming down 2 cards on the table with all his might. Lita too can't beat this, right? The scene was quite imposing. Anyone who didn't know would think a fight was about to break out. Lu Wei took a look and moved to the counter. Joya was watching a few women play mahjong. When she saw Lu Wei approach, she smiled. "Xiao Wei is here." Lu Wei nodded without changing his expression. "Yes, Annie, Happy New Year. Please get me a can of peach slices." "Happy New Year." Joya smiled and handed Lu Wei a can, a hint of teasing in her eyes. "How much?" 2 yuan. Joya didn't say she wouldn't charge. With so many people around, if she said that, others might think differently. Lu Wei pulled out 2 yuan and handed it over. As Joya took the money, she discreetly pinched his finger. Joya shot Lu Wei a warning glare, signaling him not to act recklessly with so many people around. After successfully teasing her, Lu Wei turned and walked out with the can. The card players at the table began discussing as soon as Lu Wei left. "I heard that old Lu's business was started by Lu Wei. Oh, where did he get such talent? My kid is still asking me for money to buy firecrackers. Who can deny that? He never showed any signs before. Who would have thought he'd suddenly become successful?" Lu Wei went straight to his uncle's house. Neither his uncle nor aunt was home. Only his grandmother and a few old ladies were sitting on the kong chatting. When they saw Lu Wei enter, the old ladies' faces lit up with joy. "My grandson has come. Why aren't you out playing?" After greeting, the elderly Lu Wei explained, "I went out, but I came back to make a lantern. I didn't have a jar, so I bought one. Grandma, I'll find a plate to pour out the can." As he lifted the lantern to test its light, his 2 younger sisters, Lu Wenhui and Lu Wenfeng, dashed back in like little swallows. Their small faces were flushed from the cold with fine beads of sweat on their foreheads from running. The moment they spotted the bright, warm lantern in their brother's hand, their eyes lit up, and they rushed over with cheers. Brother, brother, this lantern looks so beautiful. I want one too. The elder sister Wenhui hugged Lu Wei's arm tightly, her eyes sparkling with eagerness. I want one too. Brother, please make one for me. The younger sister Wenfang squeezed and tugging at Lu Wei's sleeve and pleading softly. Seeing the yearning in their small eyes, Lu Wei's heart softened, but he feigned a stern expression. You both want one. Do you think this jar just came blowing in from the wind? I spent 2 coins to buy it. Brother. Good brother. Wenhui began to act cute, dragging out her words. You're the best. Just make one for us. Or I'll give you half of my New Year money. They'll give you half of mine too. Wenfang quickly chimed in. Lu Wei couldn't help but laugh at their antics, ruffling their little heads. Alright, stop shaking. If you keep shaking like this, it'll fall apart. So you want a lantern, huh? Fine, I'll give you money, go buy some jars yourself. Hearing that they could not only play with lanterns, but also have canned food, the 2 little girls instantly beamed with joy, happily taking the money and rushing outside. Seeing this, Grandma, who was sitting on the Kong, quickly got up and blocked them. Oh, my little ancestors. Quickly tuck the money away. Who would spend money on a broken glass jar? Is this how we live? People would laugh at us if they knew. You little ones don't understand. Do you think your brother is going to join in this nonsense? Grandma chided as she shot Lu Wei a disapproving look, then pretended to put on her shoes to get down. Stay at home obediently. They'll go to the little store in front and ask your Aunt Joya for 2 empty jars. She must have plenty of those. Lu Wei smacked his forehead, realizing, of course. How could I forget this? Joya runs a small store. She has all kinds of empty cans and bottles. He quickly got up to stop Grandma. Grandma. You rest? It's dark out, the road is icy. What if you fall? He'll go. He'll just get 2. I was just thinking differently. If I had known, I wouldn't have needed to buy this jar of canned food. He pointed to the bowl of canned peaches on the table. Only then did Grandma sit back down, reminding him. That's more like it. Hurry back and don't spend money recklessly. I promise not to spend recklessly. Lu Wei assured her repeatedly. The 2 little girls' attention had already been drawn to the bowl of golden watery canned meat on the table, and they eagerly asked, Brother, can we have a bite of that canned food? Sure, go ahead. It was meant for you and Grandma. But it's getting dark, so finish up quickly and come home. Don't go playing around outside, understand? Got it. After settling his sisters, Lu Wei went out again, stepping into the thickening twilight. On his way to the little store was still bustling. He walked straight to the counter and quietly said to Joya, who was sorting items, And are you busy? I want to discuss something with you. Do you have any empty cans? I need to. Joya looked up and a knowing smile flashed in her eyes as she put down what she was holding. Yes, they are all piled up in the backyard. You can go get them yourself. Come with me. I can't find where they are. Lu Wei said with a smile. Joya didn't say anything more, picked up a flashlight and told the people playing cards inside, I'm going to the backyard to find something. Please keep an eye on things for me. Then led Lu Wei out the back door. Joya shone the flashlight and walked to a willow basket in the corner where empty jars were kept. She bent down and carefully picked out 2 clean, intact cans, handing them to Lu Wei. Here for you. What do you need these broken things for? Is it worth coming all this way for? Lu Wei accepted the jars with a helpless smile. Don't mention it. My 2 little ancestors saw me make a lantern and became envious, insisting that each of them wants one. I just stupidly bought a jar of canned food, and my grandma almost scolded me to death. Joya couldn't help but chuckle, her eyes sparkling in the dim light as she looked at him. You look quite clever, but why do you keep doing such silly things? If you need jars, just come and ask me directly why buy them. Are you trying to be polite with me? I just didn't want to take your things for free, Lu Wei said half jokingly. Her words were meant as a joke, but Joya felt a strange pang in her heart. With a hint of grievance and playful annoyance, she lightly pinched his arm and whispered, Stop talking nonsense with me. I'm already yours. Do I still need these 2 broken bottles? If you keep saying such distant words to tease me, see if I still care about you. As soon as the words left her mouth, both of them were stunned. In the dim light, their faces flushed slightly. The backyard was quiet. Only the distant sound of sporadic firecrackers and the slightly hurried breaths of the 2 could be heard. Lu Wei felt warmth in his heart. Looking at Zhou Ya's blushing profile in the dark, an impulse surged within him, and he pulled Joya into his embrace. Seeing Zhou Ya's aggrieved expression, warmth flooded his heart, and all concerns were cast aside. He leaned in closer, almost touching her ear, lowering his voice with a playful tone. It's my fault. It's me who doesn't know how to speak. I was just trying to tease you. Come here, let me give you a kiss to apologize. Warm breath brushed against her ear, making Zhou Ya's cheeks burn even hotter. Instinctively, she glanced quickly at the curtain leading to the front room, confirming that no one was watching, and for some unknown reason, she slightly tilted her face up, closed her eyes, and offered her soft lips. This silent invitation was like a spark igniting dry tinder. Lu Wei wasted no time in lowering his head to kiss her, swallowing her unfinished words and soft whimpers. In this dimly lit backyard filled with clutter, the winter chill seemed to dissipate. With this secret and passionate kiss, leaving only their rapid heartbeats and intertwined breaths echoing in the silence. The number of visible people is decreasing. Many readers unwilling to follow the updates daily have abandoned me for other flashy stories. Sigh. It's really not easy for those who still stick around. Thank you all. Moments later, Zhouyu exhausted all her strength, blushing as she pushed Lu Wei away, her breath unsteady as she whispered, "Hurry. Hurry back. I've been out too long, they'll suspect something in the house." Lu Wei, still lingering on the moment, licked his lips and looked at the peach-like beauty before him, chuckling softly as he promised, "Alright, I'll head back now. Tonight. After everyone has dispersed, I'll come find you." Got it, Zhouyu replied in a voice barely above a whisper, hurriedly adjusting her slightly disheveled collar and hair, urging, "Go on, go." Only then did Lu Wei, satisfied, pick up the 2 empty cans and quickly stride across the yard, returning to his grandmother's house. He deftly prepared lanterns for his 2 eagerly waiting younger sisters. The little girls, holding their own small lanterns that emitted a warm golden glow, ran joyfully around the yard, their silver bell-like laughter filling the winter courtyard. After calming his sisters, Lu Wei finally picked up his own lantern and, treading through the deepening night, headed towards the small river behind the village. Before he got close, he could hear the sounds of boys laughing and bustling by the riverbank. By the light of his lantern and the distant flickers of other lights, he could see that by the snowy slope of the riverbank, Luzi and the others had indeed dug out a sizable snow cave, with several figures busy at the entrance. The spot they chose by the riverbank, due to the accumulation of snow from winter storms and the snow shoveled onto the road, had formed a solid snow slope several meters thick, becoming an excellent playground for the children. Digging snow caves and building snow fort mazes was an activity they eagerly engaged in every winter. Luzi, I'm here," Lu Wei shouted, quickening his pace. "Old Lu, you finally made it. Have you finished the lanterns?" Luzi poked his head out from the snow cave at the sound. At this moment, Lu Wei noticed that beside the snow cave not only were Luzi, Wang Hai, and Zhang Jianjun present, but also a few familiar girls from the village had come to join the fun. They were helping to stack the snow blocks at the cave entrance. Among them was a very tall girl wrapped in a red scarf. As Lu Wei approached, the lantern's glow illuminating her face, her originally smiling expression suddenly stiffened, and she quickly turned her head away, deliberately avoiding his gaze, her profile appearing somewhat tense and unnatural in the dim light. Seeing that girl, Lu Wei felt a wave of embarrassment. This girl was none other than Su Lily, the one he once boasted about wanting to get her pregnant, and also known as Su Laosan's daughter. Judging by Su Lily's awkward demeanor, it was clear she had heard his reckless words. To be honest, Lu Wei didn't have any real feelings for Su Lily. It wasn't that he had particularly high standards, nor was Su Lily unattractive. The main issue was that Su Lily was unlike other girls. She was extraordinarily tall, towering at nearly 1.9 meters, even taller than Lu Wei. Not only was she tall, but her body also had an exaggerated curve. Lu Wei recalled an incident from school where he accidentally bumped right into Su Lily. Due to the height difference, Lu Wei felt like a child standing next to an adult. His head abruptly collided with Su Lily's chest, sending him tumbling backwards. This caused everyone to burst into laughter, and since then Lu Wei had not felt any fondness for Su Lily. However, Su Lily inexplicably developed a liking for Lu Wei. In school, she always enjoyed teasing Lu Wei, once even picking him up in her arms and nearly smothering him. Now just the thought of those two playing basketball with him filled Lu Wei with dread, creating a psychological shadow. Moreover, men generally preferred delicate girls. Who would like such a tall girl? Even if Su Lily was quite pretty and had long legs, it still kept people at a distance. Standing beside her felt like a loss of dignity. At that moment, the looks exchanged between the two drew strange glances from everyone, with each of them stifling laughter, clearly aware of Lu Wei's boastful words. Ultimately, it was Luzi who broke the awkwardness first. Being somewhat related to Su Lily, he quickly tried to ease the tension. "Well, old Lu, why don't you hang the lantern in the snow cave? Well, gather some firewood and light a bonfire." "Alright, you all go ahead," Lu Wei replied as he bent down and crawled into the snow cave. The snow cave was about a meter high. He couldn't stand upright, but bending down was manageable. This cave had been dug out previously, they just expanded it a bit, and the ground was covered with some dry straw. Lu Wei placed the lantern properly and turned back outside. Just as they brought back the firewood, they lit a bonfire right at the entrance of the snow cave. Once the fire was lit, it dispelled a good amount of the chill. Everyone sat or stood around the bonfire chatting idly. "Old Lu, I heard you're selling vegetables in town now. That big color TV at your house is from your earnings. Is that true?" Wang Hai asked curiously. Lu Wei shook his head, speaking in a calm tone. "Don't believe their nonsense, I'm just helping out." These past few days, being praised and surprised by so many people, felt nice at first. However, slowly he began to feel something was off, what seemed too eye-catching. This feeling made him uncomfortable. These days weren't exactly peaceful, and being too conspicuous was not a good thing. When the crowd heard Lu Wei say this, they felt a lot more reassured and easily believed him. Recently, they had been suffering a lot. Adults at home often compared them to Lu Wei. Look at Lu Wei. If you had even half of his accomplishments, I'd be burning incense to thank the heavens. They had nearly worn out their ears from hearing this, feeling very frustrated. Now that they heard the main person deny it himself, they finally had words to counter next time they were lectured. Luzi suddenly remembered something, nudging Lu Wei with his elbow. By the way, old Lu, before the new year, I ran into a few classmates from our class in town. They were discussing gathering after the new year. Gathering? Lu Wei was a bit surprised. Where are we gathering? They said to meet in Nangua village first, and then we can either go to a restaurant in town for a feast or pool some money to buy ingredients and cook at someone's house. Just a couple of bucks each will suffice. Lu Wei nodded. Sure, if I'm free then he'll join. Alright. Once the time is set I'll let you know. After chatting aimlessly for a while, the sky unknowingly darkened. In winter it gets dark early. By 4 or 5 o'clock the surroundings were already completely shrouded in night. They all agreed to start tonight's main event, catching sparrows. At this time sparrows would return to their nests after dark. Their nests were mostly found under eaves or in the grass holes of building walls. When illuminated by a flashlight at night, these little guys often froze in place, making them easy to catch. Lu Wei and the others had caught many sparrows every winter. This was one of the rare sources of protein they could obtain in that relatively deprived era. However, perhaps due to the firecrackers during the day scaring the sparrows away after an hour of effort, they only managed to catch 5 or 6, yielding a disappointing result. Lu Wei was too lazy to waste any more time directly taking to and saying, "I'm leaving first," turning to head home. He had no desire to foolishly roast sparrows in the freezing snow cave, when he could sit at home on a warm Kong and watch the Spring Festival Gala. Seeing Lu Wei leave, Luzi and the others felt it was pointless to stay, so they all flocked after him to Lu Wei's house, claiming they wanted to see what the big color TV was like, but really just looking for a warm place to hang out. When Lu Wei brought them back, he found the east room already crowded with people. The Kong was full, and there were quite a few small benches set up on the floor as neighbors had come to see the excitement. Although the TV was still playing the news broadcast, and the Spring Festival Gala hadn't started yet, it did not dampen everyone's enthusiasm. They were all watching with keen interest. The room was so cramped that Luzi and the others peered through the doorframe for a few glances, and after a while Lu Wei tossed the 2 sparrows into the embers of the stove to roast. Once they were cooked, he tore them apart and shared them with his 2 eagerly waiting little sisters. The fragrant smell of the meat made the other children in the room swallow hard. After taking care of them, Lu Wei finally managed to break free and return to his own west room. He took off his shoes and comfortably collapsed onto the warm Kong, feeling completely at ease. Suddenly Lu Wei lay on the warm Kong and suddenly remembered something. Lan Weiwei had said she would invite him to dinner that night. In his world 2 days had passed, while in 2025, at least 2 or 3 hours must have gone by. She must have finished her work by now, or perhaps she was trying to call him. He needed to hurry over and make sure she wasn't waiting. With that thought, Lu Wei quickly got up, quietly secured the door to the west room so as not to be seen when he traveled. With a thought, his figure vanished from the warm earthen Kong. Almost instantly as he landed in the new world and his consciousness became clear, a rapid ringtone drilled into Lu Wei's ears. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw that his phone on the table was vibrating. The screen lit up, clearly displaying the name Lan Weiwei, and there were already several missed calls. Lu Wei quickly grabbed the phone and answered hello. On the other end, Lan Weiwei's voice came through, filled with worry and a hint of reproach. "Where have you been? Why haven't you answered any of my calls? I was so scared I thought something had happened to you." I'm fine, Lu Wei quickly explained, casually coming up with a reason. "I accidentally fell asleep and had my phone on silent." Hearing that he was safe, Lan Weiwei visibly sighed in relief, her tone lightening up. "Where are you?" "At home. I'll come pick you up and we can go eat together." "Yes, I'm at home." "Great, wait for me, I'll be there soon," Lan Weiwei said before quickly hanging up the phone. Lu Wei put down the phone, hurriedly found a decent outfit to wear, fixed his hair in front of the mirror, and then walked quickly to. He had just stood at the door, still catching his breath, when a taxi stopped precisely in front of him. The rear window rolled down, revealing Lan Weiwei's bright smile. "Get in." "Okay," Lu Wei responded, reaching for the car door. When his fingers touched the cold, smooth handle, he felt an unexplainable tension. This was his first time riding in a car. He tried to maintain a calm exterior, awkwardly mimicking others he had seen, and clumsily opened the door, sliding into the soft back seat. When closing the door, he didn't dare to use too much force, gently tapping it twice to ensure it was shut tight. The small space inside the car was filled with a faint aroma and the scent of leather. Lu Wei tried to keep his gaze straight ahead, sitting upright with his hands neatly on his knees, but his peripheral vision couldn't help but curiously steal glances. The sleek center console, the flickering screen, the air vents. Everything was astonishingly new to him. Lan Weiwei seemed oblivious to his unease. After all, in this era, riding in a taxi was a common occurrence. She turned her head and asked with a smile, "Are you hungry? What do you want to eat?" Before Lu Wei could respond, Li Cici, sitting in the passenger seat, turned around eagerly and said, "Weiwei, I know a newly opened Chongqing hot pot restaurant that's delicious. Let's go eat hot pot." Lan Weiwei shot her an annoyed glance. "Did I ask you? It's already generous enough for you to tag along for the meal. How dare you suggest dishes? Be quiet." Then she turned back to Lu Wei, her eyes inquiring. "Don't mind her, what do you want to eat?" Lu Wei smiled and thought about not letting Lan Weiwei spend too much. He spoke gently, "I'm fine with anything, just something simple, nothing too troublesome." He actually wanted to say nothing too expensive, but the words got stuck in his throat, afraid of hurting her feelings. Lan Weiwei tilted her head and thought something simple. How about we follow Cece's suggestion and eat hot pot? It's convenient, no need to wait for dishes, and you can pick what you want to cook, plus it's lively. Alright, I'll follow your lead. Lu Wei nodded. The taxi traversed the neon-lit streets, heading towards the bustling city center, filled with high-rise buildings that he had seen before. Lu Wei looked curiously out the window at the night scenery. The colorful lights, the intricate overpasses, the ceaseless flow of traffic. Everything was astonishingly overwhelming for a boy from a mountain village born in '88. The taxi finally stopped in front of a lively hot pot restaurant adorned with vibrant decorations. The huge sign, bright floor-to-ceiling windows, and the noisy voices inside brought Lu Wei a sense of unfamiliar shock and tension. He took a deep breath and got out of the car, following Lan Weiwei and Li Cece. As they walked into the restaurant, a wave of warmth mixed with the spicy aroma of beef tallow and rich bone broth greeted them instantly, dispelling the chill from their bodies. The waiter warmly led them to a booth by the window. Lu Wei sat down, a bit awkwardly looking at the strange table embedded with an induction cooker, the inyang pot in the center, and the various bottles on the table, feeling a bit dazed. How was he supposed to use these things? Lan Weiwei skillfully picked up a pencil and began to draw on the menu. Let's have an inyang pot. The red broth should be medium spicy with a mushroom soup base. And let's get some tripe layered stomach beef throat, tender beef shrimp paste, gung kai, fried tofu skin, and enoki mushrooms. She ordered quickly, occasionally looking up to ask Lu Wei and Li Cece, do you want fatty beef? How about duck intestines? What about brain matter? Li Cece chimed in eagerly, yes, yes, yes. I love everything Weiwei orders. Lu Wei, however, was dazzled by the variety of dishes he had never even heard of, and could only nod vaguely. Whatever you think is good. After placing the order, Lan Weiwei stood up. I'll go make a dipping sauce. What flavor do you like? Sesame sauce, oil dip, or dry dip? I want sesame sauce. Put in lots of chive flowers and fermented tofu sauce. Li Cece immediately raised her hand. Lan Weiwei looked at Lu Wei, who had no idea what any of those were, and could only say, I'm good with anything, I'm not picky. Lan Weiwei smiled. Alright, I'll make you a classic sesame oil and garlic dip. It's spicy and fragrant. With that, she walked towards the sauce station. Just as Lan Weiwei's figure disappeared into the crowd, Li Cece, who had been sitting quietly, suddenly leaned in closer to Lu Wei like a mischievous little cat, grinning and lowering her voice with a teasing tone. Little brother, what are you daydreaming about? I have a serious question for you. Do you have a girlfriend now? As she spoke, she casually brushed her smooth stocking-clad leg against Lu Wei's pants under the table. That touch, with its cool, silky feel and undeniable presence, caused Lu Wei, who was completely unprepared, to stiffen all over like he had been shocked by electricity, rapidly withdrawing his leg, his face turning bright red in an instant, even his ears burning. His pure and panicked reaction made Li Cece laugh uncontrollably. Lu Wei's sudden, unbidden blush seemed to ignite some excited nerve in Li Cece. Her eyes lit up, and without hesitation, she rose from her seat across the table and slid directly into the booth beside him. An unfamiliar fragrance, sweet, delicate, and faintly alluring, enveloped him instantly, one he had never before encountered. In the next breath, Li Cece's exquisitely made-up face, pale, flawless, and radiant, loomed before his eyes, so close he could trace the curl of her lashes and the subtle shimmer of pearlescent gloss on her lips. Lowering her voice to a teasing murmur laced with seductive amusement, she asked, little brother Lu Wei, would you like me to be your girlfriend? Her luscious crimson lips hovered mere inches away, ripe as cherries, gleaming with irresistible allure. His heartbeat skipped, his Adam's apple rolled involuntarily. Yet his mind remained crystal clear. She was merely toying with him, like one might tease an unsophisticated, wide-eyed creature, purely for amusement. At that very moment, from the corner of his eye, he caught Lan Weiwei approaching with 2 bowls of dipping sauce. In a flash of inspiration, Lu Wei crossed his arms tightly over his chest and jerked backward with theatrical exaggeration, assuming the wide-eyed, flustered posture of an innocent youth confronted by a brazen flirt. His voice soft, but unmistakably clear-eyed. I'm still young. Don't do anything strange to me. The effect was instantaneous and electrifying. Li Cece froze for a beat, then burst into a delighted pft. Her playful spirit flared anew. Leaning in, she lowered her voice further, grinning mischievously. What's there to fear, little brother? I'll show you something far more fun. Li Cece. A low, icy roar erupted behind them, crackling with suppressed fury. Li Cece's triumphant grin froze mid-expression. Stiffly, she turned her head and met Lan Weiwei's smoldering, firelit gaze. She instantly wilted. With an awkward, apologetic smile, she stammered, Weiwei, I was just joking. Seriously, it was all in good fun, just trying to lighten the mood. Get over here now. Lan Weiwei seized her arm and dragged her unceremoniously to a quiet corner nearby. Lu Wei couldn't catch their words, only watched as Lan Weiwei stood stern-faced, speaking in hushed, firm tones, while Li Cece slumped like a scolded schoolgirl, head bowed, hands clasped together in repeated comical supplication. After a while they returned, one leading, the other trailing. Lan Weiwei's expression had softened slightly as she seated herself beside Lu Wei without a word, then fixed Li Sisi with a look so pointed it pinned her firmly back into the seat across the table. Try this ox tripe. It only needs 15 seconds in the spicy broth. Crisp, refreshing, absolutely perfect. As if nothing had occurred, Lan Weiwei deftly lifted a piece of perfectly blanched tripe with communal chopsticks and placed it gently into Lu Wei's oil-dipped bowl. And this tender beef, it's rich in protein, ideal while you're still growing. And this shrimp paste, exquisitely fresh. Throughout the meal, Lan Weiwei scarcely touched her own food, instead tending to Lu Wei with meticulous care, blanching, plating, explaining textures and techniques, her attentiveness both effortless and profound. Her extraordinary kindness toward Lu Wei stemmed not only from gratitude for his life-saving intervention that night, but also from the name Lu Wei itself, and the quiet instinctive resonance it evoked, hinting at a possible connection to her father whom she had never met. Compounded by his youth and tragic past, she found herself unconsciously adopting him as a younger brother, a source of warmth and belonging in a city where she stood utterly alone. Caring for him, she realized quietly fulfilled a deep, unspoken yearning for familial closeness. And Lu Wei, being tended to so thoughtfully by a young woman who might well be his own daughter, felt an indescribable sense of comfort and quiet joy, warm and steady as a hot water bottle cradled against winter's chill. A quiet thought drifted unbidden into his mind: could she truly be my daughter? What else could explain this inexplicable intimacy, this profound sense of rightness? If she were, then perhaps it was the finest, most precious gift fate could bestow. Unconsciously, Lu Wei's gaze upon Lan Weiwei began to soften, carrying a tenderness wholly at odds with his youthful appearance, gentle, enduring, as though gazing across decades at something long lost, now miraculously reclaimed. He picked up the communal chopsticks and placed several slices of flawlessly cooked tender beef into her bowl, his tone effortlessly warm and concerned. You should eat more too. Don't neglect yourself for me. Work is exhausting. You must take good care of yourself. He paused, then recalled the matter at hand. By the way, has the police station shared any updates about that assailant from the other night? Lan Weiwei looked down at the tender beef Lu Wei had placed in her bowl, then up at his earnest, caring face, and felt a soft, feather-light warmth bloom inside her, melting her heart entirely. The evidence was overwhelming. He confessed outright, no resistance. Turns out he was already wanted on multiple charges, so the case has been transferred to detention pending trial. I may need to testify in court. That's reassuring. Lu Wei nodded, voice grave and sincere. If anything further arises, any need for testimony or assistance, please don't hesitate. Just say the word. Thank you, I will. You're too kind. Lan Weiwei smiled warmly and returned the gesture, placing a generous spoonful of fresh shrimp paste into his bowl. Here, try this. It's ready. You try some too. Their easy, affectionate exchange, passing dishes, sharing bites, radiated quiet harmony and mutual understanding. Across the table, however, Li Sisi watched the tender scene unfold and felt like a 1,000-watt spotlight, bright, unavoidable, and utterly superfluous. Unable to bear it any longer, she rolled her eyes dramatically and stabbed her chopsticks into the fried dough stick before her, muttering under her breath, ugh. So saccharine. Do you even consider how single people feel? Her eyes twinkled with mischief as she plucked a dried green bean pod from the dish and dropped it into Lu Wei's bowl. Here, Weiwei, have your favorite dried green beans. Lu Wei glanced over, and indeed it was a dried green bean pod. Puzzled, he asked, this is served in restaurants now. To him, such humble fare seemed utterly out of place in such an elegant establishment. Lan Weiwei laughed softly. Just taste it. You'll love it. Lu Wei shook his head. No thank you. I ate so much of this at home, I'd rather never see it again. Back home, winters offered little beyond pickled vegetables and dried staples: dried potatoes, green beans, eggplants, wild greens, mushrooms. Endless varieties, all dehydrated. Dried vegetables were Lu Wei's least favorite. So much so that, as his friend Er Liao once joked, even his bowel movements reeked of them. Li Sisi popped one into her mouth. This is actually expensive, more than meat. A tiny portion like this costs over 20 yuan. Lu Wei's eyes widened in disbelief. Could this humble, unassuming thing truly command such a price here? The meal lasted for more than an hour. When it was time to settle the bill, the waiter announced an amount of 528, causing Lu Wei to flinch internally. Although he forced a calm expression, his stomach felt like it was being twisted. Over 500 yuan. In 1988, that was almost a year's pure income for a strong laborer. His mother always called him a wasteful son. If she knew her son had spent a year's earnings on a single meal, she would probably chase him around the village with a broom. After the meal, Lan Weiwei suggested they visit a nearby mall to buy Lu Wei some new clothes. When Lu Wei followed her inside, the prices on the tag shocked him, and he waved his hands in refusal, absolutely unwilling to try anything on. A plain sweater was priced at several hundred, while a decent winter outfit would cost over 1,000. He thought to himself, buy clothes in this place. It must take a lot of suckers to spend money here. Li Sisi's eyes lit up as she came up with an idea. Weiwei, since Lu Wei thinks it's too expensive here, why don't we go to the night market? Clothes at the night market are much cheaper, and the styles are trendy. Lan Weiwei shot her a glare. I see you're just craving the snacks from the night market. You just finished eating hot pot, and you're still thinking about food. Your diet plan is going to fall apart again. Oh come on, I've been sticking to it for a week. What's wrong with rewarding myself with one meal? Li Sisi confidently linked arms with Lan Weiwei and shook her. Come on, the night market is so lively. It's a great chance for Lu Wei to see the world. Lan Weiwei couldn't argue with her, turning to ask Lu Wei, so, shall we check out the night market? The clothes there are cheap, and I'm sure you'll find something you like. Sure, let's go take a look, Lu Wei nodded. He had indeed never been to the night market of 2025, so it was a good opportunity to broaden his horizons. The three of them didn't take a taxi and strolled for over 10 minutes, arriving at a brightly lit and bustling street. As soon as Lu Wei stepped into the night market, he was taken aback by the sights before him. The entire long street was illuminated as brightly as day, with stalls packed tightly on both sides, and a cacophony of shouting music and bargaining created a noisy sea. The air was filled with a complex aroma of grilled meat, stinky tofu, teppanyaki, and candied chestnuts swirling around in the mist. Stalls selling snacks, clothes, toys, and phone cases. It was a dazzling array of goods. True to her focus, Li Sisi headed straight for a stall selling Odin, quickly ordering several skewers. She forcibly shoved a skewer of fish tofu into Lu Wei's hands. He took a bite and found the taste intriguing. The broth was fresh and sweet, but it was dominated by a rich flavor of a complex seasoning he couldn't quite identify. After one bite, he shook his head, not quite used to it. As they walked along, Lu Wei saw too many unfamiliar snacks: sizzling grilled squid, grilled cold noodles smothered in sauce, cotton candy shaped like clouds on sticks, vividly colored milk tea. Seeing his curiosity, Lan Weiwei bought a little of everything for him to taste. After just half a street, Lu Wei was so stuffed he kept waving his hands, unable to eat another bite. Seeing he really couldn't eat anymore, Lan Weiwei reluctantly stopped, but excitedly started planning. Let's call it a day today, but we'll come back tomorrow. Tomorrow night we'll come back and eat our way down this street. I want to come too. Li Sisi immediately raised her hand. You're not coming. Lan Weiwei teased her on purpose. You prioritize romance over friendship. Lan Weiwei, you've gone too far. Li Sisi stomped her feet in anger, causing both Lan Weiwei and Lu Wei to laugh. In the midst of their laughter, they arrived at the clothing section. The clothes here were indeed much cheaper, ranging from dozens to a couple of hundred yuan, but there were plenty of styles. Lan Weiwei pulled Lu Wei along, carefully helping him choose a thick cotton coat, a pair of jeans, and a wool sweater. After he tried them on, she examined him from different angles, nodding in satisfaction. This outfit looks sharp and keeps you warm. Before Lu Wei could react, she hurriedly scanned the code to pay, and the 3 pieces of clothing totaled over 200 yuan. Weiwei, I can pay for this myself. Lu Wei quickly reached for his pocket. What are you being polite with me for? Lan Weiwei unceremoniously stuffed the bag of clothes into his hands, her face wearing an expression that left no room for refusal. Consider it a thank you for saving me that night, and for accompanying me for dinner and shopping. Lu Wei held the heavy bag, looking at the bright and warm smile of the girl before him, and a mix of emotions, an intense, unfamiliar feeling welled up. Was this the sensation of being cherished by his little cotton-padded jacket? In those years when she needed her father's companionship the most, he had been absent. Now it was she who was taking care of him, buying him clothes. This sudden daughterly affection warmed his heart, while also mingling with a sense of irreparable guilt. I'll make it up to her slowly in the future. Lu Wei silently sighed, temporarily pushing down those complex feelings. The group continued to stroll, with the crowd stopping in front of a stall selling various small goods. This stall wasn't big, but was filled with an array of eye-catching trinkets: shiny hairpins, colorful elastic hair ties, cartoon-shaped watches, translucent crystal ball music boxes, and plenty of plastic toys, all glimmering under the lights, exuding a lively market atmosphere. Lan Weiwei and Li Sisi were quickly drawn to the shiny hair accessories, eagerly choosing hairpins and ties, while Lu Wei's gaze was caught by a row of electronic watches hanging in one corner of the stall. The watch faces were made of plastic, adorned with simple patterns, some with digital displays, and others with hands, looking quite delicate, priced at 20 yuan each. This watch. Lu Wei felt a stir in his heart. In 1988, watches were rare items, one of the 3 major items, typically only bought by families for weddings. This type of electronic watch with a calendar, luminous features, and possibly even some water resistance would definitely be a coveted item for the villagers. Without hesitation, he grabbed 3. One sturdy black men's watch for his father, one delicate silver women's watch for his mother, and a slightly smaller, softer-colored one for his sister. After some thought, he also picked out a few colorful hair ties with cartoon animal patterns for his 2 younger sisters. And for his grandmother Wu Nai Nai and his aunt, he chose a scarf each. He selected a silver necklace for Zhouya. Boss, how much for these? Lu Wei calculated and found these gifts to be both economical and presentable. Noticing this, Lan Weiwei curiously leaned over and quietly asked, why did you buy 3 watches at once? She felt a bit puzzled. The quality of watches at night market stalls varied greatly, and the styles were fairly ordinary. Nowadays, even slightly discerning people would go to specialty stores or brand shops to buy watches. Buying 3 at once, especially 2 for women and 1 for a man. It couldn't be that he meant to gift them to himself and Sisi. This thought made her heart race, but she quickly dismissed it as unlikely. Lu Wei didn't notice her subtle change in expression, smiling naturally as he shook the watches in his hand. These are for the people in my village. They helped me before and have never seen such novel and attractive watches. They'll surely like them when I take them back. So that's how it is. Lan Weiwei's inexplicable anticipation and suspicion fell flat, brushed aside by a fleeting sense of disappointment, soon replaced by a softer emotion. She hadn't expected him to be so family-oriented, even thinking of buying gifts for the villagers while at the night market showing he was a grateful person. Watching Lu Wei earnestly pay, her heart warmed slightly, and she couldn't help but lean closer to his ear, whispering in a voice only they could hear, "Hey, I'll tell you, this kind of watch is cheaper online. You can find similar ones for a few or a dozen yuan, and there are even more styles." She exhaled gently, carrying a hint of shampoo's fragrance, her warm breath brushing against Lu Wei's ear. Lu Wei was taken aback for a moment before realizing what online meant. "Forget it, but it's not a big difference in price. I've already bought them." Lan Weiwei nodded. True. Lu Wei, however, thought about finding an opportunity to buy some online and see if he could sell them. The three of them wandered around the night market for a while, enjoying some snacks and buying a few trinkets. Noticing that it was getting late, they decided to take a taxi to drop Li Cici off at her place first. The taxi came to a stop at the foot of the apartment building where Li Cici rented. Just as she was about to push the door open to get out, she suddenly turned around and pecked Lu Wei on the cheek, making a loud sound. Then she ran to Lu Wei and laughed. "Little Wei's sister had so much fun today. He'll come to play with you again tomorrow if I have time. Bye-bye." Li Cici. Lan Weiwei's brows furrowed as she glared at her through the car window. "Haha, just joking. Weiwei, why are you in such a hurry? Let's go. Seeing her best friend getting upset, Li Cici quickly backed down, waving her hand with a smile and trotting into the building. Lan Weiwei, annoyed, withdrew her gaze and turned to Lu Wei, her face still showing a hint of lingering displeasure, though her tone softened with a touch of explanation. "Don't mind her. She just acts like this when people are around, speaks without a filter, and loves to joke around. She doesn't mean any harm." Lu Wei found her somewhat anxious explanation a bit adorable. He nodded and replied calmly, "I know, don't worry, I'm not foolish, I can see that." However, that sudden kiss had left his mind a bit frazzled. The taxi resumed its journey, taking them back to their residence. As the car stopped at the entrance of the courtyard, the two paid the fare and got out, only to bump into Grandma Wu, who was walking out of the yard in a coat, apparently heading to the public toilet at the end of the alley. Grandma Wu looked up and was momentarily stunned to see Lu Wei and Lan Weiwei laughing as they got out of the same car. Her gaze darted between the two, especially noting the lingering smile on Lan Weiwei's face and the bags that Lu Wei was carrying. She couldn't help but murmur in her heart, "This young man has some talent. I didn't expect my grandson to get so friendly with such a beautiful girl in just a few days. From the looks of it, their relationship is not ordinary." "Grandma, it's so late. Are you going out?" Lu Wei smiled and greeted Grandma Wu. Oh, I'm just going to the restroom." Grandma Wu regained her senses, responding while her eyes continued to scan the two, her face revealing a curious smile. "Did you just come back together?" To be honest, with the light from the street lamp at the entrance, upon closer inspection, these two kids really looked quite compatible standing together. Weiwei has been living here for over a year, and Grandma Wu knows her quite well. She has a good appearance, a pleasant temperament, works diligently, and lives frugally. She is a good girl who can lead a stable life. If my grandson could indeed marry Weiwei, it would be an excellent match. But Weiwei seems to be a few years older than Xiao Wei. But that's not a big deal. A girl 3 years older can still bring home the gold. Lu Wei didn't notice Grandma was rich in her thoughts. He shook the bags in his hand, cheerfully saying, "Yes, we just went to the night market. Grandma, I bought you a scarf. I'll show it to you later to see if you like it. The weather is getting colder, so it'll come in handy." "Oh dear, you child. Earning money is not easy. Why waste it?" Grandma Wu chided, but her face was all smiles, her wrinkles easing as she looked at her generous grandson, such a filial child. "I've already bought it, so just accept it. You should hurry to the restroom. I'll head back to put these things down first," Lu Wei urged with a smile. All right, you two hurry inside, but it's chilly out here." Only then did Grandma Wu remember the important matter, quickly wrapping her coat tighter as she headed towards the toilet. Once Grandma Wu walked far away, Lan Weiwei, who had been quietly standing nearby, asked softly, "Are you related to Grandma Wu?" She had always thought Lu Wei was just a tenant renting here. Lu Wei shook his head, speaking naturally, but with a sense of closeness. "We're not relatives, but Grandma Wu is really nice to me. She has helped me a lot. Since I'm all alone here, she's like my own grandmother. I've accepted her as my grandmother." Lan Weiwei looked at Lu Wei in surprise upon hearing this. She hadn't expected Lu Wei to have such a bond with the elderly landlady, nor did she expect him to be such a grateful person. Her feelings toward Lu Wei grew a few degrees warmer. The two entered the courtyard, exchanged quiet goodnights under the dim light, and then returned to their respective rooms. Lu Wei returned to his small room, placed the things he bought down, specifically took out the thick and soft wool scarf he bought for Grandma Wu, and turned back out the door. He arrived at the main room just as Grandma Wu was returning from the restroom. "Grandma, here, try it on and see if it fits." Lu Wei handed her the scarf. Grandma Wu took it, feeling how soft and thick it was, and the color was simple and elegant, making her love it even more, though her mouth still grumbled. Oh dear, spending money recklessly. I already have scarves to wear. It's cold now, so wearing it will keep you warm. Hurry and try it on. Lu Wei insisted, wrapping the scarf around. Grandma Wu couldn't resist him and let him fuss over her. After putting it on, she indeed felt her neck warm up. Good warm. My grandson is so thoughtful. She smiled widely, pulling Lu Wei into the room to chat for a while, asking what he had for dinner and where he had gone. Lu Wei chatted with Grandma Wu for about 10 minutes, and seeing that it was getting late, he was afraid of disturbing her rest, so he finally stood up to take his leave. Back in his room, Lu Wei quickly washed up and secured the doors and windows. The night was deep, and the courtyard both inside and out was quiet. Lying in bed, he reflected on everything that had happened today. The bustling night market, Lan Weiwei's careless Cici's kiss, Grandma Wu's affection. Finally his thoughts settled on the warmth and concern in Lan Weiwei's eyes when she quietly told him that the watches online were cheaper. Feeling inexplicably at ease and warm inside, he took out his phone, opened the Pinduoduo shopping site, and searched for the prices of various dried vegetables. Lu Wei discovered that even on Pinduoduo these dried vegetables weren't cheap. He thought it might be worth asking Lu Yi if these dried vegetables sold well. If so, it could be a good business opportunity. Back at home in 1988, only a little over 10 minutes had passed. Lu Wei quietly tucked away the things he brought back into the depths of the quilt, pondering that after the clock struck midnight and the New Year bell rang, he would bring them out to surprise his family. Suddenly his stomach let out a loud growl. Lu Wei rubbed his belly, feeling hungry again. Despite having eaten to his heart's content over there, the feeling of fullness vanished as soon as he returned here, as if he had not eaten that meal at all. This was something he had never understood. Why was it that despite being the same body, the sensations of hunger and fullness were out of sync? Was it possible that it was not the physical body that traversed time and space? Yet his clothes had not changed. After pondering for a long time without any clarity, he decided to stop worrying, realizing that with his limited knowledge he had virtually no understanding of time and space. He rolled off the bed and picked up the plate of soy-sauced red braised pig's trotters from the table, starting to gnaw on it. The familiar homely flavor melted in his mouth, grounding and warming him. After a while, as it approached 10 o'clock at night, the villagers watching television gradually dispersed. This was the time to go home and make dumplings. Son, go to the convenience store and bring your dad back. His mother Lu Guifang walked into the west room with a bowl of dough, scooping out flour while instructing, tell him not to play and hurry back to make dumplings. Okay, I'll go right now. Lu Wei wiped his hands and slipped on his cotton shoes before stepping out. The night wind was biting, but the village was livelier than usual. The sporadic sound of firecrackers could be heard from different directions, and a faint smell of gunpowder lingered in the air. Lu Wei hurried to the convenience store, finding that most of the people playing cards or watching the commotion had already left to prepare their New Year's Eve dinners. Only 4 people sat around the table by the window: his father Lu Dehai, along with Zhang, heir Li Jiangwo, and Song Hai. The orange glow of the lamp illuminated the swirling smoke. Lu Dehai was clearly on a winning streak, with a messy pile of cash scattered in front of him, a thick stack amounting to at least a dozen bills. Sitting across from him was Zhang, heir appearing to be in his 30s, wearing a fairly new dark blue cotton jacket, his hair slicked back, holding a cigarette between his fingers. Although he wore a smile, his eyes carried a hint of heaviness. Next to him was Li Jiangwo, short and stout, constantly rubbing the cards in his hands. On the other side, Song Hai was fixated on his cards, not saying a word. Dad, stop playing. Lu Wei approached the table. Mom asked you to come home and make dumplings. Lu Dehai, having just drawn a good hand, sighed reluctantly. Just let me finish this round. We'll play again tomorrow. Zhang Er lifted his eyelids to glance at Lu Wei, then looked back at Lu Dehai, grinning. Uncle Hai, little Wei came to call you. Let's finish this round quickly and play again tomorrow. As he spoke, he gently nudged Li Jiangwo's leg under the table. Li Jiangwo immediately caught on, eagerly chiming in. Right, we have to make up for today. You made us pay today. His loud voice carried a deliberately enthusiastic tone. Song Hai, who had been quiet, lifted his head and forced a smile. Uncle Hai, your luck is great today. It's New Year, you deserve to win. Lu Dehai was in high spirits from winning, completely oblivious to the oddities. He readily agreed. All right, let's eat lunch tomorrow at the usual place. No more at the usual place. Zhang Er flicked the ash off his cigarette, speaking casually. Let's play at my house. With so many people in the convenience store, it's noisy. My place is quiet with plenty of tea and snacks. He glanced at Li Jiangwo and Song Hai. Zhang Er was quite a character. He owned land yet never did any work himself. All of it was done by his wife. He spent his days riding a bicycle, wandering from village to village, looking for people to play cards and mahjong. Strangely, he never seemed to lack money for spending, enjoying food and drink in ways that ordinary people could not compare. Hearing Zhang Er say this, Li Jiangwo immediately chimed in. That sounds great. Second brother, we won't be polite. We expect good tea. Song Hai nodded. Your home is spacious. Zhang Er laughed heartily. Of course. We can have dinner at my place after we finish playing. We're buddies, no need to be polite. After chatting and laughing, they began to disperse. Before leaving, Lu Wei secretly exchanged a glance with Zhouya behind the counter. Zhouya smiled slightly and nodded. Only then did he turn around and follow his father, who seemed reluctant to leave the convenience store. The coldness of the winter night wrapped around Lu Wei, making him shrink his neck. Suddenly Lu Dehai stopped in his tracks, turned back, and spat at the window of the convenience store, which glowed with yellow light, muttering, "Damn it! Those three little monkeys think they can set a trap for me. Do they really think I'm naive enough not to see through their little schemes?" Lu Wei was taken aback and quickly caught up. "Dad, what's wrong? Who's trying to set a trap for you?" Lu Dehai snorted through his nose, tightening his cotton jacket, and lowered his voice as he walked. "Who else could it be? It's those three troublemakers, Zhang Er, Li Jiangwo, and Song Hai. I see they are envious of our family's good fortune this year, and want to set me up for a big loss." He pulled out his pipe, lit it against the cold wind, and took a deep puff, the smoke dispersing quickly in the chill. Today's game was just too strange. There were several rounds where I thought I would definitely lose, yet somehow they messed up and handed me the victory. Once could be luck, but several times. They're fooling me. Lu Wei recalled how overly enthusiastic the three were at the card table, and their somewhat forced mistakes. He nodded. "Now that you mention it, it does seem off. Dad, how did you figure it out?" "How did I figure it out?" Lu Dehai shot a sideways glance at his son, his tone carrying a hint of self-satisfaction as he said, "Your father may boast, but I still know my own capabilities. I hardly get to play cards in a year. How can I compare my skills to those seasoned players who are at the card table every day? And they praise me for playing well. That's just nonsense. They're just trying to flatter me and make me think I'm good enough to lure me to their place for a big game." He paused, lowering his voice further, his tone laced with a knowing scoff. "Today they intentionally fed me a few dozen bucks, that's bait. They're just waiting for me to bite, thinking I'm lucky and skilled enough to bet big. Then they'll reel me in. By then what I won today with interest I'll have to return to them, and even lose more. Such things were common back in the day. Your grandfather fell into someone else's trap, losing all his wealth. I know better than anyone how it feels." Lu Wei furrowed his brow, the usual warmth in his smile fading, and a chill glimmer appeared in his eyes. "Even rabbits don't eat the grass beside their burrows. We are from the same village, meeting each other frequently. If they can resort to such despicable means against you, it seems they truly don't regard our family as anything significant, thinking we are easy to manipulate." He spoke calmly, but Lu Dehai, knowing his son well, understood that the calmer Lu Wei appeared, the more serious his aim. Lu Dehai knew in his heart that although his son usually smiled at everyone appearing easy to get along with, that was only because no one had truly provoked him. The boys in the village who were about his age all knew that Lu Wei had a ruthless streak. If truly angered, he could devise the most audacious plans to make you suffer a great loss without uttering a word. They wouldn't dare to be too ruthless. Lu Dehai took a puff of his cigarette, squinting as he analyzed. "I reckon they want to set a trap to swindle me out of a couple of hundred yuan. But this money is trivial. The insult and their intention to look down upon us cannot be tolerated. You don't need to worry about this. I will find a solution." Lu Wei remained silent as he walked, yet his mind was tumultuous. For someone like him, who could traverse two realms, making money was not particularly difficult. However, during this period he felt that having money alone seemed insufficient in the village. Everyone was friendlier and more envious, but beneath that envy was there something else hidden. For instance, Zhang Er and his blatant schemes, or the seemingly friendly yet probing gazes from some people. Money seemed to have merely transformed their status from too poor to be noticed to rich enough to attract envy. Once a person has enough money, they must find a way to convert that wealth into influence, elevating their status, and otherwise no matter how much money one has, it would be like fat without walls. Anyone could come and take a bite. Let alone someone like Zhang Er. If he were to provoke even more troublesome characters in the future, such as someone influential in town, or those controlling the local power, a mere flick of their finger could wash away the hard-earned family wealth, or even lead to ruin. This is not an alarmist warning. It is the reality he gradually recognized. The little money they currently had might not be worth the attention of truly powerful people, but that day would not be far off. He needed to think of solutions in advance. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, the father and son returned to their warm and lively home. Upon entering, the warmth and laughter from the television washed away the cold and scheming outside. In the east room, his mother Lu Guifang and his sisters were gathered around the Kong table, making dumplings, the surface covered with small white dumplings resembling gold ingots. The large 24-inch color TV was playing the Spring Festival Gala, the volume turned up high, filling the room with festive melodies. "You're back? Quickly wash your hands and get on the Kong. We're just waiting for you two to roll the wrappers." Lu Guifang called out, her face lit up with the joy of busyness. We're coming. We're coming." Lu Dehai instantly wore a smile, as if the sternness from the road was merely an illusion. Rubbing his hands, he approached the Kong. "Wow, this dumpling filling smells so good. What good programs are there this year for the Spring Festival Gala?" "There are. They're great." Little sister Lu Wenhui interjected, her eyes glued to the TV. There was just a singer who sang beautifully called Missing. On the television, the melody of "Where Did You Come From, My Friend," like a butterfly flying into my window. resonated melodious and heartfelt, instantly capturing everyone's attention. This song became a sensation overnight, destined to be sung for many years to come. Following that, an even more exciting scene unfolded. The four disciples of Tang Sung actually appeared on the Spring Festival gala stage. Though they merely made a cameo in a skit, it was enough to make Lu Wenhui and Lu Wenfang scream. Monkey King. It's the Monkey King. The two little girls abandoned, making dumplings, jumping onto the Kong, dancing and shouting at the brother monkey on the television. This year, the television series Journey to the West was a colossal hit, drawing crowds, and is unlikely to be surpassed in influence for decades. Its emergence had an immeasurable impact on the country's cultural and entertainment industry for the next few decades. Unbeknownst to them, it was nearing midnight. In the yard, Lu Wei and his father had already cleared a patch of snow in the southeast corner and stacked a small pile of bean stalks, placing firewood on top. Lu Dehai, with a solemn expression, placed several simple offerings in the snow: steamed buns, dumplings, a few dishes, and a small cup of wine. This is sending paper, also known as sending to the gods, one of the most important rituals on New Year's Eve in northeast rural areas, welcoming the deities of heaven and earth, the kitchen god and the god of wealth, while also sending money to departed ancestors, praying for peace and prosperity in the new year. When the time came, Lu Dehai struck a match. The orange flames licked the dry bean stalks, instantly crackling and roaring to life, casting a warm, flickering light in the dark winter night, illuminating the faces of the father and son, earnest and focused. Lu Wei bowed a few times, then went off to set off firecrackers while his father began to burn the paper. Almost as the yellow paper ignited, Lu Wei lit the fuse of the ground fireworks hanging on a high pole. After a brief sizzle, a deafening, continuous explosion shattered the tranquil night sky. Immediately, the sound of firecrackers erupted from all directions in the village, creating a tumultuous symphony that announced the official arrival of the new year. Lu Dehai knelt before the fire, muttering some words, likely auspicious phrases like inviting the gods home for the new year, blessing the family with safety and smoothness, and ancestors receiving money. Lu Wei busily lit the air, Ti Jiao and Ma Lei Zi one after another. Tong Pang. The resounding explosions followed in quick succession, accompanied by the pungent aroma of sulfur mingling with the firelight and the red flakes of firecrackers filling the air with the rich essence of the new year. As the sending paper ritual concluded, Lu Dehai patted the snow off his knees, and just as he stood up, the solemn expression on his face vanished. Rubbing his hands, he approached his son. "Hey, save a few for me. Let me also enjoy it. There aren't many left. You should quickly go inside to eat." Lu Wei laughed, but his hands did not stop lighting the last few air. Ti Jiao. "You rascal. You're so inconsiderate. Don't you know to wait for your father to set them off together?" Lu Dehai complained, snatching a stick of incense and lighting the remaining air. Ti Jiao, feeling unsatisfied, and clicking his tongue in regret. The two of them were shivering from the cold, their ears buzzing, but their faces were flushed with excitement as they patted the snow and paper shreds off their clothes, laughing and running into the house. "Can you two hurry up? The dumplings are already in the pot, just waiting for you," Lu Guifang shouted from the kitchen. Coming. Right away." Lu Dehai responded, quickening his pace. The warmth inside the house enveloped them. As they entered, the Kong table was already set with several plates of steaming plump dumplings, releasing an enticing aroma. Cheers echoed from the TV as the countdown for the Spring Festival gala began. The family sat around the table, their fatigue dissipated, leaving only the satisfaction of successfully staying up to welcome the new year. While pouring the wine, Lu Dehai jokingly said, "That whip you hung this morning is mine to set off. Don't you dare try." Lu Guifang laughed at her son, shooting a glance at her husband. "You're a grown man, still competing with your son over firecrackers. How embarrassing." They had gotten up early on New Year's Day, usually rising with the dawn. After staying up late to celebrate the new year, they woke up early the next day, and under normal circumstances, children would still be asleep. Amidst laughter and chatter, they began to eat. After eating a few dumplings to fill their stomachs, Lu Wei put down his chopsticks, cleared his throat, and looked at his parents with a serious yet expectant expression, saying, "Dad, Mom, Happy New Year." Lu Dehai and Lu Guifang, who were discussing which dumpling might have the coin inside, looked up at him. "What's this all of?" Lu Dehai chuckled. Lu Wei didn't respond, instead reaching into his cotton jacket pocket to pull out two small squares carefully wrapped in red paper, solemnly pushing them towards his parents. "What is this?" Lu Guifang asked in confusion as she picked one up. Lu Dehai also took the one in front of him and quickly unwrapped the red paper. Under the dim yellow light, two brand new watches revealed themselves. The men's watch had a dignified black dial and a metallic strap. The women's watch was small and delicate in silver. Although they weren't branded in that era, their style was undeniably fashionable, gleaming with a brand new sheen. "A watch!" Lu Dehai exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise, his voice rising a pitch. He carefully held the watch in his hand, examining it from every angle, hardly able to believe it. In those days, a watch was definitely a big item, a symbol of status and wealth. How many watches could there be in a village? If a family owned one, they could walk around with their heads held high. He never dreamed he would one day wear such a shiny watch. Lu Guifang was equally surprised and delighted, caressing the small women's watch in her hand, feeling both touched by her son's filial piety and pained by the cost. How much did this cost? But it was New Year's Day, and with her son's heartfelt gesture, how could she say anything to spoil the mood? The reproach that lingered on her lips turned into a beaming smile of pride. My son is truly filial. He earns money and still remembers his parents. 1,000 times better than those other kids who only know how to ask for money. Exactly. Just look at whose child you are. Lu Dahai proudly lifted his chin carefully, trying to put the watch on his wrist, looking at it from left to right, absolutely loving it though. He still wanted to act reserved, saying it's just a bit extravagant. Don't waste money in the future. At that moment, Lu Wenhui, who had been eagerly watching from the side, could no longer hold back, and with a thud, she put down her chopsticks and ran over to Lu Wei, hugging his arm and looking up at him, her big eyes full of anticipation and a hint of grievance. Brother, where's my gift? You bought for Mom and Dad, but you didn't get one for me. The table fell silent for a moment, then burst into a wave of good-natured laughter. As he spoke, he magically pulled out 2 bright red butterfly-shaped hair ties from the other side of his cotton jacket pocket, waving them in front of his sister. The hair ties were exquisitely made, adorned with tiny sequins that sparkled under the light. Wow. So, Lu Wenhui's eyes lit up with excitement. She cheered and snatched the hair ties, clutching them tightly in her hands, examining them over and over, absolutely delighted. There are 2 more here. Lu Wei took out 2 identical hair ties, but in a light yellow color, handing them to his sister. Tomorrow, when we go to Uncle's house, you can give them to Wenfang. Just say, it's the New Year gift from your big brother. Mom. Yes. Thank you, brother. The little girl was so happy that she couldn't hide her smile, nodding her head like a little chick pecking at rice, clutching the 4 hair ties to her chest, bouncing back to her seat, forgetting all about her food, using the hair ties to style her hair. Seeing their daughter so joyful, and then glancing at the brand new watch on their wrists, any lingering concern about spending money had long vanished, leaving only a sense of full satisfaction and comfort on their faces. For the elderly, the filial piety of their children, the harmony among siblings, and a happy family, is the most satisfying thing in the world. Lu Guifang fondled the shiny silver watch on her wrist, becoming increasingly fond of it, and couldn't help but ask, by the way, son, this watch must be quite expensive, right? How much did it cost? She wondered. Such a beautiful and rare item must not be cheap. It was not easy for her son to earn money, so he shouldn't spend too much. Lu Wei was waiting for this question. He set down his chopsticks, his expression becoming serious, lowering his voice slightly, as if to share a secret. Mom, Dad, I was just about to tell you about this. This watch wasn't bought with my money. I got a sample from a friend who does business in the south. A sample? Lu Dahai and Lu Guifang were both taken aback. Yes, it's from the new goods released by the factory, to see if... Lu Wei explained, his voice tinged with barely concealed excitement. My friend said, if I can help sell these watches, he'll give them to me at cost price, 10 yuan each. 10 yuan. Lu Dahai exclaimed, his voice rising in shock, instinctively glancing at the watch on his wrist that looked so high-end. 10 yuan. Even the most basic electronic watches at the local supply store or department store cost over 30 yuan. A couple of years ago, they were even more expensive, with some over 100. The key was that those watches looked like dirt compared to the one his son brought back. His son's watch had a calendar, was luminous, supposedly water-resistant, and even had an alarm. The design was far trendier. This could really be a watch worth only 10 yuan. Lu Guifang was also stunned. Although she didn't understand the industry, she could still tell the good from the bad. There was no way this watch looked like something worth only 10 yuan. Son, why sell it for 28? 9. Why not just a round number? This watch is so good, there would definitely be people willing to buy it, even at 30. Lu Dahai looked puzzled. Lu Guifang nodded in agreement. This watch wouldn't be expensive at 50, there would definitely be someone who would buy it. Lu Wei nodded and said, what you say makes sense and I understand, but have you considered one question? If we sell it for 50, how many people in our village would be willing to spend that much? How many could afford it if we sell it for 28? 9. Lu Guifang thought for a moment. Let's not talk about others, just our family. If it's 50, people might hesitate to buy, but if it's in the 20s, they might just buy one. After all, having a watch to tell time when working in the fields or going out is much more convenient. Lu Wei nodded. Exactly. If it's 50, it's a high-end product, a luxury item in big city terms. If it's 28, then it's a necessity. Most households would buy one to tell time. The sales would be worlds apart. Lu Dahai gave a thumbs up with admiration. Son, your mind is truly brilliant. No wonder you can do business. Lu Guifang said proudly. Of course, just look who he takes after, my son, who has been with me since he was little. Lu Dahai rolled his eyes. You barely finished 4th grade, and still have the nerve to say that. At least I'm better than you, who stayed in 3rd grade for 2 years. Lu Dahai turned to ask, son, why sell it for 28? 9 and not 29 or 30? That doesn't make much difference, does it? Right? Why 28? 9. Why not round it to 30? Or just make it 29, at least it sounds easier to calculate. Lu Guifang came back to her senses, thinking her son's pricing was a bit strange with decimals. Lu Wei smiled, explaining that this pricing idea came suddenly while he was at the night market observing the vendor's price tags. Dad, Mom, listen to me. Lu Wei picked up an empty dumpling plate from the table, added a few peanuts beside it, and illustrated, let's assume this watch sells for a neat 30. He pushed one peanut to the other side of the plate. If a villager wants to buy a watch and hears it costs 30, what do you think their first reaction is? It's 30 yuan. That's a round number, a big amount. They'll think 30 yuan, how many jin of meat can that buy? How much cloth can that get? Is it worth it? Then he moved the plate, representing the watch, closer to himself, pointing at the 28.9 decimal, but if we sell it for 28.9, their first reaction won't be 30, but rather 28 something, not even 29. Doesn't that sound like it's much cheaper than 30? The psychological barrier just drops a lot. Lu Dehai blinked, seeming to understand a bit. You mean, it sounds cheaper? Exactly. That's the sounds cheaper. Lu Wei affirmed. Lu Guifeng thought for a moment, and nodded. It really does sound cheaper. This kind of marketing method is rare these days. Lu Wei continued. This kind of price with a decimal is called psychological pricing. It sounds like the seller calculated it very precisely, as if it's a real bottom price, not overcharging you. Moreover, numbers like 8 and 9 sound auspicious. At 28.9, people feel like our price is carefully calculated, it's genuine. If it were 29, it just feels a bit off, or at 30, it truly feels expensive. After listening, Lu Dehai fell silent for a long time, just staring at his son, his eyes filled with surprise and an indescribable pride. He suddenly slapped his thigh, his voice booming. Incredible. How did my son become so smart? Even in pricing there are so many tactics. No wonder you figured out how to do business. Dad is impressed. Truly impressed. Lu Guifeng also looked proudly, playfully rolling her eyes at her husband. Now you know who our son takes after, right? He takes after me. He's meticulous and calculative. However, she immediately thought of a practical issue. So, can your friend keep supplying watches at 10 yuan each? If we sell well in the future. Don't worry, Mom. Lu Wei reassured his parents. I'm confident about the supply. As long as they sell, I can get as many as we need. After the new year, I'll bring back a batch to test the waters. Okay, I'll trust you. Lu Wei chuckled and seized the opportunity. So, Mom, Dad, about the capital for inventory. What do you think about taking out the money we earned selling vegetables last time to rotate? Lu Guifeng's radiant smile suddenly froze, her eyes flickering with, as expected, he's been waiting for this understanding, then turned into a mix of annoyance and amusement as she pointed a finger at Lu Wei's forehead. You were waiting for me to bring out the old stash. Lu Dehai laughed from the side. That's right. My eldest son should. This kid is clever, better than us old folks. Go away. Lu Guifeng playfully pushed her husband away, but eventually relented. All right, just tell me when you need it. Mom won't let you down. After dinner on New Year's Eve, everyone usually just rests. Of course, some with a strong urge would continue playing cards and mahjong. Lu Wei helped his mom clear the table and found an opportunity to tell her mom, Lizzie and the others are inviting me to hang out. I won't be back tonight. I'll return tomorrow morning. Lu Guifeng was drying her hands and didn't think much of it. During the new year, it's common for young boys to gather and play all night, so she nodded. All right, go ahead. But play is play. Don't stay out too late, and don't drink too much of that cat urine alcohol. Your elder sister and brother-in-law are coming over tomorrow. Come back early. Okay, got it, Mom. Lu Wei replied crisply, but felt a bit anxious inside, quickly turning and leaving the door. The cold of the winter night enveloped him instantly, with distant sounds of firecrackers and laughter echoing from different courtyards. Lu Wei shrank his neck, but couldn't help but quicken his steps, heading towards the village's small convenience store. Upon arriving at the convenience store, he saw the light still on, but the door was locked. Lu Wei looked around, saw no one, and directly climbed into the yard. Knock, knock, knock. Immediately, a faint movement came from inside, followed by Zhou Ye's low voice tinged with tension and anticipation. Who is it? It's me, second uncle. Lu Wei also lowered his voice. The door creaked open a crack, revealing Zhou Ye's face. Upon seeing him, she shot him a fierce glare, thinking this guy was pretending to be dead for no reason. The room was warmed by a stove, cozy and inviting. A 15-watt light bulb emitted a soft orange glow, illuminating the small space with a sense of warmth and tranquility. Zhou Ye playfully nudged Lu Wei, chiding. Are you a tiger? It's New Year's, why say such things? Lu Wei chuckled, turning to see 2 sets of chopsticks and bowls already laid out on the Kong table, along with several dishes that were evidently prepared with care. A plate of dipping vegetables, a stir-fried dish of cucumber and wood ear mushrooms with meat, fragrant golden fried eggs, a plate of pickled vegetable strips drizzled with sesame oil, and a bottle of unopened white wine. Everything was arranged perfectly, just waiting for him to arrive. Lu Wei felt a warmth in his heart as he leaned over to kiss Zhou Ye's cheek, saying, waiting for me. Zhou Ye turned around, her face adorned with a gentle, yet slightly shy smile, softly saying, in the past I used to spend New Year's alone. With a cold stove it felt meaningless. This year, having you by my side is truly wonderful. As she spoke, she walked to the stove, lifting a plate of neatly arranged dumplings, and said, sit for a moment, I'll go boil the dumplings, the water is already boiling. Lu Wei watched her slightly slender, yet straight posture, and his heart was struck in the softest place. He walked over, gently wrapping his arms around her waist from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder, inhaling the faint scent of soapberry in her hair, and murmured, all right, from now on, I will spend every New Year with you. When we have children, we can let them accompany you to our family of 3, lively and cheerful. Zhou Ya's hand, which was about to drop the dumplings, suddenly paused, her body trembling slightly. She slowly turned around, raising her face to look at Lu Wei. Under the dim yellow light, her eyes turned red at a visible speed, her lips trembling slightly, as she spoke with an undeniable quiver in her voice. You truly wish to have a child with me? Lu Wei saw her suddenly reddening eyes, and the glistening tears within them. His heart ached, and he quickly embraced her tightly, kissing her forehead, with care, his tone more serious and gentle than ever. What's there not to want? Not only do I want to have children with you, but I also want to honorably marry you. If you don't want to bear my child, then who do you want to have a child with? Zhou Ya shook her head vigorously, tears finally streaming down her cheeks. She raised her hand to wipe her tears away, burying her face in Lu Wei's chest, her voice muffled and quivering with emotion, yet exceptionally clear and resolute. Don't be foolish. Don't talk about marrying me. With my status, if I truly married you, the spittle from others could drown your family, and your backbone would surely be broken. I cannot be that selfish. I cannot harm you nor your family. She raised her head, her tear-filled eyes stubbornly staring at Lu Wei, each word deliberate. Xiao Wei, listen to me. I don't seek a title truly. As long as you have me in your heart, and do not despise me, no matter who you marry or start a family with in the future, I will always be by your side, guarding you. If one day you grow tired of me, annoyed, and no longer wish to see me, I will take the child and leave, never making it difficult for you. Having a child with me, I would at least have something to hold on to. Lu Wei remained silent, tightly holding Zhou Ya in his embrace, her soft and warm body pressed against him, radiating warmth along with a subtle tremor. He lowered his head, taking a deep breath of her hair, then kissed her forehead, his voice low and firm. Let's have a child. Without waiting for her reaction, he swiftly lifted her in his arms. Zhou Ya gasped in surprise, instinctively tightening her grip around his neck. Lu Wei carried her and took a few steps to the warm Kong, gently placing her down. Wait. The dumplings are still boiling. Zhou Ya's protest was muffled, turning into a vague whimper. The fire in the corner burned quietly, casting shadows of intertwined figures on the Kong, while outside the sky gradually sank into a deep blue night. 2 hours later, the sky hinted at a faint gray-blue, signaling dawn. Zhou Ya only wore a thin autumn shirt and a pair of thin shorts. Not caring about the cold, she hurriedly jumped off the Kong with bare pale legs slipping on her shoes and rushing to the stove. Lifting the pot lid revealed that the dumplings had become a shapeless mass, the skin and filling congealed into a thick porridge still bubbling slightly. Look at what you've done. Zhou Ya felt both heartbroken and helpless, turning to glare at the person on the Kong, scolding, couldn't you wait a while? What a nice pot of dumplings, all wasted. Lu Wei lay sideways on the Kong, propping his head up, watching her in a thin shirt, her waist appearing slender and her legs long under the dim light. He chuckled lazily, infused with post-event satisfaction. So what if they're ruined? What's there to eat in dumplings anyway? Come, brother, will give you some compensation. It's more fragrant than dumplings. Who cares about your compensation? Zhou Ya's face flushed. She spat playfully, turning to head outside to get the frozen dumplings. There are frozen ones outside. Ooh, I'll boil them again. Really don't want it. Lu Wei's leisurely voice came from behind, tinged with teasing. What a pity. Who should I give this necklace to? Zhou Ya paused, instinctively turning back. She saw Lu Wei produce a sparkling silver necklace from somewhere, playfully flicking it with his fingertip, letting it sway gently under the light. The chain was fine, shimmering softly with silver light, featuring a small, exquisite diamond pendant that refracted tiny, brilliant sparks under the light, with a novel and unique design, one she had never seen before. Zhou Ya's eyes lit up, instantly gasping in surprise. Forgetting about the dumplings, she hurried to the Kang's edge and reached out to grasp the sparkling little item, feeling its coolness and weight. Is this for me? She looked up, her eyes filled with incredulous joy. Of course, if not for you, then who? Lu Wei sat up, taking the necklace. Come, turn around, I'll put it on for you. Zhou Ya nodded vigorously, her face blooming with a bright smile, as she turned around, slightly bowing her head to move aside her slightly disheveled hair, revealing a smooth and delicate neck. Lu Wei leaned closer to her, his arm encircling her shoulders, inhaling her unique scent mixed with warmth. He carefully fastened the necklace clasp. The cool chain against her skin made Zhou Ya shiver slightly. The shimmering little pendant rested perfectly just below her collarbone, rising and falling with her breath, sparkling seductively in the dim light. Lu Wei's hand did not leave her, naturally wrapping around her waist from behind, pulling her closer into his embrace, resting his chin on her shoulder, softly asking, do you like it? I like it. I love it. Zhou Ya nodded vigorously, her fingers cherishingly caressing the pendant. The cool touch intertwined with the surging warmth in her heart, creating an unprecedented feeling of being cherished and happy. She looked down at the dazzling pendant resting on her skin, feeling a sweet swell in her heart. Suddenly recalling something, she turned her head and asked uneasily, is it very expensive? This thing looked costly. How could he afford such a luxury? Lu Wei did not answer, only leaned in to gently press a kiss on her slightly parted lips, lingering and teasing, then resting his forehead against hers, looking into her eyes with a deep, serious tone. Not expensive. As long as you like it, it's worth any price. These words felt like a drop of scalding honey dripping straight into Zhou Ya's heart, then melting away, sweetness instantly spreading through her entire being. She felt as if her body had softened to sweetness permeating her bones, enveloped by immense, almost dizzying. She turned around, taking the initiative to embrace Lu Wei's neck, tilting her face up, her eyes glistening with tears, her voice soft enough to drip water. I still want. Lu Wei understood, swallowing hard, tightening his arms around her, his warm breath brushing against her ear, filled with laughter and teasing. Come hold onto the edge of the calm. I truly do not understand what those who disdain widows are thinking. If I play with you without any responsibility, what more do you want? Can marrying a wife guarantee that she is a genuine one? Moreover, that was an era, not the modern age, where you could just roll in bed after knowing someone for a few days. In that time, could a big girl be casually touched? If you touched her, would you not be responsible? Do you think it's like now, where you can go on a blind date, even if you have a child? You all are so impatient to indulge. What else should I write if not about widows? If there were really big girls in that era who agreed to roll in bed after just a few days, you would have to be careful not to be cuckolded. You disdain widows, yet with your brains you are only fit to watch stories that start with a green hat. It amounted to nothing in the end. As dawn broke, Zhou struggled to get up, enduring the soreness throughout her body and the heavy sleepiness. She quietly dressed, glancing back at the disheveled bedding, her lips unconsciously curving into a smile. After touching the cold, dazzling small stone on her chest, she took a deep breath, rubbed her face to make herself look more spirited, and then opened the small shop's door. Xiaoya, you finally opened the door. It's freezing out here. The villagers who had been waiting outside immediately rushed in, bringing a wave of cold air with them, each huddling their necks as they headed straight for the warm stove in the center of the room. Oh my goodness, this dreadful weather, why is it especially cold this winter? A man approached the stove, rubbing his hands and stamping his feet. When isn't it like this? Frozen to death before spring. Another person chimed in, huffing out white breath. Shall you bring me 2 bottles of Baidaking, the good stuff? Shouted a middle-aged man preparing to visit his father-in-law. While going to your father-in-law's and only bringing good wine, 2 pounds of loose white will do. When I go to my father-in-law's, I don't bring anything, yet he still treats me with good food and drink. Another man joked. Oh, come on. Stop bragging. A few men joked around the stove while Zhou laughed along and turned to grab the liquor from behind the counter. At that moment, a sharp-eyed middle-aged woman suddenly exclaimed, leaning closer to Zhou and pointing at her neck in surprise. Xiaoya, when did you buy this necklace? It's shining brightly, it must be silver, right? And this piece in the middle. Is it a gem? It's truly rare. It must be expensive, right? This exclamation instantly drew the attention of everyone in the room. In the northeast rural areas of the 1980s, a gold and silver jewelry was rare, let alone a necklace with such a novel design and glittering stone. In everyone's humble understanding, silver was the finest material and gold was a legend. Oh my, it's true. This necklace is really beautiful. It makes Xiaoya look even prettier. Several women immediately surrounded her, chattering in admiration, their eyes filled with envy. Xiaoya, we're at the department store in the county. How come I've never seen you wear it before? Surrounded by everyone, Zhou felt sweet inside, as if filled with honey, yet her face struggled to maintain calm, even showing a hint of shyness. It wasn't that expensive. I asked someone to bring it from the south before the new year. Today is the first day of the new year, so I wore it for something new. The piece in the middle is not a gem, it's just a piece of glass, but it looks fun and shiny. Glass looks good too. This style is really fresh. The women exclaimed in amazement, surrounding her and asking a few more questions. Zhou felt pleased, discreetly enjoying this small vanity, her fingertips unconsciously caressing the cold glass, as if she could touch her beloved. Meanwhile, at Lu Wei's home, Lu Wei was sprawled out on the warm Kong, sleeping soundly, with even breathing. He had stayed up too late yesterday, exhausting his energy. Lu Guifeng quietly entered the west room, watching her son sleep sweetly. Although she felt sorry for him, she gently nudged him. Son, wake up, hurry up, don't sleep anymore. Get up and go wish your grandmother a happy new year. You can sleep again after that. Lu Wei was pushed awake, slowly opening his eyes. The glaring daylight outside made him somewhat uncomfortable. Under his mother's continuous urging, he finally struggled to get up, splashed warm water on his face, and felt putting on the new clothes he had prepared the night before. He took the gifts he bought for his grandmother and aunt and shouted towards the east room. Wenhui, I'm leaving to wish grandmother a happy new year. Coming. His younger sister Lu Wenhui had already dressed neatly, her hair tied up with a new hair ribbon his brother had given her yesterday. The bow perked up like a happy little bird as she ran out. The siblings stepped outside one after the other. On the morning of the first day of the new year, the village was much livelier than usual. Along the way, they frequently encountered people visiting each other to wish a happy new year, bowing and greeting each other with happy new year and wishing you wealth. The children wore their rare new clothes, chasing and playing, their pockets stuffed with seeds and peanuts, their little faces rosy from the cold, yet filled with excitement. Upon arriving at their grandmother's house, Uncle Lu Dajiang and Aunt Zhang Wan were also there. Seeing Lu Wei and his sister, their grandmother's face blossomed with a smile as she hurriedly beckoned them onto the Kong. Wishing a happy new year follows certain customs. Lu Wei and Lu Wenhui walked up to the edge of the Kong properly, and Lu Wei said, "First, grandmother, I wish you a happy new year. May you be healthy and enjoy your meals." After speaking, the siblings knelt down and sincerely bowed their heads. Good, good. Quickly get up, the floor is cold. The grandmother hurriedly reached out to help them up, her eyes filled with affection. Uncle and aunt also looked on with smiles. Next, Lu Wei turned to Lu Dajiang and Zhang Wan. "Uncle and I wish you a happy new year, good luck, and may everything go well." He similarly knelt down to bow. Good, 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 quickly get up. Lu Dajiang and Zhang Wan quickly helped the two children up. Aunt even specially touched the new hair ribbon on Lu Wenhu's head, praising her so pretty. After the greetings, it was time to give out the red envelopes. Their grandmother pulled out 2 red paper packets that had been prepared long ago from under the Kong mat and handed them to Lu Wei and Lu Wenhui. "Here, this is your lucky money from grandmother. Take it to buy candy, stay safe, and grow up quickly." "Thank you, Grandma." Lu Wei and Lu Wenhui thanked in unison. Next, Uncle and Aunt Lu Dajiang also handed out 2 red envelopes, which were noticeably thinner than grandmother's, but still heartfelt. After the little girl received the red envelope, she quickly ran to her younger sister Lu Wenfang's side, taking out 2 identical hair ribbons. This made Lu Wenfang extremely happy. Just moments ago, she had been enviously eyeing her sister's butterfly hair ribbon, and unexpectedly her sister gifted her 2. Aunt feigned modesty for a moment, but said no more. "Grandma and I also prepared gifts for you." Today in the comments, some questioned whether 2,000 yuan was expensive for a betrothal gift in the 1980s. I still stand by what I said. This is based on my personal investigation, which included my uncle and several others who married in the 1980s. The 2,000 yuan I mentioned is the median figure. At that time, there were cheaper ones around 1,000 and more expensive ones over 2,000. This is in the rural Northeast. I don't know about cities as I didn't investigate there. As I said before, many data points are based on investigations. I even opened maps to check the distances and locations of 2 villages. You may glance over it, but I feel uneasy without investigating, fearing others will say the data is inaccurate. Furthermore, some say the protagonist will bring the flu back and wipe out the entire clan. I won't say much. With so many time travelers, why didn't they bring it back and destroy the world? Just this year, the flu strain that is prevalent is H3N2. Last year's was H1N1. You don't think these flu viruses just appeared in the last 2 years, do you? They've been around for over 100 years. As for the ID card issue, let me say again, even if you are undocumented, if you get caught, it's not a big deal. Our country has laws regarding this. Even if your identity cannot be verified, they won't treat you as a spy to be executed or dissected. They would send you to a shelter providing food and accommodation and then investigate your identity. If they truly cannot find out, they will issue you an ID. It's not as cruel as you think, where they simply eliminate you. And what nonsense about not having an ID resulting in death? Where did you read that mindless story? Have you really become that foolish? If it's really that bad, go to a hospital for a brain checkup. It's better to read less of such mindless stories. Even if you don't believe them. Read more of what I write, at least you can learn some useless knowledge. Forget it, just go away, don't read it. You won't understand it anyway. Seeing you makes me angry. Spit. I'm not violent, I'm very gentle, it's just that Xiao Haizi is too infuriating. Sob, sob, sob. Lu Wei smiled and calmly took out 2 neatly folded scarves from the bag he brought. "Grandma, this dark pattern maroon one is for you. It will keep you warm and brighten your complexion in winter." He gently draped a thick, soft, and elegantly colored long scarf over his grandmother's shoulders. Next, he picked up another light gray scarf with a delicate diamond pattern. "And try this one on, and the color suits you well." These 2 knitted scarves from 2025, though common at that time, were a stunning contrast to the texture patterns and crafts seen in rural Northeast China in 1988. The wool felt exceptionally soft and smooth to the touch, devoid of the usual scratchiness of wool from that era. The colors were even and bright, appearing luxurious even in the dim winter light. Especially the intricate and refined patterns were styles rarely seen in the local supply store. The 2 scarves lay quietly there, exuding an air of rarity, value, and an aura that suggested they were beyond the reach of ordinary people. Grandma trembled as she touched the exceptionally soft and vividly colored scarf on her shoulders, her eyes lighting up before she seemed to be scalded, and hurriedly took it off, saying, "Oh, my dear grandson. Why would you buy such an expensive item for this old lady who is almost in the ground? How much did this cost? Quickly take it back. Give it to your mother. As an old woman wearing such fine things would be a waste." Lu Wei pressed his grandmother's hand down, smiling, but with an air that left no room for refusal. "Grandma, how can you say that? What do you mean, almost in the ground? You are still strong. This is specially bought for you. It is my little token as your grandson. Just accept it. I have other gifts for my mother. She won't be left out." Meanwhile, Aunt approached carefully, her fingers gently touching the light gray scarf, feeling its warmth delicate enough that she hesitated to touch it too hard. She waved her hands repeatedly, her face a mix of delight and fear. "Xiao Wei, this is too extravagant. As a rural woman who spends all day around the stove, how could I deserve such fine things? After being exposed to the wind and sun, I will just ruin it. You take it back and keep it well. When you marry and start dating, you can give it to a girl. That would be very presentable. All right, just accept what I've given you. This is meant to be used as long as it keeps you warm and looks good. What's the difference between rural and urban? When I marry will I lack such things? I can always buy new even better ones later. Just as he was speaking, footsteps came from outside. It was Lu Dahai and Lu Guifeng who had settled things at home, and then rushed over. As soon as Lu Guifeng entered, she saw her mother-in-law and Zhang Wan pushing the two beautiful scarves back and forth and her son standing in the middle looking helpless. She understood almost immediately what was happening. She immediately put on a smile and chimed in, "Mom, Xiaowan, the child has such filial piety, why don't you just accept it? Xiaowei can earn some money now and is thinking of you. This is a good thing. No matter how valuable the items are, can they be more valuable than the child's heart? Quickly accept it. It's the new year, let the child be happy." With Lu Guifeng's words and Lu Dahai's honest encouragement of "just accept it, Grandma," and Aunt pushed back a few more times, but ultimately accepted the scarves, half-heartedly treating them with great care. Grandma neatly folded the scarf and placed it on her lap, her hand lingering on the soft velvet. Aunt carefully cradled the scarf in her arms, unable to hide her joy. "Uncle, this is for you." Lu Wei took out a belt which was quite ordinary, even a bit outdated, but in the present time it was undoubtedly a rare fashion item. "Oh, there's one for me too," Lu Dajiang said, somewhat surprised. He genuinely did not expect his nephew to bring him a gift. "What are you talking about? No one is left out. Everyone has a gift. How could you be excluded?" Lu Dajiang was happily fiddling with the belt in his hands, a silly grin on his face. As gifts were exchanged, the atmosphere in the room grew warmer. The family gathered around the heated table for a while, chatting and cracking sunflower seeds. As the sun rose higher, Lu Dahai stood up to say he would go prepare lunch. His eldest daughter Lu Wenwan and son-in-law Chun Jianxing were about to come to pay their New Year's visit. Aunt Zhangwan also stood up, briskly brushing off the sunflower seed shells from her clothes, laughing. "When Wenwan and her partner arrive later, there will be many people for lunch. You won't be able to manage it all by yourself, sister-in-law. I'll come with you now to lend a hand washing and cutting and help out." Lu Guifeng felt warmth in her heart, but replied politely, "Oh, no need, no need. Just adding a few pairs of chopsticks is something I can handle by myself. You stay home and rest, just come over when it's time to eat." "How can that be? The more people the better the meal will be, and having more hands makes the work lighter. Don't worry, I will definitely be there when it's time to eat, I won't forget." Zhang Wan laughed heartily, already briskly putting on her cotton coat, clearly determined to go help. The two sisters-in-law joked and laughed, and the family cheerfully left the house, heading towards Lu Wei's home. Halfway there, Lu Dahai suddenly said, "By the way, we are running low on cigarettes at home. I will go buy a pack at the convenience store." Saying this, he hurriedly turned and went to the store. Lu Guifeng shook her head and chuckled at Lu Dahai's back. With a few gifts, he really can't resist showing off. Lu Wei was taken aback by this. "What is my dad up to again?" Lu Guifeng laughed. "What else could it be? What did you give him? If he doesn't go show off, will he be able to sit still, eh?" Lu Wei couldn't help but laugh, though indeed that was his father. On the other side, Lu Dahai arrived at the convenience store. Before entering, he rolled up his sleeve to reveal his watch, and then strutted into the store. Seeing everyone inside playing cards and enjoying the atmosphere, he wandered around the card table. Occasionally he scratched his head or touched his ear. Unfortunately, everyone's attention was on the card table, and no one noticed his watch. He didn't want to directly show it off either. That would be too embarrassing, like a nouveau riche. This kind of thing has to be discovered inadvertently for the best effect. In modern terms, it's about being subtly ostentatious to make an impact. With no other choice, Lu Dahai wandered over to the table by the counter. He placed his hand on the counter and gently tapped it twice. "Shall you give me a pack of Harbin?" A book's most important thing is to update regularly. This can't be begged for, nor can it be forced upon those who are not interested to read it daily, right? If it is engaging naturally, there will be more followers. I just hope that those who enjoy this book can come back to check for updates daily. That is the strongest support for this book. Thank you, everyone. Zhouya turned around, took a cigarette from the shelf, and placed it on the glass counter. As she looked up, she caught sight of the brand new shiny watch on Lu Dahai's wrist. Impossible to miss, especially with his sleeves almost rolled up to his elbows. Seeing Lu Dahai's proud demeanor as he tightly pressed his lips together while his gaze kept darting toward her, she immediately understood he was here to show off. She found it amusing and felt a wave of complex embarrassment. After all, just last night, she had been with his son. And now she had to call his father brother, which made her cheeks flush. Yet after years of calling him that she couldn't change her words on the spot, this occasion had to be respected. Therefore, she immediately put on an appropriately surprised expression and focused her gaze on Lu Dahai's wrist. "Brother, hi, is this watch new? Looks great. Why didn't I see you wearing it yesterday?" Calling him brother, hi made Zhouya feel her ears burn. Lu Dahai's long-awaited moment of glory had finally arrived. He felt a sense of certainty in his heart, but kept a calm expression, even leisurely lowering his sleeve, as if it were an unintentional gesture. "Ahem, it's not me, but that kid of mine." He waved his hand, his tone a standard complaining boast, wasting money. He insisted on getting one for me, and his mother claiming it was a New Year's gift. Can you believe this kid? He earns a little money and doesn't know how to act. Though he said this, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise, and the sparkle in his eyes was brighter than the watch's glass. Zhouya immediately understood upon hearing that. It turned out he had received a gift too. She lowered her head to touch the cool sparkling pendant around her neck, and recalled the price she paid for it last night, feeling her face heat up again. She had endured quite a bit for this New Year's gift last night. She had drunk like a baby. Their commotion had already drawn the attention of the women at the nearby mahjong table. One chatty Ann immediately turned her head. "Oh my, Dahai is wearing a new watch. Quick, take it off and let us have a look. What a nice style." "It's nothing much, just a watch to tell time," Lu Dahai modestly replied, but his hand obediently removed the watch and handed it over. "Oh my, this dial is really bright. And it even has a calendar. What brand is this? Must be worth several dozen yuan, right? Lu Wei really is doing well. And he's being filial too. My own boy wouldn't even think to give me money." Amidst the chorus of admiration and compliments from the women, Lu Dahai's vanity received immense satisfaction. After more than half an hour, he contentedly pocketed the Harbin box and strolled back home feeling relaxed. Just as he stepped into the courtyard, his eldest daughter Lu Wenwan and son-in-law Chun Jianxing arrived. The young couple carried 2 boxes of snacks wrapped in yellow paper topped with red oil paper, along with 2 bottles of liquor labeled in red, bringing a chill with them as they entered the house. Everyone in the house was present, and Lu Wenwan and Chun Jianxing hurriedly greeted everyone. "Grandma, Dad, Mom, Uncle, Aunt, Happy New Year. Little brother, little sister, Happy New Year. Good. Come sit by the Kong, it's warm up here." Lu Guifeng quickly welcomed them, and Lu Dahai nodded with a smile. "What brings you here so early? Was it cold on the way?" Grandma asked with concern. "It's all right, there wasn't much to do at home, so we thought we'd come over early," Lu Wenwan replied with a smile, her cheeks still rosy from the cold. "Sister, brother-in-law, Happy New Year." Lu Wei smiled as he greeted them, turning to pour 2 cups of hot water from the thermos. "Have some hot water to warm up." Lu Wenwan took the cup, warming her hands, and then pulled out a red paper package from her down jacket pocket, handing it to Lu Wei. "Little brother, here's your New Year's money, you've grown another year older." "Then I won't be polite." Lu Wei accepted it, as it was always 2 yuan. This was an amount his eldest sister could decide on herself without having to be confiscated by their mother. Lu Dahai brought out a basin of frozen pears thawed in cold water, along with apples, peanuts, sunflower seeds, and fruit candy, setting them out on the Kong table. "Eldest daughter Jianxing, eat. Don't just stare, it's home now, no need to be polite." Chun Jianxing smiled, honestly picking up a frozen pear. "Dad, Mom, I won't be polite at all." Lu Dahai and Lu Guifeng always greeted their eldest son-in-law with utmost warmth. No matter how tight their finances were, they never skimped on good food and drink whenever they came. When Lu Wei was younger, he didn't understand, and often felt that his parents cared more for son-in-law Chun Jianxing than for their own son, occasionally throwing little tantrums. But as he grew up, he gradually began to understand. His parents' kindness to Chun Jianxing wasn't because of deep feelings for him, but stemmed entirely from their love for their daughter. They transformed all their love and worry for their daughter into this favor for their son-in-law. What they wished for was simply for their daughter to suffer less in her husband's family. Empathy: if you treat your son-in-law coldly and with arrogance, it may satisfy you, but how should your daughter behave when she returns to that home, facing her in-laws and husband? This principle is wisdom steeped in life's hardships. Wise families understand sons-in-law are honored guests and should be treated with respect and deference. This courtesy and warmth give their daughter the confidence to stand tall in her husband's family. "Oh, my mom." Lu Wenjuan, with sharp eyes, immediately noticed the shiny watch on her mother's wrist and excitedly leaned closer. "When did you buy this watch? It's really stylish." Lu Guifeng raised her wrist, unable to hide her smile, but her words carried a hint of reproach. "When would I ever buy something like this? It's your wasteful brother who doesn't know how to spend his money. He insisted on buying one for me and his dad. I couldn't stop him." Just as she was speaking, Lu Wei had already turned around and entered the west room with a smile. A moment later, he came out holding something. A brand new shiny leather belt along with a small patterned cardboard box. "Sister, this is for you." Lu Wei first handed the small box to Lu Wenjuan, then handed the belt to Chun Jianxing. "Brother-in-law, try this belt on and see if it fits." Although every time Lu Wei saw Chun Jianxing, he felt uncomfortable and was actually jealous because he had taken away his beloved elder sister, he also knew that his sister's happiness was more important than anything. After all, his sister couldn't be there to spoil him forever. She was bound to get married someday. However, the discomfort in his heart couldn't be resolved in a short time. Lu Wenwan took the box, her fingers trembled. She opened the lid, and inside on a black velvet lining lay a small, exquisite women's watch, its dial sparkling with tiny lights in the dim room. She suddenly looked up at her brother, her eyes turning red, her lips moved, but she couldn't say a word. She just lowered her head repeatedly and carefully stroking the cool surface of the watch, as if it were not a watch, but her brother's heavy affection. Chun Jianxing clearly hadn't expected to receive a gift for himself, and he was stunned for a moment, quickly waving his hand. "What are you buying for me?" "Keep it for Lu Wei." Before he could finish, Lu Dahai beside him laughed and patted his shoulder. "Take it if it's for you. Why be polite among family? Try the belt on and see if it fits." Only then did Chun Jianxing awkwardly scratch his head, taking the belt and grinning as he repeatedly thanked. "Oh, thank you, little brother. This is too extravagant." Grandma, sitting cross-legged on the Kong, watched this scene with a beaming smile, saying to the old uncle and aunt, Look. I told you our eldest grandson is successful and kind-hearted. From now on, all our relatives will benefit from our eldest grandson. Aunt Zhongwen also laughed along, sincerely praising that's right. Our little Wei truly cares for everyone. This filial piety and ability, you won't find a second one in 10 miles or 8 townships. Everyone chatted cheerfully for a while, and as the sun climbed higher they began to prepare lunch. Before long the square table in the main room was filled to the brim. The braised pork knuckle glistened, a whole stewed chicken wafted with delicious aroma, the red braised carp arched its tail, golden fried pieces of meat and meatballs piled high, like a small mountain, along with several refreshing stir-fries and cold dishes, making for a grand feast. Grandma was seated at the main position, gazing at the lavish spread before her, her eyes narrowed with delight, as she sighed, life is truly good. We are living well. Back in my childhood in Shandong, when a guest came to the house, and we wanted to serve fish, one had to muster the courage to borrow from the neighbors. What if you couldn't borrow? Well, there were clever ones who carved a fish out of wood, drizzled it with sauce, and served it on the table. It truly echoed the old saying. A fish can be passed down for 3 generations, even if people leave the fish remains. While helping Grandma with a piece of the tender chicken leg, Lu Wei smiled and teased Grandma. What if back then at the feast a greedy little girl, like our one, we came along, and without a care, just bit into the fish? What would we do? Sitting nearby, Lu Wenhui, who was competing for a piece of braised pork, heard her brothers teasing, and with her cheeks stuffed with meat hurriedly replied, in a muffled voice, I'm not greedy. I'm just helping to taste the seasoning. Everyone in the room burst into laughter at her innocent demeanor. Grandma chuckled and continued Lu Wei's train of thought. Kids back then were not as pampered as they are now, and they were more sensible. When guests came, children rarely got to sit at the table. They would just grab a couple of bites by the stove. It was similar for your father when he was young. Dad, Lu Dehai nodded in agreement, deeply resonating with the sentiment. That's right. Back then when guests came, kids had to hide outside to play out, unlike now when they are all spoiled little emperors needing to be coaxed to eat. At that moment Uncle Lu Dajiang took a sip of wine, suddenly recalling something, and asked Lu Wei, nephew, this table full of fish and meat reminds me. Last year you asked me to help you gather some loach fish, saying it would be useful after the new year. The year has passed, are we still collecting? Of course, Uncle. Lu Wei nodded affirmatively. Why wouldn't we? Rest assured, I will collect as much as you can help me gather at the agreed price, cash upon delivery, no debts. Sitting beside him, brother-in-law Chun Jinsheng listened with curiosity and asked, collect loach. What are you going to do with it? Lu Wei poured him a cup of wine and explained, just collecting to see. I've heard that in big cities people are really into eating this. They say it's nutritious and tasty. We have plenty that no one wants. If I can clean them up and find a way to sell them outside, it might be a good opportunity. Speaking of which, he paused, patting his forehead. Oh, I forgot, tomorrow we have to go sell vegetables again. Uncle, you won't have to. This matter. I need to think about finding someone else. Finding someone else for what? Grandma, who had been listening cheerfully, suddenly spoke up. Your uncle may be busy, but Grandma is available. I'm home every day. Oh, aside from feeding the chickens and taking walks, I don't have much to do. Collecting fish is just a matter of greeting the villagers right. Grandma will help you. Lu Wei felt anxious and quickly waved his hands. No way, Grandma. It's freezing out. Don't try. Besides, collecting fish involves weighing and accounting. Ooh, it's a hassle. You should just enjoy your life at home. I can spend some money hiring someone from the village to do it. Why spend that unnecessary money? Grandma's eyes widened, pretending to be stern, but her tone softened. I'm not so old that I can't manage a few fish, am I? It's settled then. Oh, I'll help you collect, and you're not allowed to mention hiring someone. Looking at Grandma's stubborn expression beneath her graying hair, Lu Wei knew he couldn't refuse, and had to smile and compromise. All right, I'll listen to Grandma. But let's make it clear, you just supervise and direct, and if running around is necessary, let the 2 little girls do it, or we can wait until we come back to do it. It's cold and slippery out, so please don't go out by yourself. Got it, don't worry. The little girl wiped her oily mouth. Grandma, I'll help you then. Haha, good, my granddaughter will help. The family had a lively lunch and chatted for a while before they dispersed. After seeing off his older sister and brother-in-law, Lu Wei watched his father standing at the door, staring blankly at the departing figures of his sister and brother-in-law for a long while. Lu Wei knew that his father would always do this whenever his sister came and left. Dad, aren't you going to the convenience store to play cards today? Huh, yes, I'm going right now. Lu Dehai said, hastily stepping out, afraid of being late and missing the game. Lu Wei shook his head and turned back to the room to sleep. He was exhausted from the previous night and needed to make up for it during the day, as he had to continue in the evening. This time Lu Wei slept until dark before waking up. Checking the time, it was already 6 or 7 o'clock. After getting up from the Kong, he went to the east room and saw everyone watching TV. Lu Guifeng smiled and asked, is my son awake? Are you hungry? The food is in your room. If you're hungry, eat a bit. Lu Wei shook his head. I'm not hungry, Mom. I'm going out to play and won't be back to sleep tonight. Lu Guifeng frowned upon hearing this. Why don't you come back to sleep every day? During the new year, it's not good to stay out playing so late. Don't annoy others. Lu Wei nodded. Don't worry, I'll be fine. All right, you can go then. Lu Wei washed his face, tidied himself up, and then stepped out, heading straight for the convenience store. However, what Lu Wei didn't know was that shortly after he left, Liuzi and a few friends came looking for him. And Liuzi quick-tongued asked with a grin, is Lu Wei at home? We're looking for him to play. Lu Guifeng was taken aback, her heart sinking. Little Wei. He said he went to find you. Didn't you see him? Looking for us. Liuzi and the other two exchanged puzzled glances. No, aunt. We just came from my house, and we didn't see a single soul on the way. Lu Guifeng's smile faded, and she pressed on then. Last night, after the New Year's Eve, you all played together, right? Last night. Liuzi scratched his head. After the New Year's Eve fireworks, I just went home and crawled into bed sleeping like a log. Hai Zi Jianjun, what about you two? Wang Hai and Zhang Jianjun shook their heads. I went home to sleep too. So did I couldn't stay up late. Lu Guifeng listened, and her sense of doubt rapidly expanded, her brows furrowed tightly, and her expression darkened. Last night her son said he was playing with Liuzi, and this morning he looked sleep-deprived. Earlier he said he was going to find them, but they hadn't even met. Where on earth has this boy been these past 2 nights? Who has he been with? Let your imagination run wild. Just a statement, I'm not scolding anyone, I'm just being cautious to prevent any bad reviews that aren't corrected, and any future bad reviews. The human species is truly diverse to a. On the other side, Lu Wei was still unaware that the lie he casually uttered had already been exposed. He arrived at the convenience store where the atmosphere was lively. His father Lu Dehai was not sitting with Zhang Er and the others, but was busy playing mahjong with several young women from the village, the tiles clattering loudly, his voice boisterous. Zhang Er, Li Jiangwo, and their group were at another table playing poker with a few villagers cheering and shouting. Zhouya leaned against the counter, knitting a sweater. When she saw Lu Wei enter, she raised her eyelids slightly, her hands still moving swiftly, and quickly shot him a glance. Then she put down her knitting needles and said to a middle-aged woman beside her who was looking at the cards, Ling, I'm going to the restroom. Can you keep an eye on the counter? If someone wants to buy something, just help me out. If you don't know the price, call me. Sure, go ahead. They'll keep an eye on it here, Ling replied without looking up. Zhouya then turned around, lifted the curtain to the backyard, and walked out. Lu Wei strolled around the store again, greeted a few acquaintances, and walked to the mahjong table to tell his father, Dad, I'm going out to find Liuzi to hang out for a bit. I might not come back to sleep tonight. Go ahead, just don't stay out too late. Lu Dehai, who had just drawn a good hand, waved his hand with a smile. Lu Wei then exited the convenience store. The winter night was cold and quiet with no one around. He skillfully turned into the shadows nearby and made his way to Zhou Ya's backyard. The back door was ajar. He slipped inside and secured the latch behind him. The room was dimly lit by a single candle casting a warm glow. Zhouya had just taken off her cotton jacket when she heard a noise, turned around, and before she could speak, Lu Wei pulled her into his embrace and kissed her. Zhouya gently struggled for a moment, internally lamenting, this guy is truly an unrelenting bull. After a while they finally separated, both panting. Zhouya's cheeks flushed as she lightly punched his chest and scolded, you. Couldn't you wait until I finished speaking? You're like a hungry wolf. Lu Wei chuckled, tightening his arms around her, burying his face in her neck, and inhaling her faint scent of soapwort. It's just that I've missed you so much. So did you miss me? Zhou Ya's heart softened as she smiled, resting her face against his solid chest, listening to the strong heartbeat, softly saying, I did. Oh, be gentle when you rub, it hurts. Lu Wei awkwardly relaxed his grip, his hands obediently circling her waist. Zhouya then sat on his lap, catching her breath before remembering something important. By the way, there's something I almost forgot. Zhang Er, Song Hai, and their group seemed to be plotting against your dad yesterday. I sensed something was off, so I had them move to another table, letting your dad play mahjong with Wang Desheng's wife and Li Laoxi's family. As she spoke, she suddenly burst out laughing, her shoulders shaking. Lu Wei was confused. What's so funny? What's going on? Zhouya stifled her laughter and leaned closer to his ear, her breath warm. You didn't see. Your dad, when playing mahjong, his hand always accidentally brushed against Wang Desheng's wife. Wang Desheng's wife, instead of avoiding it, deliberately leaned in, allowing your dad to touch her. The two exchanged glances, and I thought, something's going to happen. You need to keep an eye on this. Lu Wei's eyes widened in shock, nearly jumping up from his chair. Wow, his dad had such a flirtatious side. After a moment's contemplation, he thought it was not too surprising. After all, what man isn't a bit lecherous? But he couldn't control others, and his own father was a different matter. Just when life was starting to improve, if his parents quarreled over this, the family could fall apart. You need to keep a close watch. Lu Wei's expression turned serious. If they show any signs, tell me immediately. Okay, I'll try to keep an eye on them. But if they really do have something going on, they'll definitely find a secluded place. It won't happen in the convenience store. Lu Wei frowned and thought, looks like after the new year, I need to find a way to get my dad out of the village, and Zhouya suddenly recalled another concern, her brow furrowing. By the way, you mentioned wanting to open a shop in the county after the new year. If your parents also go to live in the county my side, they won't run into each other, right? What if they bump into each other? Lu Wei waved his hand, reassuringly patting her back. Don't worry, the county is so big it's not that easy to run into each other. Even if they do meet, they won't know about our relationship. You can just say you're doing a small business in the county, renting a shop. They won't suspect anything. Zhouya felt a bit relieved and leaned back into his arms, her voice softening. Then, I'll ask someone to find out about it in the next few days and prepare to transfer the convenience store. After the 5th day of the new year, I plan to go to the county to check out the shops. You have to accompany me. I'm uneasy going alone. Don't worry, Lu Wei leaned down to kiss the top of her head. I will definitely go with you. We'll open the store together. You don't need to worry about the stocking, just leave it to me. Zhouya nodded in reassurance. Alright, after all, you are my man, I'll listen to you for everything. Listening to me is right, you just need to enjoy life in the future, and give me a chubby son. Zhouya smiled sweetly, and kissed Lu Wei playfully, saying how about two? Sure, as many as you want, the more the better. Come on, let's start now. Why isn't there a wealthy big brother to come in and throw a big tip in my face demanding more updates? That's a must. Another big spender throws a gift king at me, call me dad. I will never submit. Bam. The big spender threw 10 at me. Zhouya swatted away Lu Wei's mischievous hand and whispered, don't mess around. There are people outside. She adjusted her collar and then asked, are you coming over tonight? Of course, Lu Wei replied without hesitation. I'm heading to the county tomorrow, won't be back for several days. Zhouya worried reminded him. You need to be careful, don't let your mom catch on. Lu Wei confidently reassured her. Don't worry, I'll just say, I went to hang out with Air Lizzie and the others, I'll be fine. Hearing this, Zhouya became anxious and hurriedly pushed him towards the door. Then you should hurry and find them to show your face. What if Air Lizzie really comes looking for you at home and you're not there? That would blow your cover. Lu Wei had no choice but to reluctantly withdraw his hand from that warm place, being chased out the door by Zhouya. The village was quiet on the winter night, with only a few sporadic barks of dogs. Lu Wei shrank his neck against the cold wind, pondering where to find Air Lizzie and the others to cover up his absence. Not walking far, he turned around a pile of firewood and unexpectedly bumped into someone. It was his mother, Lu Guifeng. She was carrying an empty basket, looking as if she was going somewhere. Upon seeing her son, her steps paused, her eyes narrowed slightly, and a familiar smile appeared on her face. She casually asked, son, didn't Air Lizzie and the others come looking for you earlier? Lu Wei's heart sank, but he feigned calmness, saying, oh, no, I just went to the convenience store for a bit and stopped by Air Liza's house, but his mom said he went out. Mom, what are you doing out so late? Lu Guifeng smiled and replied nonchalantly, I have something to do at the convenience store. Her gaze flicked over Lu Wei's face. Lu Wei's mind raced, thinking, Dad, I'm sorry, but for the sake of your future grandson, you'll have to make a sacrifice. Looking around to ensure no one was watching, he leaned closer to his mom and whispered, Mom, Dad. He's still at the convenience store playing mahjong with a few women. Why don't you go take his place and let him come home to rest? Lu Guifeng's smile faded slightly, her eyes suddenly. Is he not being honest? She understood her son well. If it were just a casual game, he wouldn't have mentioned it. Since he did, something must be amiss. Lu Wei felt a bit guilty under his mother's sharp gaze, clearing his throat awkwardly and mumbled, no, it's just. There are 1 man and 3 women playing cards together. If it gets out, it wouldn't look good. Lu Guifeng did not press further, but the warmth in her gaze diminished further. She nodded and said in a neutral tone, all right, you go have your fun. I'll go get him to come back. After saying that, she picked up the basket and turned swiftly toward the convenience store, her pace noticeably quicker than before. The cold wind blew her bangs up, and the face that usually bore a smile now displayed no expression, only the tightly pressed corners of her lips revealing a smoldering anger. She cursed inwardly. None of them, young or old, ever gave any peace of mind. After the new year, just wait and see how I tighten the skin on both of you. Lu Wei watched his mother disappear into the night, shrinking his neck and feeling inexplicably cold at the nape. He dared not delay and hurried toward Wang Hai's house, knowing he had to cover his tracks. At that moment in the convenience store, Lu Dahai was enjoying himself thoroughly. Not only was his luck good, but the soft hand of his partner Liang Yufan often brushed against his during the game. That warm touch felt like he was cradling a little stove in his heart. He had just won a small hand, gaining 30 cents, and while happily collecting his winnings, he took the opportunity to quickly brush his fingers across Liang Yufan's hand. Liang Yufan shot him a playful glance, yet she did not withdraw her hand. Lu Dahai felt even more pleased, grinning widely just as he was about to reach for the cards to build a great wall. Again, the cotton curtain of the convenience store was suddenly flung open with a loud whoosh, and a blast of icy air swept in with a familiar figure. Lu Dahai shivered, his previously contented smile freezing instantly. He stiffly turned his neck and met the expressionless face of his wife, Lu Guifeng. Wife? You? What are you doing here? Lu Dahai's tongue stumbled, and instinctively he tried to hide the few bills he had won deeper into his pocket. Lu Guifeng scanned the card table, especially pausing on the heavily made-up face of Liang Yufan. Then she turned to her husband, forcing a smile that didn't reach her eyes. There are guests at home. I need to find you for something. Have you finished this round? If you have, let's head back. If not, I can play a couple of rounds for you. Liang Yufan and the other 2 women exchanged glances, but remained silent. Lu Dahai felt a wave of despair, realizing his wife had come to fetch him, and he dared not object. He quickly pushed his cards away, saying, I'm done. I'm feeling a bit tired anyway. You come here, I'll go home to check on things. Saying this, he hurriedly stood up to give up his seat, looking as though he was fleeing in panic. Lu Guifeng didn't say much, sitting down in his place, taking over his cards, and putting on her habitual smile again. Come on, let's continue. Lu Dehai felt as if he had been pardoned. He stole a glance at his wife's expression, his heart racing, clutching the few bills he had won. He quickly slipped out of the convenience store. As the cold wind hit him, his overheated brain finally began to clear, and he started to mutter to himself, someone must have tipped her off. On the other side, Lu Wei found Heir Luzi Wang Hai and Zhang Jianjun huddled together chatting at Wang Hai's house. Upon seeing Lu Wei push the door open, Heir Luzi immediately shouted, "Where have you been hiding, you rascal? We searched the whole village for you and couldn't find a trace." Lu Wei took off his shoes and squeezed onto the Kong, grabbing a handful of melon seeds. "I just went to the convenience store for a moment, then went to your house. Your mom said you had already disappeared without a trace. What's up? Do you need something from me? What nonsense. Would we be searching the whole village if there was nothing?" Heir Luzi replied, his expression turning serious. He nudged Lu Wei with his eyes rolled off the Kong and said, "Let's talk outside, it's noisy in here." Seeing this situation, Lu Wei knew it might be serious, so he put on his shoes and followed them out. The two walked to the wind-sheltered corner of the courtyard. Heir Luzi glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then leaned in closer to Lu Wei, lowering his voice and adopting an unusually serious tone. "Old Lu, I just heard some news, you need to be aware." He paused, lowering his voice even further. "I heard someone say that Jiang Dalong, Su Daba, Wang Changqing, and the others seem to be plotting to cause you trouble. They said they want to catch you when you're alone and give you a lesson. You need to be exceptionally careful these days. Don't walk alone at night, and avoid those quiet places like the river and the fields." Lu Wei's heart sank, a chill creeping up his spine, but his face remained largely unchanged. Su Daba had been at odds with him for quite some time. He being 3 years older, he had bullied Lu Wei since childhood. Only after growing up did he tone it down a bit, mainly because Lu Wei once fought back fiercely, standing up to the beating and nearly tearing off Su Daba's ear. Back then, fighting among rural children was a common affair. As long as it didn't lead to serious issues, parents usually wouldn't intervene. That time, Su Daba had to get 2 stitches in his ear to close up the tear, and ever since then, he dared not bully Lu Wei again. However, the animosity between them had not been resolved, it had only deepened. Jiang Dalong was known in the village for being a troublemaker, and he and Su Daba were thick as thieves. What good could come from them teaming up? Is the news reliable? Who did you hear it from? Lu Wei asked in a low voice, his mind racing. Wang Changqing's younger brother told my brother. I reckon it's pretty accurate. Heir Luzi frowned. Should I tell Hai Zi and Jianjun about this? We can. Lu Wei waved his hand, interrupting him. He knew that while Heir Luzi and the others were loyal friends, Su Daba and Jiang Dalong's gang were truly capable of violence. If they got his friends involved, and something happened, he wouldn't be able to live with himself. Let's keep this under wraps for now. Lu Wei took a deep breath of the cold air, his gaze calming in the night. I'm aware of the situation. Thanks, brother, but don't mention this to anyone else. What about you? Heir Luzi looked worried. Don't worry, I know how to handle this. Lu Wei patted Heir Luzi's shoulder, his tone calm, but a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. Recalling what his father said about Zhang Heir and his gang wanting to set him up, and now Su Daba openly wanting to take action. It seemed that Lu Wei's sudden rise in fortune had indeed pricked some people's eyes. Both soft and hard tactics were coming at him. That's fine. Lu Wei gazed at the dark silhouette of the village in the distance. The agitation sparked by earning money was suppressed by this sudden threat, replaced by a chilling clarity. The village appeared harmonious, but there were plenty of unsightly matters. If he didn't establish some authority, such incidents would be inevitable in the future. Avoiding problems was useless. This was Lu Wei's experience from years of battling with Su Daba. If he didn't take decisive action, they would never learn to fear him. After thinking for a while, Lu Wei gradually formed a plan in his mind. Have your brother keep an ear to the ground and find out when they plan to act. You don't need to worry about anything else. I can handle it myself. Heir Luzi nodded. All right, I'll tell him as soon as I get back. After they finished talking, they turned back inside, and Lu Wei acted as if nothing had happened, continuing to chat with everyone. Meanwhile, Su Daba, Jiang Dalong, and another idol, Wang Changqing, were gathered around a wobbly small table. With the new year approaching, the table was finally adorned with more than just pickled vegetables. There were fried peanuts and a small plate of scantily fried eggs. Jiang Dalong tilted his head back, downing a big gulp of spicy bulk liquor, choking and grimacing, quickly tossing a few peanuts into his mouth to suppress it, glancing sideways at Su Daba. Bowsy, weren't you just yelling before the new year about dealing with that Lu Wei kid? The new year is almost over, and there's been no movement. What's the matter, have you chickened out? Wang Changqing picked up a bit of fried egg with his chopsticks, fanning the flames. I've heard that the old Lu family is rolling in wealth this year. They've made a decent profit selling vegetables, and they've stocked up on New Year's goods. They even brought home a big color TV. They bought half a pig outright. We're not greedy, just catch Lu Wei and make him lend us 100 or so yuan to spend. That's not asking too much, right? That should let the 3 of us enjoy ourselves for quite a few days. Su Daba felt a bit apprehensive, took a swig of liquor, his throat burning, and said, Is this really feasible? Is it illegal, eh? What law are we breaking? Jiang Dalong slammed his glass on the table, spitting as he spoke. What's a few dozen yuan? When the time comes, we'll cover our faces in the dark. How will he know who did it? We'll give him a beating, then take the money back. Heaven knows, earth knows. Afterward we'll hide in the ravine, who could find us? Wang Chongqing laughed and added, exactly. Giving him a beating would be worth it, making him remember who the boss is in Donggo village. Let's see if he dares to be arrogant again in the future. Lu Wei chatted with Erlisi and the others for a while. Noticing that it was getting late, he stood up to take his leave. He needed to wake up early tomorrow to sell vegetables, and he had important matters to attend to tonight. Finding a quiet, wind-sheltered spot, he focused his thoughts, and his figure quietly disappeared from the cold winter night of 1988. The next moment he appeared in his rented room in 2025. It was around 10 o'clock in the evening. Lu Wei felt no drowsiness, so he lay in bed and took out his phone to connect to the internet. A torrent of information rushed onto the screen, still giving him an unreal feeling. The live streaming scenes with swaying hips and revealing clothing were indeed eye-catching. He couldn't help but watch for a couple more seconds, his throat moving slightly, but he quickly shook his head vigorously, decisively swiping his finger upward. Serious matters were at hand. He needed to seize the time to learn as much as possible about this future spanning several decades. How did this world change into its current form? How did the economy develop step by step? What opportunities, which might merely be cold numbers in history books, transformed into tangible paths in that small mountain village in 1988? There were many questions accumulated in his heart, some vague thoughts that needed to be clarified or confirmed amidst this vast amount of information. He opened the search box and entered keywords jumping from township enterprises in the 1980s to dual pricing system, then from first batch of entrepreneurs to old Russian traders' stock subscription certificates in the 90s. Lu Wei looked at the numerous opportunities for wealth, feeling exhilarated. Unbeknownst to him, the deep night outside the window began to reveal a faint gray-white. Glancing at the time, he realized it was already 3 or 4 in the morning. Excitement kept him alert, and instead of feeling tired, he felt invigorated by the influx of information. Deciding not to sleep, he quickly got up, put on a thick coat, and headed out towards the wholesale market. No matter how good the opportunity, it required capital. What he needed to do now was to accumulate initial capital. At this time, the wholesale market was at its busiest and most chaotic. Various vegetable vendors were receiving goods, unloading, and bargaining, creating a lively scene. It was also during this time that the slightly inferior leftover vegetables were often discarded in bags in the corners, becoming treasures for some early rising elderly people. In the past, Lu Wei would have definitely joined the treasure hunting army. But today he touched his pocket where a bank card with over 10,000 yuan was stored, and his mindset had changed. Selling labor and moving goods was never a long-term solution, one had to rely on their mind and trade to make money. He first went to Lu Ye's warehouse, but Lu Ye hadn't arrived yet. He then turned to the familiar stall of Boss Yang and arranged for 2,000 jin of cucumbers, agreeing to pick them up today. After handling this matter, he walked towards the corners of the market where scrap vegetables were piled. From a distance, he saw 7 or 8 early rising grandpas and grandmas shining their flashlights and carrying woven bags, rummaging through the piles of vegetable leaves and stems, moving quickly and competing with each other in a tacit understanding. Watching this scene, Lu Wei's heart suddenly stirred. Competing with these professionals would leave him exhausted for just a few hundred jin. Since he had some capital on hand now, why not change his approach? What if he bought directly from them? Although it would cost some money, the time and energy saved could be used for many other things. More importantly, if he could steadily acquire from these people, he could gather a considerable quantity in a short time. This way he could no longer be limited to retail and try his hand at bulk buying, taking these low-cost, inferior quality, yet edible vegetables, tidying them up a bit, and wholesaling them back to 1988. This thought quickened his heartbeat. Yes, let's do this. Start by trying it out in this small market. He scanned the surroundings and spotted an old man who seemed to have a bountiful harvest, straining to lift a large bag of picked eggplants onto a tricycle, and he walked over briskly. Grandpa, busy there. Do you think you can finish all this yourself? Lu Wei struck up a conversation casually. The old man looked up, wiped his sweat, and gasped, if we can't finish eating, we can feed the chickens and ducks. It's better than letting it rot on the ground. In this day and age, nothing should be wasted. This voice sounded somewhat familiar. Lu Wei took a closer look under the dim yellow light cast by the market and chuckled. Wasn't this the old man who questioned him last time about why he was picking so many vegetables? Well, this old man, last time you scrutinized me, turns out you are also a seasoned member of the vegetable picking army. The old man clearly recognized Lu Wei as well. After all, this kid had forced him to go pick in other places, and he remembered this grudge. It's you, kid. What are you doing? Lu Wei looked at the old man, who had a vigilant expression and was ready to defend his territory, and without beating around the bush, he stated directly, Sir, I'm not here to take your territory. I want to buy these eggplants from you. Are you selling them? The old man was momentarily taken aback by this straightforward question and scrutinized him with suspicion. If you want them, can't you just pick them yourself? There's plenty over there. He pointed to a nearby pile of garbage vegetables. Lu Wei chuckled, speaking earnestly, to be honest, sir, I need a large quantity. Just picking them myself would be exhausting and still wouldn't be enough. So I thought, why not buy directly from you elders? This way you can earn some extra pocket money. I save time, and we both buy from us. The old man's murky eyes suddenly lit up, but then he narrowed them cautiously. Then how much are you planning to pay per pound? What kind of vegetables do you want? Lu Wei calmly replied, fruits, vegetables, I'd basically buy them all. As long as they aren't rotten and are edible, I want them. As for the price, how about 10 cents per pound? What do you think? He offered a slightly lower price than he had anticipated, leaving room for negotiation. In fact, even if he bought them for 30 or 50 cents, Lu Wei would still make a profit. Even if the purchase price here was the same as the selling price over there, or even higher, he wouldn't lose money since the currency values of the two worlds were different. Upon hearing that he would buy anything, the old man initially showed signs of joy, but once he heard 10 cents, that joy quickly faded. He shook his head like a rattle drum. No. 10 cents is too cheap. I get up early and work hard, and in the morning I can only gather around 100 to 180 pounds, barely making 10 or 8 bucks. Who would want to do that? At least it has to be 20 cents. He held up 2 fingers, his tone resolute. Lu Wei was not in a hurry. He smiled and calculated, sir, you can't fool me with that. I see you're quite nimble. Just in this short time, this bag of eggplants must weigh at least 30 or 40 pounds, right? At 10 cents, that's already 3 or 4 bucks. If you work diligently in the morning, picking 2 or 300 pounds isn't hard, which means 20 to 30 bucks. Plus, if you come back for another round before the market closes at night, you could easily make 50 to 60 bucks in a day. This work is sheltered from wind and rain. Just moving around in the market doesn't interfere with you picking up your grandchildren or cooking at home. It's better than anything else, right? The old man was struck by his reasoning, feeling a bit embarrassed, and thought to himself, do I need this kid to teach me? I just want to ask for a bit more. He coughed lightly twice, changed his strategy, lowered his voice, and spoke in a tone of negotiation. Young man, how about this? If you sincerely want them, I'll sell them to you for 15 cents per pound. I'm not just selling my own. I'm familiar with this area, and several old colleagues come here every day. He'll call out for them to sell their vegetables to you, ensuring you'll have enough to collect every day. How does that sound? Lu Wei pretended to think seriously, furrowing his brows, as if weighing the pros and cons. After a few seconds, he reluctantly nodded. All right, for your sake, 15 cents it is. Let's consider this, making friends for the long term. However, sir, let's be clear up front, the vegetables must not be rotten or spoiled. I need to check them. If there are any bad ones mixed in, I won't take them, and then we can't do business anymore. The old man, hearing that Lu Wei agreed, smiled broadly, and quickly patted his thin chest in assurance. Don't worry. At our age, we value sincerity. I wouldn't do anything unethical. Oh, I wouldn't be able to sleep at night. I guarantee to give you the best. Lu Wei secretly laughed. He had seen plenty of old men doing unethical things, but he still nodded amicably on the surface. Having settled the vegetable collection, he remembered another matter, and asked, by the way, sir, there's something else I'd like to. Do you know if there are any small warehouses for rent around here, or in this area? They don't need to be too big, just enough to store some vegetables, and shield them from the wind and rain. Upon hearing Lu Wei's inquiry about warehouses, the old man showed a hint of you asked the right person on his face. He leaned his 3-wheeled cart against the wall and waved warehouses. You asked the right person. Come on, I'll take you to see, it's just behind here, very convenient. Lu Wei followed the old man as they turned into a nondescript alley beside the market. After walking for about 10 minutes, they arrived at a large courtyard surrounded by red brick walls. The yard was open with several 3-wheeled carts and small trucks parked inside. Around the courtyard were rows of low bungalows. Some doors were open, revealing stacked boxes of goods or miscellaneous items inside. 2 or 3 people were operating small forklifts, buzzing as they moved boxes in and out, looking quite busy. Not far outside the yard was a fairly wide road with cars coming and going, making the traffic seem quite convenient. The old man led Lu Wei straight to a room deep in the courtyard, pulled out a key, and with a whoosh raised a green. He then fumbled along the wall by the door and pressed a button. Clicked. 2 long fluorescent lights on the ceiling flickered a few times and lit up, dispelling the darkness inside. Take a look. How is it? Is this place suitable? The old man stepped aside to let Lu Wei enter. I can only say, is this even considered a vehicle? For us female authors, this is at most a kindergarten train. The books for male readers are as pure as entertaining kindergarten children. The first book I wrote for male readers was before I was whipped by the review process, all about letting go. You can check out Entertainment. I took a star team to survive on an island to see what a real vehicle looks like. Those who don't read it are just pure little ones with malnutrition, so my name is wasted. Additionally, there are many female readers in this book. Now ask them if you don't believe me. Lu Wei quickly glanced around. The cement floor and whitewashed walls were relatively clean and tidy. At the innermost part was a small compartment of about 10 square meters equipped with a bed and a stove. Though simple, it was very practical for him. How much for a month? Lu Wei asked directly. The old man raised 3 fingers. In this location with this size, plus an extra room, 3,000. 2 months deposit and 3 months rent, utilities self-managed. 3,000. With a deposit of 2 months rent and 3 months rent, the money in his pocket was clearly insufficient. Lu Wei frowned and shook his head. Sir, I deal with vegetable processing. The profit margin is thin. I can't afford that price. 2,000. I'm sincere. 2,000. The old man also shook his head. That's impossible. This warehouse may be in used, but it doesn't come at that price. 2,800, that's the lowest. 2003. Lu Wei raised his offer quickly, calculating it. 3,000 was definitely out of the question. His bottom line was to keep it around 2005. This way, paying 3 months rent plus 1 month deposit would keep his total expenditure under 10,000, which was his current limit. 2006. Any less, and we won't negotiate. The old man waved his hand, feigning to close the door. Lu Wei knew this was a crucial moment. He showed a troubled expression, pondered for a few seconds, and finally seemed to make up his mind. All right, sir, I can make one concession, 2005 a month. But I'm short on cash and can't pay 2 months deposit and 3 months rent at once. Let's do 1 month deposit and 3 months rent, and I can pay a total of 10,000 a day. I'll see how business goes in these 3 months. If things go well, we can immediately renew the lease, and I can even pay yearly. What do you think? He presented a cash payment plan that was hard for the other party to refuse, also implying the possibility of long-term cooperation with a sincere attitude and specific conditions. The old man squinted and pondered for a moment. Turning an empty warehouse into cash, a total of 10,000 could be in his pocket. Although 2005 for rent was slightly low for this location, it was still acceptable. Seeing this young man speak logically, it seemed like he was serious about business. All right. The old man slapped his leg. I see it's not easy for you young people to start, so I'll support you. Just 2005 1 month deposit and 3 months rent. You'll pay for utilities, and we need to write a receipt. Sure. Lu Wei felt relieved, but then his heart sank. 10,000 was almost all the cash he had available now. After paying this amount, he would have less than 1,000 left in 2025, so he needed to think of a way to make money. The two quickly wrote a lease agreement and pressed their fingerprints. Lu Wei completed the transfer on his phone and took the heavy key. Having rented the warehouse, the tension in Lu Wei's heart tightened even further. Time is money, especially when his pockets were nearly empty. He immediately got to work roughly cleaning the inside and outside of the warehouse, sweeping away dust and wiping off the broken bedboard in that small compartment. Then he rode his tricycle back to the wholesale market, spending 150 yuan to buy a sturdy electronic scale, along with some plastic baskets, thick plastic sheets, and silk bags, which he brought back to the warehouse. Once settled, he contacted the old man Tan, who had just rented the warehouse to him. Sir, could you please let your old buddies know that I'm starting to collect vegetables here? Just as we agreed, 1 yuan 50 per kilogram. Any edible non-rotten fruits and vegetables are fine, but no potatoes or cabbages. Have them delivered directly to my warehouse for weighing cash payment. All right, don't worry, I'll have them deliver it right away. Old man Tan agreed readily and was also quick in his actions. Within an hour, the entrance of Lu Wei's newly rented warehouse became lively. 7 or 8 elderly men and women, some pedaling tricycles, others pulling carts, gradually gathered. The vehicles and baskets were filled with their morning's harvest. There were tomatoes with dense bell peppers with broken tips, oddly shaped cucumbers, carrots with wrinkled skins, wilting spinach, and bok choy, cracked radishes, and even a few bags of less vibrant apples and slightly soft pears. All these were the leftover goods eliminated by the mainstream market, but they were still far from rotten. In Lu Wei's eyes, these were treasures. Young man, weigh mine first. My eggplants are great. The spinach from my wife is just sun-dried, but it's still good inside. Look at the stems. Let me through. I need to weigh my persimmons quickly, and my grandson is still waiting at home. The elderly people jostled at the entrance, all talking at once. Lu Wei quickly maintained order. Line up one at a time. Don't rush, we have plenty of time to collect. He rolled up his sleeves and got busy. First, he checked for any rotten or damaged items, confirming there were no issues before weighing. The red numbers on the electronic scale flickered as he quickly announced the weights, holding a small notebook. To record, sir, eggplants 48 jin and 3. Ma'am, spinach 21 jin and a half, bell peppers 15 jin. Granny apples 42 jin. The weighed vegetables were directed into baskets, sorted, and placed in a corner of the warehouse. The cash was kept in an old bag beside him. After calculating each family's bill, he skillfully counted out the money and handed it over. These elderly people generally used cash, so Lu Wei had specifically changed some change. The elderly people who received the money wore cheerful smiles, carefully tucking the cash into their inner pockets before hurrying back to continue their treasure hunting. This collection lasted until dawn. The vegetables and fruits delivered were estimated to be over 1,000 jin, and just paying for the vegetables cost over 100 yuan. Looking at this pile of small mountains before him, Lu Wei felt both secure and somewhat troubled. The vegetables had been collected, but sorting, packaging, and preserving them required manpower, especially since some needed simple processing for appearance and others needed to be washed. He gritted his teeth, counting out some money from his increasingly deflated bag, and hired 3 elderly people, including the leading old man, paying a day's wage to help sort out the poor quality items, fix what could be fixed, and then sort them into bags. Just remove these leaves, no need to be too harsh with the roots. Put the crooked cucumbers in one basket, and the good ones over here. Be gentle when moving, stack them neatly, and don't crush them. Lu Wei directed while quickly calculating in his mind. The 3-month rent plus deposit for the warehouse, 10,000 yuan. Electronic scales, plastic baskets, and other miscellaneous items, just over 200. Vegetable purchasing costs around 200. Wages for 3 temporary workers, another 150. Thus, the more than 10,000 yuan saved from selling chickens before the year ended was completely spent, leaving only a few dozen yuan. He had to earn money now, or he wouldn't even know where the next vegetable collection money would come from. By the way, there was also the 2,000 yuan owed to Boss Yang for the cucumbers. Today the cucumbers were 3 jiao per gene, so he still owed 600 yuan. Thinking of this, Lu Wei checked the time. It was already past 8 in the morning. He took out his phone and called Lu. Hello. Little brother, so early, is there something up? Lu Ye's voice came through the receiver hoarse from just waking up, with faint sounds of car horns in the background indicating he was likely near the market. Lu Wei took a deep breath, trying to sound as natural as possible. Brother Lu, sorry to bother you. I wanted to inquire if you know anyone in our market or any bosses you might know who would buy wild loach fish or sun-dried vegetables from the countryside, like dried potatoes, shredded green beans, and eggplant strips. On the other end of the line, Lu Yi seemed taken aback, his tone laced with surprise. Wild loach. Dried vegetables. What do you need this for? Lu Wei didn't beat around the bush, responding honestly, brother Lu, to be frank, I come from a rural area. I see the prices for pure wild river delicacies and home-dried vegetables in the city, and they are quite high and hard to find genuine products. In my hometown, we can easily catch loach in the ditches, and every household dries plenty of vegetables, which often go uneaten. I was just pondering if I could bring some over to test the waters here and see if it works. Lu Yi chuckled lightly on the other end, his laughter indicating understanding. The market is right there. If Lu Wei truly wanted to do this, he could just ask each vendor himself. The purpose of this call was clear. He wanted to leverage Lu Ye's connections and reputation to establish a link. After all, if a stranger barged in with goods, why would the vendor trust him, especially when they have established supply channels? Unless the products were extraordinarily good or absurdly cheap. But in this day and age, good products are not cheap, and cheap ones often lack quality. Having a reliable middleman to advocate for you makes a significant difference. You want to get some mountain goods. What's wrong with that? Lu Ye's voice became more casual, but struck on a key point. First, tell me how much you roughly have on hand. If the quantity is too small, it won't be worth the trouble. Lu Wei had already calculated in his mind. Asking Lu Yi for help was partly out of gratitude for his previous support, and partly because he genuinely needed this stepping stone. He certainly wouldn't let anyone help him for free. He had already thought about the return. Moreover, he also wanted to probe further to see if Lu Yi had any interest in another type of goods. Brother Lu, this is my first time, and I'm not very confident. I'm afraid it might not work out. Lu Wei spoke sincerely. I just want to try a small amount first. For instance, around 200 jin each of dried potatoes, dried green beans, eggplant, and loach, to see if the market accepts them. Do you think any boss would be willing to take this amount? 200 jin each. Lu Yi pondered for a moment. Little brother, I'm not saying this to discourage you, but that amount it's neither too much nor too little. Going out of my way for this little bit, while I might be able to sell it face-wise, it's not substantial enough for the big vendors to consider. Lu Wei felt a tightening in his chest, but didn't rush to speak, waiting for Lu Yi to continue. Indeed, Lu Yi shifted his tone. Let's do it this way. Oh, it's hard to explain everything over the phone. Wait for my message, or I'll ask a few people. Lu Wei quickly replied, ah, great. Thank you so much, brother Lu. No need for pleasantries. Lu Ye's tone turned serious, but let's get the unpleasantness out of the way. The quality of the goods must be top-notch. The loach must be genuinely wild, not some farm-raised ones passed off as such. The dried vegetables must also be home-dried, clean, and not spoiled or moldy. If the goods do not meet the standards, it's my reputation on the line. You can rest assured, brother Lu. Lu Wei assured him the loach will definitely be wild, and the dried vegetables are all sun-dried by the village aunties. I will personally oversee the collection to ensure quality. I promise not to bring you shame. Regarding Lu Ye's requirements, Lu Wei felt it was completely manageable. Alright then, wait for my call. After Lu Yi finished speaking, he promptly hung up the phone. At this time, Grandpa Tan and a few others had also completed their tasks efficiently. They sorted out a small pile of the inferior items while the good ones were categorized and packed into woven bags neatly stacked in the warehouse. Lu Wei checked everything and was very satisfied. He happily paid the three for their work and expressed his gratitude repeatedly. After sending off the elderly, the warehouse instantly fell silent, leaving only the fresh scent of mixed soil and vegetables along with a heap of goods that he had exchanged all his possessions for, resembling a small mountain in the corner. Lu Wei locked the brand new rolling shutter door, then carefully checked the door and windows of that small compartment. Then he walked over to the neatly stacked woven bags, and he felt as though he had traveled back to 1988. His suddenly coming back, Lu Wei shivered from the cold. It was really too chilly at this late hour. He quickly covered his ears and cautiously made his way to the convenience store. When he arrived at the convenience store, he found that the seat his father usually occupied had been taken by his mother. Upon seeing her son enter, Lu Guifeng asked in surprise, "Aren't you with Luzi and the others? Why are you back?" Lu Wei explained, "I came to let you know that I won't be taking the cart to my uncle's place tomorrow. I'm riding my bicycle to pick up the goods. You all can just go straight to the house to find me. Be careful riding your bike. The road is slippery. Don't worry, it's fine. I'll be going now." "Alright, you go ahead," Lu Guifeng said without looking up, focused on her card game. Lu Wei turned to push the door open, but Lu Guifeng's expression suddenly changed. and she urgently called out to Zhou Xiaoya, "Can you cover for me for a couple of rounds? I need to step out for a bit." After saying this, she hastily chased after Lu Wei. Zhou was taken aback by this scene, her expression changing dramatically, her heart racing, and cold sweat instantly forming in her palms. She couldn't bother with the card game anymore, and quickly said to the onlookers, "De Lingzi, can you cover for me? I have a stomachache and need to go to the bathroom." Before she finished speaking, she was already running towards the back courtyard like a frightened rabbit. "Hey, isn't your toilet in the front yard? Why are you running to the back?" De Lingzi called out in confusion behind her. But Zhou didn't have time to explain. She nearly slammed the back door open and dashed into the dark, cold backyard. The cold wind made her more alert, and her heart felt like it was about to leap out of her throat. She staggered to the small door in the backyard, trembling as she fumbled for the key, and quickly locked the door from the inside. Just as she locked it and secured the bolt, a light sound of creak came from outside the door. Someone was pushing the door. Lu Wei stood outside the door, blocked by a cold iron lock, wondering why Zhou had locked the door tonight. Just as he was about to try climbing over the wall, he heard Zhou Ya's voice from the courtyard, raised intentionally to an almost exaggerated pitch. "Who is it? It's late at night." Lu Wei was startled by her loud voice, instinctively glancing around, his mind racing. Is this woman crazy? Shouting so loudly, is she afraid the neighbors won't hear? Before he could respond, he heard hurried footsteps and the sound of the door latch being pulled from inside. The door creaked open slightly, revealing Zhou Ya's face behind it, illuminated by the faint light from inside, her complexion a bit pale. Upon seeing Lu Wei, she immediately greeted him in a tone that was normal for neighbors, but still loud enough for anyone nearby to hear. "Oh, it's you, Xiao Wei. In this pitch darkness, I thought it was someone else. You're here to take the bicycle, right? Just wait, I'll go push it out for you." Lu Wei was confused by her words, completely baffled. Take the bicycle? When did he say he was coming to take the bicycle? He opened his mouth about to ask her what was going on, but saw Zhou quickly squinting at him through the shadow of the door, her eyes filled with urgency and warning. Although Lu Wei still didn't fully understand what was happening, he knew Zhou well enough to know she wouldn't act this way. He immediately swallowed the words he was about to say, nodded along with her, and instinctively raised his voice a bit. "Ah. Yes, Ershan, I'm just borrowing the bicycle, it's a bit urgent." Zhou seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, but kept talking, continuing in a tone of concerned elder for a younger one, loud enough for anyone nearby to hear. "What urgent matter could you possibly have that requires you to go out at this late hour? The roads are slippery, be careful riding. It's a small matter if the bicycle gets damaged, but don't fall and worry." "Okay, don't worry, I'll ride slowly," Lu Wei replied. "Just wait, I'll go get the bike," Zhou said, turning and quickly walking into the darkness. Before long, she emerged, pushing a sturdy bicycle, the wheels crunching softly on the frozen snow. She handed the bike to Lu Wei, and in that brief moment of exchange, their hands briefly touched. Using the cover of Lu Wei's shadow, she leaned forward quickly, her lips barely moving, and in a barely audible whisper that only Lu Wei could hear, she urgently said 2 words, "Your mom." As Lu Wei grasped the handlebars, his eyes widened in shock. How was she cursing? Then it hit him. This "your mom" was not an insult, it referred to his own mother. His biological mother, Lu Guifeng. His mom was trailing behind. A chill shot up his spine, and his hair stood on end as his heart raced. Not daring to linger for a moment, he hurriedly took the bicycle, fumbled to turn it around, and pushed it out of the alley, his steps quick enough that he nearly slipped on the snow. While pushing the bike, he forced himself to stay calm, quickly scanning the surrounding darkness with his peripheral vision. Sure enough, under the old utility pole not far from the convenience store, he vaguely noticed a figure wrapped tightly, almost blending into the night. Although he couldn't see clearly, he had a premonition that it was his mom. Cold sweat instantly soaked his underwear, sticking uncomfortably to his back. Why would his mom suspect him? Why did she come out personally? Wasn't she supposed to be playing cards? In a flash, several images flashed through Lu Wei's mind. In the evening, Earlsey and the others came to find him. That's it. His mom must have asked Earlsey if he had been with them last night. Earlsey, being so straightforward, would definitely spill the beans, combined with the fact that he had just said he wouldn't be home tonight. Everything added up. Sigh. Lu Wei lamented inwardly. This was all his fault for being too careless, not crafting a convincing lie. He had only been thinking about having fun with Zhou. This was the consequence of Blue Fairy taking over the brain's sexual function, replacing thought. It seemed that tonight's gentle realm was thoroughly ruined, and he might even face a round of interrogation. Well, since the bicycle was already out, he might as well head to town, just to avoid the storm. However, riding to town in the dead of night at temperatures below -30 degrees was no joke. Without proper preparation, he would freeze before reaching his destination. With that thought, Lu Wei steadied his nerves, pushed the bicycle, and walked toward home, not looking back at the shadow under the... Upon returning home, he found the living room still filled with people watching television. Ever since the color TV return, the family had hardly ever stopped. As soon as Lu Wei entered the house, he saw his father holding a small wine glass, drinking by himself. When Lu Dehai saw his son had come back, he jumped up, his eyes wide open. Lu Dehai instinctively looked up when he heard the door, and upon seeing his son enter, he froze for a moment. Then, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He sprang up from the edge of the bed, eyes wide open, staring fiercely at Lu Wei, as if he intended to swallow him whole. "You little brat. Come here." Lu Dahai lowered his voice but couldn't hide the anger in his tone. "I asked you, did you get your mom to gossip?" He had been dragged back by his wife from the card table in the afternoon, and after thinking about it at home, he felt something was off. Someone must have leaked information. And the prime suspect was none other than the unfilial son standing before him. Lu Wei looked innocent, blinking his eyes. "Dad, what are you talking about? What do you mean by leaking information? I want to ask you, why are you back so early? Did the cards finish?" He feigned ignorance. How could he admit to it? He absolutely couldn't admit it. Seeing Lu Wei's reaction, Lu Dahai got even angrier, pointing at him. "You're still pretending. You're doing a pretty good job of it. Who else could it be besides you?" After returning, he sat there drinking and pondering. There was no one else. Lu Wei pouted. "I don't know what you're talking about. Fine, I don't have time to chat with you. I need to go to town for a bit." Lu Dahai froze. What do you need to go to town for at this late hour? Upon hearing his son wanted to go to town, he no longer cared about making trouble. "Go prepare some vegetables, or what will we sell tomorrow?" Lu Wei said, returning to his room, putting on all the thick clothes he could find, then putting on a hat and scarf, and stuffing a handful of corn husks into his shoes before wrapping his feet in felt socks. Fully armed, bundled up tightly. Hearing that his son was going to town at night, Lu Dahai quickly said, "You can't go alone. He'll go with you." He couldn't rest easy at this late hour. Lu Wei hurriedly waved his hand. "Forget it, I can go by myself. Don't worry, it's the first day of the new year. Even if there are bad guys, they must have gone home for the holiday by now. If I'm alone, I can switch the bicycle for a tricycle later. Although the tricycle isn't as fast as the bicycle, it's much steadier and less likely to slip. And if he got tired or cold, he could just cross over to 25 years ago and rest for a while. If he brought his dad along, he would have to tough it out." After saying that, Lu Wei didn't give his dad a chance to refuse and directly stepped out, pushing the bicycle away. "Oh no, the person who was supposed to prevent bad reviews hasn't come back to change things. Do you think he's dead?" Not long after Lu Wei left, Lu Guifeng randomly played a few rounds of cards, absent-mindedly losing 2 hands before claiming a headache and hastily ending the game. She tightened her headscarf and hurried home against the cold wind, her mind tangled in a cloud of doubts that seemed to grow more chaotic in the night breeze. Upon entering, the warmth of the room, mixed with the sounds of the television and the smell of sunflower seeds, enveloped her. Ignoring the noise from the east room, her gaze swept around the west room, but found no sign of her son. Instead, she saw her husband Lu Dahai squatting in front of the stove, smoking absent-mindedly, while poking at the smoldering coals with a fire stick, the orange glow reflecting on his somewhat troubled face. "Has our son left?" Lu Guifeng casually asked while taking off her outerwear, though her brows furrowed. "Oh, he has." Lu Dahai raised his head and sighed. "I wanted to go with him, but that kid is stubborn and insists." Lu Guifeng listened without responding, simply staring thoughtfully at the dancing flames. Could that person not be Zhouya? From the way Xiaoya had conversed so freely and openly with their son earlier, it truly didn't seem suspicious. But where exactly did their son go last night? If it wasn't Zhouya, could it possibly be a girl from another village? Or perhaps from the town? Although Zhouya and Lu Wei seemed to have played their roles without any flaws earlier, Lu Guifeng's suspicions remained. However, seeing the current situation, it was also possible it was someone else. If he doesn't want you to go, then why do you have to? Lu Guifeng, feeling flustered, shot her husband a glare and reproached him. "You're a father, yet you seem so carefree." After saying that, she no longer looked at Lu Dahai and turned to go outside. A while later, she returned and pulled Lu Dahai into the west room. "I'm giving you some money to go to old Zhang's house. They have an old mountain ginseng. Go buy it," Lu Guifeng said as she handed Lu Dahai 1,000 yuan. Lu Dahai was taken aback. "What do you need that for? Besides, you can't possibly need this much money, can you?" Despite the rumors that mountain ginseng is valuable, he had never actually seen anyone sell it, only heard about it. Lu Guifeng rolled her eyes at Lu Dahai. "Do you think that big color TV was just given to you for free? And what about this good vegetable selling business? Why would they do it for your family? Even if they lacked nothing, we cannot be ignorant. We cannot pretend to be confused and take advantage of them. I've been thinking repeatedly these past few days, as rural bumpkins, this old mountain ginseng is all we have to offer." Lu Dahai couldn't help but look at his wife in astonishment. "You're willing to give 1,000 yuan as a gift?" Lu Guifeng replied irritably. "Do you really think I'm that naive? Leaving the color TV aside, how many wild mountain ginsengs would you need to earn from this business? What's this little bit? I would be willing to give even more as long as it can be earned back. Besides, you might not even need all of it. Just bring back the leftovers. Oh, we still need to pay the supplier tomorrow." "Alright." Lu Dahai accepted the money, tucked it into his pocket, and turned to leave. "Be smart about it and don't let them take advantage of you," Lu Guifeng reminded him with concern. On the other side, Lu Wei pushed the sturdy bicycle, trudging out of the village. The night wind sliced against his face like a small knife, and the road beneath his feet, trampled by vehicles and people during the day, was compressed by the snow, shimmering darkly under the moonlight, dangerously slippery. He had barely walked less than a mile when he stumbled on a small slope, nearly tumbling into the snow ditch beside the road along with his bike. What a torment! Lu Wei steadied the bicycle, panting, his hands and face numb from the cold. If he had to ride for more than 10 miles to the town, even if he didn't fall, he would surely be frozen stiff upon arrival. He had originally planned to switch to a more stable human-powered tricycle, but when he thought about having to pedal for over an hour going uphill and downhill, he felt a sense of dread. Looking around, he found the surroundings silent, only the wind howling. Suddenly, he had an idea, and after pushing the bike to the roadside, he swayed and vanished from sight. The icy snow night and the earth road, glistening with ice shards, were instantly replaced by the scent of fresh vegetables and dust from the warehouse in 2025. The sudden increase in temperature made him involuntarily sigh with comfort. A bicycle really won't do. He moved his frozen fingers, his mind racing. A human-powered tricycle is stable, but it's just too slow. If only there were an electric tricycle. That would cover 10 miles in at most 20 minutes without exhausting his legs. It would be even better if the driver's compartment had a cover. Right, I should check the second-hand market out. That old man buys old bicycles for high prices, right? I'll push it over to see. With that thought, Lu Wei rode the bicycle out and headed straight for the second-hand market. The morning second-hand market was even busier than the previous afternoon, and Lu Wei arrived heading directly to the stall where the old man sold used bicycles. Old man, do you remember me? I said yesterday that I would bring my bicycle today. I take a look. The old man glanced at Lu Wei and then at the bicycle with a look of disdain, saying, "This bicycle is wrong. It's clearly a replica and not an original from back then. I can only offer you 30 yuan if you want to sell it." Lu Wei's eyes widened in disbelief, internally cursing, this old fool truly has mastered the art of lying through his teeth. If I hadn't personally pushed this over from 88, I would almost believe this car is fake. Boss, won't you take a closer look? This car, this bumper, these steel stamps. It's truly a vintage from 76, original paint. He held back his anger, pointing at several noticeably old parts on the car. No need to look. The vendor barely lifted his eyelids, waving his hand dismissively, as if swatting a fly. Just 30 if you won't buy, then move along, don't block my business. Lu Wei felt a surge of anger rising in his chest, the words, "He'll sell you your grandmother's leg," almost spilling out. Before he could utter a curse, a familiar, surprised female voice came from behind Xiao Wei. Lu Wei turned around, stunned. Standing behind him were two people, Grandmother Wu and Lan Weiwei, who was wearing a cream-colored long coat, a red scarf, tight black pants, and black leather boots. The autumn morning sun illuminated her, casting a soft glow around her. "Grandmother, Weiwei, what are you doing here?" Lu Wei was quite surprised. Lan Weiwei, seeing Lu Wei, also displayed a hint of joy on her face as she quickly approached him. "I came to find you this morning, but Grandma Wu said you weren't here." Just as Grandma said she wanted to get some fresh air and bask in the sun, I decided to accompany her to this antique market for a stroll. I didn't expect to run into you. I thought I saw you from afar. Grandmother Wu looked at Lu Wei and then at the old bicycle. "Xiao Wei, what are you doing here?" Lu Wei sighed. "Yesterday I asked him how much he would pay for an old bicycle, and he said several hundred. So today I brought one over. He only offered 30 bucks. Grandmother Wu chuckled and waved at Lu Wei. "Come, let's take a walk together." Lu Wei nodded and pushed the bicycle, following Grandmother Wu and Lan Weiwei. Once they left the bicycle stall, Grandmother Wu began to explain to Lu Wei. "Silly child, getting angry at people like, let me tell you, dealing with people in this line of work, collecting old items and antiques. There's an old saying, if you don't open for 3 years, you'll eat for 3 years when you do. Why can they eat for 3 years? It's not just because they can demand sky-high prices when selling. When buying, they will squeeze you to the bone, practically declaring your items worthless junk." She pointed towards the unseen bicycle stall behind them. "A car like yours is rare now, but it's certainly not a price. If he dares to mark it up here, he's waiting for a fated person. Either someone completely ignorant or someone who truly appreciates it and doesn't care about the cost. But if you want to sell, that's a whole different story. The same goes for those selling old coins and stamps over there. When you go to buy, they'll tell you stories and speak of scarcity. When you go to sell, they might not even take a look, and if they do, they'll try to devalue your item to dirt. The money here isn't meant for us ordinary folks to earn. And the same goes for antiques and jade. Even if you have genuine items, you won't be able to sell them for a good price. There's a lot of intricacies involved, not to mention money laundering, bribery, and a bunch of messy affairs you can't afford to get entangled in." Lu Wei listened, starting to understand, but still a bit unconvinced. "But this bicycle is truly an old item." Grandmother Wu laughed. "It is indeed an old item. But the world of antiques and old goods is quite deep. It requires a sense of heritage. It's about circles and the art of storytelling. If you have genuine items, but haven't entered that circle, and can't find someone who knows their worth and is willing to pay, you still won't be able to sell them for a good price. Don't be fooled by those stories of picking up treasures in novels and on TV. In reality, 9 out of 10 stalls are traps, and the remaining one is still a scam. In the future, keep your distance. Ordinary people can't make money this way." Grandmother Wu shared a lot about the world of collecting, and Lu Wei listened with wide eyes. "Grandma, how do you know so much?" Grandmother Wu's face flickered with a complex expression, as if recalling something from long ago. Her tone softened a bit, tinged with nostalgia. "Why? Because my old man used to love hanging around antique markets before he retired, collecting bits and pieces, and he got scammed too. He often talked about the twists and turns of this market when he came home, and I picked up a thing or two. Lu Wei nodded, indicating he understood, and decided in his heart to keep his distance from this place in the future. There are so many ways to make money, there's no need to take risks doing this. At that moment, Lan Weiwei curiously looked at Lu Wei and asked, "What have you been up to so early? I didn't see you around." Lu Wei smiled. "I was preparing to do some business, so I rented a warehouse. I just finished tidying up, thinking of selling this bicycle to buy an electric tricycle. And then..." Lu Wei shrugged. Lan Weiwei looked surprised. "You rented a warehouse to do business. What are you planning to do?" Grandmother Wu also looked at Lu Wei in astonishment, not expecting that this child in just a few days had gone from having not a penny to being able to afford warehouse rent. Lu Wei felt a bit embarrassed under the gaze of the two, raising his hand to touch the back of his head. "Actually, it's not really a proper business. It's just that I notice many vegetables and fruits in the market each day that aren't very appealing, but are still edible. Either they get thrown away or sold at a low price. I felt it was a pity, so I thought about whether I could buy them at a very low price, tidy them up a bit, and sell them to those small restaurants or canteens that aren't picky about appearance, but are looking for cheap options, just to make a little extra money selling at thin margins." Grandma Wu knew about this. She had sold vegetables with Lu Wei and had seen him deliver goods to some bosses. "So why did you come to the secondhand market to sell bicycles today? Are you done over there?" Lu Wei sighed. "There are too many delivery points and the roads are far. I want to switch to an electric tricycle. But after renting the warehouse earlier, money has been tight. I originally planned to sell this bicycle to raise some funds, but not only did I not raise any money, I ended up getting really angry." Upon hearing that Lu Wei was short on cash, Lan Weiwei immediately said, "Why didn't you tell me you needed money?" Before she could finish, she saw Grandma Wu looking at her with a meaningful smile, and her face instantly turned red. She quickly added, "Anyway, my money is just sitting there. You've helped me so much, based on our relationship, lending you some is no problem, don't be polite." Lu Wei hurriedly waved his hand. No, I just need a few more days to save up, I can't borrow your money. After so many years I haven't taken good care of this daughter, and now I feel even more embarrassed to use her money." Lan Weiwei, however, was a bit angry. "What's wrong with my money? I didn't expect you to be so young, and yet have such a strong male chauvinist attitude. Come on, there's a place selling tricycles just ahead. Oh, let's go buy one now." After saying that, she pulled Lu Wei along without giving him a chance to refuse. The three of them arrived at the tricycle shop, and ultimately chose one with a canopy and cargo area. Having a canopy can protect from wind and rain. This cargo area is also large enough to carry a ton or two, and it can charge quickly with enough endurance. Let's buy this one. After looking around, Lan Weiwei finally made the decision. Lu Wei also quite liked this tricycle. It met all his requirements. The only downside was that it was too expensive. The one without a canopy was just over 600, but this one with a canopy was over 700, which was quite pricey. "Isn't this too expensive? How about we buy a cheaper one?" Lan Weiwei waved her hand. "What's expensive about this? It's just 100 more. The functionality is so much better. With a canopy, there's no fear of wind or rain. It's getting cold soon, and this one even has air conditioning. It's great, we're getting this one. Boss, please give us an invoice and charge it fully." After that, Lu Wei, Grandma Wu, and Lan Weiwei strolled around a bit longer. Grandma Wu bought some vegetables, planning to cook something nice at noon to celebrate Lu Wei buying a new vehicle. Lu Wei sent the two of them home, and then returned to the tricycle shop to pick up the tricycle, heading straight to the warehouse. After arriving at the warehouse, Lu Wei locked the door, and immediately traveled back to 1988 with both the person and the vehicle. With the tricycle, the speed increased significantly, plus there was a canopy to shield against the cold wind. Lu Wei drove the tricycle at full speed on the snowy road, the headlights shining brightly, illuminating the way far ahead. In the middle of the night, he wasn't afraid of being seen by others. Even if someone saw him, it would be a quick glance, and they wouldn't be able to make out what kind of vehicle it was. With the warm air from the air conditioning, he felt no chill at all. Lu Wei couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of high technology. However, this vehicle couldn't be used frequently here, and it couldn't be stopped for anyone to observe closely, otherwise it would definitely raise suspicions. Not to mention the factory date on the vehicle itself would be a problem. The high technology of this vehicle far exceeded the imagination of modern people. However, shouldn't I also buy a tricycle here? After all, it would be very inconvenient for doing business without a vehicle, and in the future going to the county to do business with the distance from home being so far, relying on horse-drawn carts and tractors would waste too much time and be too cold. However, at that time in 1988, the only tricycles available for purchase were those agricultural diesel tricycles. Once started, the noise was as deafening as a tractor, and it shook like it had Parkinson's disease while running, making whoever sat inside shake all over. While for certain tasks it would indeed save a lot of effort. Driving the vehicle while holding Zhouya in my arms, Lu Wei thought to himself, almost bursting into laughter. However, during this time the price of tricycles was not generally cheap. Even the smallest 6-horsepower tricycle would cost 6,000 to 7,000. Half an hour later, Lu Wei finally arrived at the front door of his house in town. He didn't dare to drive too fast along the icy road, as he didn't want his newly bought car to end up in a ditch. Arriving at the yard gate, Lu Wei directly sent the car back to 25 years ago, then entered the house. By this time it was already late at night. Grandpa Zhang had probably gone to bed, and there were no vegetables in the house, so he didn't bother to burn much firewood. However, there was still a bit of warmth left in the stove, indicating that there had been a fire earlier. Noticing that there was still some charcoal fire in the stove, Lu Wei threw some wood into it, then went to the east room, and began transporting the vegetables from 25 years ago. In just a few minutes, thousands of pounds of vegetables and fruits were moved over. Actually, transporting the vegetables was a bit troublesome. He needed to grab the bags containing the vegetables in order to carry them one by one. If he wanted to transport everything at once, he would have to fit them all into a large bag, which was obviously unrealistic. After making dozens of trips back and forth, he finally managed to bring all the vegetables over. However, perhaps due to running back and forth too many times, Lu Wei felt a bit dizzy. It felt like motion sickness, nauseating, and wanted to throw up. This situation startled Lu Wei. Why had he never experienced this before? Could it be that the frequency of his travels this time was too high? This ability to traverse time was inexplicable, lacking even an anchor point. Most people had rings or jade pendants for such travels. He had nothing, yet he traversed time inexplicably. At first he thought it might be due to the piece of wood that had pricked his, but that piece of wood had long since turned to ash in the stove. Moreover, the place on his hand where he had been pricked had already healed, looking just like an ordinary minor wound with no difference. So even now he still couldn't figure out why he could traverse time. If he couldn't understand it, he wouldn't dwell on it. After all, when the time was right, everything would become clear. After taking a moment to relax, Lu Wei returned to 25 years ago and had lunch with Grandma Wu and Lan Weiwei. After finishing lunch, Lu Wei eagerly washed the dishes. Grandma Wu watched with a smile and quietly said to Lan Weiwei, "So what do you think? My little Wei is quite good, isn't he? There aren't many young people like him these days who are diligent and intelligent." Lan Weiwei's face flushed slightly, and her gaze towards Lu Wei became increasingly gentle. "He'll go help him wash the dishes." Saying this, Lan Weiwei came to Lu Wei's side, helping him wash the dishes, resembling a young couple doing housework together. Grandma Wu looked on with a beaming smile. Seeing Lan Weiwei come over to help, Lu Wei quickly said softly, "You don't need to help, I can do it myself." This was his daughter, whom he hadn't taken care of for many years, so Lu Wei certainly wanted to make up for it as much as possible. Feeling the affection in Lu Wei's words, Lan Weiwei's heart felt even sweeter, and she couldn't hide her sweet smile. "It's fine, I can help you clean up quickly." Together they soon washed the dishes clean, and the kitchen was tidied up. Grandma Wu smiled and said, "You young people go have fun, I'm going to take a nap." Lan Weiwei understood that Grandma Wu was creating an opportunity for the two of them. So after a moment of hesitation, she invited Lu Wei, "Come on, let's go sit in my room for a while." Just as Lu Wei was about to say he still had things to do, his phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Seeing that it was Lu calling, he quickly answered. "Hello, Brother Lu. Brother, I found a buyer for your goods. When you have time, bring them over, and I'll take you there." As soon as Lu Wei heard this, he sincerely thanked him, saying, "Brother Lu, thank you so much. Once my goods arrive, I'll come find you. Alright, you can come at any time. Don't worry, as long as your goods are fine, they definitely won't be undervalued with me around. Good, I won't say much about my gratitude. You can just judge my younger brother's performance in the future. Ha ha, you little brat. Alright, I'll be waiting. Let's leave it at that for now. Okay, you get back to work." After hanging up, Lu Wei showed a relieved smile. In this society, it has never been the case that having good goods guarantees good sales. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many good things from the mountains that can't be sold. The reality is filled with truths and falsehoods, human sentiments, rules, and restrictions. Too many. Seeing Lu Wei like this, Lan Weiwei curiously asked, "What's wrong? You look so happy. Is there good news?" Lu Wei nodded. "Yes, didn't we see that the prices for dried vegetables were really high at the hot pot restaurant yesterday? I plan to collect some from the village to sell." The call just now was from the brother helping me contact the sales channel. With the sales channel, I won't have to worry about not being able to sell them. Lan Weiwei was also happy for Lu Wei, saying, "Really? That's great. Since it's such good news, I'll treat you to dinner tonight." Lu Wei thought, "Isn't this celebration a bit hasty?" However, thinking about how he hadn't fulfilled his responsibilities as a father over the years, he felt it was right to spend more time with her. So he nodded in agreement. "Alright, let's just eat at home tonight. Don't go out, it's too wasteful, and we want to eat well." "Okay, I'll come cook dinner tonight. Wait until I finish up, and I'll come help you." After discussing their dinner plans for the night, Lu Wei went back to his room. He had been quite busy these days and hadn't slept much. Since it was noon, and he had nothing to do, it was a good time to catch up on sleep. He set an alarm and fell asleep. When he woke up again, it was already 5 p.m. He got up, washed his face, and called Grandpa Tan at the wholesale market to inform them that they could deliver the goods. Then he waited for those uncles and aunts to bring the vegetables over to check, weigh, select, clean, and package them. By the time everything was done, it was already after 7 p.m. And the sky had turned dark. Lan Weiwei called to ask when he would be back, and Lu Wei could only say it would be a bit late, probably around 8 or 9 o'clock. After organizing the vegetables, he delivered them to the small house from 1988. Looking at the mountains of various vegetables and fruits piled up in the house, Lu Wei returned to the west room preparing. The next morning on the carriage to town, Lu Dajiang looked at his brother Lu Dahai, who was occasionally grimacing and shifting uncomfortably, and curiously asked, "Brother, what's wrong? Is your butt sore?" Lu Dahai quickly shook his head. "It's nothing new. I slipped and fell yesterday, and my leg hurts a bit." After speaking, he secretly glanced at his wife with a look of grievance. This morning, he had specifically checked, and his inner thigh was already bruised. Lu Guifeng shot a glance at Lu Dahai and snorted coldly. Those two can't ever be trusted, with the elder one being full of tricks. And the younger one is out all night, certainly not doing anything good. Just wait until I find out. I'll see how I deal with both. However, if it's a respectable girl, then it's time to prepare for marriage. Who knows, she might become a grandmother in a few months. In another carriage behind them, Jiang Dalong Su Daba and Wang Chongqing were secretly discussing their plan to get rich while watching the Lu family's carriage. Aunt, uncle, third, uncle, sister, brother-in-law, big brother, sister-in-law, Happy New Year. As dawn broke, the small flat rented by Lu Wei in the town became lively. The door was pushed open and a gust of cold air mixed with Lu Wei's greetings rushed in. Upon entering, Aunt Lu Yunrong did not see her brother and sister-in-law, only Lu Wei alone, and her brows immediately furrowed. "Nephew, where are your parents? Why are you the only one here?" Lu Wei straightened up, brushed the dust off his hands, and smiled. "Aunt, you all came so— My parents haven't arrived yet. I came over last night to prepare in advance." "You came alone last night?" Third, Aunt Lu Yunfeng's voice rose a few pitches upon hearing this, her face a mix of anger and fear. "You child, you are too bold. In this pitch darkness and freezing cold you walked such a long way alone. What if something happened? Your parents are really too easygoing to let you come alone." Although the security nowadays is much better than in previous years, the thought of walking alone in the dead of winter at night is still concerning. Lu Wei smiled to reassure her. "Third, and it's fine. On New Year's, even if there are some unruly people, they will still return home for the reunion, right?" The road was quiet. "You child, you have a big heart." Aunt Lu Yunrong couldn't help but chide. "Now that you can earn money, there's bound to be those with envious hearts keeping an eye on you. You must not be so reckless in the future. When you're out, be more cautious." "Okay, I got it, Aunt. Third aunt. You can rest assured I know what I'm doing." Lu Wei nodded in response, feeling warm inside. Just then Lu Dahai and Lu Guifeng arrived. As soon as they entered, they were met with a barrage of education from the two sisters, blaming them for letting their son walk alone at night. Lu Dahai chuckled awkwardly and remained silent, while Lu Guifeng also knew she was in the wrong and could only smile apologetically. Seeing this, Lu Wei quickly changed the topic to relieve his parents. "Third aunt, sister, since you all are here, I have a new business I want to discuss with you, and also find a way for our relatives to earn some pocket money." This statement proved effective as the room fell silent, and everyone looked at him curiously. "What business? Shall Wei quickly tell us?" The sister-in-law from third aunt's family, being impatient, urged him. Lu Wei cleared his throat and said, "I want to gather some items. Dried potatoes, dried green beans, dried eggplants, and wild loach fish. After you return to the village, help me ask door to door who is willing to sell. I will buy everything. As for the price, the dried vegetables and loach fish, I'll pay 50 cents per pound." He paused, observing everyone's surprised expressions, and continued explaining. "If you help me gather them, I won't let you work for free. For every pound you collect, I'll give you an additional 10 cents as a labor fee. I want as much as you can gather." Lu Wei had weighed this price repeatedly. 50 cents per pound sounds expensive, especially for the dried vegetables that families would sundry themselves in the countryside. But this item is a winter staple for farm families. It takes several pounds of fresh vegetables to make 1 pound of dried ones, and every household has limited stock. The excess is only about 100 or 80 pounds, which is their winter security. If the price is too low, people would rather eat it themselves than sell it. And that 10 cents labor fee is just a little incentive for relatives. The reason I didn't offer too much is that this task is quite simple. It's just collecting goods at home, without having to stand in the snow all day like selling vegetables. Collecting dried vegetables. Loach fish. Third aunt Lu Yunfeng looked surprised as if she didn't understand. "Xiao Wei, why are you collecting these? Do city folks still eat this?" "Why not?" Lu Wei laughed. "Perhaps city folks like this authentic mountain, but we must be clear up front, the items must be of good quality. The dried vegetables cannot be moldy or rotten. They must be clean and fresh. The loach fish must be alive. I don't want the dead or wilted ones. If the quality isn't good, I won't buy it." Lu Wei felt that it was essential to clarify this before starting a business, especially when dealing with relatives, to avoid hurting feelings later on. "You can rest assured about that. Uncle is a straightforward person," patting his chest to assure. "We're family. How could we fool you? We will definitely pick the best. However, catching the loach fish is a bit tricky. We need to go to the river to set the traps. If we talk about it today, the earliest we can get them is tomorrow to deliver them to you the day after." "No rush, uncle." Lu Wei waved his hand. "Gather as much loach fish as possible. Collect as many dried vegetables as you can. This business isn't just a onady affair. We'll take it slow." The room burst into discussion with excitement on the relatives' faces. 50 cents a pound and earning an extra 10 cents for collecting, this money came too easily. The key is that almost every family in the countryside has some, which is like giving everyone money. Xiaowei, don't worry, I'll start arranging it as soon as I get back. Third, Aunt Lu Yunfeng was the first to respond. Right, our village is by the river, there are plenty of loach fish. I'll find someone to help right away. The sister-in-law was also full of enthusiasm. How about this? I won't go sell vegetables today, you all go. I'll go home to gather vegetables. I think that's fine, you two people are enough to sell vegetables. Li Heng, you can also gather vegetables at home, right? Seeing the eager expressions of his relatives, Lu Wei felt much more at ease. The supply channels here in 1988 had opened up preliminarily. Next, it depends on whether the roads in 2025 can bring him good news as well. Once the matter of gathering the vegetables was settled, everyone began to hurriedly load goods onto the 2 carts. Today, in addition to the usual cucumbers and eggplants, there were quite a few new varieties. While there are so many types of vegetables today, and there are even oranges. The old uncle picked up a bright yellow orange and weighed it in his hand. What is this? It feels prickly. The eldest sister Lu Wenjuan exclaimed as her hand brushed against the peculiar object, getting pricked by the hard spikes on it, causing her to frown and shake her hand. Lu Wei leaned closer and laughed. Sister, that's a pineapple, a fruit from the south. Lu Wenjuan curiously examined the bumpy green-leaved object resembling a plump armored spindle, asking, is this a fruit? How did it grow to look like this? It's quite large. Upon hearing that it was a rare item they had never seen before, everyone gathered around, treating it as if they were witnessing a wonder. The old uncle, known for his wide experience in the village, brightened up at the mention of pineapple. I think I heard about it on the radio, saying it's a fruit that only grows in the tropical south. It's quite precious and very expensive. Although he claimed to have heard of it, he had never actually seen one. In those days, transportation was inconvenient and goods flowed very little. The people in the remote northern mountain villages had only heard of many southern fruits without ever seeing them. Lu Wei nodded. Yes, it's a southern fruit. Just right, since no one has tasted it before, let's have a try. In fact, Lu Wei had also seen this thing for the first time while collecting garbage vegetables today, and finding it intriguing, he brought it back. Third, Aunt Lu Yunfeng quickly intervened when she heard they were going to open it. Oh dear, that won't do. This thing sounds very expensive, there aren't many of them, we shouldn't waste it. It would be better to save it for selling. Lu Wei smiled and explained, it's fine, Third, and I didn't spend much on it. Besides, we haven't even tasted it ourselves, and if the buyers ask about it, and we have no clue, how can we sell it? Nearby cousin Li Heng had long been eager, nodding repeatedly. Yes. What my little brother said makes sense. We need to try it first. This is called understanding the product. He racked his brain for a sophisticated term. Old Aunt Lu Yunrong shot him a disapproving glare. I think you're just greedy and looking for an excuse. Ignoring the banter, Lu Wei picked up a pineapple and skillfully cut off its top and bottom with a knife on the cutting board, then sliced it into several pieces. As the knife went down, a unique aroma of sweetness with a hint of sourness instantly filled the air, bringing with it the taste of tropical sunshine, distinctly different from the usual earthy smell of vegetables in the room. This flavor is really refreshing. The eldest sister Lu Wenjuan sniffed the air. It smells so good. Brother-in-law Chen Jiansheng also praised. Lu Wei cut the pineapple slices into smaller pieces and shared them with everyone. Brother Li Heng was the first to take one, and with a big bite he exclaimed with his cheeks full, it's delicious. So sweet. And a little tangy, really tasty. Brother-in-law Chen Jiansheng also tasted a piece, savoring it carefully, nodding. Yes, it's sweet with a refreshing hint in the sweetness. The southern regions are really great, but never gets cold there, and there are plenty of fruits. Third uncle chewed, thoughtfully smacking his lips. The taste is really good, sweet and smooth. But isn't the skin a bit tough? It's hard to chew. Old uncle nodded in agreement. Yes, the skin is a bit prickly, and it's a little hard to swallow. However, the yellow flesh inside is really nice. Lu Wei also took a small bite. The flesh was juicy, sweet and sour, but the part near the skin was indeed rough and hard, getting stuck in his teeth a bit. Even so, he didn't want to spit it out and mimicked everyone else, chewing thoroughly and swallowing it whole. This thing may not be considered anything in 2025, but in those days in this northeastern mountain ditch, it was truly a rare luxury item. Soon one pineapple was completely eaten, and everyone smacked their lips, still craving more. Old Aunt Lu Yunrong wiped her mouth and smiled, reflecting, today we owe it to my nephew, otherwise we might never have the chance to taste such a rare item in our lifetime. Lu Dehai also wiped his mouth, looking at his son, and asked the most practical question, son, how much do you plan to sell this pineapple for? Lu Wei had already thought it through. This thing was rare, and even though his cost was very low, he couldn't sell it too cheaply. After thinking for a moment, he said, for this, even if it doesn't sell quickly, we can't sell it cheap. I think. Let's price it at 5 yuan each. 5 yuan each. The sister-in-law from Third Aunt's family instinctively grimaced at the price. My goodness, that's really expensive, equivalent to over 3 jin of pork. Only wealthy families would splurge on it for a taste. Old uncle, however, was more open-minded, chuckling. That's not untrue. But wealthy people are drawn to rarity and face value. As long as it's something they haven't seen before, whether it's 5 or 50 yuan, they wouldn't bat an eye before paying up. We'll probably have to sell it in the county or city for it to work. That makes sense. Brother-in-law Chen Jianxing also nodded. In our town, there are probably very few people willing to spend 5 yuan on a fruit. Alright, let's stop chatting or we're running out of time. Lu Dehai, seeing that the vegetables were almost loaded, clapped his hands to shake off the dirt, and called everyone. Quickly tidy up and get the cart ready to set off. If we delay any longer, we might lose the good spots when we get there. Finally, everyone snapped out of their reverie from tasting the luxury item, and began to take action, checking the ropes covering the carts with cloths, calling the animals, and the vegetable-laden carts creaked and rattled out of the small courtyard in the morning light and chill. Son, come here. Son, come here for a moment. While everyone was busy loading the last few baskets of vegetables onto the cart, Lu Guifeng quietly pulled Lu Wei to a secluded spot by the wall. Mom, what's up? Lu Wei brushed off the dust from his hands, puzzled. Lu Guifeng did not speak immediately, but first looked around cautiously to confirm that no one was paying attention before carefully taking out a palm-sized rectangular wooden box wrapped in dark red velvet from her bosom. The wooden box was very old, its corners polished to a shine, exuding an air of antiquity. Here, keep it safe. She placed the box in Lu Wei's hands, her voice lowered significantly, carrying a hint of seriousness. Lu Wei received it, feeling its weight and warmth from his mother. What is this? Ginseng. Lu Guifeng leaned in closer, almost whispering, last night, I had your dad go to old Zhang's house to buy it, cost 500 bucks. When she mentioned the 500, her lips twitched slightly, clearly feeling the pinch. Lu Wei's heart sank. His mom had unexpectedly thought of the same thing as him. He had planned to wait until this business picked up a bit to go to the county and get some decent mountain goods like wild ginseng to give to Lu Dao as a token of gratitude, while also trying to probe whether Lu Dao knew any connections for high-end mountain goods. To his surprise, his mom was quicker, already preparing everything. 500. Mom, how old is this ginseng? Lu Wei also lowered his voice. 500 bucks was no small amount in 88. Old Zhang said it's 30-year-old wild ginseng with good quality. Lu Guifeng spoke with certainty, but there was also a hint of uncertainty in her eyes as this matter was quite complex. Lu Wei gently opened the wooden box. Inside, it was lined with faded red silk upon which lay a dried ginseng root. The main root was thick, branching into 2 sections. Its form was not particularly flamboyant, but it was entirely yellow-brown with dense nodes stacked one upon another like the rings of time. Unlike those artificially cultivated ginseng with lush roots, this ginseng emanated a unique wild mountain product's sparse robustness. Lu Wei did not consider himself knowledgeable about ginseng, but he knew old Zhang. He was a renowned mountain runner in the area who every autumn would venture into the old forests to hunt and gather herbs, and it was said that the mountain goods he brought out were never fake. Moreover, since they were from the same village, he wouldn't sell fakes. He examined the closely packed nodes and felt convinced by about 70 to 80%. Alright, Mom, I'll keep this. When I see my friend, I'll give it to him. Lu Wei closed the wooden box and carefully tucked it into the pocket of his cotton jacket, placing it close to his chest. Lu Guifeng nodded, her expression relaxing a bit, but it wasn't over yet. She reached into another inner pocket of her cotton jacket and pulled out a thick square wrapped carefully in a handkerchief. Unwrapping the handkerchief revealed a neatly stacked pile of big unity bills. Take this money too. She handed the cash over. Lu Wei was genuinely astonished this time, his eyes widening. Given his mom's frugality, practically splitting every penny to save for a rainy day, how could she bring out money she had just received? And such a large stack. He instinctively counted the thickness, estimating it might be around 1,000 bucks. Seeing her son's unabashedly surprised expression, Lu Guifeng felt a bit embarrassed, pinching his arm lightly, and reproached in a low voice, what kind of look is that? Do you look at your mom like you would at a miser? I'm keeping this money. Am I saving it for my own coffin? In my half a life, have you ever seen me living luxuriously for even a few days? Isn't it all spent on you guys supporting this family? The more she spoke, the angrier she became. I'm saving this money to use when it's truly needed. You've brought in so much stock this time, oranges, pineapples, and those dried vegetables and loaches, don't any of them In the past, we had no choice. We couldn't pay for the goods, but now that we have a bit in hand, we should pay cash, when we can, instead of always owing others. The more debts of gratitude we owe, the less secure we feel, and we can't stand tall. Take this money, pay the outstanding bills, and prepare what needs to be prepared. Listening to his mother's long-winded lecture, Lu Wei felt as if something had struck him hard in the heart, a mix of sourness and heaviness. His mother was right. Though she had been stingy over the years, even not allowing him to spend his lucky money, she had never spent a penny on herself. Lu Wei accepted the 1,000 bucks, his fingers rubbing the rough edges of the bills, nodding seriously. Mom, I understand. This money and this ginseng I will use where it's needed. Alright, let's go, don't delay the departure. The distribution still followed the old customs. Before the new year, Lu Wei's family went to the county town, while 4 relatives headed for the surrounding 4 towns. Actually, there are other towns in Lanshui County, but they are too far away, and making a round trip by horse-drawn cart is too time-consuming, so they could only focus on selling in these nearby areas for now. Uncle borrowed the tractor from the agricultural machinery station again this time, but the diesel fuel had to be covered by themselves. Diesel is not cheap these days, and Lu Wei wanted to subsidize half of the fuel costs, but Uncle pushed him back. Are you going to treat me like this? Hurry up and get busy. Lu Wei got off at the street corner of the county town, watching the tractor puffing out black smoke as it drove away, then turned to his parents and said, Dad, Mom, let's buy a tricycle for our family. Mom Lu Guifeng was taken aback. Why do we need to buy that thing? In her view, while the agricultural tricycle had the word agricultural in its name, its practical value was far inferior to that of a proper tractor. It could only be used for transportation and was basically useless for farm work. Lu Wei explained, Mom, in the future when our family sells vegetables, we can't keep borrowing the agricultural machinery station's vehicle. It makes things difficult for Uncle. Moreover, if the business takes off in the future, we might need to run to the city, and it's quite far. It would be too inconvenient without our own vehicle. Dad Lu Dehai immediately nodded in agreement. What my son said makes sense. We need a vehicle. It would be convenient for everything. He had already envisioned himself driving a brand new tricycle, proudly cruising through the village. Lu Guifeng shot a glance at her husband, knowing full well his little thoughts. If they really got a vehicle, who knows how he would flaunt it everywhere. However, what her son said was also true, and given the speed at which they were currently making money, buying a tricycle didn't seem like an unreachable goal. Son Lu Guifeng thought for a moment and suggested another possibility. Why don't we buy a tractor? A tractor can not only haul goods, but also plow and harrow the land. Its utility far exceeds that of a tricycle. Lu Wei smiled wryly. Mom, what I want to buy is the type of tricycle with a driver's cab and a canopy. Think about it, if we go to the city in winter, the journey takes several hours, and without a canopy to block the wind, we could freeze solid. The tractor can indeed do farm work, but sitting there in winter is even worse. Lu Guifeng imagined the experience of sitting in an open top for hours in the icy cold and shivered instantly. What my son said is right, we can't freeze ourselves, just to save money. She steeled herself and nodded. All right, let's buy a tricycle. With a canopy. But she immediately added in a serious tone, however, if we want to buy a vehicle, we have to tighten our belts. Not a single cent can be wasted. Lu Wei smiled and replied, Mom, you don't have to worry. Not only do we need to buy a vehicle, but once we save up more money, we also need to rent a storefront in the county town and open a proper vegetable shop. By that time, we won't have to stand on the street drinking the cold northwest wind anymore. As long as we can make money, who cares about standing on the street and getting a bit cold? Mom isn't afraid. Lu Guifeng said this, but her eyes already held a yearning for a warm shop. The family chatted as they worked, skillfully unloading vegetables from the cart and occupying a good spot on the street. To prevent the vegetables from freezing, they used several thick old quilts to cover the vegetable baskets tightly, only placing a few cheap vegetables on the outer edge as samples to inform passersby that they were selling vegetables. However, selling like this was proving ineffective. With the thick quilts covering them, others couldn't see what was inside it. Not to mention the precious fruits like pineapples, apples, and oranges. Lu Guifeng couldn't bear to take even one out as a sample, fearing they might freeze in the wind. As a result, the stall was cold and quiet, with only an occasional passerby glancing at the few common samples before walking away. Lu Wei frowned as he watched this situation. This won't do. Dad, Mom, I'm going to find a piece of wood and buy a bottle of ink to write down the names of the vegetables and fruits we are selling and hang it up to make it more eye-catching, he said. Lu Guifeng, who was worried about the lack of customers, felt this made sense and nodded quickly. All right, you go quickly and come back soon. Lu Wei turned around and jogged to the nearby supply and marketing cooperative, bought a piece of red paper, and then bought ink and wrote down the vegetables they were selling. Then he found a family, spent 2 yuan to make a wooden board, pasted the red paper on it, and a simple sign was completed. Although the sign was simple, its effect was immediate. Soon the vegetable stall was surrounded by buyers. Boss, do you have pineapples? Is that for real? An old man passing by saw the word pineapple on the sign and stopped in his tracks, curiously walking over. Lu Guifeng laughed and said, what kind of question is that? Of course it's real. Who sells fake vegetables? The old man chuckled. Then let me see one. Lu Guifeng shook her head. That can't be shown casually. Pineapples are southern fruits and afraid of the cold. If you want to buy one, I'll get it for you. This isn't because she was stingy, but she truly feared the pineapples would freeze. After all, they cost several yuan each. The old man chuckled. It's fine. Pineapples are so big, just looking at one won't freeze. If you really have pineapples, I'll buy one. Lu Wei overheard the exchange between the elderly man and his mother and could not help but look up to scrutinize. The man was in his 50s, his hair combed with fastidious care. He wore a faded gray people's suit, and 2 pins were tucked into his jacket pocket. Over that he wore a half-worn labor cloth coat, and carried a black full-leather briefcase whose corners were polished bright from use. On his feet were the sort of suede shoes commonly seen on cadres. The whole outfit radiated an unspoken authority. He was plainly no ordinary townsman. When Mother heard he truly intended to buy, a smile immediately spread across her face, though she still stated the price. Comrade, let's be clear. These pineapples are rare and not cheap. They cost 5 yuan apiece. The old cadre's expression did not change. He smiled faintly and said, 5 yuan. That is not too expensive. Hand it over and let me see. Lu Guifeng hurriedly took a pineapple from under the tightly wrapped quilt and handed it over. Look, this pineapple is quite large and smells fragrant. At that moment, a few customers and passers-by intrigued by this unfamiliar monster of a fruit were drawn over and gathered to inspect it with curiosity. In this northern county town, pineapples were an absolute rarity. The old cadre took the fruit, brought it to his nose, and a barely perceptible flicker of satisfaction and surprise crossed his face. The aroma is perfect. Very well, I'll take it. He calmly withdrew a 5 yuan note from his wallet, and, seeing this man who looked like a leader by so readily others, out of curiosity, fashion, or some other impulse, also spoke up, "Boss, give me one too. He'll have one to try as well." In an instant, the pineapples became hot commodities. 7 or 8 of them were snapped up in no time. Those who missed out felt sorry and settled for apples or oranges, which also sold well. Even the ordinary vegetables tucked under quilts moved much faster because the stall had drawn a crowd. Over 1,000 jin of produce were astonishingly largely sold by midday. At that rate, Lu Wei quickly calculated that he could probably save up the money for a tricycle in less than a week. At noon, Aunt and her husband returned in a chugging tractor. They loaded the empty crates onto the vehicle, squeezed into the trailer, and braving the cold wind, headed back to their rented place in Donglan town. When they arrived, 3 other relatives who had come by horse cart were already back, their village being closer. "Big nephew, hurry up onto the Kong. You're frozen through, aren't you? The Kang's been heated." Third Aunt Lu Yunfeng, seeing Lu Wei jump down from the tractor, tugged him inside with concern. Lu Wei stamped his numb feet and blew out white breaths. "Not great, standing outside all morning, my feet have lost feeling." Third Aunt, "How did sales go on your side?" "Heh, incredibly fast." Third Aunt's face shone as she gestured. "As soon as we set up, people swarmed around, like a scramble. I reckon even taking 2 loads there wouldn't have been enough to sell today," she said excitedly, though her tone carried regret. The stock had been too small, and they hadn't made enough profit. Lu Wei turned to his eldest sister, Lu Wenwan. "Sister, how about your side?" Lu Wenwan smiled, unwinding her scarf as she replied, "We sold quickly too. By the way, I forgot to tell you, the little vegetable shop in town apparently closed. It seems they've stopped stocking fresh produce and now only sell sundries and seasonings." Lu Wei nodded. This was as he had expected. Their produce was fresh and priced down to 1 yuan per jin. The small vendors' purchase prices were likely higher, leaving them unable to compete. Moreover, in this bitter northeastern winter, selling vegetables was not merely a matter of price. The crucial problem was that ordinary people simply could not secure supplies. In those years, transport capacity was strictly allocated by the state. Trucks and trains chiefly served state plans and state enterprises, so freight was extremely tight. With public shipments already overwhelming the system, there was little excess capacity left to haul non-essential civilian goods like vegetables. Compounded by extremes of cold that plunged to -30 or 40 degrees, a single mishap on the road could freeze an entire load into blocks of ice, resulting in total loss. Although there were experimental vegetable greenhouses locally, they were far from mass production levels and came with terrifying costs. These constraints together produced a severe winter shortage of vegetables, often high prices with scarce supply. This situation persisted until the mid-1990s, when market reforms improved transport and the large-scale northward shipment of off-season southern produce gradually eased the problem. But the improvement only meant produce became available. Prices frequently soared because of distribution costs and demand. By the new year, cucumbers could sell for 4 or 5, even 7 or 8 yuan per jin, a fact that would seem ordinary in later times. Since vegetables were selling so well, practically everything gone as soon as it was displayed, Lu Wei immediately resolved to increase their stock. Especially staples like chives, cucumbers, and peppers, and eye-catching high-margin rarities such as pineapples and oranges, he had to find ways to bring in more of them. Next came the closed-door reckoning and the division of the proceeds. With every account settled, wads of banknotes, tinged with sweat and cold, some new and some old, were handed out. Relatives beamed, pockets bulging with money, and one after another they left homeward satisfied. Lu Guifang wanted Lu Dehai to stay and accompany their son, for the town was unfamiliar ground. Lu Wei waved him off. "Dad, you should go back with Mom. There are still a lot of chores at home, drying vegetables to gather, and Grandma can't manage alone. Oh, I can handle it by myself here." "Son, I'm uneasy with you living alone." Lu Guifang said, her brow creased with worry. Lu Guifang frowned with concern. Lu Wei thought a moment and compromised. "All right, Mom. I'll ask Brother Li Heng to come over later and keep me company. That should put your mind at ease, right?" he said, inwardly calculating with Li Heng there his nocturnal time travel errands would be easier. Li slept like the dead and would notice nothing. At his assurance, Lu Guifang reluctantly nodded and repeatedly instructed him to lock the door and not go out at night. When the family left the yard, a cold wind blew and her worry deepened rather than faded. Seeing this, Lu Dehai supposed she could not bear to have their son live alone and sought to reassure her. "He is grown, wanting to live independently is natural and gives him freedom. He will set up his own household one day. You cannot keep him tied to your belt forever. I think Lu Wei knows what he's doing. Don't worry unnecessarily." Lu Guifang sighed and lowered her voice. "It's not that. I'm overjoyed our son has promise and I'm worried because he has several thousand yuan of merchandise money on him now. If some hardened, heartless thief targets him, He lives alone in that isolated courtyard between villages and shops. It's dangerous. Have you forgotten the family of 3 at the forest farm who were? She did not finish, but that massacre over a few hundred yuan sat like an ice block in the couple's hearts. In those days, public security was far from assured, robberies, murders, and kidnappings occurred with some frequency, and harrowing reports surfaced in newspapers and on the radio from time to time. Lu Dahai's heart gave a jolt at his wife's words. The earlier consolation that our son's grown up was instantly replaced by anxiety. The Lu family had only this single sprout Lu Wei. If anything befell him, it would be catastrophic. Thinking of that, he dared not be careless and immediately called out to his brother driving ahead, "Dajiang, don't head straight home. Turn off and stop at a shop." All right. Though Lu Dajiang did not know the reason, he obeyed, tightened the reins, and turned the horse's head. Lu Guifeng looked at her husband in surprise. Why the rush to go to a shop? Lu Dahai said nothing, only pressed his lips together, a sharp glint in his eyes. How much money do you have left in your pocket? Lu Dahai asked with an unusually serious expression, looking at his wife. Seeing her husband so serious, Lu Guifeng felt a tightening in her heart. She quickly took out a neatly folded handkerchief from her pocket, layer by layer, revealing some small bills and a few 10 yuan notes. The money left from selling vegetables today, most of it is saved for our son as capital. I only have 200 yuan remaining. She counted carefully and confirmed. In this family, it seemed like Lu Guifeng was in charge, managing the finances and daily chores. But when it came to crucial moments and major decisions, it was the family's pillar, the man, who had the final say. Lu Dahai said nothing, reaching out to take the 200 yuan, then turning to his younger brother Lu Dajiang, who was driving the cart. "Dajiang, hand over the money you earned today. First it's urgent. Later let Xiao Wei pay you back." Without a word, Lu Dajiang turned and reached out to his wife. Zhang Wan understood the situation immediately and took out more than 200 yuan she had received today, stuffing it into her husband's hand. Lu Dajiang quickly handed the money to his elder brother. "Elder brother, it's all here." Lu Dahai did not decline taking the money and holding it tightly, telling Lu Guifeng in the cart, "Wait for me a moment." He turned and strode into the Yishang store, the largest state-owned store in town. Meanwhile, far away in the county, the old cadre who bought the pineapple returned to the county committee's family compound building No. 1, carrying a synthetic leather bag. As he unlocked the door, a young girl, originally half reclining on the sofa, reading, sat up in surprise. "Oh, Dad, why are you back so early? Didn't you say you were going to the countryside to visit today?" The girl's voice was clear and melodious with a hint of a soft southern accent. She had an elegant demeanor and a tall figure. Even lounging on the sofa, her proportions were noticeable. What stood out the most was her fair, delicate skin radiating health, and a rosy glow indicating normal menstrual cycles. The old cadre hung the bag on the coat rack behind the door, changed into slippers and sighed. "Oh, don't mention it." The vehicle arranged by the county broke down halfway, and after fixing it for a long time, "I'll go again in the afternoon." Xiao Ning, why are you still lounging at home during the new year? Haven't you gone out for a stroll? Han Ning pouted, leaning back on the sofa, hugging a cushion. "In this remote place, where can I go for a walk? Besides, it's freezing outside. The longer I stay out, the more I feel like my skin on my face is going to crack. I'm not going out to suffer that fate." Remote place. The old cadre raised an eyebrow, a rare smile with a hint of showing off appearing on his face. He walked to the table, opened the bag, and carefully took out a large item wrapped in newspaper shaped like a spindle. "Now take a look. What good thing has your dad brought back from this remote place?" Han Ning casually glanced at it, then her eyes widened in shock, as if she had been propelled by a spring bouncing up from the sofa. "Wow. A pineapple. Oh my God." She rushed over, snatched the pineapple from her father's hands, hugged it tightly, burying her face in the rough, spiky skin, taking a deep breath, her face filled with ecstasy and disbelief. "Dad, thank you. You know I love pineapples the most, and you specially brought one back from so far away. You're the best to me. But why is there only one? With so many people in our family, mom, brother, sister-in-law, and an aunt. How can one be enough for everyone?" Looking at his daughter's self-directed monologue, Han's father could only smile wryly. "You girl, your skin is getting thicker and thicker. This isn't from the south. Ooh, I bought this today on the street. It cost a full 5 yuan. Bought it." Han Ning's beautiful apricot eyes brimmed with suspicion, shaking her head like a rattle drum. "Impossible. Dad, don't fool me. In our place, it's already good to see a frozen pear or frozen persimmon in winter. Where can one buy southern fruits? You must have used connections to get it, and are just too embarrassed to say right. Hee hee, I know you love me the most." She wore a smug expression of "I saw through you long ago." Han's father was at a loss with his pampered daughter, shaking his head helplessly. "Believe it or not, it's up to you. But first, let's agree that this pineapple must not be touched until your mom gets off work and your brother and his family of 3 come over for dinner together tonight. Got it? Don't worry, Dad." Han Ning hugged the pineapple, unwilling to part with it, suddenly recalling something, her tone brightening. "Just right in, and seems a bit unwell these days, not having a good appetite. Let her have some pineapple tonight. It's sweet and sour, which might stimulate her appetite and help her feel better." Hearing an and not feeling well, the light-hearted smile on Han's father's face, which had just appeared due to his daughter's playful antics, instantly faded. His brows unconsciously knitted together, and he sighed. The illness of granddaughter and it had always been a heavy stone resting on the hearts of the family. Seeing her father's suddenly gloomy expression and the worry in his eyes, Han Ning felt a weight in her heart. She walked over to her father holding the pineapple, her voice softening with comfort. Dad, don't worry too much. I've already written to a classmate studying in the U.S., asking her to help find out if there are any new medicines or better treatment methods over there that might be effective. As soon as there's news, she will tell me. We'll think of other ways, and then we'll definitely get better. Lu Dehai walked into the store ignoring the dazzling array of shelves and headed straight for a somewhat quiet counter located deeper inside. Behind the counter sat a middle-aged woman in her 40s with permed hair who was focused on knitting. Miss Lu Dehai tapped on the glass counter pointing to an item inside. How much is that Eagle brand? The middle-aged woman raised her eyelids, slightly glanced at the direction of his finger, then lowered her head to continue knitting, her tone flat. 180. And the Tiger brand? 200. Lu Dehai did not hesitate and directly said, I'll take 2 Eagle brand. As he spoke, he began to pull out money from his pocket, counting a stack of bills of varying ages with careful attention, moistening them with his saliva. 180 for one, so 2 would be 360. With the bullets and gunpowder, the money he had was just enough, though it felt slightly tight. In fact, both types of shotguns were domestically manufactured with equal quality. The Eagle brand came from a local arms factory, while the Tiger brand was from the Sichuan-Chongqing area, making it slightly more expensive, so he chose the cheaper option. Upon hearing 2, the middle-aged woman finally stopped her actions, raised her head, and looked at Lu Dehai with some. She knew that men were fond of such items, and many came daily to inquire, their eyes filled with envy. However, there was hardly one among 10 who would actually spend over 100 or even 200 to make a purchase. In these times, it's not easy for any family to produce several hundred yuan in cash at once. Nevertheless, her surprise was fleeting. She quickly reverted to her indifferent demeanor. Whether she sold more or less, she didn't earn commission, so her attitude naturally couldn't warm up. She took out a worn registration book covered in brown craft paper from under the counter and pulled out a fountain pen. Please show me your license, I need to register. Lu Dehai, being from the forest area, naturally understood that she was asking for a gun license. He chuckled, leaned forward slightly, and lowered his voice. Miss, I was in a hurry today, and I forgot my license. You see, can you give it to me first? I promise I'll come back to complete the paperwork later. Saying this, he casually slid a folded 10 yuan note across the counter, cleverly hidden by its edge. That 10 yuan seemed to have magic. The icy facade on the middle-aged woman's face instantly melted away, revealing a warm and knowing smile. She quickly swept the bill into her sweater's sleeve, her tone immediately becoming lively. Oh dear, how could you forget such an important thing? Make sure to remember next time. Alright, I'll register you first, but you must remember to come back for the paperwork. Name: Su Laosan. Lu Dehai remained unfazed. Tisk, you can't use a nickname, it has to be your real name. The woman shot him a reproachful glance. Oh, Su Jisheng. Jiqi Wolf 4, Ji, and Victory for Sheng. Home address: Donglin Town, Kaoshan Village. Team. The woman scribbled on the book and asked some trivial questions. Once the registration was complete, she turned around and unlocked a metal cabinet from behind the counter, pulling out 2 double-barreled shotguns simply wrapped in oil paper, along with 2 boxes of ammunition, several bags of iron sand propellant cartridge cases, ignition caps, and a stack of paper cartridges, pushing them all over. Lu Dehai accepted them. They felt heavy, bringing him some peace of mind. In the forest area, buying a gun wasn't rare. It was about as common as buying a bicycle, the only difference being the need for a gun license. No license. There are ways around it. Either one has to find someone to help out with a connection, or, as in this case, slip a little hardship fee, which can also get the goods into hand. Bullets typically had to be loaded by oneself. Buying ready-made ones was expensive and often out of stock. This shotgun was easy to load, you just needed hands. Paper cartridges have little lethality. The projectiles are made of paper and burn out after a short distance. They are mainly used to scare people or drive away wild animals. Plastic cartridges have a certain power, they can injure someone up close. The most lethal, of course, is iron sand. Lu Dehai bought a bit of everything, each serving its purpose. He walked out of the store holding a long package hastily wrapped in used newspapers. Upon seeing the 2 guns, Lu Guifang, who was waiting by the cart, felt a jolt in her heart, her face turning pale. What are you buying guns for? Her voice trembled as she instinctively glanced around, fearing attention. Lu Dehai carefully placed the package in the carriage, covering it with a worn burlap sack. Only then did he straighten up and look at his wife, his face unusually serious and resolute. What else could it be for? Self-defense. He recalled what his wife had said earlier, his expression darkening. About that family of 3 in the forest farm, it gives me the creeps. Our situation is different now. Xiao Wei is alone out there carrying money. I'm not afraid of 1,000, but I'm worried about the unexpected. With this, he pointed at the package under the burlap sack, his tone firm and resolute. If anyone dares to have ill intentions, I'll let them know how many eyes the god of horses has. Lu Guifang, upon hearing this, was immediately both angry and anxious. You reckless fool. If you kill someone, won't you have to pay with your life? Lu Dehai scoffed at her words. What's a few lives to me? If they come to rob and kill at my house, I can't fight back. Don't you know I'm doing this to earn merit? Lu Guifeng felt that her husband had a point. If they were to encounter a desperate criminal, what reason would there be to discuss? It was paramount to protect their family first. However, upon careful consideration, she felt something was amiss. Then why are you buying too? She pointed at the long object tightly wrapped in newspaper that Lu Dahai was holding, puzzled. Is one for self-defense not enough? Could the criminals possibly come in pairs? Lu Dahai was eagerly examining the two new guns as if they were treasures, even blocking his brother Lu Dajiang, who wanted to take a closer look. Shoo, don't touch, just look. Hearing his wife's question, he did not lift his head, confidently replying, well, keep one at home and one for my son. He needs to have this for protection when he's out alone. Oh, come on. Lu Guifeng scoffed, hitting the nail on the head. I know you too well. You just want to buy one for yourself, feeling fidgety, and are looking for an excuse. You want one for yourself and one for your son. It's clear you just want to play with it. Nonsense. Lu Dahai sounded as if someone had stepped on his tail, his voice rising a few notes, but his confidence was clearly wavering. This is for the safety of our family. A double insurance. What do you know? As the couple bickered, the carriage under Lu Dahai's direction quietly turned back toward the small courtyard where Lu Wei was in town. Lu Dahai did not let the carriage go directly to the door, but stopped at the entrance of an alley dozens of meters away. He held one of the long packages tightly wrapped in newspaper, jumped out of the car, and whispered to his wife and brother, you wait here, I'll take it in and be right back. In the small courtyard. Just moments ago, after the relatives had left, Lu Wei immediately locked the courtyard door and returned inside. With a thought, his figure vanished. In the warehouse of 2025, it was quiet and warm. Just as he settled down, his phone in his pocket buzzed, the screen lighting up with the message Lan Weiwei. He answered casually, hello? Are you done? Do you need me to come over and help you? Lan Weiwei's gentle voice came through the receiver, filled with concern. Just as Lu Wei was about to speak, he faintly heard Li Cici's loud voice on the other end. Lu Wei, little brother. If you don't come back soon, I've eaten all the meat in the hot pot, not leaving a single piece for you. Lu Wei couldn't help but chuckle. You two go ahead and eat, don't wait for me. I might be busy for a while longer. Don't mind her. Lan Weiwei quickly said, her voice softening. They'll wait for you. Take your time, don't rush, and be safe on the way. Alright, it'll be quick. Lu Wei felt warmth in his heart. After hanging up, he recalled the matter at hand. The old wooden box from 1988 that held the ginseng was still on the bed. He picked it up and looked at it, his brows furrowing slightly. The box was too old, with its corners worn down, and the red fabric faded, appearing quite shabby. When giving gifts, there must be a decent presentation. This shabby box, if taken out, not only would it not suit someone of status, but even he felt a bit embarrassed to present it. He took out his phone and searched for nearby keywords like gift wrapping box and high-end gift box. He quickly found a store not far away. He immediately rode the electric tricycle parked by the warehouse, following the navigation to find it. It was a small shop specializing in various packaging materials and gifts. Upon entering, Lu Wei was dazzled by the array of boxes. Not being knowledgeable, he chose the one that looked the most high-end. A deep red wooden box, shiny on the surface, intricately carved with dragon and phoenix patterns, lined with soft deep red coral velvet. The shopkeeper quoted 80, and Lu Wei did not haggle, paying directly. He felt that this box looked upscale and was just right for the ginseng. Back at the warehouse, he carefully took out the 30-year-old ginseng from the shabby wooden box and placed it into the brand new redwood gift box, intricately decorated with dragons and phoenixes, arranging it neatly. The ginseng, cushioned by the coral velvet, indeed looked much more luxurious. Lu Wei nodded in satisfaction. Now that looks presentable. Little did he know, in 2025, of such seemingly high-end wooden boxes, exuding a strong, cheap commercial vibe, had already become commonplace. They had even become synonymous with flashy but impractical and fooling the untrained. Those who truly understood valued the essence of the item itself and its simple packaging more. Unfortunately, Lu Wei was still unaware of these nuances. After preparing the gift, he took out his phone, found Lu Dao's number, and dialed. Hello, brother Lu, where are you? I'm at the warehouse right now, just about to head out. What's up, bro? Lu Ye's voice came through, having just received a call from a friend inviting him to try a newly opened hot pot restaurant run by a mutual acquaintance. Lu Wei chuckled warmly. Brother Lu, nothing urgent. Just some local specialties my family sent from our hometown. We'll drop them off for you, they'll be there shortly. Lu Yi sighed faintly in response. Come on now. Why so formal with me? Really, it's not necessary. Keep it for yourself or give it to someone else. He had helped Lu Wei because he saw in the young man's sincerity, diligence, and promise, truly worth mentoring, not for any material return. With his wealth and social circle, acquiring any regional delicacy was effortless. Lu Wei's tone grew more earnest. Brother Lu, this was specially sourced for you. Tracked down through relatives back home, and shipped all this way purely as a token of gratitude. Don't worry, it's nothing extravagant, just a wild ginseng root from our mountains. If you refuse it, I truly won't be able to live with myself. Hearing ginseng, Lu Yi dismissed it lightly. These days ginseng flooded the market. Prices ranged from mere yuan to thousands, no longer rare or remarkable. Had it been something truly valuable, he would have declined outright. But since it was merely an innocuous local specialty, insisting too strongly might wound Lu Wei's pride, making him feel unwelcome or unappreciated. So Lu Yi smiled and relented. All right then. Bring it over. They'll wait for you at the warehouse. Got it. On my way, brother Lu. Lu Wei hung up heart-eased. Carefully, he placed the pristine red sandalwood gift box into his own cloth bag, hoisted it, stepped out of the warehouse, mounted his tricycle, and pedaled toward Lu Ye's warehouse. When Lu Wei arrived at Lu Ye's warehouse aboard his brand-new electric tricycle, Lu Yi was leaning against the driver's seat of his black sedan, scrolling idly on his phone. Hearing the commotion, he looked up, and upon spotting Lu Wei riding a gleaming blue-canopied tricycle, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Whoa, new ride. Lu Yi set aside his phone, stepped out, circled the tricycle thoughtfully, and grinned. Lu Wei dismounted, smiling bashfully. Yeah, just bought it. This'll make collecting and delivering vegetables much easier going forward. Lu Yi, genuinely delighted, stepped forward and clapped Lu Wei firmly on the shoulder. Nice work, bro. Only a few days, and already you've got a tricycle. Looks like your business is really taking off. Keep it up. And if there's ever anything I can do for you, don't hesitate. No need for formalities between us. Warmth swelled in Lu Wei's chest as he nodded vigorously. Thanks, brother Lu. Oh, here, this is for you, Lu Wei said, retrieving the unassuming cloth sack from the cargo bed and handing it over. Sourced by relatives back home. Nothing grand, but please don't think little of it. Lu Yi accepted it. The weight surprised him slightly. Peering inside the open sack, he saw a deep red carved wooden box, strikingly ornate. He guessed its contents instinctively and chose not to open it on the spot, instead shaking his head with a gentle paternal reproach. Brother, I truly appreciate your thoughtfulness. But let this be the last time. No more gifts like this. Between us, such formalities aren't needed. If you persist, I'll be the one feeling uneasy. Lu Wei knew Lu Yi meant every word. Brother Lu, don't say that. It's hardly a gift at all. Just humble mountain produce from home, worth next to nothing. Brew it into medicinal wine. Good for revitalizing the spirit. Well then, brother Lu, you must be busy. I won't keep you. I'll head back now. Right? Ride safely on that new bike. Get familiar with it before speeding up. Lu Yi offered one final reminder, then tossed the cloth sack into his car. Got it. See you later, brother Lu. Lu Wei waved, swung onto the tricycle, turned sharply, and sped off toward his own warehouse. Lu Yi watched Lu Wei recede into the distance. Back straight, energy palpable. Then glanced at the sack resting in his car. A quiet, approving smile touched his lips before he shook his head and climbed into his vehicle. He was quietly satisfied with Lu Wei's maturity and progress. This young man wasn't only diligent. He understood human nature and social grace. So long as he stayed on the right path, he would surely rise. Soon Lu Yi arrived at his friend's hot pot restaurant, and only upon seeing the floral wreaths at the entrance did he recall the place had just opened and he hadn't yet brought a proper gift. Yet men like him never traveled unprepared. He hurried to the trunk and retrieved several bottles of matai. Still, a single item felt insufficient, so he grabbed Lu Wei's gift box as well, tucking it under his arm. Following his friend's directions, he entered a private dining room where several longtime companions were already gathered, brothers since childhood. Damn, how dare you start eating without me? That's downright disrespectful. Lu Yi tossed his gifts aside and feigned indignation. A friend beside him burst into laughter. We'd wait for you to pluck feathers off a chicken. You're late. We haven't even scolded you yet, and now you're turning the tables. Brothers, do we allow this? Absolutely not. Here, down this shot. Another friend poured him a glass of baijiu. Lu Yi grinned, unbothered by being exposed. I was out preparing a gift for Dechengzi after all. By the way, since today's Dechengzi's grand opening, did any of you actually bring gifts? Or did you just show up to eat? Their bond ran deep, from childhood, and their banter was unrestrained, full of teasing jabs and affectionate mockery. Dechengzi, the hot pot shop owner, roared with laughter. These guys didn't even pluck a single feather. Only brother Lu remembered to bring something. Let's see what you've got. Lu Yi puffed up proudly. Well, we were raised with manners. Unlike these bandits here. Dechengzi opened the sack and nodded mock seriously. Matai, 2 bottles. How utterly perfunctory. Did you just grab these from your trunk? Lu Yi bristled. Hey, I brought anything at all, and you're complaining. Where's your perspective? Dechengzi didn't look up as he lifted the final box. Ginseng. Where'd you dig this up? He took a bite, then recoiled. It was dry, unyielding. Ugh, bitter as hell. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed the ginseng straight into the boiling pot. Let's simmer a ginseng hot pot. Perfect tonic for your kidney-deficient selves. What the? Did you bite it first then throw it in? You're the one who's weak. I'm rock solid. Laughter erupted again as they resumed feasting. Hot pot baijiu, chilies, beef, and lamb, goji berries, crisp autumn air, and one authentic wild ginseng root. Within half an hour things went awry. Lu Yi looked up astonished. Holy hell. Dechengzi, is your auntie leaking out of your nose? Dechengzi instinctively wiped his nose. His palm instantly stained crimson. Must be heat stroke. I'll rinse it off. Wait, Lu Zi, you're bleeding too. Haha. Did your wives kick you out? You're both running high on internal fire lately. Laugh all you want. You're bleeding too. Moments later, all 5 men stood crammed in the restroom, each clutching his nose. Yet no amount of pressure could. Even the slowest among them now sensed something deeply amiss. You all haven't eaten yet. You really don't need to wait for me. Go ahead and eat. I'll wash my face first. Lu Wei pushed open the door to Lan Weiwei's room. Lan Weiwei and Li Sisi were sitting at the table with a steaming hot pot in front of them, and the ingredients were still waiting to be added, clearly waiting for him. He felt a wave of guilt surge within him. They had agreed to have dinner together, but he had gotten so busy that it was already this late. Lan Weiwei stood up, her face radiating a gentle smile, showing no signs of complaint. It's fine, we're not that hungry either. Don't rush back to wash, just wash here. I have hot water, it's convenient. Saying this, she quickly walked to the side, took out her wash basin, and placed it on the rack, mixed warm water from the thermos, and brought over her towel and facial cleanser, beckoning Lu Wei, come on, wash up quickly. Once you're done we can eat. Lu Wei watched Lan Weiwei's meticulous and thoughtful actions imbued with a homely warmth and felt an inexplicable softness in his heart, followed by a complex sigh. What a wonderful girl she is, gentle, kind, and caring. I wonder who will benefit from her in the future. He suppressed the inexplicable emotions within him, walked over, and washed his face with the warm water, dispelling the chill of the late autumn night. After drying his face with the lightly scented towel, he felt refreshed and comfortable, with the pleasant aroma unique to girls lingering at the tip of his nose. Li Sisi, sitting beside him, rested her chin on her hands, watching with great interest as Lu Wei entered and washed his face, wearing a teasing smile that seemed to say, I understand everything, yet she said nothing, her gaze flitting between Lu Wei and Lan Weiwei. The meal was simple yet warm. Lan Weiwei occasionally served Lu Wei food, asking how he had been busy outside and whether he was tired. Li Sisi chattered away about the troublesome things she encountered at the company during the day. After finishing the meal, it was already quite late. Lu Wei helped to clear the dishes and then bid farewell to return to his rented room to rest. Li Sisi decided to stay for safety's sake, sharing a bed with Lan Weiwei. At night, after washing up, the two lay side by side in the warm quilt, turning off the lights, leaving only the dim glow of the phone and the sound of their breathing. Hey Weiwei, Li Sisi suddenly spoke in the dark, her voice betraying her curiosity and gossip. Tell me honestly, do you have a crush on that kid Lu Wei? Are you planning to go for an old cow eating young grass situation? What nonsense are you talking about? Lan Weiwei exclaimed as if someone had stepped on her tail, her voice rising slightly in embarrassment. There's a 5-year age gap between us. How could that be? I just think it's not easy for him being here alone, so I'm taking care of him like a brother. She spoke rapidly, but in the dark her flickering gaze and slightly flushed cheeks made her rebuttal seem particularly unconvincing. TSK, TSK, TSK. Li Sisi clicked her tongue in the dark, her tone playful. I don't believe you. Come on, let me touch your conscience, and you swear again seriously in front of the light bulb. Oh, what are you doing? Don't touch me randomly. Li Sisi, you're annoying. In the dark, Lan Weiwei's low gasp and her playful struggles filled the air along with the rustling of fabric. Wow, nice feel. So soft and elastic. Let me have a try. Go away, you brat. The two girls tumbled around in the dark, laughing. Meanwhile, in another room, Lu Wei lay on his bed, unable to fall asleep immediately. He took out his phone and continued browsing information about the year 2025 in the dim light of the screen. This was an important way for him to understand this era and seek opportunities. However, as he browsed, his brow furrowed tighter. He opened many seemingly bustling video or news comment sections filled with an unsettling atmosphere. Dejection, frustration, and blame rife with hostility. Many people's emotions were like dry tinder, easily ignited and stirred. They seemed to have lost the ability to think independently, only wishing to believe what they wanted, echoing others like a flock of sheep driven by an invisible whip. While they shouted hoarsely for freedom and independence, they also questioned with indignation, why do others have it, but why don't you hold me up? The comments, filled with extremism, opposition, and negative emotions, washed over the screen like dirty water. Lu Wei felt a wave of suffocation and inexplicable sorrow. This seemed quite different from the more developed and civilized future he had imagined. The material wealth here was immense, yet the spiritual world of some people appeared so barren and chaotic. After a while, he simply closed the comment sections. It was as if Pandora's box had been opened with a chaotic dance of demons and all sorts of bizarre entities. He logged out and sought out some serious science videos or economic analysis articles, forcing himself to absorb some useful knowledge. As he watched, he lost track of time, and the fatigue of the day finally crept up on him. The phone slipped from his hand, and he leaned back on the pillow, falling into a deep sleep. The next morning, he was awakened by the sharp ringing of his phone alarm. Outside, the sky was just beginning to lighten. He sat up with a start, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and quickly got dressed. He splashed his face with cold well water to fully wake himself. Time was tight. He needed to check the situation before the morning market opened. Then he would collect the vegetables to sell later. However, he currently had too little money, barely enough to buy the morning's vegetables, leaving no funds for the afternoon. Lu Wei returned to the year 1988, tidied up a bit, and prepared to go to town to buy some loaches, intending to sell them in 2025. There was no choice. The working capital over there was running low. If he didn't hurry to bring back some money, he wouldn't even have the capital to collect the harvest tomorrow. He was also contemplating whether to buy a few chickens to test the waters and see how the market would respond. Just as he locked the door, he opened the courtyard gate and saw a familiar carriage coming and going, stopping at the entrance of the alley. His parents and Uncle Lu Dajiang jumped down from the carriage. Huh, Mom, Dad, Uncle, why are you back again? Lu Wei looked at the three returning with surprise. Lu Dahai jumped off the carriage, carefully taking out a long package wrapped tightly in old newspapers along with a few small paper boxes. The package was long and tightly wrapped, and he couldn't see what was inside. I got you something. Come, let's go inside and talk, Lu Dahai said, carrying the items toward the courtyard. Lu Guifeng looked at her son, who was dressed as if he was about to go out, smiling, but with a meaningful look in her eyes. Son, are you going out? I'm just preparing to buy some things, Lu Wei replied. Be careful not to wander around town alone, especially after— I know, Mom. Lu Wei casually responded, turned, and took out his keys to unlock the door he had just locked, allowing the three of them to enter the house. Since the gun and bullets were wrapped in thick newspapers, Lu Wei couldn't tell what they were. Once inside, he curiously looked at the long package in his father's hands, then at the small boxes. Dad, what good stuff is this? Was it bought for me? Looking at the shape, it couldn't possibly be a rolling pin or a broomstick, could it? A mysterious and somewhat proud smile appeared on Lu Dahai's face. Without saying a word, he gently placed the package on the Kong and began to carefully unwrap the yellowed old newspapers layer by layer. The rustling of the newspaper made a soft sound. When the dark metallic-looking double-barrel shotgun, faintly smelling of gun oil, was fully revealed, Lu Wei's eyes instantly widened, and he forgot to close his mouth. Is this for me? His voice changed pitch, filled with unbelievable excitement. He was although he had been thinking about buying one himself, even wanting to try out an air gun, he couldn't fathom why his usually frugal and somewhat cautious parents would proactively buy him a shotgun. Moreover, looking at his mother standing calmly beside him, she actually agreed. This was simply astonishing. Lu Dahai looked at his son, who was both astonished and thrilled, almost about to pounce on him, chuckling with a knowing look shared only between men and a swagger that said, I've brought you something solid. How about that? Pretty special, huh? You live alone outside and you need something for protection, right? Come on, Dad, we'll teach you how to use this thing. Lu Dahai had plenty of experience with guns from his time in the forest region. In that era, it was rare for a man who grew up in the forest not to have encountered a gun. While he wasn't exactly a sharpshooter, he was well-versed in the structure, use, and maintenance of shotguns. Lu Wei immediately leaned in closer. Lu Dahai taught him step by step how to open the chamber, how to load paper cartridges, how to insert the primer, how to close the action, and most importantly, the safety rules. Never point the muzzle at a person, and keep your finger off the trigger when not firing. The principles were simple. Lu Wei understood after one demonstration, and the rest was about practice and courage. Whenever you have the time, Dad will take you into the mountains, find an empty place, and let you fire a couple of rounds to get the feel of it. Lu Dahai patted the gun barrel, speaking earnestly. You can keep this for now, or just load it with non-lethal paper cartridges for everyday use. If someone dares to cause trouble, fire a shot into the air. The sound will scare off most of them. Remember, unless it's absolutely necessary, don't aim at anyone. Lu Wei felt the cold but reassuring weight of the gun, nodding seriously. Don't worry, Dad, I remember. Besides, what are the odds of encountering such a situation? Meanwhile, just outside the courtyard where Lu Wei rented, in the shadowy corner formed by a pile of firewood and a broken wall, three figures, huddled and stamping their feet, were stealthily peering into the small courtyard, their breath forming white puffs that quickly dissipated in the cold air. Damn it, it's freezing. I'm going to freeze to death. Jiang Dalong's teeth chattered, his whole body trembled, like a sieve, stamping his nearly numb feet in an attempt to generate a bit of miserable warmth. I've been following all day, finally tracked down this little brat's den. The three of them had attached themselves to the Lu family's cart to the town early this morning. After following all the way here, they barely caught a breath when the people in the courtyard loaded their goods and hurriedly left. The Lu Wei family even boarded a tractor to the county. The three of them were dumbfounded. How could they follow now? Robbing on the way to the county? That risk was too great. Suwa Debo rubbed his frozen, stiff mouth, a hint of belated relief in his tone. If we had just followed you two stupidly to the county, that would have truly been foolish. Staying here, he will definitely come back. Wang Chongqing chuckled, twice the laughter sounding eerie in the cold wind. Damn it, the old Lu family must have made a fortune this time. I saw today at the market Lu Wenwan and her crippled husband sold that one cart of vegetables. I'm guessing they made it. He extended a few fingers to gesture greed shining in his eyes. And the Lu Wei family in the county must be earning even more. The three of them quickly divided their tasks. One would keep watch from a distance on the road to the county to confirm whether Lu Wei would return, or another would watch the other relatives selling vegetables from the Lu family in town to see their movements. The last one would stay put and guard this small courtyard. After enduring a freezing day filled with hunger, they finally waited for Lu Wei to return. What made them overjoyed was that all those adults and relatives had actually left. In the end, only Lu Wei was left in the courtyard. This was simply a godsend opportunity. Damn it. How did Lu Dahai and the others come back again? Jiang Dalong sharpied from behind the firewood pile, saw Lu Dajiang return, driving a cart stopping at the courtyard entrance. Lu Dahai and his wife entered the yard with things in their arms, and he immediately panicked, muttering curses under his breath. After enduring the cold and hunger all day, they were just about to get their hands on the fat meat. But if Lu Dahai and his wife decided to stay, then their suffering today would have been in vain. They can't be staying, right? Wang Changqing's voice trembled, his heart racing. No way. Su Dabo ground his back teeth, staring at the courtyard. Lu Dajiang and his wife are also in the cart. They can't possibly not return home. They probably forgot something or had something to discuss. Well, stay here and guard. I don't believe they won't leave. Thus the three of them endured the bone-chilling cold and the increasingly unbearable hunger, huddled in the shadows, guarding for another hour. Their hands and feet had long since lost feeling, and they didn't even notice their noses running. Just when they were about to give in, the courtyard door finally opened again. Lu Dajiang and Lu Wei walked out. Lu Dajiang climbed onto the cart, and Lu Wei followed the cart, turned around, and headed towards the town. What are they doing? Should we follow? Wang Changqing was totally confused, feeling both physically and mentally exhausted, the little bit of malice in his heart nearly frozen. At this moment he regretted it. If he had known this would be so torturous, he would have preferred to sneak up the mountain to chop some wood to sell. Although it would be tiring, at least he wouldn't have to endure this freezing. Jiang Dalong rubbed his nearly numb hands, exhaling white breath, his eyes turning. You go follow, see where they're going and what they're up to. They'll stay here with Dabo to guard this courtyard. Upon hearing this, Wang Changqing was unhappy being left alone to follow the cart, eating dust and wind, aimlessly tracking in the cold streets. Why don't you go instead? Can I guard here? Su Dabo shot Wang Changqing a disdainful glance, his chapped lips sputtering cold words. Because you're too foolish and lack common sense. If you were guarding, you'd probably end up falling asleep and freezing to death. You're the foolish one. Wang Changqing was already furious from the cold, exhausted, and hungry. Hearing Su Dabo's unceremonious words, his anger flared up, and he shouted with a stiff neck. Hey, you three, what are you doing? Sneaking around here? Are you trying to steal something? Just as the three were arguing in hushed tones, their anger nearly boiling over, a strong voice of inquiry unexpectedly came from behind them. The three were startled and hurriedly turned around. They saw an old man in his 50s wearing an old military coat and a fur hat had somehow approached close to their hiding spot by the firewood pile, staring at them with suspicion and vigilance. Seeing it was an old man alone and looking at the three strong and sturdy, though freezing young men, Jiang Dalong's initial panic was immediately replaced by ferocity. He stepped forward, blocking his companions, and glared at the old man, speaking in a low and menacing tone. Old bastard, stop minding other people's business. Do your own thing. If you keep shouting, be careful, or you'll get beaten. They thought that with such a scare the old man would surely back down and quickly slip away, thinking it better to avoid trouble. But they never expected that this old man they ran into today was a tough nut to crack. The old man raised an eyebrow, instantly furious. Damn you little bastards, trying to act tough with me. When I fought the Japanese, your father was still a liquid. Saying this, the old man casually pulled out a piece of firewood from the pile nearby and swung it directly at them. Jiang Dalong, taken by surprise, was struck on the shoulder by the old man's swing, causing him to exclaim, ouch, and turn to run. About half an hour later, Lu Dajiang was driving the horse-drawn cart, with Lu Wei following beside it. The cart was loaded with several iron buckets filled with loach fish. Nephew, you bought so many fish, do we still need to collect loach? Lu Dajiang asked curiously upon seeing that Lu Wei had bought over 100 jin of loach fish. Of course we need to collect them. If you hadn't been unable to collect them earlier, would I have had to spend 0.8 yuan per jin at the market? Lu Wei replied helplessly. Lu Dajiang smiled wryly. You can't blame me for that. You told me on the 28th of the 12th month, and the new year was on the 29th. Yesterday was the first day of the new year, and today is the second day. Who isn't at home for the new year? Where could I go to collect them? Lu Wei smacked his lips as if he really understood the situation. He had been running between two worlds, feeling as though a long time had passed. In reality, only a few days had passed since he spoke to his uncle about collecting fish, which had only been during the new year. This truly couldn't be blamed on his uncle. After they returned to Lu Wei's small house and unloaded the loach fish, his mother Lu Guifeng saw the large quantity and exclaimed, "Why did you buy so many? Will they sell?" Lu Wei chuckled, "Don't worry, it'll be fine." His mother, hearing this, said no more. In business matters, her son had his own ideas and had already achieved significant success. Since she didn't quite understand, she refrained from meddling. All right, take care of yourself. We're heading back now. Lu Wei nodded. Okay, you all head back. After sending his parents off, Lu Wei was just about to return to his room to fiddle with his hunting rifle when he was called by the neighbor Grandpa Zhang. Xiao Wei, wait a moment. Lu Wei turned around to see Grandpa Zhang and greeted him with a smile. Happy New Year, Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Xiao Wei, I have something to tell you. What is it? Lu Wei looked at Grandpa Zhang with curiosity. Grandpa Zhang said seriously, just now 3 boys were sneaking around watching your place, and I scared them off. I suspect those guys have bad intentions, so you need to be careful. Lu Wei was startled upon hearing this. Could it be that he was really being targeted? That was possible. This era was indeed a time of rampant growth where robbery, murder, kidnapping, and extortion occurred frequently. Fortunately, his father had brought him a gun today, otherwise it would have been troublesome. Alright, Grandpa Jean, I understand. You also pay attention to your safety, and he'll make some arrangements. Good, be careful. I estimate those guys are not very capable. They are probably just a bunch of local rascals. If they were truly tough characters, they wouldn't have been scared off by me. If anything happens, just shout loudly, and he'll come over. Okay, thank you. After sending off Grandpa Zhang, Lu Wei turned back into the house, loaded his hunting rifle with bullets, and covered it with a quilt. He thought to himself that he couldn't just sit and wait for those guys to come. He needed to find a way to take the initiative. Lu Wei stepped outside, picked up an axe in the yard, and chopped a few pieces of firewood. He was constantly scanning the surroundings, trying to see if those three people would come back. However, after looking around, he didn't see anyone. Lu Wei furrowed his brow tightly. Could it be that those guys had... No, he couldn't let it go without confirming. The feeling of being secretly watched was truly unsettling. Just as Lu Wei was preparing to sneak out from behind the house to scout and find those three people, his brother Li Heng suddenly arrived. It seemed his aunt had sent him over to keep him company. Lu Wei's eyes lit up. Those people were secretly watching him. They wouldn't be watching Li Heng, right? He could send Li Heng out to find the location of those people. As long as he found those people, how to deal with them would be entirely up to him. Brother, have you eaten yet? I brought you... Not yet. You're just in time. I need to talk to you about something. Come on, let's go inside and talk. Lu Wei directly pulled Li Heng into the house. Brother, there's something I need you to do. Lu Wei explained the whole situation to Li Heng. After listening, Li Heng immediately became worried. Brother, what if they are real bandits? Can we handle it? Should I go find some friends? Bring some weapons along. Lu Wei nodded. Sure, it's safer to find... Li Heng nodded. You take care of yourself. They'll be back soon. After saying that, he hurried out. Lu Wei then took out the gun and held it tightly, just in case. No, I couldn't help but complain. Why are there so many idiots? Some people said they wouldn't read a book just because they saw the author was a woman in the comment section without even reading it, saying that a little fairy shouldn't be writing books and that they were going to abandon it. Some felt the writing was fine, but didn't like the theme of people from the past crossing over to modern times. Others gave low ratings simply because the story was set in Northeast China. I feel regret and heartache for that reader who wanted to abandon the book just because the author is a woman. My heart aches so much that I can hardly breathe, and I can't find any traces you left behind. Ahem. In any case, I felt so miserable that I cried for 3 days and nights at home, without eating. It's truly a pity that I lost a valuable reader. Here I mourn. Well, the mourning is over. Next, there's someone who thinks the writing is okay, the logic is fine, but just doesn't like the theme of people from the past crossing over to modern times, because they can't relate. For that reader, there's nothing much to say. I've said before that both the book title and the synopsis clearly express that it's about people crossing over from the past to the present. Personal preferences differ, and there's nothing that can be done. I just hope you have a safe journey ahead. Lastly, there's a reader named Come Try Northeast. From the name alone, you can tell this is a pure regional discriminatory creature. Here I declare that I will resolutely combat any actions that attempt to split or undermine national unity regardless of the person or method. However, since the young author has no power to retaliate, I can only wish him a swift reincarnation. Amitba. Li Heng stepped out, not in a hurry to walk far. He first strolled seemingly casually around the nearby alleys and lanes by Lu Wei's house, his sharp gaze sweeping over every corner. Sure enough, not far away, in a deadened alley sheltered from the wind and piled high with snow and garbage, he spotted 3 young figures huddled together, stamping their feet and exhaling visibly. As he caught the last bit of daylight and made out the faces of the 3, Li Heng was taken aback. These 3. He recognized them. Were they not the infamous Hung Ha duo Jiang from Donggo village? The leader was Jiang Dalong, the tall thin one beside him was Su Debao, Lu Wei's neighbor, and the short stout one seemed to be surnamed Wang, but Li Heng couldn't recall his name at the moment. Li Heng frequently visited Donggo village, and he had a deep impression of these peers who had been notorious for their laziness and petty theft since childhood. He had even fought with them when he was young. Seeing that the 3 seemed to have finished their discussion and were heading towards the alley entrance, Li Heng worried about being recognized and alarming them. He quickly pulled up the collar of his cotton coat and tugged his thick scarf up to cover his mouth and nose, leaving only his eyes exposed, pretending to tie his shoelaces and stepping aside for them to pass. Jiang Dalong and the others, filled with anger and schemes, completely overlooked the person crouching against the wall, tightly bundled up beside them. They cursed and walked past Li Heng. Why are you 2 running away? 3 young men like us can't even take down an old coffin. Jiang Dalong muttered, rubbing his still aching shoulder. Weren't you the one who covered your shoulder and ran faster than a rabbit first? Wang Chongqing retorted defiantly. That was a tactical retreat. I wanted to find a suitable weapon. You 2 just took off, almost losing your shoes. Jiang Dalong became increasingly agitated. All right, enough arguing. Su Debao interrupted them, his tone vicious. Let's go back and see if Lu Dehai and the others have left. If they have, we should hurry in and finish this quickly. What the hell? It's still not dark, yet you want to charge in and rob them in broad daylight. Are you asking for death? Wait until nightfall and do it in the dark. Although Jiang Dalong was reckless, he knew that taking action during the day was too risky. The three of them continued to argue in low voices, while sneakily circling back towards Lu Wei's house. This time they had learned their lesson and didn't dare to get too close. They found a dilapidated warehouse at an angle across an open space, which allowed them to vaguely see the gate of Lu Wei's yard without being easily spotted. Li Heng watched them walk away and changed his position to monitor them, feeling completely at ease. If they were truly ruthless and violent bandits, he might have to consider reporting to the police. But since it was Jiang Dalong, Su Debao, and Wang Chongqing, dealing with them would be much simpler. These three were typical bullies who feared the strong and preyed on the weak. They looked fierce, but in reality, they would back down at a hint of intimidation. He didn't delay any longer, quickly leaving the area and taking a familiar route around the town. Over an hour later, he returned quietly with 5 people near Lu Wei's house, stopping at the mouth of another alley. Just those 3 kids. The leader, a sturdy man with a round face, squinted his eyes and looked towards the shadows of the warehouse across the way where the 3 were hiding, revealing unabashed disdain on his face. This stout man, nicknamed Air Feezy, was Li Heng's classmate working at the railway section of the Forestry Bureau, strong and robust. Beside him, a lean, quick-eyed young man leaned in to take a look, curling his lips without speaking. This was Hosey, who also worked at the forestry farm, clever and resourceful. Just a few days ago, he had even suggested to Air Feezy to go north to do business. The remaining 3 young men were all classmates and friends of Li Heng, whom he had grown up with. In their younger days, they were notorious troublemakers in the town, frequently getting into fights and causing mischief. Now that they were older, most had serious jobs and understood the need to earn a living, but the rebellious spirit and camaraderie they had didn't fade much. Yes, just those 3 from Donggo village, Jiang Dalong, Su Debao, and the one surnamed Wang. They've got their eyes on my little brother, Li Heng confirmed in a low voice, a chill in his eyes. From Donggo village. Just those 3. Upon hearing this, Air Feezy scoffed even more. Damn, they came to our Donglin town to be wild. And they dare to mess with our brother's little brother. They must be seeking death. Hosey licked his lips, excitement flashing in his eyes. Li Heng, what do you say we do? Let's go directly. He made a slashing gesture across his neck, clearly joking, but his meaning was clear. First they would beat them up. Li Heng looked at the darkening sky, which was now completely black with only a few distant lights and the dim moonlight visible. He thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, first let's capture them and give them a beating, then we'll see what my little brother says. The several of them exchanged glances, all revealing knowing grins. They had plenty of ways to deal with these low-tier punks from outside their village. The group fell silent like raccoons hunting in the night, moving silently and spreading out. Using the cover of buildings and shadows, they slowly encircled the dilapidated warehouse, where Jiang Dalong and the others were hiding. The cold wind still howled fiercely. This time the mantis stalked the cicada, while the oriole lay in wait.